This young man was gaming smoothly when he suddenly got thrown into the game. Unfortunately, instead of entering a super VIP character like everyone else, he ended up in Ezra Taylor, the scoundrel son of a noble family who had just been erased from the family registry. A third-rate villain kicked out of the dorm right at the start of the game. Seeing other students point fingers and say unkind things about him, Ad silently protested. This is so unfair. The proud Ad Sotler being talked about isn't even me. The more he thought, the angrier he got, and he couldn't help but shout, "Damn it. Don't tell me this is real. I've always lived a frugal and simple life. I'm not greedy at all." He dares to claim he's frugal and simple. That bastard shameless. Hearing the insulting words from classmates, Ad could only curl up quietly into a ball. Unfortunately, his misfortune didn't stop there. Stamina 3, Intellect 4, Talent 7, Willpower 7. Seeing these pitifully low stats in the status window, Ad lamented silently. It's real, these stats are real. Even a farmer NPC has Stamina 5. He's studying magic, but his combat power is pitifully low, and his stamina is minimal, even for a noble. No wonder he was just a third-rate villain appearing in the opening scenes. Even in my memories, I only vaguely recall him. I don't even have any memory of what happens to him later. Suddenly, an image flashes in Ad's mind. I remember now. In a corner of the final credit scene, he's begging for food, looking like a lazy bum. Not surprising at all. This clueless scoundrel got thrown onto the street. It's already lucky he survived. Thinking about this, Ad felt even more indignant. Why me? Why did I end up in this body? I don't know why and have no way to find out. But I won't let my story end like this. No matter what, I will survive. Regaining his composure, Ad grabs his luggage and begins his journey to change his fate. Sylvania Academy is more like a city than a school, with the entire Akin mountain range within its boundaries. Trying to escape the prying eyes of other students, Ed walked for hours, eventually reaching the northwest forest of the academy without realizing. Thanks to this time, Ad understood his current situation. Being completely disowned by the family is just the opening of the game. Luckily, even after being disowned, he hasn't been expelled from school. This is important because, by setup, Sylvania Academy is a top-tier institution. As long as you graduate, your future is secure. And since the game is set in the academy, as a dedicated player who's gone through it 5 times, Ad can make the best use of the information he has. So the best strategy is to graduate quietly. He can live a much more comfortable and wonderful life than the one he left behind in the old world. So his goal is to graduate. The problem is the sky-high tuition. This semester is paid, so he just needs a scholarship for the next. Theoretically, yes, but looking at the status window again, Ad felt headache. With these stats, can I even get a scholarship? Not failing the exams is lucky enough. I can worry about tuition later, but first, I need to deal with urgent matters. What I need to survive: food, clothing, and shelter. How do I avoid becoming a vagrant in the next week? Ad opened his suitcase and looked through it. Gaudy clothes. No stats. Ritual dagger, no stats. Decorative cup, no stats. At least I have enough clothes. Now food and shelter. Trouble is, I have nowhere to stay and nothing to eat tonight. With this reputation, it'll be hard to find work. I also can't go back to the dorm I was kicked out from. So for now, I'm stuck in this forest. At least there's a stream nearby and 10 days until school starts. Until then, I need to become a proper student. After a while, Ad sat panting, looking at the pile of wood in front of him. Luckily, this body can use magic, but can I really use magic to chop just 15 trees and get exhausted? This will only make me hungrier. Fine, before they kick me out, I at least need to eat. Using magic makes you hungry. Suddenly, Ed remembered what his uncle had told him as a child. During a drought when he was young, his uncle survived by eating tree bark behind the mountain. Since there's nothing else to eat, Ad decided to take a risk. He put the bark in a decorative cup, used fire magic to boil it, and ate it. As a result, 3 days later, after starving for 1 day and vomiting for 2 days, Ad concluded. Conclusion: this isn't for eating, it's for building. Struggled through a whole day and night. Finally, Ed managed to set up a small wooden hut to take shelter. He also used his clothes as bedding on the ground. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared. New creation completed, basic wooden hut. A hut where you can rest for a short while inside. It's still crude and shabby. If not maintained regularly, it won't remain useful for long. Difficulty: 0.5 stars. Details. Skill requirements: apprentice level in crafting, no specialization. Dexterity level 4. Design level 1, foraging level 1. Has the crafting system appeared already? Ed tiredly looked up with his panda-like eyes at the notification board. Then, he felt a bit comforted and smiled. Ed, being from a noble background, had lived a luxurious life, so he probably didn't realize his talent lay in his hands, surpassing even magic. And now he needed that dexterity. Still, his skill was a bit low. Ed continued to use his skills to create a basic spear by attaching an available dagger to a sharpened tree branch as a tool for hunting and fishing to feed himself. He went to the stream and began frantically thrusting the spear into the water. Although he had been starving for 2 days and overexerting himself, He should have been too weak to move by now. Yet he could still thrust wildly as he was. Perhaps it was his overwhelming desire for food that gave him the strength to surpass his limits. Fortune favored his effort. Ed finally caught a fish. Excited, he used his fire skill to roast it. 1 week remained until the school term started. He just needed to survive until then. If he could hold on, he would get through school without any issues. The fish was cooked. Ed eagerly prepared to enjoy the reward of his hard labor when a voice called out, "Ed Roth Taylor, why haven't you left yet?" Yes, Ed had been so focused on survival that he forgot something important: the presence of the main characters. Among all the people, he did not expect to run into the princess who had kicked him out of the dorm. Ed Roth Taylor was a villain from the very start of the game. Using his noble status, he provoked the protagonist's childhood friend, and ultimately faced punishment. But it didn't stop there. Filled with hatred, Ed maliciously altered the protagonist's entrance exam results at Sylvania Academy, only to be caught by a mysterious girl taking the exam. Phonia Elias Kloll, third princess of the Kloll Empire. Ed Roth Taylor, discovered in this unfortunate situation, gritted his teeth to defend himself, but Phonia's insight exposed everything, and he was expelled from the dormitory. Everyone in the academy likely despised Ed Roth Taylor, and now he had encountered the person he least wanted to see. At this moment, Ed had no appetite, so he immediately approached Phonia. Before he could say much, she interrupted. "Didn't you say the academy wouldn't expel you?" As she spoke, Phonia stormed closer to Ed, her gaze piercing and evaluating him. Ed stepped back with each of her steps, trying to explain, "I'm still a student here. I was only expelled from the dorm, not the school. I'll keep this brief. Begone. I can't stand seeing a shameless person like you around this school. I will speak with the principal to request your expulsion due to your misconduct toward a student, and for intentionally harming a student and obstructing their future." Ed looked toward the smoky smell. Seeing the 2 burnt fish on the rock, he couldn't help but feel regret. They were ruined after 3 days of starvation. His precious meal was wasted. But why was burnt food the problem right now? Ed glared at Phonia with a mournful look. "I thought you'd just talk a little." No matter how he thought, he was doomed. This was a princess with the real power to get him expelled. Given that, Ed thought for a moment and asked Phonia, "The sun will set soon. Doesn't royalty always have guards? I wouldn't expect a princess to appear alone in the forest." Ed's sinister smile made Phonia wary. "If you think you can threaten me without guards, you are mistaken." Threat? What does he mean? "I'm simply trying to thank the princess." As he spoke, Ed slowly knelt before Phonia. Phonia skeptically used her insight skill to verify Ed's words. Aside from her own data, the system displayed the results. The truth is, there is no falsehood in Ezra Taylor's words. Seeing Phonia's expression betraying her astonishment, Ed also somewhat empathized. The Ruth Taylor family, which Ed belonged to, was very famous and powerful. But that family had long exploited the populace and conducted experiments on humans. To the protagonist, that was a trashy family, one that deserved to be destroyed. Everyone in the family would either be imprisoned or executed. However, Ed had been cast aside. Perhaps he would endure hunger and cold, but it was still better than death. In the long run, this was extremely favorable. Therefore, he had to persuade Phonia without lying, or he would be expelled. No, he might even be doomed. But according to the timeline, this is probably about a week before the academy term begins. Then why is the princess here, arriving without guards, dressed simply? It means she is taking the placement test, Ed speculated, referring to Professor Glass's placement exam. This is a test to search for magic seeds in the forest. Professor Glassman's test is known to be extremely harsh. Of course, if it's Princess Phonia aiming for the top class, she would target Class A. She is the one planning to enter Class A. You haven't changed at all. As expected, I should demand that the academy expel you immediately. Before Phonia could finish, Ed interjected. But without my help, you would never get into Class A if I lie even a little. You can expel me if you wish. If you go to the southeastern lake of the forest, there will be a small island. On it stands a giant tree. That tree is Merida's guardian tree. There you will find the gift I left. Following Ed's guidance, Phonia indeed found an item that could help her achieve high marks on the test. From Professor Glass, this made Phonia thoughtful. S. Rotler from 3 days ago was certainly a fraud and incompetent. I still remember the situation clearly back then. However, for the current S. Rotler, the important thing is to understand the test setter's intention. This test isn't just about finding the magic seed. After reviewing the seeds collected by the students, Professor Glass selects 3 magic seeds and announces the results. Only those who can find seeds brimming with magical power are admitted to Class A. Only 3 students found those seeds: Zix, Lorettle, and finally the one who found the seed on Merida's guardian tree, containing unusually high magical power. Yes, the one who found the mysterious seed I hid. At this point, Professor Glass points to a student, assuming they will be the class leader. Back to Ed, the 2 night-glow fish could not be caught, and he himself no longer had the strength to use the spear. So Ed had no choice but to create a new tool. a makeshift fishing rod made by cutting a branch with a knife, using cloth as line and replacing the hook with a small nail. Its durability was low, and it was hard to know if a fish would bite. Difficulty, 1 star. While waiting for a bite, Ed involuntarily thought of Fonia Elias Clole, the Empire's third princess. Since childhood, the princess could see through lies and sophistry. That sharp gaze is the result of an innate skill. No one could escape her insight. Therefore, there was no choice but to provide her with accurate information. But this led to a bigger problem. The reason Princess Fonia is called the Princess of Love. If she fails the placement test, she will be placed in Class F. Then everything will begin. However, if Fonia, influential at this early stage, finds the hidden seed and enters Class A, the original plot will start to collapse. Even if Ed avoids expulsion, all the information he has will become useless. He will be doomed. Of course, the future might still remain unchanged. The class leader will still be Lucy Merrill. Fonia did not use that gift for herself to submit to Professor Glass. She felt embarrassed about the advantages she would gain if she revealed it. She wanted to prove herself. She knew this magic seed would produce the best results for the test. However, Fonia did not take it because she did not discover it herself. The title of Princess of Love that she will receive in the future is not a skill or stat, but a title she earns by following the correct plot. Ed set the bait for the princess by saying, "You will never get into Class A. If I lied even a little, you could expel me. Whether it was a lie or the truth, it wouldn't matter. The princess will always focus on it. If Edward Taylor had actually lied that she would fail, she would confidently succeed and punch him." However, Ezra Taylor did not lie about her inability to enter Class A. After receiving her placement result from Professor Glass, Fonia could not help but believe Ed's words. The mix of disappointment, anger, and unwillingness made her punch the wall, gritting her teeth as she thought, "Ezra Taylor, I will keep an eye on you." Time flew by. Thanks to his abilities, Ed truly survived until enrollment day. Since the forest was far from the academy, Ed had to rush from early morning. Fortunately, he still made it to the opening ceremony. It was good to see the students making an effort before the new term began. Enjoy the food while listening. Meanwhile, at Sylvania Academy, even as the headmaster spoke on the he-mun, Inus, the students kept whispering about your appearance. Ad stayed focused on enjoying his meal. He treated it like the victor's reward. After all, he had no other goal only to graduate, so absorbed in eating, Ad failed to notice a girl in the distance watching him with a probing gaze. Today was the day the school opened for the new term at Sylvania, and yet Ad was already invited up to the department head's office for tea. Only after stepping out of the office did Ad dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Who would have thought Fonia would tell the department head about him? And judging by how warmly that frail old man smiled and chatted, she must have spoken well of him. Either way, he was lucky to avoid getting expelled. Better to stay cautious and not stray too far from the original plot. A few days later in the forest, combat potential details, trainee fighter class. Specialized weapon, bow proficient, level 1. I have survival skills to stay alive and I can train magic suitable for a student in the magic division. No weapon pairs those two better than a bow, because once I become more adept at survival skill and can craft higher quality bows, I'll be able to imbue arrows with spirits and spells. Even though obviously, neither spirits nor spells are my natural talent. Ad stepped forward to pick up the rabbit he just shot dead with an arrow and happened to spot Janica, a facade class student, second year, top of her class, a genius spirit mage, sitting under an ancient tree across the stream reading a book. Sensing someone watching her, Janica looked up. When she saw it was Ad, she burst out excitedly. "You're the funny one Merylda mentioned, right? Ezra Taylor, right? I'm Janica Fellowfer. I'm a second year too, just like you. You can call me Janica. When did you even get all the way here?" Ad stared at Janica. The person who should have been across the river was now standing right in front of him. Seeing Ad's shocked expression, Janica chuckled, startled, wondering how I knew it was you, aren't you? You see, this forest is Merylda's territory, a high-ranking spirit. I come here often and listen to all kinds of stories she shared. The owner of this forest told you about me. Merylda can be a bit nosy sometimes, but everything in this forest is within her sight, so how could she not notice an uninvited guest? Uninvited guest. Ad glanced at the rabbit in his hand and thought, I really have killed a few too many squirrels and chopped down plenty of trees too. At that thought, Ad's face changed. As if reading his mind, Janica gently reassured him, don't worry about those trivial things. Everything in this forest follows nature's rule of eat or be eaten. Merylda doesn't mind what you've been doing either. Ad replied awkwardly, I guess even a huge, scary-looking wolf can have a kind heart. That made Janica flinch for a moment, but she quickly laughed in response. Surprised, aren't you? Oh, I've got something I want to show you. As she spoke, Janica opened her palm and showed it off. Cute and adorable, right? I met it yesterday and immediately made a pact with it. You want to try touching it? Ad looked at Janica's seemingly empty hand and thought, a pact, so it's a spirit. If I want to be friends with Janica, I can anytime, but only by following the original plot. Can I get information that benefits me? Janica Fellofer is a crucial figure in the original plot, someone I must never be allowed to get close to. Thinking that Ad answered flatly, I can't see any spirit, so I can't tell what's cute or adorable about it to me. More precisely, I don't have the ability to see them. This time, Janica was the one who was stunned. You can't see spirits? Yeah. Anyway, I only came here to find food. I'll be going now. With that, Ad turned and left. I guess even a huge, scary-looking wolf can have a kind heart, huh? Janica recalled Ad's words, then turned and stroked the huge wolf that had been standing beside her the whole time. He's right, Merylda. He really is a fascinating person. The more I think about it, maybe he truly couldn't see you. Who is he, really? And I tried so hard to get closer to him, so why did he only keep going yeah? What does yeah even mean? Well, we'll run into each other again. Starting to investigate now should be just right. In the days that followed, Ad continued his journey to defy his fate. His home was far from the classrooms. He had to sprint like his life depended on it from early morning just to arrive on time. The good part was, even commuting from home to school helped raise his stats. Next was the scholarship. If he wanted to win it, he had to study hard. So Ad used a burning stick and a stone slab to take notes, then borrowed books from the library to read more. On the way home, he also washed the clothes that smelled bad so he could wear them the next day. Everyone probably thinks washing clothes finishes S's day, but no. He still had to check if there were enough dried pulp, drinking water, and jerky for tomorrow's lunch. Because of all that, he only got 4 hours of sleep a day. But that wasn't what bothered him the most, Ed said irritably to Janica, who was hiding behind a nearby bush. Hey, how long are you planning to keep tailing me? Janica panicked. Huh, you already knew. Trying to hide without really hiding, how could I not notice? Don't you know who I am? I'm Estrotaler, the most wicked person in the world. So why do you keep hovering around me in silence? That's just what other people say about you, isn't it? I don't even know what kind of person you really are. Es stayed silent. Fair enough, Janica Fellofer was that kind of character. At first glance she looked innocent and naive, but in truth she was a girl with an independent mind. However, because Ad already knew what awaited in the future, he couldn't just answer her with a smile. Because Janica Philadelphia was the final boss of Chapter 1, yet she was also the only character who ever smiled at Esroth Taylor. He didn't want to go this far, but I'm the villain. I'm a bastard, Ad told himself to steel his resolve. Then he coldly said to Janica, so a meeting like this must be fate. Can you do me a favor? Janica asked with an excited face. What is it? You can see it yourself. I'm starving, my family threw me away and I don't have a single coin. So could you lend me a little money? Janica froze on the spot. You mean you'll borrow it and pay me back, right? Not borrow it forever. Friends are supposed to help each other out in hard times like this, right? I'll only borrow it for a short while. How much do you have? Ad didn't say that by accident. Every year, Janica received the top scholarship in the class. But talent alone wasn't enough for others to notice how outstanding she was. Her family was so poor that without the scholarship, she couldn't enroll to keep studying. Janica was from a farming family, so her weakness was money. From her reaction, Ad knew his trick had worked. 3 days later, Janica really did stop hanging around Ad. Even though Ed felt that was kind of cruel, he didn't want to get tangled up any further with important characters from the original story. It was better to be careful and not stray too far from the original plot. But life always has variables. When Ad returned from a hunting trip, he discovered Lucy Merle sleeping soundly in his house. In terms of importance, this character was even more important than Janica. Not only classmates, but even the professors would gape wide-eyed whenever she came up. Lucy was a rare genius and the strongest character in Sylvania's failed swordsman. The question was, how the hell was she sleeping here? What was she doing in this valley? You're too loud, I can't sleep, Lucy said, stretching with an annoyed look. I didn't even do anything. Not you. Lucy rubbed her sleepy eyes and pointed behind you, that wolf as big as a house over there. I've been talking to you this whole time. It asked you that when that day comes you must save Janica no matter what. After taking a satisfyingly long nap, Lucy immediately left. Ad comforted himself. Lucy had only been in the district for 2 days. Nothing's changed, right? Not long after, Ad realized that thought was completely wrong. The next development in the plot was the joint combat practicum. This was, quite literally, a simulated face-off to minimize casualties as much as possible. The combat students mostly used practice weapons. Princess Phonia, Princess Loretto, the elementalist Janica, Lazy Lucy, the left-handed Clebius. You could list them until tomorrow and still not finish. But the most important was still the protagonist, the failed sword saint, Taylor Marlock. With Taylor's turn to step into the arena approaching, Ed couldn't help getting excited. Even though Zix's match was also thrilling, since he already knew the result, he didn't pay much attention. Because the winner of the joint combat practicum was usually the male students, and especially the protagonist Taylor, except for one variable. Ad tossed a look that was 3 parts helpless and 7 parts exasperated at Janica beside him. smiling like a blooming flower. Unbelievable, after he'd asked her for money, she still came over cheerfully to say hi. "Hey, the match list is out," Ad replied, turning his face away. "No need, I'm not that interested." "Why, aren't you curious who you'll be fighting at IUS?" That line really made Ad pay attention. "I have to step into the arena," Ad thought to himself. Ed snatched the match list from Janika's hand. In the original story, Ezra Taylor should have already been expelled by now. So who was he supposed to face? Seeing the opponent's name made Ed Toad break out in a cold sweat. He blurted out, "No way." And right then, it was Taylor's turn to step onto the stage. All the worry in Ed's chest vanished instantly. Right, who he fought didn't matter. He had to keep his eyes on Taylor. Even if it was only through a screen, he'd lived with Taylor as a character for a long time. From the most crushing endings to the unforgettable true ones. He'd relived that journey countless times. And out of all the paths Taylor could choose, none of them were easy. Ed had decided to live his own life, but he would still cheer Taylor on. The top student of Class 5, Lucy, would fight Taylor, the protagonist of this world. Born with the destiny to become a swordsman, even though he'd never held a sword. Yet with the very first sword swing of his life, Taylor could cut down Lucy's thunder magic. The spell she was sure would injure her opponent did nothing. Taylor would seize the opening and close the distance. But unexpectedly, Lucy used a mid-tier flash lightning spell to strike Taylor. Taylor was completely overwhelmed by Lucy's instinctive magic. But because she used mid-tier magic, Lucy was disqualified, and Taylor was honored as the winner. This was the legendary scene from the game that Ed still remembered vividly. But once again, the present veered off the plot. Taylor charged in to attack. Before he could even strike, Lucy's magic blew him away, to the shock of every student. It's over already. No way he can beat the top student, right? Makes sense, charging a mage like that. What can you do barehanded? Taylor Mark Lodge's life was always filled with trials. Born a country bumpkin, he was a failing student. He never posted good results since entering the academy, an eternal loser no one ever acknowledged. And while everyone thought he'd already lost, no matter the ridicule, even in the most hopeless moments, Taylor never stopped hoping. That was why now, even though Lucy's attack had hurt him badly, Taylor still didn't give up. Trembling, he grabbed the wooden sword and staggered back to his feet. "Keep fighting." Up in the stands, Ed silently cheered, "That's it, my guy. You've got this, come on." Watching Taylor sprint straight at Lucy made Ed's blood surge. This was the moment Lucy would use thunder magic, except against all expectation. This time, Lucy didn't use thunder magic like in the original. She countered with wind magic instead, blasting Taylor away once again. His chances of victory turned murky again. The referee immediately declared Lucy Merrill the winner. The outcome left Ed stunned. Taylor lost. Seeing Taylor leave the arena with his head lowered, Ed thought, "This is bad. I can't let him be alone." Wind's protection, drawing on the power of wind spirits to automatically guard against surprise attacks. It was magic gained through a pact with the high-level spirit Merrilda. In the story, Merrilda and Lucy originally existed as separate beings. But because Lucy sided with Ed, he formed a pact with Merrilda and grew stronger through it. Taylor should have won, taken up the sword, and become more confident. Yet in the end, he lost because of Ed, because Ed Roth Taylor existed in Sylvania. The next match was between Ed Roth Taylor and the kind-hearted Princess Phonia Elias Glowa. Seeing Ed sprinting toward her, Phonia said seriously, "Ed Roth Taylor, last time you." Before she could finish, Ed swept past her like a gust of wind and shouted at the person about to leave the hall. "Hey Taylor, your effort will be rewarded. No matter what, don't lose heart. There's nothing to be ashamed of in defeat. Walk with your head held high. You did great. Your opponent was just out of your league. Don't let this kind of thing break you." Ed didn't know if any of this would mean anything, but it was still better than standing by and doing nothing. If Taylor's heart had completely shattered, then chances were that in the end, Ed would have to push himself to the limit. Harder things would come at the academy. Taylor should be the one to face them, not him. After giving Taylor that pep talk, Ed turned back to begin his own match with Phonia. "Please go easy on me." Ed spoke to Phonia as he rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. Phonia stared at Ed and suddenly remembered something. Emperor Chloe was the first to discover her gift of clairvoyance. Her ability was a blessing bestowed by the divine, clairvoyance, to detect an opponent's lies and schemes. Royal life was overflowing with lies and plots with no end. From that abyssal darkness, she honed her senses into a weapon to protect herself. That was why the princess had. Still confident in her own abilities, in the eyes of the royal family, she was a rotten abyss. Even if she could see right through them, she lived as if she knew nothing at all. But now she had no choice but to look straight at the boy in front of her. Snapping out of her thoughts, Phonia accepted Ed's gentle proposal. "Fine, I hope you will too." The other cadets immediately began whispering about what Ed had just done. "Did you hear what he shouted at Taylor? He's got some nerve. Does he really want to mock someone when they lose? Is he trying to play the nice guy for the person he's courting? What a pain, he's been that kind of person from the start." Those words reached Phonia's ears and made her frown. They weren't wrong. Ed Roth Taylor used his status to humiliate his junior. And when things didn't go his way, he was caught trying to change the test results. In the past, he was definitely that kind of person, but Remembering what Ed had been doing lately, Phonia felt a hint of doubt. Was that really all there was to it? That desperation earlier felt real. Now, let the match begin. The referee's voice rang out and Phonia almost immediately formed a magic sphere. Seriously, Ed Roth Taylor, you're throwing me off. I'll end this match. Here I come. As she spoke to Ed, she was also speaking to herself. Start with this. The magic Ed Roth Taylor can use is wind and fire. You'll deal with this magic next. Strip away everything unnecessary. A dramatic match just like the finals. Erase his image from my heart. Phonia's magic sphere shot straight at Ed and knocked him flat on the arena floor. Right after that, Phonia heard Ed say, I lose. This result was outside Phonia's expectation. What did you say? He had clearly seen the water orb's trajectory. Yet he didn't even bother to block it. The crowd started laughing. Wow, he's even more pathetic than Taylor. He tried to act cool and got taken down in one hit. You were amazing, Princess Phonia. That was a great match. I learned a lot. Ed got up, bowed to his opponent, and spoke. That guy, thinking back, he hadn't looked me in the eyes even once. Was he never interested in this match to begin with? The moment the referee loudly announced the winner's name, Ed immediately sprinted out of the combat hall to look for Taylor. This isn't the time to be playing at fighting. Besides, when dealing with Princess Phonia, you'd better act carefully so it doesn't affect the storyline. Because Princess Phonia is a very important character in the script. But even more important than the princess is the protagonist of this world, Taylor. While Ed was desperately scanning around for Taylor, he heard someone call out behind him, What are you doing out here without an escort? Steadying her breath after rushing to catch up with Ed, Phonia shouted angrily, You. Seeing her murderous expression, Ed said blankly, I'm not sure what you mean. If you're talking about the match, I learned a lot. That only made Phonia even angrier. What do you mean, learned a lot? You never intended to win in the first place. You want to end it here? I worked so hard to keep up with class, but that old fox of a merchant only thinks about taking over the academy. And Professor Glass, with that short temper, isn't any better. All that time, the servants kept nagging me about maintaining royal decorum. My head is already full. Who are you to make my mind even more confused? What, she's been bottling it up this whole time. Ed stepped forward, took hold of Phonia's blazing shoulders, bowed his head to her, and soothed her. Princess, take a deep breath and calm down. You don't have to force yourself anymore. Inhale and exhale. Phonia actually listened. After she steadied herself, she said in embarrassment, What just happened? Forget it. Ah, sure. Inside, Ed added, Can I leave now? As he thought that, Ed tiptoed as if to slip away, but then he heard Phonia mutter, That's right. I have a bad habit, I can ask bluntly. But it feels like I'm always trying to guess what they're thinking. Maybe it's because I've lived in the palace for too long. Ed felt down, but he couldn't say it. Just let me go first. I need to find Taylor. At that moment, Phonia continued, So I'll ask sincerely. You tried to cut ties with your family because you learned their dark side, right? You picked a fight with Taylor because you needed an excuse to be expelled from your family. It's a sharp deduction, cool, but completely off. And the Rottler family having a dark side is true. But that's something she would realize far in the future. Right now is too soon. Calculating quickly in his head, Ed avoided Phonia's gaze and answered as if nothing was wrong. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Phonia refused to let it go. No way I'm wrong, it makes no sense at all. Then what were the things you shouted at Taylor earlier? Why would you encourage someone you were trying so hard to drive out? Weren't you someone who never liked Taylor from the start? They were fatal questions, but so what? Her clairvoyant skill could see through lies, yet Phonia had no evidence. More importantly, sticking to the original storyline was his only hope. So, he could lie with confidence without fear. I just wanted to keep him around, that's all. You know, most people hate me. If I encouraged Taylor, people would look at me differently. Something like that. HMPH, really. I'm telling the truth, of course. The clairvoyant skill kept flagging his words as lies, and Phonia grew furious and slammed the table. After a while, Phonia finally said, Fine. All right, from now on, I won't talk about it anymore because I have no proof. You can go. Phonia pointed toward the door. You were planning to go through that door from the very beginning, weren't you? You've got something you need to do, right? Thank you, Ed said, then prepared to leave. But just as he was about to step through the doorway, he quietly thought that this was the first time he'd ever seen this side of Phonia. If someone affects the original story, she would be involved with many people and events enough to give me a headache. Maybe it's my fault. Being a new factor influencing the plot, after much inner struggle, Ed finally couldn't help but say a few words. How can my burden compare to the burden the princess is carrying? Maybe a bit off topic, but you look extremely exhausted. It's important to focus on complex political issues, but you should still take some time to relax. This place isn't a palace where you have to worry about every little thing. This is Sylvania Academy. Bonia stared in surprise as Ed walked away. She couldn't help but feel a bit touched. She had lived a life trying to see through everyone's deceit, but this was the first time someone had seen through her. This is trouble. I've wasted too much time. If Taylor gives up my comfortable life, no, this world might end. Carrying his worries, Ed ran in all directions searching for someone. Eventually, he found Taylor sitting alone in a corner outside. In the schoolyard, Ed instinctively called out to Taylor but suddenly felt embarrassed. But what should I even say? At that moment, Ayla suddenly spread her arms and stood in front of Taylor. With a wary look, she said to Ed, "Don't come any closer, Ed Rothtaylor. Stop bothering Taylor. Without you, Taylor would have already gone through a hard time. Don't bother him any further. Are you still in the school?" Taylor suddenly stood up, approached Ayla, pushed her aside, and faced Ed directly. Taylor's gaze stunned Ed. He has recovered. A fighting spirit never falls even when facing a strong opponent. Somewhere deep inside, his eyes blazed with determination. "I get it. While I face the princess, my childhood friend is his greatest motivation." Ayla ran desperately toward the door without looking back. With Ayla by his side, Taylor would rise again and again. After a moment of silence, Ed said, "Your sword technique is amazing. I get to see it again." "What are you plotting?" "Nothing," Ed replied, thinking to himself, I've been through so much with Taylor, and have stayed by his side until the very end. Let's be honest, I just thought he would save the world, so I only thought about surviving. I treated him differently because he's the main character and would do all the hard work for me. But now, I feel relief. Not because the plot has returned to its original form, but because Taylor, who I stood shoulder to shoulder with, is fine. That's enough. Ed smiled with satisfaction and turned to leave. In the eyes of Taylor and Ayla, there was 3 parts disdain, 7 parts doubt. Why is he acting so cool? At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out. Ed immediately stopped and turned to look in the direction of the blast. According to the plot, everyone would witness this while sitting in Nellie Hall. Princess Lothal and the elf mage Janika Phillip were just sparring. Even in a form different from the original, Ed was sure Taylor and Ayla were watching. Wide-eyed Taylor because one of countless challenges was approaching him. The final boss of Episode 1, Janika Pellifer. After the match ended, students gathered around the victor, Janika, cheering her on. "Thanks," Janika responded with her usual smile. But when she saw Latio, covered in injuries, being carried away on a stretcher by the medics, Janika froze and the praise around her seemed to no longer register. Ed stood not far away, watching Janika. Unlike the original where Lucy defeated Taylor, this ended with the main character participating in the joint combat. This time, Janika became the protector of honor for Class 2-5. Janika already had many friends, but this accident would make everything even crazier for her. This is fine. Ed won't have to see Janika in the tent as much anymore. 2 weeks had passed since the joint combat. Without the main character, Ed could focus on studying and surviving without worry. With a fishing net set up, food was temporarily solved. Ed also felt his body getting stronger, probably due to his physical stats increasing. After bathing, Ed went ashore to put on clothes and noticed an unexpected visitor, shyly standing, covering her face, and asking an innocent question. "Ed, do you like being naked? You just appear out of nowhere and say what? I just came back from fishing," Ed yelled at Janika, putting on his shirt while complaining. "Why do you keep coming back here? This is my secret place. It makes me feel like an adventurer, and that's exciting. I wanted to talk to you a bit more, and I also need some advice." "Probably." "Advice?" Ed repeated in his mind, adding, "Why is it me?" Janika stared into the distance, voice slightly sad. "You left early then, so you probably didn't notice. But in last month's joint combat, I injured someone. Wasn't her opponent using intermediate magic? Intermediate magic is forbidden. Well, it doesn't matter to someone as kind-hearted as Janika." Ed thought, "I tried to forget, but maybe I tried too hard. I couldn't shake those thoughts, I get it." Esdap quietly sat down beside Janika. "Should I go apologize to her? Even if my friends would stop me and say it was her fault first." A lovable, lively second-year student, Janika was a precious treasure to everyone in so many ways. So if she felt guilty or blamed herself, everyone would come to comfort her and take her side. But Janika knew that while it was wonderful to have someone by your side no matter what, it still couldn't erase what had happened. That's probably why she came to me. Then do it if you think it's the right thing. Ad's answer caught Janika off guard. After a long silence, Janika said with a calm face, "As expected, you never take my side unconditionally." "Sorry if I offended you, Hung. No, you misunderstood. I'm not offended at all. Honestly, I feel relieved. I wish everyone in this world were like you." Janika said gratefully. Janika could be cheerful and stand out, but she was also very perceptive, even when she asked to borrow money in a tough spot. Ad didn't show the desperation people usually did. This boy was indirectly telling her not to try to get close, but those sides of Ad made her feel strangely at ease. The next day at the academy, Ed wore a funeral-like expression and hurried along, grumbling to himself, "This is bad." The failed swordsman of Sylvania is hailed as a masterpiece, but very few people ever see the ending. New players hit a lot of bad endings early on. For example, if you rescue a girl in the bushes from the insect beasts during the placement exam. You'll witness the princess's secret. She'll send people to kidnap Talk Taylor, and then Taylor gets assassinated during the monster hunting training. If you ignore your childhood friend Ayla and build a relationship with the princess, Ayla will die from falling off a cliff, because Taylor was supposed to save Ayla when she was about to fall. If you protect the princess from the fire spirit Taken that Janika summons, then Taylor will be burned alive. Senior, didn't you hear me? That crystal clear voice pulled Ed back to reality. I have to run. The alarm bell in his head rang out. Annoyed, he said to the girl with blazing red hair in front of him, "Why do you keep tailing me? I can't believe you've been gritting your teeth and ignoring me this long." Ad replied to himself, "Of course I'm ignoring her. Isn't it obvious? The fourth heroine of the failed swordsman of Sylvania. Princess Lothal Kitchen, the only daughter of business tycoon Elter Kitchen, also known as the Rookie Crusher." Lothal beamed and made an offer. "I want to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ad." Lothal Kitchen is written as a hidden hero. Unlike Phonia, Lothal is treated like a villain from the very beginning. Her true colors are only revealed in the second half of the story, the moment people realize Lothal's real loneliness and suffering. Players end up torn between choosing Phonia or Lothal. But right now, I can't let her words knock me over. If I get pulled into her game, I'll lose the initiative. Thinking that, Ed kept treating Lothal like air and walked straight ahead. Of course, Lothal wouldn't let it go so easily. She kept following and hopped to his side again. "At least listen to me first. I just want to help you. Stop scamming people. Oh, come on, Senior. How can you say that after all the sincerity I've shown you?" Lothal stepped forward to block Ad's path and kept talking, "Seeing you as an inspiration to me. Even in a tough situation, you keep studying. Of course, not that arrogant, self-centered kind. But who cares? Haha, please just hear my offer first." As she said that, Lothal opened her hand, pinching 3 gold coins in front of Ad. "I'll pay 3 gold coins as a deposit. You've been pretty close with Senior Janika lately, right? Help me get close to her." 3 gold coins to some people, that's a whole month's pay, but Ed leaned in toward Lothal and said with disgust, "This amazing princess is using money to buy relationships." Lothal shoved the 3 gold coins into Ad's coat pocket and laughed. "Just keep it. You know, I just think the more people on my side, the better." By instinct alone, she realized she would have to fight Princess Phonia politically in order to take control of the academy, and she had to start looking for allies from now on. Ad suddenly smiled and held his hand out. "All right, then we should at least shake hands." Lothal happily shook S's hand. She couldn't help feeling pleased. For people who have lived their whole lives in wealth, a single minute of poverty is enough to crush their hearts. But surprisingly, for people in that state, even a small sum is enough to bring them to their knees. They'll sell their entire fortune, their pride, even themselves, just to chase money. Recruiting desperate people like this is so simple, sadly. It should have been. Lothal watched the 3 gold coins return to her after that handshake. Then she watched S walk away, a flicker of interest rising in her heart, at odds with the calm look she wore. Ad was gritting his teeth, trying to stay calm so he wouldn't be swayed by money. If he accepted it, his life could have been much easier. If that were the case, it would be truly shameful. He couldn't imagine the nightmares he'd face if caught between the rookie crushing and easy paths. No matter what, he had to avoid anything that would derail the original storyline. In fact, Laudio didn't feel humiliated by Ed's outright rejection. Understanding advantages, points, and self-interest, the perfect businesswoman never let an opportunity slip by. On the contrary, it ignited her indomitable spirit, turning Janika Phillips into an ally. That very night, Lothal pretended to coincidentally meet Janika, then began psychological manipulation to gain sympathy. "You know, people had talked a lot about you for using forbidden intermediate magic in the joint battle. It's been a while, but I still want to apologize if there's a chance. So your wound hasn't healed yet?" Janika looked at Lothal's bandaged arm, worried. "I just wanted to see how the top second-year student handles it. Still, I had to pay a pretty high price." Janika resembled the protagonists in fairy tales. Could exploiting her guilt make it easier to control her? Laudio thought, then smiled brightly at Janika. "It should heal soon. No need to worry too much, Senior Janika." Just then, Janika suddenly asked a pointed question. "I bet your conversation with Ad went very smoothly, right?" The question stunned Lothal. Why would she ask that? "I told them to restrain themselves if it involves personal matters. But you know, spirits love gossip, don't you? I can hear most conversations happening in the northern part of the forest." Thinking about what I said to Ad made Laudio a little flustered. Janika stepped closer and whispered to Lothal, "You know, money can't buy sincerity. Your choice, Ad, moved me even more than that." After that, Janika returned to her usual gentle demeanor, awkwardly scratching her head. She's a little self-satisfied. Since it's her first time being a senior, she's a bit boastful. "Embarrassing, I have to go. Preparing the contract requires a lot of effort." With a high-level spirit, recently she received a lot of support, so she has to work even harder. Janika turned to leave. But she hadn't gone far before turning back. "Oh right, sorry about the other day. You got hurt pretty badly because of me, didn't you? Hope you recover soon. I need to reconsider her." Janika Pellifer, similar to a fairy tale protagonist. "I was wrong, a model human, not at all. Despite fully understanding the dark side of this world, she can still maintain her character. Her cheerful self, this is tricky, Lothal thought. Then he realized something. Just now, she seemed unusually tense. Next morning, smells terrible. Right after that, Ad's freshly dried clothes were suddenly blown to the ground by a whirlwind. Ad, annoyed and about to complain, noticed a familiar person standing nearby. The senior maid of the Opheles dorm hall, Belmi. She was the one who kicked him out before. Belle glanced around and said, I know you're here. Janika has told me a lot about you. Still, I didn't realize you had to live like this. Glad to see you've improved so much. Where? Although Ed disagreed with this opinion, he politely responded. Belle's words went in one ear and out the other, and Ad's eyes remained fixed on the basket in her hands. The Opheles hall maids were an elite group of women, responsible for perfectly maintaining the dorms, including cooking for the students. In that basket were the finest ingredients the maid had sourced from the forest. This was knowledge you couldn't gain just from reading books. You don't need to be so formal. Just talk to me normally like back at Opheles. Fine. Belle said coldly. Let's see. Ad's small mind started calculating. An event with Belmia influencing the main plot. There's no event where Belmia directly affects the main story. Then being friends with her should be fine, right? Thinking this, Ad smiled brightly at Belle. Never mind. How could I speak casually to a diligent maid like her? And about that basket, a moment later, Ad's system displayed a notification. You have learned about various berries, mushrooms, and edible herbs from Belmia. Creation complete. Crafting skill increased. New product, fishing net system. Difficulty, 2 stars. You have properly woven the net, attached it to a branch, and set it up to prevent collapse. Fish caught in the net can survive for a few days in groundwater. With the fishing net, Ad acquired plenty of meat and fish. His food needs were basically covered. As for magic, he still only used 2 basic spells, fire and wind, but he had practiced them so much that he unknowingly reached level 10 proficiency. Using them for chopping wood or cooking greatly increased his survival chances. Evidence, he finished his work before the sun even set. Moreover, Ed enjoyed a cup of fragrant herbal tea made from the herbs Belmia had shown him, feeling even more delighted inside. While Ed admired the sunset and savored life, he suddenly noticed a bright spot streaking down from the sky toward him. Boom! Ed was blown away. Although unharmed, his tent was also swept away. Where the tent should have been, there was now a crater. Inside it was Lucy, still half asleep. That was too close, Lucy said in panic. Almost dead. Who was the powerful continental mage talking to? Belmia. Lucy muttered that name, trembling all over. I handled things as usual, but for some reason she became so sensitive. She came close, clenching her fists. Startled, I ran away. Ed looked at the enormous crater and said sympathetically, You must be in pain, right? Of course, Lucy replied. Then she asked innocently, Do you have anything left to eat? Ed couldn't help it and immediately swung a branch at Lucy's head. Asking again, Didn't I blow it all away already? Lucy held her head, wincing in pain. No magic protection? While Ed doubted silently, Lucy explained, Actually, my mana is already depleted. Ed grinned mischievously and flicked her forehead. This is the punishment for destroying my house. And this is from the kind Miss Belmia. I need a sturdier house. Come on, let's build a proper wooden house. With that in mind, the next day Ed arrived at the library early to gather the necessary information. Design data, required materials, and the rest is just trimming trees and finishing the roof. Ed closed the book with a joyful mood. Just then, a stranger's voice rang out. Closing time. Ed glanced at the charming girl before him and apologetically spoke. The senior studies diligently indeed. Seeing someone focused on studying like the senior also motivates me to learn. I am Elka Aisland, a first-year mage student. What's this? Her gaze seemed to urge him. Did she want to know his name? Complying with Elka's wish, Ed introduced himself. I'm Ed Rodela. Seeing Elka's astonished expression, Ed shrugged, a familiar reaction. As predicted, his reputation couldn't disappear instantly. Reputation is the hardest thing to erase in this academy. Unlike the rumors, in just a few days, I've read all the books on elemental science you've seen. Unbelievable. Even now, he quietly read in one spot, yet completed over 6 specialized books at once. How could there be rumors about him? That he knows nothing and only pretends to be capable. Clearly, rumors can't be trusted. You're lucky to encounter someone sincere. As capable as the senior, that's why I will fully support the senior. Then it was Ed's turn. Amazed, he smiled sincerely and said, Thank you. Then be careful on your way back. I'll tidy up here and then return to the dormitory. At that moment, an earthquake shook the entire library. The bookshelves began to topple, and one couldn't withstand the aftershocks and fell. Right where Elka was standing. Volume 1, Final Chapter, The Glasskin Battle begins. 11:30 a.m. Temporary outpost in front of the Student Union Center. With the main character being Taylor's group, many students joined the fray. 2 hours had passed since the sudden disaster struck. That is the highest level shadow spirit. That is the Glasskin summoning circle. Bad news, because only one person has the sensitivity to summon such a high-level shadow spirit. The person capable is our enemy, the top student of the second year who has been possessed. Janika fell off her. Bonia's words made the space suddenly fall into a terrifying silence. Then Taylor spoke, breaking the silence. Unfortunately, but this is not the time for this. According to Ayla, we shouldn't delay further. If Glasgow is summoned, casualties will be higher. We must enter the student union immediately. Claire, captain of the Royal Guard, spoke. Those outside the barrier will soon notice what's happening. If the Royal Guard and the professors handle this situation, they will quickly. Elvira Anderson, the meddling first-year girl from the senior class. Cut in. If that is the barrier formed by a high-level shadow spirit in the academy, it is extremely strong. Interference from outside will be difficult. This must be resolved internally, and Principal Obel is currently absent. But if everyone here works together, even a high-level spirit can be defeated, right? I object. Glebius Nodden, huddled in a corner, spoke tremblingly. Pierce through those mid-level spirits, subdue all the spirit beasts, then enter the building and defeat Janika. But that's not all. There are also high-level spirits inside the tower, apparently 2 of them. The high-level fire spirit Takin and the high-level shadow spirit Velosfer have died, contained within there, but charging in would be like committing suicide. I can't go. Bonia is also somewhat unsettled, but is it really true that that person did it alone? Even if they're the top student of Class 52, isn't this magical power too overwhelming? Summoning and sustaining this dark soul is far from simple. Ayla suggests maybe it's mainly the power of Velosfer's dark soul, and Janika was just a tool he used to control it. The dark soul, a natural enemy of the animist belief followers. Such power cannot be controlled by anyone. More accurately, they are demons trying to shake the peace of this continent. This is why all spiritualists keep their minds pure, staying away from darkness to avoid corruption. However, Janika was more skilled than anyone in dark elemental science. No one knows how Velosfer managed to exploit Janika and control his soul. Zip, silent until now, suddenly speaks. That's no longer important. What matters is deciding our course of action now. Only one person can decide that, Princess Phonia. Please tell us. Phonia looks at everyone. Inside, she feels immense pressure with everyone waiting for her decision. Suddenly, the words of some guy flash through her mind. No matter what burdens I carry, they can't compare to the burdens the princess must bear right now, right? No, she will have to make many complicated decisions. If only I could live as freely as he does, Phonia thinks enviously. Then she begins assigning tasks. In 1 hour, we will proceed inside. But this includes me and my escort, Cody. The top students of each class and Class A students. Only those with proven skills can enter. Everyone prepare yourselves, I will lead this battle. At this moment, a male student runs up to report, Princess. What about the others? Adri Hun and some mages are sitting in protest, unwilling to participate. Bonia feels a headache, so we will be the only ones who can act in this battle. Also, no other students. Wait, there is still someone who can help. A pink-haired girl rushes forward, cutting off the male student and starts explaining, when I was in the library, there was only an apprentice librarian and a second-year student left. Bonia asks suspiciously, really? What's their name? Elka Island. Upon hearing the name, Zip immediately rushes to confront the girl, Elka. Zip's overreaction makes the girl a bit flustered. Yes, we were studying magical library management together in the apprentice librarian class. Damn, we have to find her immediately. Elka has no means of self-defense. Zip turns to leave, but Phonia, Lo, and Hotel stop him. Calm down, Zip. The library is still quite far. No rush, the first thing we must do is subdue Janika, the cause of this problem. Right, Zip. Also, there's another second-year student in the library. Why not trust that person now? Who is that? Hey, are there really students left in the library? Phonia asks the girl. Yes, that person is. At this point, the girl hesitates. Don't hide it, tell me, she says. Zip impatiently grabs the girl's sleeve to press her. Upon hearing the name Esroot Taylor, his expression turns ugly. I'm sorry, that person stayed until late. I was so annoyed I left Elka in charge and walked away. You all know what that person is like, right? Elka doesn't care about such rumors. So Esroot Taylor, that immoral person, was alone with the librarian in the library, right? The gossip makes Zip's face even worse, this time ignoring Phonia's advice. And disregarding the summoning circle, Zip flies straight to the library, cutting off the heads of a few monsters that emerged from the circle. He thinks, Ezra Taylor, if he dares touch even a hair of Elka, I will make him pay with his life. The phrase, dragon born in the stream, alone can't describe Zip's miraculous feats on the northern plains of the Empire. Savage land untouched even by royal power. It's a place where, at the end of the day, you feel lucky if your head is still on your shoulders. Zip is a descendant of a nomadic people there but got lost while growing up. He doesn't know when he was displaced to the human world. Why was he displaced? He doesn't even know if he can return to the life he had there. Zip learned to transform into a deer before he learned to read. Instead of buying things at a store, the first thing he learned was how to steal goods and supplies. Corpses lay by the roadside. Zix lived like a wild beast until he met Elka. While everyone looked at him in fear, Elka was like an angel. She walked up, smiled brightly, and said, "You're dressed like a wolf that walks on two legs." From that moment on, Zix understood a life of wandering across the vast, endless northern grassland. He took the moon as his roof, sleeping and eating like a beast. The animal carcass by the road might even have been a lone wolf abandoned by its pack. He truly lived a terribly lonely life. Elka and her father welcomed him as family. As he chased the frantic rhythm of human civilization, that savage life became a distant past. A wolf cub became a real human being. But to protect Elka, he was willing to become a monster again. And that man, Ezra Taylor, was a filthy piece of work, cheating on exams, insulting the princess, and preying on younger schoolgirls. Thinking of that, Ziggs burned with urgency and raced to the library at breakneck speed. When he saw Ed, covered in blood in a corner, Ziggs grabbed him by the collar and demanded answers. "Where's Elka? What did you do to her? Talk now, she's in reading room 3. Ziggs didn't waste words. He tossed Ed aside and sprinted to room 3, where he saw Elka sleeping peacefully. Only then did Zix let out a breath and start analyzing the situation. On closer thought, huge cabinets, so heavy even a grown man would struggle to lift them, had been set up around Elka. They were shielding her, and a curtain had been hung to block the view of the rampaging spirits. Zix's eyes locked onto the words written on the board across from where Elka lay. "When you wake up, don't panic and stay here. Everything will be over before dawn. So stay calm, block the entrance, and don't provoke the spirits. Always put your own safety first, and don't move rashly." Someone had tried to protect Elka. As he was thinking, Ziggs noticed the blood-stained coat draped over Elka. This was Elka's blood. Ziggs followed the trail of blood from Elka to the door, then stopped in front of Ed. Even injured, he hadn't treated himself. The blood belonged to Elka's protector, Ezra Taylor. But why exactly? Ed sat there, full of regret, and if you wanted to know what he regretted, you had to go back to 3 hours earlier. Earlier, Ed had used his body to stop a cabinet from crushing Elka, injuring himself. Elka, terrified, fainted. Good thing I usually do a bit of strength training, but why is everything moving faster than expected? Ed thought to himself and walked to the window, looking toward the glowing summoning circle. From here, you could tell the conquest of Gaskin had begun. Someone would know how to handle that. I don't need to focus on a place like that, where all the big shots are gathered. Because the future can't be changed. But time is money, I can't just sit here. With that in mind, Ed rolled up his sleeves and started stacking things into a protective barricade for Elka. Before long, fleeing low-level spirits would spill out, so I have to block the entrance so they can't get in. While I'm at it, I'll use the time to rearrange this place to be safer. Now, while chewing on the beef jerky I brought, I'll spend the whole night studying these materials. Wait, so the reason Janika's skill is special is her proficiency and her abilities in spirit insight and spirit sensing. Those two stats increase through contact with spirits, because simply being able to meet and communicate with spirits is already a rare talent. For me, someone who can't even see spirits, raising those stats like she does is almost impossible. But Ed looked at the spirits outside the library hallway, excitement surging in his chest. Were those manifested spirits summoned by Janika? This sweet little opportunity, I'm going to enjoy it. After dealing with the spirits. Besides gaining more spirit magic, Ed's other magic stats also rose sharply. Specifically, the fire element spell Ignition reached level 12. Spirit magic reached level 7. They say if the combined total goes over level 15, you can form a spirit pact, but it looks like he'd already hit his body's limit. Pushing further would be very dangerous. Back in the present, while Ed was lost in thought, Zix carried Elka out. "What are you sitting there for?" Zix's question irritated Ed a little. Why ask that? He couldn't ignore the fact that he was resting while covered in wounds. There was no need to beat around the bush. So Ed answered with a short, blunt reply. "I was sitting there training to the point where even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe the answer." Thinking that, but Zick didn't expose Ad's weakness and continued speaking, "Really. Now I feel like I understand him a little better. He has always been that kind of person. I really owe him a lot." Senior Ad Ziz bowed respectfully and said, "When the opportunity arises, I will definitely repay this debt." This action took Ad a bit by surprise. At this moment, you suddenly remember something. LK must be Zix's lover. From the very beginning, LK's name appeared in the guidebook. You had completely forgot. It seems LK is quite important to the service. If so, looking at the situation, it seems you left the student guild and came to. Come here once you're sure LK is safe. Continue with your work. Hurry back to the student guild. Go help Taylor. If you follow what he says, things will be resolved somehow. Taylor, you mean Taylor Marlott, right? That guy always avoids defeat in combat, Zix said somewhat resentfully. I don't know why Taylor is so highly rated. I've never even spoken to him. The problem is Taken's shell, a high-level demon spirit, can only be harmed by the elemental slash. It's the main skill Taylor learned in Network 1, Scene 9. The strategy for this battle relies on that skill. If we can get Taylor to use it, the chances of victory are very high, Ad explained. Although he didn't rate Carl Taylor very highly, Ziggs obediently said, Thanks for the guidance. Then LK quickly left. I gave so much advice, hoping the plan would succeed. But why hasn't Zix befriended Taylor yet? Scene 9, end of term assessment in the duel between the two. Taylor was defeated, but learned how to perform the elemental slash and sever the service's magic. After seeing the opponent's determination, Ziggs recognized Taylor and eventually they became friends. However, in reality, the final chapter of Act 1 is 1 month earlier than the original. So they aren't friends yet. Taylor hasn't learned the elemental severing technique. No one in the current fighting force can damage Taken. Ed now realizes that the entire storyline progression has collapsed. After getting Elka to safety, Zix returned to the plaza where the heroes were gathering. Sorry for being late, I will definitely pay for my sin. Under the judgmental stares aimed at Dix, Phonia gently rubbed the wine and said, "It's okay, even if we die, we'll be defeated anyway." The attack team failed in the first round. Everyone except Zix bore injuries from the unsuccessful assault. The only difference, some lightly injured, others seriously hurt. If everyone plans to attack again, better gather more volunteers. I'll join as soon as the pain in my leg subsides. Phonia immediately overruled him. No, you rest first. You can't move normally right now. Princess Phonia, if you truly care about me, please retract your order, Phonia gritted out. I too have something called a human heart. The current team situation doesn't look good. Luckily the retreat succeeded, but you've lost all your strength. Plebius, first-year combat club president, is also injured. Phonia began feeling frustrated but had no choice but to continue fighting. First, use all remaining strength to defeat Taken. At that moment a familiar voice rang out. I don't have time to take down. But judging by the state of the summoning ritual, it will be completed very soon. Everyone's eyes turned to the owner of that voice. Although this was the situation he wanted to avoid most, he couldn't do anything. From now on, he would intervene in this battle. Ad proudly stepped to the crowd and clearly commanded, split the fighting force into 2 teams. I'll lead one team and proceed my way. Lebius froze just as he was about to oppose Ad. Zig stopped him. Listen carefully, he said. Ad then began outlining the plan. We must get past Taken's fire spirit revived by Yannicka, and deal with Janika, who is controlled by Velosfer's dark spirit. But everyone has probably faced Taken before, so you know. Because of that shell, we can't use our strength against him, so there's no need to confront Taken directly. While one team draws Taken's attention, the other enters the combat training area to subdue Janika under control. If we bypass Taken, we only need to deal with Janika. Ladio, hearing this, skeptically said, it's completely different from what we knew. About Taken during combat training, the reason we were able to retreat was luck. If the decoy team failed and Taken chased the suppression team, or if the decoy team was completely wiped out, then ultimately, we'd have to handle both problems at once. The risk would be too high. We can only weigh the level of risk when there are other alternatives. Follow them. In the end, the most important goal is to subdue Janika. Then Tarkin will be neutralized too. The question is, who's going to be on the decoy team? Zip asked curiously, and that group would basically be committing suicide, Elvira added. At that moment, Taylor was the first to volunteer for the decoy team, but was immediately forced back. Refuse, no way, don't do that, get in there. No matter what, you're still part of the combat group. I've got quick feet, but I don't know how long I can keep running. If I have to sacrifice myself, then it's the right thing to do. You're misunderstanding something. We're not choosing a scapegoat. We don't necessarily have to split in half either. Plebius and Lothal can handle that. 3 of us, including me, will lure Taken. At once, the 2 bait team fighters protested fiercely. Why me? I don't want to die. I'll politely refuse this too. Ed had to spend a bit of his precious time giving them a pep talk. Just then, Phonia spoke up. What you said isn't wrong at all. I still don't know the purpose, but I hereby command everyone in the name of Phonia Elias Glowell, the 3rd princess of the Cloel Empire. Split the combat team into 2 groups with different missions. Taylor, Zix, and Ayla will be on the team suppressing Janika. Plebius, Lothal, and Ezra Taylor will act as bait for Taken. Last but not least, I'll keep this very brief because we're almost out of time. No matter what, don't die, never fail. After the orders were given, everyone began moving according to their assigned tasks. Seeing the enormous creature prowling the corridor, Lothal asked anxiously, how do we buy time against that fire lizard god? Like I said, just follow the plan, we'll win no matter what. The moment Ed finished, all 3 sprinted straight toward Taken. Don't worry, Grigius, we can do this. Grigius was timid and lacked confidence in his abilities. As the only male trainee in the combat department, Ed's encouragement caught him a little off guard. Why is he so confident? Is there really some way to win? In the combat training room behind that door, Janika Felufer, all we have to do is lure Taken, right? The princess's steadfast demeanor made me admire her and follow her all the way here. But since I'm not alone, maybe I can muster all my courage. A strange sense of reassurance rose in Clebius's chest, and he charged toward Taken without fear. But just as Taken was about to breathe fire, fear surged back into Grigius's heart. He turned and shouted to his teammates, it's coming. The battle began. How do we lure it now? Silence was Clebius's answer because his two teammates had vanished without a trace. He froze for 5 seconds. Even Takken seemed surprised. Only after a moment did it start chasing Clebius like crazy. I'm in pain, I'm done for. Clebius ran for his life, crying and wailing miserably. Why are you doing this to me? You lunatics, where are you? Come out here, damn it. I hate this whole world. Meanwhile, Lothal stood by the outer wall of the spike tube corridor outside the combat training room, thinking about what had just happened. Earlier, after saying a few encouraging words to Clebius, Ed stopped Lothal and said to her, let's head outside first, after we shove Clebius into the spiked corridor to lure that monster. So you mean you're sacrificing Clebius in the end? It might not be terrible if it saves many people, but it still won't escape moral criticism. Ed shrugged. Sacrifice? He may look like that, but he's got the makings of a leader. His stamina and agility are insane. Besides, in this operation, the most important role will be yours, Lothal. You're the one responsible for securing a safe entrance for the team suppressing Janika. In practice, you'll play a key role in creating a fake corridor, so the assault team can move safely. Everyone was hesitating about whether to do it, but you're good at this kind of thing. Lothal gently used magic to blow away the wall, just enough to pin it down at the base. Lothal gave a mischievous smile to the assault team standing on the other side of the barrier, thinking to herself, you really can't judge someone based on rumors alone. Come to think of it, during group combat training, he'd seen me blast apart the ceiling of the spiked tunnel with magic. Forbidden intermediate magic. So that's why he handed me this role on the spot. What an interesting guy, Ezra Taylor. Anyway, the way in was secure. As for the rest, Lothal glanced at Clebius being chased by Takken not far away. His mouth didn't stop spewing curses. Lothal, Ed, do you really think I'm going to die? I won't let you off. Even if the operation succeeds and the combat force gets inside safely without running into Takken. Clebius and I still have to deal with Takken now that it's burst outside, fighting it in the student hall where the corridor has no escape route. No, I'm sorry, save me. I'm sorry I said I'd deal with you. Please just save me once. Hearing Clebius's shrill cries, Ed thought to himself, die, you can run. Just run, we've bought enough time to figure out how to handle it now. Because the monster has a defensive shell, no attack is effective. Moreover, no one on the combat team escapes injury when facing that monster head-on. Without elemental power, no one on the combat team can break Takken's shell. What they need right now is overwhelming firepower. While Lothal tried to restrain Takken with ice magic, Ed quickly grabbed a mysterious bag in his hand and ran to find Lucy, who was currently asleep with her tongue lolling out on the rooftop. Almost no one could complete the extra completion condition. Ed had tried countless times. Lucy, who had nowhere to sleep because her shelter was destroyed, came to the rooftop where she used to sleep before. Janika was in a bad mood. Belmaya became sensitive because of it. So Lucy ran for it, burning through every last bit of her magic to escape, then passed out from exhaustion. It might have been a twist in the script, meant to remove this unstable human from a perilous situation that would have needed her help from the very start. Ad opened the mysterious bag. Inside was something surprisingly simple, beef jerky. The moment she caught the scent of her favorite food, Lucy snapped awake. But before she could even figure out what was happening, Ad stuffed a pile of jerky into her mouth, calibrated the coordinates, and hurled her straight in front of Takken. To stay alive against the giant lizard Takken, Lucy had no choice but to unleash the advanced lightning spell Divine Punishment at him. Just as Ad had planned, in a way, this was the most crucial moment. Takken was a high-tier fire spirit. He couldn't be taken down even if everyone rushed him because his protective shell was far too tough. But now, after Lucy used high-level magic, even that hard shell had been broken. Now he would take damage from their attacks. Of course, if Ad finished him off himself, he'd gain a massive amount of experience. So why should he care about anything else right now? The final blow that ended the monster had to be his. I'm so proud of you, my darling daughter, Janika. I'm really happy to be your friend, Janika. You're the pride of the second years. You're the only one who showed truly masterful skills in this joint combat training. If it's Janika, then I can trust it. Without you, the second years would be the dumbest generation ever. I'm glad you're here, Janika. Being trusted and expected so much by everyone isn't necessarily a good thing. Those expectations created invisible pressure on Janika, giving Velasfer a chance to seize her soul. Seeing the suppression squad arrive, Janika thought to herself, everyone's here now. That's right, I should greet them with a smile like I always do. Unfortunately, she didn't even finish her greeting before Velasfer took control again. A loud crash from the hall caught Ad's attention. Had Janika's side already started fighting? This battle would end when dawn broke. Luckily, I'm almost done too. Ad sprinted over to his decoy team teammates. Seeing Clebius still running for his life, he turned and asked Ladio, "How's Lucy?" She rolled off somewhere. If she can deal with it, great. I don't think she has enough energy left to cast spells. Ad sighed. Fine, then we'll finish it ourselves. I thought so too, but it's still resisting even after I gathered all my mana. I even hit it with 2 ordinary ice spears. How can it tank so much? We have to cut its head off. Your ice magic isn't sharp enough, so leave it to me. Ladio was a little surprised, but you're a mage too, senior. If so, shouldn't we leave it to a swordsman, like Clebius, for example? Ad jerked his chin toward Clebius. You think he can do it? Yeah, no, he really can't. He's sitting over there scared out of his mind. I'll take responsibility for ending this. So hold it still for me for a moment. I'll risk my life for everyone, so you'd better do your part properly. Ad's words made Ladio hesitate. Senior Ad, talking about responsibility and risking your life, don't you make it sound a bit too easy. Come to think of it, it sounds like you're betting your own life. It's not a bet, because a life isn't something cheap. More precisely, it's an investment. Ladio smiled, an investment right up my alley. Maybe I'm a princess who holds everything in her hands. Yet because of royal blood, I still end up being swayed by the flow of life. But since you're willing to risk your life for me, I'll risk my life for you too. With that, Ladio used all her strength to restrain Takken as Ad closed in on the target. At last, Ad invoked Wind Butterfly, the spell he'd probably used thousands of times, and successfully lopped off Takken's head. You have defeated the high-tier fire spirit Takken. Spirit magic increases the spirit link domain, opening a pact. With a spirit, the spirit pact is now available. Mission complete. Only then did Ad have the presence of mind to look toward the hall where the suppression team was fighting. He saw Gaskin's right arm appear, blotting out a whole swath of the sky. Then Taylor shot upward, slashing through the elements with his sword and chopping that arm into pieces. After that, Taylor, platinum hair and all, passed out midair and fell straight to the ground. The deadly incident was finally over. The decoy team dragged along Lucy, still dead asleep and unaware of anything, to a grassy area not far from the academy to rest, while also having a casual chat together. A bunch of cowardly bastards, Clebius grumbled. Yeah, Ad chimed in, piling on. What is it, senior? We just went through something horrifying and nearly died, but you still look so calm. Let me introduce myself once more. I am Ladio Kitchen. Saying that, Ladio extended a hand toward Ed, signaling a handshake. Ed politely shook Ladio's hand. Then 3 gold coins appeared in his hand. While Ed was still stunned, Ladio spoke with his usual mischievous grin. This time I win. You let your guard down, right? Now you owe me a favor. What should I do? We'll find out, senior. You mean you want to stay in touch with me? Honestly, I don't want to get involved with her. But then Ed saw Taylor Bok Kim approaching him. Taylor's appearance showed that he had mastered the elemental sword. He looked just like in the game, truly impressive. Ed thought to himself, frustrating, you probably know why I'm so irritated. Even so, I owe you this time. Thank you, Taylor said, bowing to Ed. Taylor, you don't need to show respect to this kind. One day he'll stab you in the back. Because of him, I almost died. Immediately, Clebius was shunned by the community. Shut up, Clebius, that's enough talk, you're too noisy. Grebius sulked in a corner, nursing his hurt feeling. Due to Ed's contributions in the recent battle, Bonia intended to send a letter recommending him to the student council, but Ed declined. Anyway, Lucy was the one who contributed the most to defeating Takken, and Taylor was the one who defeated Volosphor and Glasskin. So please focus on those two. Elvira chimed in, don't dodge the topic. Everyone knows Lucy and Taylor worked hard. But we're talking about something else. Are you embarrassed or what? He's a senior, so speak properly, Elvira. Ziz jumped out to scold Elvira, making her bristle with anger. Watching their childish quarrel made Ed laugh. To avoid affecting the original storyline, he tried to keep his distance from the main characters, yet seeing them in person felt so heartwarming. To witness them fulfilling their roles in this world and solving problems time and again. Taylor grew stronger through the exams, and Ayla grew stronger because of Taylor. Bonia matured, accepting the fate of a ruler overseeing the kingdom. Ziz found his own path through knowledge. Regarding civilizations, Grebius gained more self-confidence. Elvira realized that joy and attention aren't everything in life. Ladio wondered whether life was being manipulated by gold coins. Each main character had a different role, and the ultimate goal was the cup called victory. Ed went to the Opheles Hall, where the fiery battle between the suppression team and Velosphor had just occurred, to look for the spare podium. It was the place where Lucy had once slept during joint combat training. Although it seemed hopeless, he had no other choice but this place. For the main characters to shine, someone had to stay behind the scene. Ed recalled his conversation with Ladio while they rested, waiting for the suppression team. Think about it, why did Janika lose control of her power and start breaking things? I know why, here's the story. Once I accidentally saw Janika's room. Everything in that room symbolized sincerity and gratitude. There were so many gifts on the desk that there wasn't a single space to open a book, even though the desk was large. The walls were covered with notes. At that moment, Ed understood. The walls were full of notes, each one like a stone weighing down her shoulders. The solution was simple. Janika just needed to remove all the notes from the walls and put all the gifts in a corner of the room. But she couldn't, because she was the protagonist in a fairy tale. The thought of cherishing all the kindness and sincerity the world offered haunted her mind. No explanation was needed to see that this had left her vulnerable. Velosphor seized the opportunity to exploit that darkness. This could have been predicted. but why did it happen a month earlier? In the original script, Taylor was the hero, but because Lucy knocked him away in one strike, all the students became Janika's fan. Merylda and Lucy made a pact, which was also why Taylor was defeated with a single blow. Lucy could make that pact with Merylda because she often went to the northern forest. Because there was a comfortable place to sleep, and the one who built that comfortable spot was supposed to be someone else. The sequence restarted. Thinking of this, Ed sighed as he looked at Janika. Janika left the spare podium, smiling as she spoke. I think I know why Lucy chose to sleep here. Because it's really warm. I didn't expect you to find me so easily. I thought everyone else had forgotten about me during all the trouble. It's a bit sad, happiness is shared, but when there's misfortune, am I the only one who suffers? I thought they would come looking for me, calling out, Janika. Where are you? Look at someone hiding and then calling others to find them. I really can't argue with that, haha. I didn't expect you to find me right away. I wanted to stay in this closet a little longer, because I'm about to cry and I look awful when I do. Ed stayed silent, suddenly recalling Merylda's request relayed through Lucy, that message from the wolf. It felt like she was asking him to help make sure Janika wouldn't end up in a situation like this. But that couldn't be true. I'm the only one who knows how the future will turn out, so. She probably thought that while everyone else around her paid attention and pressured her, the one who tried to keep a distance, yet refused to leave her side, would be Janika's support. In the end, Janika failed. She tried to make a contract with a high-level spirit, but in her haste during the summoning ritual, she became prey for the shadow spirit and simultaneously destroyed the academy building. Every day, she stayed up late and woke up early to study and practice magic. She always smiled at her family, friends, and teachers, those who genuinely encouraged her. On the surface, she tried to please everyone, but alone, she surely tormented herself a lot. Seeing Janika's forced smile now, Ed only said one short sentence. Janika, you've worked so hard on stage. The main characters proudly display their skills, and the audience cheers with applause. Words of praise like honey to the ears. Behind the stage, however, everything is dark and quiet. The villains from the previous act must immediately retreat, giving way for the main characters of the new act to enter. Ed's words left Janika stunned for a moment, then she cried like a child. At that very moment, Ed saw spheres of light of every color fly in and transform into spirits surrounding Janika. Ed had witnessed countless acts begin and end, but only this time did he truly see such a perfect conclusion. Immediately after, a series of notifications appeared before Ed's eye. Magic spirits linked spirit level 10. Magic spirits spirit knowledge level 10. Low-level fire spirit Elgo likes you. Low-level wind spirit Ritz likes you. High-level wind spirit Merylda likes you very much. 10 days have passed since Janika's disciplinary hearing concluded. She admitted all her mistakes. She also expressed remorse and said she was willing to accept punishment. However, in the first hearing, all of Janika's teachers and friends testified in her favor. In the second hearing, Bonia told the disciplinary council that Janika would not be charged with attempted regicide. Bonia testified that Velosfer had controlled Janika at the time. Janika had no intention of doing it. Ladio arrived early to handle the damage. The Merchant Guild fully compensated the Academy for the building repairs and asked for nothing in return. However, they added a clause in the contract to reduce customs fees for the learning tools they distributed by half. Regardless, Janika's sentence was revoked of top student privileges, all awards and symbols of honor withdrawn, and forbidden from entering the Opheles Hall from next semester, with a 10-day suspended sentence and 20-day suspension. The expulsion order was revoked. At that moment, the disciplinary hall erupted in joy among teachers and students, as if watching a touching film about youthful growth. To comfort Janika, Anise and Clara decided to invite her for breakfast, ready to listen patiently, occasionally understanding slowly, agreeing not to bring up past events. Then suddenly Janika said something that caught both off guard, liking and loving someone. Why do you think those are different? Why did you suddenly mention it? Janika replied shyly, this is a story about my friend. That friend had a dream. Janika told her two friends about the dream. It was about a friend's dream, and she shared it with them. Janika blushed as she spoke. This is my friend's story. The friend had a dream, and Janika recounted it to her two friends. In her dream, that friend saw herself walking alongside the white-haired prince. Does that dream keep repeating? I mean she keeps having that dream over and over. Janika blushed, waved her hand to brush it off, and shyly said, Janika, you're under a 10-day suspended sentence. How could she meet her in person? That's what they thought, but neither friend dared to expose Janika. Anise reluctantly went along and asked, I see. So did she say anything else? She said that whenever she was in a room and looking somewhere, suddenly that person's face would appear. So it's in her mind, oh my, how foolish I am. I should have gone to support the assistant professor. Never mind, I'm out. Saying that, Anise ran off, leaving Clara to handle it alone. I need to handle this carefully and slowly to avoid hurting Gianni's fragile, delicate heart. If things go off track, all the students will know about Gianni's love. Oh my, I can't even imagine it, thinking about that. Clara said hesitantly, Janika, you're not taking this too lightly, are you? Whether you like or dislike someone, it's still pretty mystical. Right? Wouldn't it be better if you faced your feelings now? I mean her feelings. Yeah, you're right. You're really perceptive, huh? Just as expected from you. Clara smiled brightly and reminded her. Also, from now on, be careful before mentioning sensitive topics. You need to protect your friend's reputation too. You're right. Clara would be terrible if she just gossiped. Clara sighed in relief. I've prevented rumors for now, after sharing her teenage heart. Janika happily left. Clara kept smiling until Janika was out of sight, then collapsed on the desk, pretending to be tired. I did it, Anissa. Back to Ad, he had been saving money continuously. Thanks to many of Phonia's requests, he was exempt from the next semester's fee. With the gold he had, Ad bought some tools. On the way back, he happened to see Janika passing by. He had avoided Janika for a while, but now that her role as the main character this season was over, it would be fine. He started a conversation and greeted her first, right? Saying it, Ed approached Janika. Seeing Ed, Janika flinched and stepped back. Then she exchanged a few polite words and found an excuse to leave. Janika's unusual behavior surprised Ed a little, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. After all, he would be quite busy soon. It's time to build a new house, and here are a few lines of S. journal. On the first day, I picked a suitable spot to build the house. I chose a spacious, shaded area that wasn't too conspicuous and began working quietly. On day 3, I started collecting wood. I'm proficient with the axe, so the work went smoothly. On day 6, I paused wood gathering for a while. Because the grades were released, I got high marks in practical and theoretical tests, also above the first-year average. Special incident. Janika continued to ignore me and her friends. Anise and Clara stared at me as if they wanted to punish me as soon as they saw me. I didn't dare to approach them either. On day 18, handling the pile of wood was nearly finished. I wondered if anyone else mastered the axe through this like I did. On day 20, the vacation began, and now I could focus entirely on building the house. Special incident. Checking the traps I set before, I only found Lucy sleeping soundly. From now on, no one would be there, so I stopped using beef jerky as bait. On day 27, the senior assistant, Belle Maye, came to deliver herbs and mushrooms. She also asked how things were progressing between me and Janika. When I said she probably hated me, she went silent in shock. On day 30, with only one brace in the middle, the wooden walls collapsed completely. I realized that just building and fitting the joints wasn't enough to stabilize the house. So tiring. I ran into Janika's group at the bakery by chance. Janika ran off immediately upon seeing me. On day 37, Ziggs came to help me. According to him, his relationships with Ziggs and Taylor were progressing well. Great, it seems everything is following the original plan. On day 45, the floor and walls were intact. No furniture yet, just the small house built from rough wood, but it still had walls and a roof. If you close the doors tightly, no insects can get in. The new structure was completed by stacking uneven logs on sturdy pillars. Inside, it was empty, only floor and ceiling. Difficulty, 4 stars, you finished building, your craftsmanship increased. Ed couldn't hide his joy, smiling. From now on, I have my own house. He didn't notice that Janika was hiding behind a tree nearby, watching him sit in the new house. Silently determined, he built walls, laid the floor, finished the shelter, and still needed to install windbreaks. Ad immersed himself in the empty space of the house. He also wanted a small storage area for cores and tools. Just as things were calm, there was a noise on the roof. Peeking out, it was Lucy lounging above. This isn't a place to sleep, Grandma. At that moment, Janika, radiant as ever, stepped forward. When asked why she came, she could only smile. Everything began with Janika's conversation with Bella. She recounted visiting the forest and Ad's campsite recently. She discovered something fascinating that Janika immediately recognized as that campsite. The small campsite had been built entirely by Ad, yet it looked beautiful and meticulous, far beyond what Bella had imagined. Bella was quite surprised, not expecting Ad to be so skilled. Janika blushed and felt even more shy when Bella leaned close and whispered, I also want to look inside. You know, miss, just to wander and see how sturdy it really is. Oh, so you're curious about things like this too. Of course, I'm human after all. Anyone seeing a roadside campsite would naturally wonder, who built it, how, and what's inside. Isn't that right? That's a completely normal and obvious reaction, hearing Bella's words. Janika also believed this was just a natural, normal response. No one would think anything of visiting. Now, when asked why she was here, she hastily explained, I passed by to meet Merida, and then I saw this campsite, so I could go in. I mean, anyone seeing a campsite like this would naturally wonder who built it, how, and what's inside. Isn't that right? Exactly, it's completely normal, obvious even. She paused, then added, well, probably. Janika used all her energy to praise the campsite's outstanding beauty. He had only built it recently. But didn't the fairies say anything to you? Yeah, they mentioned a little, more like fleeting words like, oh, there's a campsite here too, and that's it. But the truth was the fairies had shared a lot more, how you could admire his sparkling muscles when he took off his shirt, how his arms grew, and the fine veins near his collarbone, the faintly smeared veins on the backs of his hands. Hearing this, Janika got a nosebleed. She always had to pretend not to care. Otherwise, she'd devour him alive instantly. In a moment of frustration, Ad offered to let her tour the inside, even though it was just a simple wooden shelter with no furnishings yet. Janika was surprised but certainly delighted to agree. Sitting by the fire with a cup of hot tea, she opened her heart. "This time I owe so much to everyone. The princess took a lot of effort. Some friends even said they'd lend me money for tuition. How can I repay them?" Ad advised her. "If you can't, then don't." The mindset of repaying others had now become a formula. Janika's eyes widened. She had never thought like that before. True enough, because Janika wasn't that kind of person. She didn't realize the accidents happened due to the weight of others. Hearts pressing upon her, even though many people were willing to help with tuition. Even in Vest, she had decided to leave the Opheles Hall quietly to the Target Hall, all because she wanted to minimize impact on others even just a little. In Opheles Hall, each student had a private room, but in the Target Hall, a room held at least 8 students. Under envious eyes all day long. To Janika, it felt like being shackled in a prison. Ultimately, it didn't solve anything. This loop hadn't ended. Ad offered that if Janika wanted to connect with nature, she could come here anytime. He wouldn't mind. Janika smiled contentedly, very happy with the offer. And whenever Ad felt overwhelmed or unable to handle something alone, he could share it with her. Then, this small girl promised to give her all to help. The second semester was approaching, and the feeling of being overwhelmed would likely come too. So the second arc began. The wise sage of the great Sylvania had recorded natural magic in this book. The natural system is a high-level branch capable of altering the rules of nature. This book would unleash a storm sweeping across the entire academy. Even if it didn't happen, it was still a problem for Ad. For Taylor, it would be very difficult for Ad. Tough indeed, Ad wasn't directly involved, but avoiding it would be truly difficult. He would cheer for his friend Taylor. Sylvania's Failed Swordsman, Chapter 2, Occupying Opheles Hall. The distinguished cadets of Opheles Hall are guaranteed a life of luxury, like noble. They get to choose their seats in class, enjoy freedom at meals, have personal attendance, and a long list of other special privileges. That's where the problems begin. In the southwest of the Valor region, a sudden torrential rainstorm hit, right as cadets were returning to the academy after vacation. Under academy regulations, only Opheles Hall cadets were provided with carriages and boats to travel back to school. If they were late, they were allowed to rest for a few extra days. Lower-ranked cadets had to trudge the entire long route on foot. Even in the pouring rain, they still couldn't make it back in time. Afraid of losing points and seething with resentment, their bottled-up emotions finally exploded right in front of Opheles Hall. Everything unfolded exactly as a certain merchant had planned. This merchant had already contacted representatives of the disadvantaged cadets. She cared only about stirring up chaos at the academy and at Opheles Hall. Anger surged, and the only thing they wanted was a single, unified solution for all cadets. Winlane, skilled at provoking and manipulating people with words, would take the lead and guide the rest. At last, an explanation emerged. Blatant discrimination against cadets who still had to return to school despite the heavy rain. A proactive proposal to change the return deadline, while also acknowledging the special treatment granted to elite cadets. The head maid of Opheles Hall and part of the Academy's board chose to side with Lothal. They would enthusiastically support Lothal's proposal. At this point, whether the Academy agreed or not no longer mattered. Even considering the proposal was enough to enrage the disadvantaged cadets, they would push the argument to its peak, turning it into the most explosive issue of all. Opheles Hall was adorned with artworks donated by wealthy noble families. Even the walls, carpets, and wooden furnishings were crafted by master artisans. The more damage, the better, while everyone was talking. The best outcome was to completely destroy part of Opheles Hall. The crazier they got, the greater the financial shock to the Academy, already running dry after the Glasgow incident. And because a secret negotiation was underway, it gave the Elter Merchants Guild a huge advantage. That secret was like Sylvania's very heart. Yet in a moment of desperation, they were still willing to offer up their own heart as tribute. Not a single ray of sunlight pierced that gloomy sky. Just like the sky Lothal used to see over the slums when she wore nothing but rags. She mocked herself to feel at ease, because this romantic land of scholars felt far too unfamiliar. The image of her living in darkness, caked in filth, became vividly real. The schemes laid out on the table were proof of it. They were the traces of someone who had once been dishonest, constantly betraying and doubting others, desperately struggling to survive. She had become that way, but it didn't change her deepest nature. So Lothal frantically searched for kindred spirits, even in Sylvania, where everything glittered with light and people shone. Surely someone here had noticed how astonishing life could be in this place. An endless search for kindred spirits, never ending, no matter how much hope she carried in her heart. Because human nature never changes. To endure that harsh reality, Lothal clung to one belief: Looking upward is just a black curtain hiding the backstage truth. The audience called her the 10th singer. In the original plot, her occupation of Opheles Hall was the story of the protagonist stopping the disadvantaged cadets from rioting. There would be mid-tier bugs from floor 1 through floor 5 of Opheles Hall that harass the protagonist and support the disadvantaged cadet faction, centered on the floor 1 hub. Tot, reeking of booze, knew Taylor was a loser. And because Taylor had been beaten up by his own group, Tot bore a grudge against them and was bribed. His role was to subdue the maid guarding floor 1. Open the doors of Opheles Hall and let the cadets in. Once they got past floor 1, the floor 1 hub would serve a specific role. The role of obstructing the protagonist and the protagonist's companion. That role should have been Tot's, but it was transferred to S. He became the mid-tier bug of Chapter 2. To explain, let's rewind to 2 days earlier. The incident erupted at Opheles Hall. S, an apprentice fighter with specialized weaponry. Proficient at level 6, heavy firepower level 3, rapid fire level 2, rocket trooper bug level 1, and scope optics level 2. All-around surveillance level 1. Ad sensed a nearby stench lately, following the footprints on the ground. Ezra Taylor Zill truly had no combat ability at all, so he was forced to use a bow whenever he went hunting. An entire semester had already passed. Even at rest, only half remains, yet the ability to use the bow is still completely hopeless. More importantly, recently, more and more people have been visiting the hunting grounds. It feels like news of Ed living in the northern forest has reached many, many people. Anyway, among the familiar visitors, 3 stand out quite a bit. Visitor A is a rare genius mage, Lucy, who drops by occasionally. She always appears unexpectedly and evaluates the architecture of the cabin. Visitor A is always troublesome and asks about various things. She always wants people to follow her instruction. As for Visitor B, it's actually quite pleasant when she visits. She's the most outstanding student in the past 200 years and throughout the history of spirit mages. Even though she comes here quite often, Ed doesn't find it bothersome at all. Almost every day she comes to chat warmly and helps him with trivial tasks like washing and drying clothes. His gratitude toward her is boundless. She seems very predictable, though sometimes hard to understand. Especially when it comes to the other girl who visits the cabin every day, Janika becomes as fearsome as a lioness. After all, she is. Visitor B, the main reason Ed has to explain this to everyone. Visitor C is known worldwide as the Golden Lady Lodia. It's likely she's trying to gather useful allies to take control of the Opheles Hall. This time, you don't want to get involved. Simply put, Ed will reject all her tempting offers. Especially if he doesn't interfere, everything will follow the original storyline. But the moment he hears that Tot has fainted, Ed can't help but be concerned. He wants to know why Tot fainted. According to the original story, Tot fought Taylor, but Taylor was supposed to hold back. Yet afterward, this ugly redhead spat out, "You're even dumber than an S-Roteller bug." The result was a punch to the face. Whether it was because of Taylor or Ed, and Vera said it was the first time she'd seen Zix so angry. That's why Lottl couldn't believe these overly sentimental people. Remembering Ed wasn't hard for her. She takes Alice's key, enters the Opheles Hall, and when the weaker students arrive, he just needs to open the door. Ed is certain there are many others capable besides him. But no matter how much money they receive, there's no guarantee they won't report Lottl to the academy. If they expose that Lottl is behind everything, she'll be in trouble. Lottl can't trust anyone. So she turns to Ed because he's not trusted at the academy. Lottl repeatedly provokes him. "You've been kicked out of Opheles Hall. Don't you want to punish those students?" Although Ed truly doesn't want to, just doing it lightly probably won't hurt. Before things escalate, he will restore everything to its rightful place. With 20 gold coins, Ed agrees. The incident erupts in Opheles Hall D1. The hall takeover starts before the struggle for the sage's secret scroll begins. Lottl has orchestrated a plot to push the academy's finances to the brink of disaster. It serves as a bridge between 2 different events. According to the script, Lottl's plot succeeds and establishes Stellar, a profit-driven student group that creates a new system in the academy. Directly confronting Princess Phonia's student council, the idealistic student council, and the practical Stellar group. The key point is who Taylor will choose, and that side will achieve ultimate victory. Ed just needs to play his part as an observer, then follow the side likely to win. In other words, he still needs to survive. At this point, Janika says she needs to return to the dorm. The rain should stop by tomorrow morning. Janika praises Ed for being diligent. If she's in the mood, she comes and goes, feeling like she just returned from a camping trip. But he has to stay here under the heavy rain. Still, everything will get better. Come to think of it, it's time for her to move out of Opheles Hall. The vacation is almost over and she has to throw away countless things because the hall is really cramped. Janika says to Ed cheerfully, If you need anything, just tell me. I mean, you probably lack a lot here. I have extra pillows, mattresses, clocks, and lanterns. Plus, I have many daily necessities. Throwing them all away would be wasteful, don't you think? Though I can't carry all the furniture because all of it belongs to Opheles Hall. She seems excited to leave as soon as the new term starts. Above all, Janika is still curious about Lucy. Does Lucy often come here and stand on the rooftop? Only occasionally. But Lucy's extraordinary power isn't free. She has avoided life by using laziness as an excuse. For years, she has tried to escape her predetermined fate. Rain like this makes her feel sad and reflect on life's ups and downs. After hearing Ed say he doesn't care much about Lucy, Janika feels elated. So he treats Lucy normally. Now remembering, Janika is still in Opheles Hall when the hall is taken over. The ancient defensive spells activate on a large scale, locking students in their rooms. Janika can easily escape, but he still wants her help with something. Tomorrow around 9 a.m., can you come to the Rose Garden in front of Opheles Hall? Tomorrow I'll tell you why. Janika blushes with joy. Someone here is feeling hopeful. Ed thinks right now he doesn't know what to say. He should get her out of there to prevent any trouble. Somewhere nearby and sheltered from the rain, Janika suddenly jumps up and leaves in excitement. Heart pounding, when the new term begins, the rain will stop. That day, Ed will enjoy a clear, sunny sky. After such a long time, even these forests will emit the distinctive scent of autumn. Long vacations must come to an end. The incident erupts in Opheles Hall D while only. At 7 p.m., Zick Eiffelstein of the magic system restrains himself from acting impulsively. Unexpectedly, this angers Elka. Looking out the window, he sees Ed fully covered, walking in the rain. He asks a maid about the other maids. Aside from the key staff, most of them are in the classroom. The head maid ordered everyone to gather to discuss an important matter, so they planned to block the entrance to the hall after assembling the maids there. The person in charge had been bribed, so everything was running very smoothly. This maid had also prepared the goods they requested earlier. Everything was hidden in this bucket. She would only stand in a corner and observe. With the preparations complete, the occupation of Opheles Hall officially began. The disadvantaged students still rose up in protest. They couldn't take it anymore. This is a land of learning. At the very least, you should guarantee fair competition. Winland stepped up as the representative of the disadvantaged side and joined enthusiastically. At that moment, the doors of Opheles Hall opened, and all the trainees filed in at once. Winland knew the young man who opened the doors was the one Lordle had mentioned, Ed Rose Taylor. After the maid signaled him, Ed had to play along. He patted the young man on the shoulder and said, "I've always agreed with every opinion you've had. Of course, I once lived in luxury in Opheles Hall, but only after I was thrown out did I truly realize the privileges I used to have." Hearing this, Winland's eyes welled with tears. "I'm such an idiot. I judged you based on stupid rumors. No one knew how good you really are. You've been through a lot." This wasn't the time for sentimental confessions. Ed quickly shoved Winland forward. "You're the one who made all this happen. Hurry, get upstairs." Winland would take responsibility for this operation. "Do your best, kid." The maid had already fled, and it wasn't even that necessary. After all, her superiors were all in the meeting room. Head maid Alice, who controlled the defensive ancient spells, was on Lordle's side. And the ancient spells that were supposed to protect the trainees were instead blocking all of them. Everything was exactly as scripted, shrouded in darkness. Everyone would step onto the stage. Lordle stepped out full of praise. Ed's opening act was even more impressive than she had imagined. As expected, trusting this job to him had been a wise decision. The Academy's people would restrain them the moment they arrived, so the two of them had to finish before that. Lordle suddenly asked Ed, "I know this is abrupt, but have you ever killed someone?" Ed fell silent, his mind in turmoil, then finally said he hadn't. Lordle smiled and said she hadn't either, but she had done something just like it. To survive, to stay alive, she had ruined other people's lives, and to avoid being betrayed, she had stabbed them in the back first. Lordle lived while pardoning her own sins, believing she simply had no choice. But in truth, she was only making excuses for what she was doing. That was how Lordle earned the name Golden Girl. More clearly than anyone, she knew she didn't deserve sympathy, and so she sought it from others as if upset. No matter good or evil, loneliness always finds people, and to escape it, people have no choice but to seek out others like themselves, those who roll around in filth and garbage. Only when they find someone to sink into the mire with them do they feel a shred of salvation. But of course, that person was Ed. Lordle asked Ed to agree with her on one thing, but he refused. "You have to take responsibility for your choices." Lordle, silence swallowed everything. Lordle forced a smile. "I said something pointless doesn't sound like me." She needed to do what she came here to do. There wasn't much time left anyway. With that, she turned and walked away. Ed slumped down with a sigh. Now Lordle would tell Alice about their next plan. Once they threw Opheles Hall's defensive ancient spells into chaos, and handed control of those spells to Winland, the representative of the disadvantaged side, the story would follow the increasingly escalating events of the present. After that, Winland, tightly protected by Opheles Hall's defensive ward, would transform into the fourth stage boss. This segment's objective was to defeat Winland, who would lose control of his reason amid the ceaseless chaos of the defensive ancient spell. Now Ed only needed to plant himself and wait for Taylor to smash things up here. Just do a few simple things to stall for time, then lose on purpose. Then Taylor would go up to the second floor and handle the rest. He might take a few hits while provoking the fight. It was a necessary sacrifice. In the rose garden, Janika arrived as promised. There she suddenly saw a carriage approaching through the night. It had to belong to someone important. She hesitated, unsure whether she should stay. Would everything be okay? Ed sent a message saying he had something to deal with, so he might be a little late. He would come as soon as he could, so please wait a little while. Janika, her head filled with rosy thoughts of love, assumed he was preparing something special for her. The golden carriage meant nothing to her. No matter what happened, this girl would not leave the rose garden grounds. Because for the past 3 days, she had kept thinking about what Ed wanted to tell her, so much that she couldn't sleep at night. Even though she felt guilty, she always knew what Ad was doing through Merylda. She knew it wasn't only Lucy who came to Ad's running tent. Princess Phonia came too, along with Belmia, Zix, and even Lottel. Most of them were girls, which made it hurt even more. That was why Janika would wait for Esu no matter how long it took. Looking at the yellow rose hairpin in her hair today, something felt a bit off. She decided to hurry and exchange it. More than that, Janika would still wait after she came back with a new hairpin. She headed toward Ophely's hall. Meanwhile, Taylor's group, Taylor, Ayla, and Envira, was also standing in front of the hall. For Envira, there were valuable things inside her room, even though her friends advised it would be better to wait for academy staff to handle the situation. But she refused in anger. Herbs would lose their value if they weren't preserved with magic in time. Even a small detail like that could greatly affect the final product. How could Taylor possibly understand how important that was? Even Ayla couldn't stop her friend from charging in alone, because she was a top student in the alchemy division. She should be able to protect herself. The one in danger was Envira, it was those poor students. If she lost control, she'd attack them with every chemical she could get her hands on, no matter who tried to stop her. Envira stormed up to her room on the 4th floor. All she wanted was to get inside and save that pile of herbs. If anyone tried to block her, she would use force. With that, Envira kicked the door hard. A scene of devastation hit her eyes, and Ad was sitting in silence in the middle of the room. Taylor immediately stepped forward to protect his friend. "Why are you here?" Envira looked around and saw footprints from students who had gathered here. The display cabinet had been smashed to pieces, and Ad had been positioned sitting with his back to the stairs. This was truly interesting. Envira hadn't expected anyone to stop them. Ad declared that the 3 of them couldn't go in, but with Envira's personality, she was certain she wouldn't accept that. She had heard from Zix that Ad's magic level was fairly high, but even so, it was nothing to worry about. He was just a rookie who could only use basic spell, a small second-year student. On their side, they had a swordsman with real combat power, a first-year holy mage who could use intermediate-level holy spell, and an alchemist whose ability was top-tier among her year. This lineup was overwhelmingly strong. Taylor drew his sword and demanded, "Why did you do this? Tell me right now what's going on." Ad stayed silent. Taylor couldn't wait any longer and charged straight in, intending to use force to make him talk. Ad threw a chair at Taylor, but it wasn't dangerous. Envira could tell the magic Ad was using looked like a basic spell. But he was a mage, so it made sense he would target Taylor, since Taylor was the best at close combat. Ad used a wind blade to cut the lamp's cord, making it drop straight down. Fortunately, it didn't become a life-threatening danger, but it still scared Taylor out of his wits. At that moment, there was noise outside too, and Envira and Ayla were knocked down by the tremors that had just been caused. In the thick cloud of dust and smoke, visibility was limited. Suddenly, something whipped past Envira's hair, knocking her medicine pouch to the ground. Seeing Ad's serious expression proved something was really happening upstairs. She tried to grab the purple vial, but Ad had already focused in. So furious she could explode, flames spread to cover everything. The battlefield had been set. Ezra Taylor's judgment was fast and accurate. Ad walked through the blazing red fire toward Envira. Zix shouldn't have revealed information like that. This wasn't just high magic level. Envira was the top student in the alchemy division, the core power source of the team. However, the biggest weakness of alchemists was that the fewer artifacts and potions they had on hand, the more limited their combat ability became. Normally, alchemy students carried artifacts like rings or necklaces as a precaution, but she didn't think a genius like her would ever need them. That meant the madman across from her had calculated this step to counter Envira. Breaking the lamp and using the chance to create a wall of fire, everything was meant to target her item pouch. But if that was the plan, he should have aimed for the pouch itself, not the strap. Still, in Envira's eyes, the person in front of her was nothing but Ezra Taylor, a worthless cripple. She pulled a blue gem from her pouch and summoned a spirit. Then she granted it fire resistance and a berserk combat state, and finally strengthened it even further. Meanwhile, Ayla panicked as she tried to put out the fire, but nothing worked. If anything, the flames rebounded even harder. Luckily, Taylor acted in time. Ayla was quite confident in her magical knowledge, but her combat ability was only average. Compared to the male students just learning basic magic, Ed targeted Ayla directly so Taylor would have to protect her and couldn't reach him. But even just moving through these flames made it difficult for Taylor. Ayla spoke up, "If I corner him, you'll be able to defeat him, right?" Time was running out. Taylor had to rush forward to engage the opponent to have any chance. Meanwhile, Elvira commanded the summoned spirit to dash straight at Ad. Crossing the flames, she anticipated she would run straight into the wall of fire. Successfully reaching the bag of magical potions, she fondly stroked the bottle. "My darlings, did you miss me? Even though we are briefly separated, I still remember you." Ad continued to aim the wind blade directly at Elvira. Now she could cast defensive magic. She threw a blue potion at him, it hit the wind blade and the magical bottle shattered. It was a special type of magic, made from crushed walnut flowers and brown mushrooms, with a spell to release its power. Its effect was to control the magical energy, nullify it, and temporarily block magical products. Although Ad had destroyed the spirit, what would happen to a wizard unable to use magic now? Meanwhile, the group of Elvira had a melee swordsman in Taylor. Ad turned to flee and Taylor quickly pursued. On the way, Ad knocked over the prepared oil, causing the flames to surge. This was the Opheles Hall. If the fire spread to the hallway, someone would surely get hurt. The fire came from both magic and oil. Taylor could cut through both with an elemental slash. The magical potions lasted only a few minutes, so before anyone got hurt, Taylor needed to finish this quickly. The window was open just enough for smoke to escape. Even the carpet and flammable objects were gone. Elvira realized Ad had anticipated this move. She quickly restrained her friend. As Taylor charged forward, S drew a bow, aiming ahead. Taylor was surprised the opponent could use a bow, but was confident he could block the arrow. But no, Ad didn't shoot at Taylor but aimed around toward Ayla. Ayla couldn't even cast basic defensive magic. Fortunately, Elvira used a force push to stop the arrow. It was a type of energy projection that could hold small objects at a distance, as long as they were within the wizard's control zone. The arrow was just a stick with a capped end. Sensing something was off, Elvira warned Taylor the opponent must be hiding something else. Finally, the two engaged in direct close combat. On the second floor, noise and frantic voices echoed. "Run or everyone will die." Scene 2 took the Opheles Hall. Final scene on the second floor. Clavius had escaped in the shadows. Ed breathed a sigh of relief as his mission to block Taylor was completed. Now he didn't have to fight. Ad was immediately knocked away by Taylor. Smashing into the wall, Taylor grabbed S by the collar and demanded, "Are you crazy? There must be a reason you did this." Even after defeating Ed, Elvira still felt frustrated. It was as if the opponent had completely outplayed them. If he truly wanted to defeat her group, he shouldn't have revealed himself and disrupted the layered lights, causing chaos. But Ad appeared right in front of them to block the path. In the subsequent fight, he remained unusually calm. Something was definitely strange. After successfully holding Taylor's group back, they could now move to the second floor. This left the three wide-eyed in astonishment. The final obstruction was exhausting, yet he said something unclear. Elvira knew Ad was trying to suppress his power. She couldn't ignore this. She wanted to know why Ed didn't go all out in battle. The door slowly opened. The girl pinned a flower in her hair after a night of sleepless thought. Who could blame such innocence? Even if it's an illusion, anyone could imagine a perfect outcome for themselves. Yet illusions and reality differ cruelly. A young man seemed to stroll into a rose garden with elegance. Somehow he was ambushed by a group, sitting helpless on the floor. His face bloodied, Janika witnessed the scene. It would be a lie to say Janika wasn't at all displeased. She thought Ed had encountered unexpected trouble. Nevertheless, seeing his simple life, his actions against Glass Khan mattered more than the troubles he faced. S. Roth Taylor created a belief that somehow he would resolve everything satisfactorily. Only when pushed to the brink does human arrogance break. Yet Ed did not ask for help. Why did he keep Janika out of the Opheles Hall, leave a strange note, and fight until he bled? Because of the Glasskin incident, she faced harsh disciplinary measures, so Ed did not want her involved in this battle. Janika pulled the hairpin from her hair. She realized Ed had chosen silence to prevent her from getting into trouble. Meanwhile, she worried about what to wear. Janika became like a beast, her eyes filled with deadly intent. "What are you all doing?" Taylor was relieved that the senior wasn't involved and quickly informed him that right now, Opheles Hall was occupied by other students, but he didn't think this would end so easily. Seeing Ed go so far just to stop them, there were clearly hidden motives behind it. Ariva sensed danger. The girl in front was the enemy. Janika went mad, radiating thick murderous intent. "What you are doing doesn't concern me." Everything was chaotic, glass shards flying and giant spirits summoned. "At this point, I'm too powerful. If elemental spirits and others join, their strength could rival an entire army." The three quickly ran. They had to accept they couldn't pass through here. One fallen noble was more than enough. The current opponent was the second-year magic student with the highest rank in the entire class. Taylor seemed to sense something from Ed that the Opheles Hall takeover was unusual, potentially causing injury. Taylor didn't back down from the challenge. still trying not to waste Elvira's precious magic drugs. Taylor's destiny was to live the extraordinary life of the protagonist in his story. Ed suddenly pulled Taylor back and said he would fight Janika. The rest of the group should head to the second floor according to plan. The three must have been surprised, spinning like tops. Ed had blocked their way before, yet now told them to go upstairs. But with all those injuries, they couldn't face those spirits. Ed tapped Elvira's head, then apologized for cutting her back, and asked her to bring the magic drugs along. Done, the three dashed up to the second floor. Seeing Ed opposite her, Janika agitatedly said, "Don't push yourself too hard, get out of here. I'll handle the rest, you can explain everything later. First, let me finish quickly and heal you." In principle, Ed knew this action was a bit rude, but it was the only way to calm her. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder and said he was fine. "Don't be too tense." This made Janika's face turn red like a ripe fruit, and she quickly withdrew her army of spirits. The three who ran away were dumbfounded when that terrifying power disappeared. How could Ed win so easily? Who would have guessed he used charm as a strategy? After finishing, Ed seemed exhausted and collapsed unconscious. Janika took Ed to a quiet place to heal. Injured to this extent and he didn't say a word, she blamed him for not telling her even a single thing. "Those guys are too chaotic. How could they treat my crush like this?" Even without knowing the full situation, she vowed to punish them if they met again. Janika wanted Ed to promise not to get hurt again. Though slightly off the original plan, somehow Ed became the master of the first floor. After the mission ended, he could relax in his cabin. Janika didn't forget to tell Ed about the large carriage in the rose garden she had seen. It moved fast so it was hard to see clearly, but there was a golden crown on top. The golden crown was a symbol of the Elter Trade Guild, foster father of Lordle, and also the one who betrayed her biological father. Later, in the final episode of Season 2, during the struggle over the Master's secret scroll, he disappeared after being betrayed by Lordle. Being the Elter Sub-King of Metal, his arriving at the academy earlier than expected meant something had happened, beyond Ed's understanding. In the fifth-floor corridor of Ophelis Hall, Lordle was talking with maid Alice that he had been rejected by someone who seemed both evil and good. Alice knew from his confession that the person he mentioned was Ed. Lordle liked Ed very much. His neat appearance didn't mean anything special. She said she had spoken some things she shouldn't have, and then he cut her off mercilessly. People like her had to live hearing words like that. The one named Alice. She is the head maid of the Ophelis Hall, a mature maid with over 20 years of service experience. She began working as an academy maid at the age of 15. With no knowledge at all initially, her abilities were eventually recognized, and she became the chief steward of Ophelis Hall at a very young age. Therefore, this is where Ladio pursues the greatest dream of her life. A huge sum of money was spent to bribe Ellis, and it left a large gap in the budget. However, for Ladio, such a price was not wasted, because she had found someone willing to forsake all the beliefs and core values they had pursued their entire life, in exchange for gold and silver, essentially selling their soul. Only when this little girl found them could she be freed from loneliness. Perhaps it was because she had lived a life forced to harm others before being harmed herself. Living in the slums, struggling for every scrap of food and coin. In such a world, one could only kill or be killed. Yet no matter how tragic her past or what circumstances drove her to the brink, this person is certainly a detestable villain. At this rate, Willen, representing the weaker students, will seize control of the management office on the 4th floor if Ladio grants him control over the defensive magic at the right moment. But anyway, that guy will only destroy Ophelis Hall. Everything seems to be going according to plan, so Ladio decides to stay in her room. She must act like a compliant, horrified, and clueless student. Therefore, she will hide in the storeroom as soon as possible. But this villain is truly a pitiable person. Having lived her whole life, she still cannot love anyone or open her heart to a close friend like a girl her age, and now she will die alone. The loyal maid whom she spent so much gold to bribe has betrayed her and now holds a sword to her neck. 2nd floor central area. Flavius, grim-faced, was caught by Taylor and his group while trying to escape on the 2nd floor. They defeated him and forced him to join their team. Maid Kelly is the boss of the 3rd floor. She tried to stop them, but without her twin sister Sunny, she is no match for Taylor's group. Of course, Taylor and his team did not realize that one of the twin maids was alone. And so they reached their target, the 4th floor of Ophelis Hall, much more easily than planned. Firstly, the difficulty on the 1st floor was unusually high. Upon reaching the upper floor, the students were fleeing in panic because Willen was being manipulated by the defensive magic. It was all part of Ellis and Ladio's plan. They left a crystal orb to trigger the management system of the magical circle in the control room. The defensive spells were engraved throughout Ophelis Hall, initially designed to protect students from external forces. But the current scene is simply a child losing control due to the Academy's own defensive magic. Taylor and his team fought while helping other students escape from danger. The building shook violently. At this rate, it might collapse. The weaker students panicked, calling for the maids to appear and handle the trouble. The students of Ophelis Hall, who had tried to remain calm until now, began using their abilities to figure out how to escape as the situation escalated. They risked jumping from windows even from high floors. Things worsened and spiraled out of control. Taylor wanted to use more of Ariva's night-blooming butterfly compound, but the compound only distorts the user's magic power. It has no effect on the magical circles as in this case. In this enclosed space, she brings out something useful. It is the devilfish compound, a mixture of devilfish eggs and emperor clamshell. Ariva spread it around like this, surely enough to block all basic magic in the corridor. All of these are support spells, though numerous she can handle them. Therefore, defeating Willen will be entrusted to Taylor and Gravius, from where Willen unleashed countless lethal attacks. Soon after, a horrific explosion occurred on the 4th floor. Below, Ed was observing that carriage. Janika warned him that if he did not stay still, the wound would tear open. Everything is spiraling out of control. Everything looks too simple and ordinary without any extravagance. Looking at the carriage's exterior, one might think the person inside is a mere commoner. But unlike those inside, even this carriage is of ordinary quality. Mediocre, King Uter would normally travel with over a dozen carriages and a retinue, but today he comes alone like this. It shows he wants to act quickly and secretly. Elter is Laudio's foster father. After being betrayed by her, he became a subordinate boss. An important figure, but he cannot appear at the academy right now. The carriage had been stationary for a while, but after some time he stepped out. Is he waiting for Opheles Hall to be completely destroyed? At this time, the twin maid who served as the 3rd-floor boss, the dishwasher machine Sunny, also appeared. Sunny was one of the orphans raised by the head maid Alice. Alice had been completely won over by Lordle, and she should have been the 3rd-floor boss. However, strangely enough, she was with Lordle's enemy. Elter, Sunny couldn't betray Alice. Alice had been bought off by Lordle, but what if Alice sided with Elter and betrayed Lordle? Then what? That suspicion surfaced in Ed's mind. If so, there would be only one future. Lordle's defeat. The one who would have a political conflict with Phonia in Arc 3 was Lordle. The one who would become the greatest support force in the fight against the Rothtiller family in Arc 4 was also Lordle. Now it was very difficult for her to properly play the role of a mid-tier boss. The situation had completely changed, so what about Lordle's role now? Ed couldn't guess anymore. He turned to ask Janika for a favor. This was urgent and he couldn't act alone. However, Ed didn't know how to explain it to her. Surprisingly, Janika agreed immediately, even though she still didn't know what it was. Greetings addressed to the chairman of the Elt Merchant Guild, the Gold King Elt Ketchen. I write to inform you that, contrary to her obedient appearance, your adopted daughter, Lordle Ketchen, is in fact plotting betrayal and trying to seize control of the Elt Merchant Guild. Lady Lordle knows you murdered her birth parents and is using that information to rally forces and guild shareholders to support her and then overthrow you. Furthermore, the negotiation to purchase the Sage's secret codex is a trap meant to lure you to Sylvania Academy and prevent you from responding in time to the incident unfolding at the Elt Merchant Guild headquarters. I am revealing this to you for certain reasons. I possess a secret letter that can prove Lady Lordle's scheme, but everyone knows nothing is free. Lady Lordle promised me a large sum of money, so if I don't receive even more, I will. I may switch to Lady Lordle's side. After an accident, I am going blind and have almost completely lost my hearing. This may be my final year as a mate. I am the one being driven into a corner. I don't know the whole truth, but depending on my decision, everything could become more complicated or more straightforward. The contents recorded in the document attached to this letter are the names of the organizations I usually manage in secret. Zen District Melody Orphanage, Cohenton Orphanage, Athens Grojal Orphanage in the Odell region, Kindheart Orphanage in the Temen region, Community Orphan. The amount of gold sent to these facilities will decide my next move. I hope you will make a merciful and wise decision. This was the letter from Ellis, the head maid of Opheles Hall, sent to Elter, and her actions now proved the decision made on Elter's side. He would soon arrive at Opheles Hall. Lordle's reaction took Ellis by surprise. She had assumed the girl was the cold-headed type. Lady Lordle said she would take revenge on the Gold King Elter, but it seemed the two of them were no different. Not one bit, and Ellis was the same. Unexpectedly, Taylor's group successfully reached the final corridor on the 5th floor. Gwen was tightly bound. They believed someone like Gwen could never access the magical defense system, and that the real mastermind behind this was the head maid Ellis. In their eyes, she was holding someone hostage while putting on a professional performance. Lordle had successfully obtained Taylor's group's help. Lordle wanted to say, "I'm fine, look over there, that's the one who started this incident. We have to defeat her quickly." She needed to say that and pin the blame on Alice immediately, but her expression was somewhat strange and she immediately fled. The Gold King is coming. Because he doesn't trust his subordinates, he will come here in person. Lordal's plan to bring him down and seize control of the Elter Merchant Guild is almost complete. Responsibility for manipulating public opinion and the damage caused will be pinned on him, forcing him to resign from the guild. Fortunately, Ketchen hasn't reached this place yet. Lordal needs to contact the executives at headquarters. She will send them the secret letter hidden in her room. After that, she just needs to run away somewhere. The key point of the plan is simply not getting caught. That's all. Lordal can't break down, she has to push harder. No one understands her. If this is betrayal, she had prepared herself for it long ago, and she had been through it too many times already. So the heartbreaking right now is, Lordal has become stronger. She has to do everything she can. She has to keep running. She has to reach that room before Elter arrives. Everything will be resolved as long as that letter is sent. Meanwhile, in the main hall on the first floor, Elter was already here, and the one stopping him was Ed. Elter demanded that Ed evacuate immediately because the hall was in danger of collapsing. But Ed firmly refused to let anyone enter this room for safety reasons. Until the professors arrived, he couldn't let anyone pass. However, that wasn't an order from the academy office. Ed was acting on his own will. Sylvania has a reward system for situations like this. 3 people are controlling how the story unfolds. Lordal, who intends to overthrow Ketchen, his childhood friend and the current chairman of the Merchants Association. Ketchen, who wanted to stop Lordal's plan and successfully bought the secret Sage Codex, and the mysterious woman, Alice, who has a grip on everything. The main cause of the story's turning point. Ed doesn't know why she betrayed them, but she's on the 5th floor with Lordal. Now he doesn't even know whether he should go up to the 5th floor to stop her or not. Even if X doesn't interfere, Ellis will still clash with Taylor's team, just as the script said. He trusts Taylor's group with that mission because they're reliable. Ed has personally verified their abilities, so he'll handle this himself and stop Ketchen from entering the Opheles Hall. No matter what he's scheming, the events at Opheles Hall will proceed as usual. Ad begins executing his plan, pretending to realize that this is the chairman of the Merchants Association, Uter. If a nobleman as eminent as you has come here, it must be for some excellent reason. But you should speak with the academy first, so you can be received in a manner befitting your status. Ketchen immediately realizes that the small young man in front of him is on Lordal's side. 10 minutes ago, things outside were already in chaos like that, yet Ziggs kept training and refused to leave. Ziggs is determined not to act impulsively anymore. Even if the building collapses, there's nothing he can do. Turns out his will is that strong, he'll do whatever he wants. Looking at this terrifying interface, who would dare think this guy is a support mage? Seeing Janika, Zix awkwardly lowers his head in greeting, even though their relationship isn't very good because of the glass gun incident. By the way, Zix, being nosy, blurts out, "Are you two a couple?" Janika, startled and hurriedly explained that it wasn't like that at all. When she glanced over and saw Ad's displeased expression, she realized she'd overreacted. The reason the two of them had to smash through the wall to get in was because Ad wanted to ask Zix for a favor, and of course it wouldn't be for free. Ad would pay. Right now, Ed was confronting Elter. He claimed that Lordal's pretty face had deceived the boy, instead of being loyal to gold coins. You might not even receive, you should seize the benefits right in front of you. That girl was born with fox blood, so she'll stab you in the back the moment she gets the chance. The father who raised her from childhood understands that better than anyone. I'll give you double the money she promised, right now. Move aside at once. X insisted he hadn't received a single gold coin. In that case, double or triple meant nothing. At that, Elter didn't want to argue anymore and ordered his men to finish it quickly. The underlings rushed in, surrounding them from every direction so the prey couldn't escape. Zix's job now was to use magic to distract them. After checking the situation, S would come back. Buying time was left to Yitch and Yannicka. He'd pay that debt later. Uter looked at the two of them and their elemental spirits. He knew that even as students, they were still tough opponents. The underlings kept swooping in like birds, while Ad flashed away to find Lo and told her what was happening outside. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other immediately. With things like this, they couldn't go out the front, so they had to circle around and escape through the back door first. Kindness and trust often come together for a reason. That was why Saro, the guild's receptionist, kept asking Lo to follow him. He hoped she would accidentally let slip some confidential information. Another guild employee treated Lordio warmly because she'd given him advice. Tiny, the pet bird, clung to Lo all day because she fed it premium food. Every act of kindness has a reason tied to it. Like the denomination on a coin. At least in Lordio's world, that was how everything worked. There wasn't much time for Ad to explain everything in detail. But he knew Alice had betrayed Lo. She stayed silent, yet implicitly accepted that it was all her fault. A stupid mistake. Janika had grown up surrounded by love and care, and she treated the world with that same love and care. Janika was different from Lortio. On the day she made her proposal to Ad, she herself saw the way Janika looked at Ad spellbound, as if expecting nothing in return. She wondered whether she could ever have a relationship like that, and so she told Alice the entire plan. She never imagined that her way of living, trusting no one, could fade. If she hadn't witnessed the scene between the two of them back then, she would never have been able to forget this filthy, pitch-black self. Lortio would never have deluded herself into thinking she could become some romantic version of herself. The 5 people she bribed to seize the Opheles Hall included the head maid Alice, and the twin maids Sanri and Kelly. Plus Willen, a representative of the weaker faction, and the nobleman sucker Srotal. Alice, Sunny, and Kelly were already with Elton. Willen would definitely side with him too. And this person as well. Lo despaired, thinking Ad would be the same. She froze and apologized to her senior. I may not be able to give you the 20 coins I promised, but you can see it, my situation is unstable right now. The surprise was, regardless of the situation, he grabbed her hand and ran with her. If Elter caught her, her life would end on the spot. To carry out any future plans, she had to escape first. Kindness and trust often come together for a reason. If you can't see the reason, you shouldn't trust. Of course, that was Lortio's life creed. She immediately explained everything to Ad. The guild's central office had planned to manipulate prices. It was likely her father was behind it. You know, equipment prices have dropped sharply since the monster attack in the eastern mountain range. By buying up all remaining equipment and holding a monopoly, he could keep shifting things internally and manipulate the price of everything. My father needs money to carry out his plan. He said he'd found a high bidder for the sealed sage tome, so he sent me to Sylvania to steal. That book, money laundering trades, are a classic trick to raise market prices through 3 merchants. B and C, who monopolize cheap goods, trade with each other. However, this kind of laundering deal relies on mutual trust. If B and C secretly dump the goods onto the market, prices will crash immediately. So A, who holds the monopoly and foots the bill, will buy the equipment. Elter would bear all the losses alone and be stripped of his current position. L'Oreal had bought dozens of companies corresponding to B and C over the years to prepare for this plan. Even so, Uter had to leave the central office so the company's 6 shareholder merchants could obtain the right to sell. She scaled up the seizure of Opheles Hall to pressure the finance office and finalize negotiations to purchase the Sage Codex. Her plan was to use that to kick Elter, who was desperate for money, out of the central office and then sell off the equipment there. Lotio was pretty shocked that Ed could see through everything so clearly. Ed had some advice for Lotio. She only needed to do one thing: find a way to send the secret letter to the Merchants Guild's central office and tell them they must sell the equipment immediately. Right in Lotio's room, there was a carrier pigeon. It was directly linked to the Merchants Guild's central office staff. If she sent the carrier pigeon and hid carefully until the equipment sale went through, she would be safe. But her foster father had probably guessed part of it. He planned to force Lotio to confess the whole scheme to the people closest to her. S fell silent for a moment, then turned to Lotio with a steady gaze. From now on, she had to stay hidden and avoid being seen at all costs. If I were Elter, I'd send men to block both bridges leading to Aiken Island. You'd definitely be caught there. Tell the coachman waiting outside to take you to Aiken Island, leave the empty carriage behind, and have him drive it somewhere safe before leaving. That way, they'll think you've left Aiken Island. Then Lotio will hide in the cabin in the northern forest that S built. You only need to stay there for 3 days. And you'll go to Lotio's room and send the carrier pigeon. As long as you can write a message like "sell now" or something similar, everything will be resolved. Suddenly, Ad stepped behind the door and sensed someone's presence. He hurriedly grabbed hold of her, said he'd handle it, and sprinted straight to her room. Meanwhile, watch everything around you carefully. If you don't see anyone, run to the transport district immediately. S moved like a seasoned merchant, no wasted motion at all. She had even started to believe she could safely entrust everything to this young man. This time, Lotio decided to trust Ed. She agreed to follow the senior's arrangements and wondered why he was helping her so much. Ad only said coldly, "Because I want to help. There's no other reason," then quickly left the room and slammed the door shut. Lotio collapsed into a crouch, panting, her face red as a tomato. That pounding sound was the final battle of Team Taylor and Ellis. No, it was closer than the battle on the 4th floor. None of that, even closer. Even she couldn't believe it, but it was her own heartbeat, her heart. The one behind the door was the maid Sunny, weapon in hand. She couldn't believe it was Ad. Now this painful story was finally nearing its end. She had linked up with the defensive magic system of the Opheles Hall. With swordsmanship on par with close combat students and intermediate-grade magic affinity, that was the head maid, Alice. However, she had no chance against Taylor. because Taylor was the protagonist of the story. Season 2, Episode 3, the final battle against the head maid Alice. Right now, Ed was facing Sunny. He was about to run out of mana. He only had enough left to cast 2 or 3 basic spells, but Sunny's first strike aimed for his lower abdomen and front thigh. Ed already knew it all. It wasn't that his reflexes were fast, he'd known in advance. In no time, she was suppressed, thanks to the privilege of twin sisters. Those born with the blessing of the stars share their ability. Twins can share each other's skills once per day, the low-tier remote weapon control spell that Kelly had. Next came a storm of flying knives, but they didn't miss. Sunny's magic wasn't as elaborate as Kelly. The only damage he took was a bit of blood. Ad kicked her to the ground. It took less than a minute to subdue her. Ad confidently declared that Alice would lose. Sandy thought this lunatic didn't know a thing, yet he kept talking anyway. How would you know what Alice has been through? How many orphans has she saved? Sunny was one of them. Without Alice, Sunny wouldn't have a job, money, or any way to keep living. In this chaotic kingdom, Ed truly didn't know. The story of the failed swordsman Sylvania never dug into Alice as a person. Even though he'd heard everything, it was Ed's concern. His feelings didn't change. A few minutes later, Sunny fell silent. No more shouting. It was a shame, but Ed knew nothing about the side roots of the plot. So what was she supposed to hope for? From the start, there were countless stories in this world, things that were never in the game. This pain compared to what Alice had endured before. What did it even mean, just to judge right and wrong? The ones who can argue their case and decide their own lives are the ones living full, comfortable, prosperous lives. Either way, Ad's choice and final goal since entering this body had never changed, not even once. Simply to survive. And so, he defeated Sunny the dishwashing machine, successfully unlocking a new skill. A steadfast heart lets you temporarily forget pain and stop consuming vitality. At last, he learned this skill. Ad successfully infiltrated Ladio's room. The wooden interior was luxurious and filled with numerous decorations. At first glance, it seemed somewhat excessive. Her desk was covered with papers and neatly arranged books. This was exactly her personality. Ad moved toward the pigeon and the secret letter. The letter read, Elter is in Sylvania and will take at least 3 days to return to headquarters. Sell all the headquarters equipment immediately. The pigeon carrying the letter flew through the rain, soaring into the night sky, destined to return with Elter's head. However, S's body was currently severely injured. Blood dripped from each wound. From experience, these kinds of injuries would heal quickly. Without Zix and Yannika's assistance and events unfolding as planned, Ladio would have surely plunged headlong into a catastrophic failure. But now, the carriage following Lortel's orders had escaped Aiken Island, and Ito certainly would not remain idle. Even if he managed to capture the coachman in time and force him to reveal everything, by then, the letter would have already reached Elter's guild headquarters, initiating the event of Elter's removal. If the plan went smoothly, Ladio would likely be waiting at the cabin. Ease, covered in blood, headed to the forest and encountered Latio there. However, it must be admitted, he seemed overly confident. She was Latio Ketchen herself. In this incident, only the 5 people Latio bribed knew she was the mastermind. If Elter lost his position, Ellis would have no choice but to fall into Lottel's hands. Sunny and Kelly were maids loyal to Alice. Like before, she could bribe Willen, but from Lottel's perspective, Ezra Taylor was a variable that could not be bought with money. In a secluded part of the forest, unseen by anyone. If Latio eliminated S, her perfect crime would succeed brilliantly. Latio Ketchen's nature was darkness. She would exploit anyone and then immediately discard them. She was a person. Full of cunning. To survive, one had to give everything, but with this body, it was truly difficult. Latio thrust the knife toward S, but in reality, she cut a piece of her own sleeve to bind S's wound. Then she guided him to the cabin where a fire was already burning. Her eyes, tear-like, looked at Ad. They needed to warm up first. Thus, everything proceeded according to plan. The coachman promised her he would do his best to distract them and buy more time. He didn't even care for his own life. Ad wondered what trick she had used to make him so loyal, assuming she wouldn't take their family hostage. If the plan succeeded, Lottel would gain a foothold in the most powerful ranks of Elter's guild. And she felt deeply indebted to Ad. Seeing Ad's indifferent expression made Lottel even more enamored. I will never forget this favor, so pay me the 20 gold coins on time as promised. Simple as that, I can't do it. But she had something to ask Ad, not about Alice but about Senior Janika. You're close to Senior Janika, right? Yes. She's a good person indeed, and also a senior I deeply respect. She always cares for and looks after others. As for Latio, she isn't kind like that, which is probably why she feels she can't compare to Senior Janika. Meanwhile, in the Opheles Hall during the battle, Elter suddenly received a report from a subordinate and hurriedly left. It seemed he was no longer interested in the Opheles Hall. Some mercenaries appeared, putting Zix in a difficult position. However, instead of handling the mercenaries, Zix had to stop his own ally. At first, Janika was a bit worried, but the longer the battle lasted, the stronger the spirits became. She had to be stopped before anyone got hurt. If I get angry, you guys will all be wiped out. Now it was hard for S to attend school because his uniform was soaked in blood. Zix lent his friend a uniform and updated him on the latest news after that night. Willen had taken all the blame for the Opheles Hall attack. Headmaid Ellis was still being interrogated, but it seemed she refused to reveal anything. As for Lothal, one of the key figures in this act, she was under house arrest. Considering that Elter's side hadn't taken any aggressive action yet, the operation seemed to have partially succeeded. There was no choice but to wait for time to deliver the news of victory. Due to this incident, Ad had no time to train. His body was also in poor condition, hurting here and there. He couldn't perform any energy-draining tasks, but he still had to complete his mission. Life skill details: mid-level craftsman specializing in woodworking, crafting level 13, gathering level 11. Design level 8, advanced manufacturing technology. Since there was nothing yet in advanced manufacturing, the highest priority would be learning a new technique that Ed could use. He'd already decided which skills he would learn. Earlier, Ed planned to start with spirit fusion, a skill that could greatly support an elementalist. He could also learn magical craftsmanship to create everyday items and various pieces of combat equipment. Spirit fusion is learned automatically once you form a contract with a spirit and craft an item imbued with elemental power. On the other hand, magical craftsmanship is learned by successfully dismantling and reassembling an item created using magic. At a certain level, Ed didn't want to waste a spirit slot for nothing. But if he wanted to start practicing spirit fusion early, it was best to first make a contract with a low-level spirit. Just then, Janika came running over, all excited. Today she had a headache and wasn't feeling very well. So she'd been resting and getting some fresh air in the northern forest. She asked if Ladio was doing okay. The moment she heard Ladio was resting in the wooden cabin, she instantly went into jealous mode, even though the Opheles Hall incident was over. Ladio still had many things to handle. First, she had to defeat the former head maid, Ellis, once again. However, over the past 3 days, while waiting for a response from Elter headquarters, she'd been living on edge in this wooden cabin. It was frustrating but not unbearable because she was staying with Ed Roth Taylor. Her heart kept pounding. Ed's unconditional kindness and trust, with no need for repayment, made her feel like she was curling up in a soft, comfortable bed. For some people that might be normal, but for Latia, who had lived her whole life in coldness and distance, that feeling was more precious than gold. She didn't want to yield Ed to anyone else, especially not that person, Janika Palover. For her, whether friends or family, a relationship built on unconditional kindness and trust was surely something far too natural and ordinary. If Janika already had plenty of milk cartons, she should give one up. Otherwise, there was only one option left: dirty tricks, and that was Ladio's specialty. 3 days together was a huge, perfect advantage. She smiled, an inhuman smile that slowly stripped away her humanity. First, she would proceed with the plan she'd set long ago. If she could fill this wooden cabin with gold coins, that would be perfect. But with the situation now, she didn't have a single coin to her name. How about helping Ed pay his tuition? She had to make it feel as natural as possible. Like, don't misunderstand me. I'm giving you money for tuition not just because you're a man or because you're my senior. Elsen felt exhausted. Ladio was a schemer, but her weakness was having no experience with romance, and now she was tormenting herself just to be able to express her feelings to Ed. And now it was Lucy's turn. Lucy demanded the redhead get out of her sleeping spot. Then, ignoring everything, she dragged her bedding over and lay down right where the sunlight hit. Immediately, Ed tossed her bundle outside. It seemed Lucy had come to this wooden cabin to find somewhere to hide. He said he'd already kicked Lucy out so she should rest comfortably as if she were at home. Yet another rival had come here to take root. But Ed only saw her as a natural disaster. Even with one more person, Ladio still had plenty of time. Let's see who wins in 3 days. On the second morning of Ladio's life in the wooden cabin, even her words were carried off by the wind, yet she still got to be alone with Ed. He barely paid attention to the fact that Janika was still being friendly, and Lucy was still sprawled out here. Ed successfully created a new product: handmade bricks. A brick made by pouring mud into a mold to keep its shape. After the mud in the mold had completely dried, fire magic was used to bake it into a brick. Crafting completed, his production skill increased. By successfully mastering a skill and thanks to his high agility stat, his proficiency immediately rose. Another new product was completed as well: a brick fireplace. A fireplace built by stacking the handmade bricks on top of one another. Because the bricks were joined with mud, it wasn't very sturdy. Still, it seemed to function like an oven too. If it were used indoors, it would probably need a ventilation pipe added. Production completed, his production skill increased again. The fireplace that couldn't be built because of the Opheles Hall incident was finally finished. All 3 of them sat around the fire, enjoying their meal. Ladio said she hadn't noticed any movement since morning. Everything must be going according to plan, but they still couldn't afford to drop their guard. Even though there was still a lot left to do and plenty more cleaning to finish, Ladio also still needed to repay her senior, since she was a businesswoman no matter how little money she had. She had to pay it back in full. By the way, did Ed want anything other than cash? Come to think of it, it was probably leftover stuff, building materials or some kind of goods conjured by magic. Ad had no idea that Janika beside him was already burning with jealousy, watching the two of them chat away. Janika's nose stung. Ad turned to ask her for a favor. These past few days, he'd been trying to learn spirit magic. Ad also wanted to try forming a contract with another low-rank spirit, and he wondered if Janika could help with that. Of course, she agreed immediately. In that case, I'll be Ad's mentor. I'll teach you, so it won't be long before you can form a contract with a mid-rank spirit. First, let's see how strong your spirit sensitivity is. Ad, can you see it? Janika brought out a spirit named Caris and asked her to try talking with Ad. The spirit said Ad needed to raise his resonance higher to hear what spirits were saying. That was the first thing he had to do. But from what Janika could tell, Ad's growth rate was already pretty promising. It's already quite fast. Caris protested fiercely. Just think about how that man is living. How much time does he even spend practicing magic? You know that too. In our weekly report meeting at the window in the Imperial Hall, there was a report saying his food stores are running low, and he needs to focus on building a house. A log cabin immediately, so where would he find time to think about anything else? After hearing that, Janika shooed her away on the spot. She hoped Ad hadn't heard anything. Ad did hear, but not much. He was curious what that weekly report meeting was. Janika froze, totally petrified. Lordle cut into their conversation. If you're done talking, then let's finish discussing the magically created item. Looks like there's more surplus goods than I thought, so I can give you more than enough. So can you sell them to me at the lowest price possible? You can count it against the 20 gold coins you promised, and just deduct it from there over time. Speaking of money, Lordle was genuinely sad and annoyed. Either way, there wasn't much money to begin with, and honestly, it was dead capital anyway. So even giving it away for free would be pretty hard. But in exchange, Ad had to come to the warehouse once every 3 days. That way, she could give Ad the lowest price. Maybe while he's there, the two of them can drink and chat. Hearing that, Janika snapped into her sharp-tongued mode. She angrily said, "It's just that much and you still can't give it for free. Ad helped you a lot this time. No matter what, I'm still a businesswoman. Giving things away goes against my professional ethics. That I'm scared of dogs thing is just an excuse." This way, Ad can start learning magical engineering and spirit magic at the same time. In the middle of their bickering, no one noticed when Bella had arrived. She didn't expect to run into Lordle here. Sensing the situation felt a bit off, she planned to leave. She came to deliver some bad news. This is a message from the senior head maid. Bella got word from Clara that Janika really likes Ad. Clara even acted like it was top secret, absolutely not to be leaked, and not to act too surprised. But she'd known that for ages already, sweetheart. Clara was very worried seeing Janika like Ed. I just don't understand why someone like Janika would like Ed, like that scoundrel so much even if his reputation has improved a little lately. As a friend, I want to support Janika, but that's not the point. Lately, Janika has been mentioning her name a lot. Eloriel Ketchen. At the opening ceremony, both of them were absent. Even yesterday was the same. In the end, relationships between men and women are a game of push and pull, aren't they? If that's how it is, then Janika doesn't stand a chance. I don't even know much about Estro Stellar. Honestly, I even find it ridiculous how she keeps staring his way, and he doesn't even notice. So is he stubborn to the point of absurdity, or was he just born as an unbearable bastard? Bella replied as well, rather than stubborn or a bastard. I think the reason he isn't interested in any relationship is because of his own situation. Clara was still shaking with anger, thinking there's no way that's true. Surely, once he opens his mouth, he'll say something spine-chilling. And he'll feel smug about his popularity because so many girls swarm around him. Just thinking about it made Clara shiver. What a naive girl doesn't understand. A hot-tempered stray cat sitting in front of a fish shop and an innocent kitten, trembling before a tiger. And finally, a simple cat that only knows how to sleep. Everyone here was giving her a headache. Besides that, she also wanted to pass a message back to Lady Ladio. It was from Alice the Marquis, the appointed chief herald. The crackling sound of the torch run faded into the night's darkness. It was already late, so Janika returned to the dormitory as well. Bella had come to pick up Lucy and brought her back. From Ladio's point of view, it was an extremely uncomfortable situation. Her location had been discovered by the soldiers of Opheles Hall. The uniform Zix had given her had been altered, but it still looked very worn. The courier returned with a notice of victory. The proposal to sell off equipment and the review of the motion to depose the leader were complete. Elter's power had been almost entirely revoked. He would certainly be purged. The plan was nearly finished. Please report your personal status. Now Ad had to prepare to go to the academy as usual. Ladio burned the letter. If things had progressed this far, Ladio's adoptive father had likely returned to headquarters to fight the final battle. Even if it was just a futile struggle, at least there was no longer any reason for him to pay attention to Sylvania. That old man was crafty, so he probably still had a few tricks hidden away. but Laudio had no choice except to trust him. He was aiming for the position of the guild's next leader. The bigger concern right now was Alice, but that too was already over. Alice didn't reveal who was behind this incident because she had already been paid in advance. Between Laudio and Elter, whoever one would have had made Elizabeth stay closely at their side. The parchment scroll Bella Maya delivered contained a detailed list of the orphanages Alice had helped throughout her life. It included a full year's maintenance cost and the methods she used to sponsor those orphanages. Alice never stopped trying. Even as her health kept getting worse, the academy never once listened to what she said. In the end, she would no longer be able to work, and she could take responsibility for the orphanages she had supported. So she wagered her entire life on that plan. She was blunt and showed no emotion. It seemed no one noticed how cornered she really was, at least the people who followed. Alice understood her circumstances and her feelings. That was what forced her to act. Since Laudio was all but victorious, Alice wanted to join her side again, but once trust is lost, it's hard to regain. This was what they sent instead of a threat. In the world of merchants, there's no such thing as empathy. If you make a mistake like that, you're branded a fool. She probably understood that better than anyone. She didn't want it to get out that she was the mastermind behind the occupation. So the two of them would get along on the surface. After all, there are no permanent enemies or permanent allies. Even so, she still seemed relieved. Laudio said she would be leaving here soon. X would also stop by the local branch of the association to sign the contract. He handed her a torch that could burn for quite a while. Laudio looked at Ed as if she wanted to say something, and in the end she couldn't hide what she felt. Laudio admitted that if she wanted to take the place of those other girls, she should probably do something bold. She straightened his tie and said, "Senior, do you know what the nature of relationships between people really is? It's a game of push and pull. Just like this tie, you can see it's crooked. Keeping yourself neat and proper never hurts. Anyway, we're students of Sylvania." With that, she pulled Ed closer, and the two of them slammed on the rickshaw brakes. She even praised how delicious the raspberries at dinner were. Ed coldly told her not to go too far, feeling that too much teasing wasn't a good thing. Next time, she'd make Ed pull her in himself. "I have to practice being better at teasing you." After that, she hurried off. Ed tried to avoid getting involved with the main characters of the story any more than necessary. But as expected, things didn't go the way he wanted. The stars were still beautiful and the moon shone brightly. Insects chirped in the distance, and the steady clatter of the running donkey cart hadn't changed. X could feel the story's direction would keep weaving and shifting. No matter what he intended, Ad still felt uneasy. He had already begun to be drawn into the center of the story. Ad's plan was to stand aside, watch the plot unfold smoothly, and only step in when necessary. Ad wasn't ambitious. He only wanted to get his diploma and level up his skill. It sounded simple, but Ad realized how foolish and difficult that challenge would become in the near future. Summer drifted by and autumn arrived. Janika sat beneath a tree with the spirits when Karis came rushing over to tell Janika about that night. "That day you couldn't possibly ignore this, Lady Janika. I saw it too. The kiss was pretty intense. Youth is wonderful, isn't it? That girl looks like a fire fox. She really knows how to toy with someone's heart." Janika's face flushed red, curious about Ad's reaction. "You hit the point, young lady. From what I observed, he seemed to be trying to keep his distance. Even though she kissed him, his expression didn't change at all. I was quite shocked when I saw it. His reaction was extremely cold. Watching it even made me uncomfortable. He must fall into one of two categories. That fallen noble, either he's a eunuch, or he doesn't see her as a woman at all." Janika breathed a sigh of relief. Usually, men like that are good at attacking but terrible at defense. "From my experience, a girl who looks like a fire fox will only attack harder when rejected. If you do nothing, he'll be taken away, young Lady Janika." Janika's head ached, half wanting to listen, half not. After all, Ad's reaction is very cold. The spirit Takin added fuel to the fire. "Are you going to let that fire fox steal him? I heard you agreed to teach him spirit magic. Don't waste this opportunity. When the two of you are alone, at least take the initiative and kiss him." Takin lost control and had to be dragged away by the other spirits. Don't listen to Takin. You're most attractive when you are yourself. If you want to show an innocent or fresh side, that's not bad either. You probably thought about doing something new and fun with Ad. Have you ever experienced a situation like this? Janika was shy. It seemed like some feeding each other scene. But over here, she's feeding Lucy too. But his cooking is terribly bad. He only sees Lucy as a food-tasting machine. Ad considered postponing training until more ingredients were available. Life skill details: intermediate craft level, specialty in woodworking. Crafting level 14, design level 9, gathering skill level 12. Woodworking level 10, archery level 13, fishing level 7. Cooking level 6, repairing level 5, advanced fabrication tech. Flexibility is also the highest stat, heavily related to life skill proficiency. If Ad increased only one stat, efficiency would drop, so he has to increase all of them. The problem is there's no time. The new semester has started, and there's little time left for survival activity. Even if shortened, it's only about 5 or 6 hours. It's time to figure out a way to manage survival activities more efficiently, because he needs time to check if the main plot is proceeding smoothly. After all, the most important plot characters are the male lead and the 4 female leads. Taylor is in the combat department, so Ad doesn't see him often, but Taylor seems to be getting stronger. Companion Ayla is also fulfilling her support role for Taylor. Princess Phonia seems to be living well without issues. It's almost time for her to clash with Laudio. Ad also needs to keep an eye on that. Claris won't enroll until next year, so no worries there. The golden girl Laudio is the most unstable. Ad doesn't know what changes were caused by Elter being removed early. Also, it seems her plan has changed. She's still trying to control the secret sage scripture. Recently, Ad needed extra time because he also had to check the professor's building. The final boss of Chapter 2 is Professor Glass. The girl with glasses is Cleo Elpin, the professor's assistant. She sensed someone was behind the Opheles Hall occupation. Professor Glass trusts his subordinate because he knows she's sharp, but still reminds her not to miss any important information. Like the theology research he asked her to find, Cleo promised to find it tomorrow morning at the professor's Opheles Hall. In the assistant office, Cleo sat down tiredly. Anise had gathered information related to the Opheles Hall occupation incident. Looking at the involved people's info, Cleo didn't know if she should worry about making an accurate conclusion. This exhausted her, but no matter how she looked, nothing seemed suspicious, especially at the Uter Guild store, Sylvania branch. Ad came to receive goods as Laudio had mentioned earlier. But since she was busy, she hadn't prepared anything, so Ad was asked to come back next week. Laudio also prepared tea and pastries as an apology. Also, according to the records, there were still some magical items left here. Ad could pick them up at the checkout later. He was a bit curious about Laudio's outfit today. She said she had a pretty important meeting today, so she dressed up a bit. She asked about the wooden rental cabin, and it was nearly finished by now. Ed also needed furniture, but everything this branch carried was a bit too upscale and expensive for his budget. Giving it away thoughtlessly would turn into a big problem, because handing out merchandise meant for sale goes against a merchant's ethics. Lautio deliberately broke one leg of a chair and said it had become worthless and would be thrown out tomorrow. She knew her senior specialized in woodworking, so she pulled this stunt. Ed got the hint and thanked her. Laudio couldn't understand how Ed could keep the same expression the whole time. She sat on the desk, sliding closer and closer to Ed. What she did that night had been a decisive, lethal move. Could it be that Ed really didn't see her as a woman? Meanwhile, Laudio saw Ed as a courteous gentleman. Everything she asked for carried a deeper meaning. She didn't even expect an answer. She would never enter a battle without a chance to win. Laudio pointed at Ed's chest and said, "Even if you're calm right now, one day I won't have to be the only one anymore. You came here feeling nervous, anxiously waiting for my reaction, didn't you, senior?" Even if she wasn't sure whether she would win or be forced into a corner, that was a merchant's hallmark. People who never show their emotions on the outside. Today was the first lesson where Janica taught Ed about spirit fusion. First, she summoned Morgan, a low-tier fire spirit. He would need to focus his mana to communicate with it. Morgan asked for 30 seconds to introduce himself. "Hello, Master. It's a pleasure to meet you. It's an honor to form a pact with you. I am Morgan, a low-tier fire spirit. At last week's press conference, we prepared a selection process to choose a spirit to form a contract with young Master Ed. I made it through. The first preliminary round, then 2 interviews, and finally a discussion round with the other spirits. After that, I qualified to become the contracted spirit serving the young master. When it comes to controlling magical energy, no one in the northern region can match me. I also have the best communication skills among the lower-ranked spirits. My heart burns with passion. Oh, but I'm already on fire, aren't I? Still, I promise I'll burn even brighter to support you with everything I've got." The more it talked, the more confused Ed felt while playing Sylvania's failed swordsman. He'd had time to bond while syncing spirit-type skills. They laughed together, traded jokes, and supported each other in battle. It was a warm time with a companion, but now the feeling was strange. He couldn't tell if things would still be like before. X felt like Morgan must have gone through some kind of hell training to become that calm. He had asked Janica to recommend a good spirit, so she chose a spirit she had previously contracted with herself. Morgan's magical output is no joke. The process was pretty long. They said there was a selection competition, and the organizer was none other than Passionate Taka. She handed Morgan to Ad, and he could feel the heat coming off Morgan's body. Once you resonate with a contracted spirit, even before summoning it, you can sense the spirit's form and magic. If the match is too perfect, you will start to feel hotter. That's why you need to control it well. Ad wondered, so if I can control the resonance level, then the fire output changes too. Calling it fire output sounds weird, it's like some mechanical device. Ad's eyes lit up. It made him think of a portable kitchen. Morgan was ready to take orders. Lower-ranked fire spirit Morgan, resonance level 2, good spirit efficiency, talent. Blessing of fire, temporarily immune to flames, can burst and cause a small explosion. Enhances fire element magic skill detail. Adept mage level, specialization domain, element, can already learn intermediate magic. Spirit resonance level 12. Spirit mastery level 12, spirit summoning level 1, empathy level 1. With this fire, it could be extremely useful for Essington. It doesn't even need firewood to keep burning. Yannicka was happy to see Ad so excited. Lately he'd looked so down, like he'd just lived through a terrible drought. Before class, she would teach him more about resonance and empathy. If he practiced well with her, even better. Plus, he could quickly form a contract with an intermediate spirit too. Yannicka shyly suggested, we should also practice fighting with spirits. I'll take some time to rent a training room. I've got lots of accessories in my room that boost resonance efficiency. So next time we meet, I'm sure you'll see. Luckily, she hit the brakes in time, otherwise she would have looked so cheap. After that, she acted busy in every possible way. Honestly, I'm busy too. I'm one of the top performing students in my course. People even have to line up to get taught by me. You know, that's why I don't have much time. Don't you think it's a bit much to ask me to teach you? A free magic spirit. On one side, the little spirits eagerly ship them and advise their master not to get fleeced. On the other side, Clara demanded wages pour her. Hearing that, Ad spoke up too. I understand, you're right. I'm sorry, Yannicka. I took your kindness for granted. I should have paid you for both your time and your sincerity, even though it seems like I can't come up with a suitable amount. As he spoke, Ad rummaged through his empty pockets. When instructor Krat mentioned payment, Yannicka hurried to explain, payment? What payment? You can barely get by as it is. How can you even think about wasting money like that? You need to be as frugal as possible, don't spend recklessly. I can't believe you brought up money here, so cold. We're closer than that, you really made me sad. The one who mentioned payment first was Yannicka's grandmother. Yannicka felt embarrassed and didn't know how to explain. When you're in front of the person you like, you can become that awkward. It was all because of Clara. She had given Yannicka some advice, and because Yannicka was too kind-hearted, she couldn't say no to others. But not just anyone gets treated this well by Miss Yannicka. Ad was over the moon. Being treated kindly by a beautiful girl felt amazing. After saying that, she left and promised to explain more next time. Next time, they would meet at the combat training room. She would rent the room first and tell him afterward. She'd also bring good accessories, and if Ad needed resonance books to practice, he could just call her. Since Janicka had morning classes, she headed out first, leaving only the spirit Morgan with his new master. Ed successfully obtained a magical crafting technique. The advanced one used an advanced crafting art. The structure of the magical tech item Ed received from Lot was simpler than he expected, so he was able to analyze it very quickly. Thanks to that, he could finally learn a higher-level technique. When they ran out of firewood, Ed had to rely on Morgan to make a fire, and when they felt cold, they used the stove to warm the space in peace. A sturdy home was born. Ed felt much more at ease, as if the weight on his chest had been lifted. The moon rose high. He suddenly remembered it had been a long time since he checked his traps, but it was pitch dark now, so tomorrow would be better. Meanwhile, Chloe walked along deep in thought. The more she racked her brain, the more it seemed there really was a shadowy force behind the Opheles Hall incident. Rose Taylor was on her list of suspects. He had been expelled from his family, so now he only. Everyone present at the scene was either an Opheles Hall cadet or someone connected to water. But Taylor and Ed were the only two with no ties to Opheles Hall. Since Taylor helped handle the case earlier, Ed was the only one left. She had heard Ed often showed up in the northern forest, so she came to check. But unless he ate and slept outdoors, there was no way he would be wandering around a dark forest like this. Unexpectedly, the young woman saw Ed dragging a blood-soaked beast caught in a trap, with an unconscious girl slung over his shoulder. In truth, Lucy was just asleep, but the sight still frightened her. Even the powerful leader Obel, on par with Archmage Glock or Grand Sage Sylvania, would struggle to deal with Lucy Myrtle, yet she was lying neatly over Ed's shoulder. Chloe sensed danger. It seemed her intuition was right. The culprit behind the occupation of Opheles Hall was Ezra Taylor. Chloe smugly told herself she was truly detective material. But what happened for Lucy to be carried off like that? She couldn't understand how Ed could take Lucy down so easily. Chloe followed Ed and saw him toss someone else's daughter onto the ground without a hint of mercy. Then she remembered she had an appointment tomorrow morning and needed to rest early. Chloe tiptoed closer, planning to rescue Lucy first. Move slowly and don't make a sound. But just as she was about to touch Lucy, the girl snapped awake. When asked who she was, Chloe brightly introduced herself as the professor's assistant. But to her surprise, Lucy simply walked back to the camp to sleep, ignored everything she said, and finally blinked away. The next morning, Chloe went to Professor Clash and questioned him about Ed. "Professor, do you know about a cadet who was suspended from the academy and what he's been doing?" "His name is Ed, right? A student expelled from the academy. He couldn't possibly know about that. But Lucy's situation, the professor might know." Lucy was taken down quickly by that suspended student. Chloe said she saw it with her own eyes. Ed carried Lucy on his shoulder, effortless and simple. On the way to Ed's tent, she witnessed the whole thing. Chloe suspected Ed might be behind the occupation of Opheles Hall. The professor began paying attention to what she said. If, during the defense of Opheles Hall, Chloe had been very successful using her curse magic there, then how were the cadets still able to seize control? There must have been some internal force helping them. Using curse magic inside might not have been permitted, but it was necessary to stop the cadets who were trying to stir up trouble. Chloe calmed down and handed the crystal orb to the professor. "That's the situation in broad strokes. That's why I investigated Cadet Ed. If you want more details, please look at this." All the images were recorded here. In the footage, Ed standing in the hall looks exactly like a criminal. With that look in his eyes, she was sure Ed was the mastermind behind the occupation of Opheles Hall and the chaos across the academy that night. What's more, she insisted she witnessed the top-tier mage Lucy being taken down by Ed. But the professor also knew that Lucy only liked sleeping. She probably fell asleep in the forest again, so he carried her back to his tent. Chloe fell silent, unable to say another word, and was promptly kicked out. "You truly can't do anything right. Go rewrite the report for me." Still, no matter how many times you look, the crystal orb clearly recorded the cadet's occupation. At a glance, it looked like Ed was trying to stop some of them rather than plotting anything else. But those 3 cadets seemed to have defeated him. Taylor was a cadet gifted in swordsmanship, and Vera was regarded as a talented alchemy student. In that case, Ed had little chance of defeating the 3 of them, but it seemed he had noticed something rather interesting. Over here, Ed was still actively clearing quests. Another quest was completed. His crafting skill leveled up and a new item was successfully made: Explosive Rune Bracer. The Explosive Rune Bracer was a socketed item, inscribed with an ancient language burst spell. When attacking, each strike had a chance to trigger an explosion within a certain radius. The proc rate increased further, a spirit-type elemental burst spell inherited from the art of fire. It built up mana with every use, creating a small blast zone. This was the knife that had been with Ed since his earliest days here. He couldn't survive without it. It really was lucky that Ed had carved so many primal ancient runes into it. Now its power had increased by a lot. Morgan chimed in quickly. "Congratulations, Master, successfully inscribing the spirit explosive rune onto that knife. From now on, it'll have even more practical uses in your hand. This is definitely something worth celebrating. Not everyone is as skilled at inlaying as you are, Master At. To celebrate your success, I'll sing you a praise song to make you happy." It's an old song about a shepherd who succeeded in raising his flock. It's been passed down by word of mouth for generations. Seriously, who needs you to be that enthusiastic? Seeing that Ed wasn't interested, Morgan, afraid of being punished, showed remorse before any lesson came down. "Oh, my dear master, if you're not satisfied, you can tell me directly. I won't do it again. After this, I'll learn my lesson. I know what I did was wrong. Please forgive me. Give me time to change and reflect on my sins." Ed knew that tiny spirits left the underworld to follow the path of becoming novice spirits that serve humans. They would choose powerful mages so they could learn a lot from them, and so those mages could protect them. In simple terms, someone like Janika, a high-level spirit mage. So it was perfectly normal for small, weak creatures to form a contract with her. But Morgan was different. Ed couldn't help wondering why it had contracted with him. Something didn't feel quite right. Ed wasn't really a spirit mage, and Morgan could barely learn anything from him. So had Morgan promised something to someone else? This seemed like something that needed to be made clear. They'd been together for a while now, they weren't strangers anymore. Morgan trembled for a moment, then burst into tears. "Oh, Master Ase, how could I dare hide anything from you? With all my loyalty, everything I say comes from the bottom of my heart. I follow you purely out of admiration. For a tiny being like me, being able to serve you is already a tremendous honor. And by contracting with you, I can benefit from many things you have, along with Lady Janika as well. What you know about original ancient runic magic has helped me a lot too. With those 2 advantages, I can grow far faster than other little spirits. Of course, it's more than that. So much about you has changed from what you were like back at the academy. Before, your reputation was something everyone hated. But now people like you a lot more. Your bad habits are gone, and that means I gain even more from staying with you." That sounded reasonable enough. It seemed Ed understood this chatty spirit a bit better. Morgan started complaining about its hardships. "Ever since I came to this realm, my life has been nothing but suffering. Higher-ranking spirits kept pushing me around and making me miserable. Being by your side makes me incredibly happy. but I still can't avoid all of that. The spirit hierarchy has existed for ages. Everyone just wants more power. So no matter what, I hope I can become stronger in the future, so I won't have to feel wronged anymore. It seemed the two of them shared the same kind of fate. They would rely on each other and keep pushing forward together. Morgan also promised it would study as hard as it could, without relying on the master's power. Ad truly had far too few combat skills, but thanks to constant training his physique had improved a lot. You could even say he'd started to develop some muscle. The home storage also held more food now. Meat, vegetables, and fruit were almost fully stocked. At least he had a temporary place to stay, so there wasn't as much to worry about. He was also studying harder, even though the lessons were getting more difficult to understand. But with the basic theories he'd learned, he understood far more than before. Ed needed to carve out some time to study more efficiently instead of grinding nonstop like this. The knowledge would settle in his head soon enough. Talent or an exceptional memory wasn't necessary if he kept studying and training diligently day after day. Ad had to keep pushing himself. Only then could he achieve better results in his study. His studying, just like his survival, would gradually improve. Day by day, everything would get better. Tomorrow would be better than yesterday. That was what he was aiming for. Just then, he suddenly heard Janika calling his name. Ad had been lost in thought about everything that had happened earlier, so his focus slipped a little. It seemed he should pay attention to the 3 letters he'd received today. A letter was sent from the Academy, the second from the Elter Merchant Guild. Neither of these letters contained anything noteworthy. The 3rd letter, however, caught Ed's attention. Through that letter, he realized that the story had gone far beyond what Ed had previously known. This was extremely serious and could not be ignored. Up until now, everything had simply revolved around events between the 2 rival Academy factions, and the struggle to obtain the Sage's magic tome. But later, it turned into a 3-way battle within the Academy. The Merchant Guild and the Rosteller family joined in as well. Griffin Rosteller intended to seize the magic tome for his research on his immortality techniques. Of course, that wasn't simple at all, so he was moving toward negotiations to acquire the magic tome. Griffin Rosteller is a boss who only appears in the 4th act of this game, but at this point, he had already made his appearance. At present, his power surpasses everyone else. Who could possibly stand against him? This is the difficult issue, unless the game's plot changes somehow. Therefore, this magic tome would be hard to keep if he intended to take it. Naturally, acquiring this magic tome would make him even stronger. He was already the boss of the 4th act, and now it's only the 2nd act. Who could oppose him? But regardless whether he acquires the magic tome or not, his mere appearance already dictates the course of events. This letter only briefly described Griffin Rosteller and predicted his next moves at the Academy, so there's still much Ed doesn't know. However, there was one message he needed to pay attention to. Through insider information from the Academy, Bonia guessed that Sylvania Academy was facing financial difficulty. Although she could not directly support private educational institutions like Sylvania Academy. Of course, if this situation continued, all parties would encounter problems. More concerningly, the Elter Merchant Guild could gain control of the Sage's magic tome. This tome cannot be sold to generate funds to maintain the Academy. If that happens, it would be a humiliation for Sylvania Academy. That's why the principal requested assistance, and she decided to help. However, something didn't add up. How did Griffin Rosteller learn about the negotiation? This account would be involved. It seemed that the boy Ega had reported it. Previously, he had lived in the Academy, so he had heard the rumors. No matter which child from that family has a chance to restore the family's honor, they cannot ignore it. Ladio stepped in and interrupted. I don't think it was him. I'm just a commoner. Can I really sit here and speak with the princess? Bonia didn't expect to meet Ladio here, and then the two of them sat down to chat. I thought you hated me, Ladio. Why would the princess say that? Anyone can participate in trade. Whether you hate someone or not has nothing to do with business. That said, this matter. Sophie Rosteller's involvement in seizing this magic tome might relate to my adoptive father. From the start, he had requested him to cover the contracts that the company still owed. Thus, this matter could be one of the concessions he had to make to gain some relief from those debts. Of course, Elter has now lost his position in the guild, but because of it, he wants the magic tome even more. Acquiring the magic tome might allow him to regain some leverage. Something to negotiate with the merchant guild. This puzzled the princess a bit. Wasn't the plan that once they obtained the magic tome, the guild would sell it to the Rosteller family? Both parties were competing for this item. Why does the Elter Merchant Guild seem to be clashing with the family? To acquire it, why didn't the two sides negotiate? Of course, Ladio did not want the magic tome to belong to the Rosteller family. Due to her background and position in the guild, Ladio naturally thought differently from her adoptive father. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Of course, if the princess invests in Ladio's guild instead of the Rosteller family, both sides benefit. After all, the two sides already know each other. Ladio continued using her words to entice the princess. Naturally, doing so also pleased Senior Ed. Is that correct, princess? If there's anything unclear, you can ask Senior Ed. Ed has been expelled from the academy and is now living alone in the forest. But princess, don't think he still has ties to the Rod Taylor family. That would be unfair to the old man. He was expelled from the family as well. Phonia looked at Ladio and thought to herself, the girl in front of her was a cold-blooded merchant, yet she still worried about others. How had Phonia never considered this before? What if he was doing all this for his own gain? I've seen him helping one person after another. If there were a bargain to be had, how could he possibly pass it up? He didn't say any of this to you, did he? The princess spoke up. Ladio admitted Ed hadn't said a word. The princess continued, if he won't say it, then I'll take the hint. In that case, I'll do whatever benefits me, even if I have to take advantage of him. That's his real agenda. Ladio started trembling, her face darkening. But trying to use Ed as a pawn will depend on whether the princess has the nerve to do it. Phonia's aide immediately shouted when someone dared to be disrespectful to the princess. Before leaving, Ladio also offered a sincere piece of advice. Don't try to use him halfway. In the end, you might be the one who gets used. That attitude was more than Claire, the princess's attendant, could tolerate. He practically yelled, we need to teach that woman a lesson for her insolence. Princess Phonia had many thoughts swirling in her mind. That Ed Rotler really was a mystery. And now even Griffin Rottler was involved in buying a spellbook. But perhaps the one who warranted even more caution was Ladio, that brave, arrogant girl. She wouldn't even bow her head to the princess, yet now she looked flustered and anxious for someone else. Back at the Elter trading house, Ladio was surprised that Ed arrived together with Senior Janika. Ladio teased politely, I didn't know you were coming, Senior, so I only prepared 2 cups of Mount Fulan rosemary tea. Would you like cold water instead? Janika wasn't one to be pushed around. She shot back at once. Fine. So this tea is something your trading house keeps in storage to stockpile, isn't it? But it's merchandise for sale, not something you can serve to guests, right? The only saving grace is that Ed is a true gentleman. He gave his cup of tea to Janika, making the red-haired girl furious. After that, the 3 of them went to pick up the magic tools. Janika didn't want to. That girl had gotten the upper hand over her, so she kept chiming in, just look, these are so new there isn't a speck of dust. Giving away your products for free is against a merchant's ethics. But Ladio had already planned for it. She deliberately made a few scratches and tiny flaws so she'd have a proper reason to gift them to Ed. What matters most isn't whether those items can be sold, but whether they're useful to Senior. Ed was deeply grateful for Ladio's kindness, but taking these things for free felt wrong. He still hadn't paid for the previous purchases either. And this was already the 4th time. Ladio smiled smugly, like the winner. As long as Ed kept their agreement in mind, that was enough. Besides, it wasn't that much money anyway. Just like that, the 2 girls faced off in a civilized way, leaving Ed truly exhausted. Not again, that familiar sensation swept through Ed's body. It felt like he was drifting in water. There were so many things he needed to do, yet lately he kept getting this feeling. Ed needed to stay wary of Griffin Rottler, who was linked to buying the spellbook. The sage's secret scripture was still 2 weeks away, so the urgent thing right now was to make a mattress for the bed. He could probably spread out some cloth, then stuff it with wool or some other material inside to make it soft. The day after that, he still had to deal with the little deer he'd just caught. It was time to clean the inside of the tent again. And there was Lucy's jerky, too. Ed gradually sank away beneath Janika's and Ladio's voices. Meanwhile, Princess Phonia sat in deep thought. Was it time for me to admit it? The way he fished so diligently at the campsite, and the calm, meticulous answers he gave. During the fight with Glasgow, the other cadets all said he only focused on studying, but Ladio had warned me not to underestimate him. Maybe my warning still wasn't effective enough. I'll check again to be sure, so I ordered him to come to the royal residence. She turned and asked Claire about tomorrow's schedule and what time Ed would arrive. But it seemed he wouldn't be able to come for now. The princess couldn't believe he could refuse a royal order, but the truth was that Ed had fainted from exhaustion. Ed fell into extreme fatigue. The symptoms included a high fever from overexertion, digestive issues, chronic tiredness, dizziness, periodic coma, shortness of breath, declining vision, side effects when casting magic, and aching sore muscle. He needed proper rest to recover from this abnormal condition. Right now, he felt terribly short of breath. His whole body was heavy, and his stomach was burning hot. The heat and heaviness were only because Lucy was lying on top of him and mumbling in her sleep. Lucy's body was far lighter than it looked, to the point that Ed wondered if she was even human. But now he couldn't move at all. Lucy still looked perfectly normal. So the problem was Ed's body, now completely exhausted. Looks like this is the familiar tent, but this new blanket must belong to the Elter Merchant Guild. After seeing that Ed had woken up, Lucy immediately resumed his treatment. Ed had been studying and practicing magic to excess without letting his body rest. A few months passed like that, and this is the result. While he was asleep, Lucy did all of this, and because she was so drowsy, she nodded off several times. Yenica and Lordle caught Lucy sleeping. It was a real hassle, but whatever. It was necessary, so they couldn't complain much. Lucy clenched his hand. Don't you go getting sick, got it? Being sick is such a pain. Some people even die because of it. Lucy was thinking of her grandfather, who died in his sickbed, back when she couldn't even bring herself to look him in the face. Just then, Ziggs the mage poked his head in and said, I wasn't sure I was allowed to use the stove inside, so I lit a fire out here. He accidentally walked in on Lucy sitting on top of Ed, and embarrassed, he turned his face away and instantly blinked out. The underclassman was honestly wondering just how many girls were crowding around his senior. But then again, it made sense. Strong men often had plenty of women around them. It was only natural, nothing strange about it at all. It was an open-minded view of communal living, not some narrow-minded judgment. Ed wondered why Ziggs was here since senior Yenica still had to attend classes, and Lordle had already gone back because she couldn't leave her business unattended for too long. Ziggs's hair had grown longer over time too. It was autumn now. Ziggs helped feed Ed, but Ed rejected it immediately. Two grown men feeding each other. If it would even taste good. If it were Elka or Claraborn, it might be better. Like Lordle said, no girl was allowed to feed Ed at all, so Ziggs had no choice but to do it. Ed decided to check the storyline as usual first. He asked about the incident where the alchemy students secretly grew ginseng and caused trouble, and Vera, that troublemaker. In the end, Taylor and Glebius handled it quickly. Episode 2, Scene 5, Exploring Sensor Academy, had been completed without issue. Ed had also heard the rumor spreading that Taylor defeated a monster that had slipped into the Academy's underground waterway system. Taylor had wrapped that up as well. Episode 2, Scene 7, The Demon in the Underground, had also been completed without any problems. That meant the only major event left now was negotiating to purchase the sage's secret tome. Ed had been unconscious for 10 straight days. Everyone would be shocked to see him awake again. But today they couldn't stay by his side. Senior Yenica still had to remain at the academy. And Lordle had to leave because she needed to prepare for an important negotiation tomorrow. Ed thought only a day or two had passed, but he couldn't believe it had been 10 days. In a panic, he demanded that Ziggs send word to Lordle immediately. There was no time left. One day after Ed woke up, Episode 2's main scenario had countless variables. The negotiation to buy the magic grimoire, the sage's secret tome, began. The parties involved included Princess Phonia Elias Kloll, the vice-chairman of the Elter Merchant Guild. And if things went according to the original script, Griffin Rottler, head of the ducal house, the final boss of Episode 4, would appear. Inside the castle, Phonia was eating steak with a rather unhappy look on her face. I'm glad to see you're as healthy as ever today. The one speaking was Griffin Rottler. He was apologizing for the troubles his family had caused. Because of those very troubles, he had exiled Ed S. Rottler. Griffin Rottler shared the same bloodline as Ed S. Rottler, and he was a noble with a dignified bearing and sharp intellect. The head of a ducal house with absolute authority. Just from the servants' attitude at his side, you could tell how much they respected Griffin. But his eyes made it clear this man was ruthless. Griffin turned his gaze to the red-haired girl sitting beside Phonia. He asked whether she was the Elter Merchant Guild's representative. The red-haired girl stood and introduced herself. I'm Lordle Ketchen. It's an honor to be here, though I still have much to learn. Griffin guessed she must be the daughter of the Golden King of Elter, Lordle, since he'd already heard of her keen judgment and bold spirit. Lordle continued the polite small talk with Griffin. She frankly admitted that wherever there was money or big profit, she would be there. This was a negotiation to buy the sage's secret tome. The negotiating teams shared a meal to inspect the tome's condition and to verify the payment method. After both sides named their price, the highest bidder would receive the secret tome. The sage's secret tome was a treasure of Sylvania Academy. The department head didn't want to make this public because the academy was selling it due to financial hardship. So Principal Obel Portius proposed a shrewd plan. As a princess, Phonia would serve as a witness and guarantor for this negotiation. And Vice Principal Rachel, representing the headmaster, will preside over the secret auction. The method is as simple as possible. Right now, whichever side writes the highest bid will receive the sage's secret scripture. After hearing this method, Phonia investigated similar transactions. The Book of Rankings, a book full of spells related to alchemy, written by a legendary alchemist, is priced at 8,100 gold coins. The Book of Laziness is a series of analyses on biogenic magic around the world. It is kept in the Royal Library and is priced at 6,730 gold coins. The Wizard's Diary, written by Grand Wizard Glock during his exploration of the southern continent, still holds many mysteries. It is priced at 7,020 gold coins. Its value lies in inherited magic, academic research, and as a luxury item. Phonia looked at the red-haired girl over there. She guessed Lordle had memorized the prices and recorded the transactions of several other books. Then Phonia looked at Griffin. Phonia guessed the person who would get the sage's secret scripture would be Griffin Rothler. After the exchanges, the vice principal stood up to announce the bids from both sides. Phonia silently thought. A bidding without a money limit decided in a single bid. The key in this rule is to know the highest amount your opponent is willing to offer. Lordle replied respectfully, as long as there is a profitable item, we will be there. From the start, Lordle revealed her intention to profit. If she wanted profit, she would not bid more than the book's value. That is 8,100 gold coins. Selling for higher is very difficult and she would incur a loss. If Griffin wrote a bid slightly higher than Lordle's maximum of 8,100 gold coins, the sage's secret scripture would be his. The vice principal now began reading the result. I will now reveal the bids. On Griffin Rothler's side, 8,500 gold coins. Just as Phonia predicted, Griffin Rothler was not at the academy to profit from book trades. She was curious why he wanted it so badly that he accepted such a high bid. The vice principal continued to read Lordle's bid. Lordle Ketchen bid 9,400 gold coins. Hearing this amount shocked Phonia internally. Part of Phonia's surprise was that she miscalculated. Another part was that Lordle was someone who cared only about profit. Yet she offered such a high price to buy the book. Ultimately, the rights to the sage's secret scripture went to the Elt Trading Guild. Griffin gritted his teeth in anger at the result. He led his people away. The vice principal invited Lordle to a private room to sign the purchase contract. Princess Phonia was still lost in her thoughts. What exactly was Lordle Ketchen's purpose? Suddenly, Phonia recalled that day when Lordle approached her and said, Princess Phonia, we are allies, right? From the start, Lordle Ketchen's goal was only to prevent the secret scripture from falling into Griffin's hand. No, she wasn't the type to act out of righteousness. Regardless, Griffin being evil was just Phonia's speculation. Even with her authority as a princess, she couldn't find evidence. This must have been a request or order from someone behind Lordle. That person was controlling the situation, knowing Griffin Rothler's dark nature and wanting to stop him. Phonia also recalled that once, Lordle had said, I want you to know that the rumors of Ed collaborating with the Rothler family are all baseless speculation. Recalling that information, Phonia continued to ponder. Ed was expelled from his family and thrown into the forest, though Ed lived with strong determination until he collapsed from exhaustion. Ed Rothler continued to fight against the darkness within the Rothler family. The overwhelming information left Phonia exhausted, trembling so much she could not stand. Her bodyguard hurried to support her. Phonia kept murmuring, What have I done? Thinking about how she caused an innocent person to suffer so much. She felt deeply guilty. However, her misunderstanding might actually turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Scene shifts to Lordle's house, looking at the purchase contract. The buyer is the Elt Trading Guild. The seller is Obel Portius of Sylvania. The transaction amount is 9,400 gold coins. Ownership will transfer within 7 days from signing. Lordle meticulously applied her makeup while reviewing the contract she had just signed. She calculated that reselling the sage's secret scripture to Griffin could earn at least 8,500 gold coins. Lordle bought it for 9,400 gold coins, so the difference is 900 gold coins. Lordle's eyes glimmered with interest. After seeing the contents of the letter, whether it gets sold again or not no longer matters. The letter stated that as long as she obtains the sacred master's secret text, I can fulfill any request she may. Reading those lines, Ladio exclaimed, You've decided to fulfill any request of a merchant. The mistake you made this time is unlike anything a normal person would do, Ed. It turns out that the one who wrote the letter to her, wanting her to have this secret text, was Ed Rothler, trading 900 gold coins for the chance to have Ed. It's quite a decent deal. Any request, really? Ladio lay down, carefully placing the letter on her chest. A look of happiness appeared on her face. The thought of being able to exchange for anything made her even more delighted. If the princess saw this expression, she would probably cry blood. Scene shifts elsewhere. Two young men are commenting on yesterday's auction. Zitz recounted to Ed Ladio's expression when he gave her the letter. Ed thought to himself that Ladio had moderate interest in him, and she would likely place a bet on information provided by someone in the Roteler family. Ed sighed, feeling a bit regretful thinking about the events to come. From a distance, a voice shouted, Ed, are you awake? The speaker was Janika. She was running toward Ed and Zitz. Zitz, concerned, asked if it wasn't yet mealtime. You came all the way from the professor's building. Janika, panting, explained that all her morning classes had ended. There were no more classes now, and she would do her homework tonight. Seeing Janika care about him, Ed calmly apologized for making her worry, as Zitz had already told him everything. Hearing this, Janika waved it off, showing it was nothing. But Zitz exposed her, recounting how she had cried while running around the academy and was rumored to be lovesick. Janika, caught off guard, didn't know what to say. Blushing, she pinched Zitz and told him to stop talking. But Zitz continued, "And that time you barged into the academy's room." Before he could finish, Janika, embarrassed and angry, summoned her familiar. It covered Zitz's mouth and dragged him away. She stood waving goodbye. "Interesting story, Zitz, but it's cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold." Ed was speechless watching them. Mung peeked out from Janika's hair, then ran to Ed's side. It cried, apologizing to its master Ed for not realizing he had overworked himself. And Janika had warned it not to let her presence negatively affect Ed. Janika felt embarrassed hearing this. Zitz, from afar, also said, "Ed, it's because you were unconscious for 10 days. It's nothing serious." Ed replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, if I was out for 10 days, it makes sense." Then he realized with shock that he had indeed been unconscious for 10 days. During Ed's 10 days of unconsciousness, all the meat had rotted. The fishing nets had become tangled and torn. Ed sighed, realizing all the food was gone and he had to start over. Janika, seeing this, immediately understood his plan. He probably intended to work hard again, right? Janika volunteered to help Ed. Zitz said he had some free time before the upcoming exams, so he could also help Ed hunt or craft wooden items. If they tackled tasks together, everything would go smoothly. Their actions reminded Ed that not long ago, under a makeshift wooden tent built from anything found in the forest, he had slept alone in darkness, bitten by insects with nothing to lean on. Indeed, he had faced many challenges, but now Ed had endured and overcome numerous difficulties. Ed smiled at his two friends. Yes, in the end, everything will be fine. Mung, seeing Ed's tired state, felt heartbroken. Scene shifts, Janika is lying next to Merylda. It's unclear what they had been talking about. As she arrived, Janika asked, "Merylda, you think the same, right?" Merylda told Janika that this was an opportunity. The timing was perfect because that cunning fox was busy negotiating and couldn't reach the campsite. In this regard, that fox was quite smart. Janika should learn much from her. If she wants to pursue a man, she herself must adopt a bit of the fox's cunning, whether she likes it or not. First, the clothes. You look like some country bumpkin. Janika glanced down at what she was wearing. She had to admit this outfit was way too old. But Merylda said it was perfect. Janika didn't understand what Merylda was getting at. She just told her to change her image, yet now she was saying this outfit was perfect. Merylda explained that her cheerful, cooperative attitude was very attractive. Men liked girls whose inside and outside didn't match. Like pretending to care about him, keeping a cold face but making small, gentle gestures. Polite and seductive at the same time. That was the idea. Janika stood up and fixed her hair. She asked Merylda if that was really true. Merylda told her to roll up her sleeves too, and tie her hair up as well. If she could make Ed feel like she was a faithful wife who stayed by his side in hard times, that would be best. Merylda knew Janika was going to see Ed. She reminded her that there had to be progress today, no matter what. Merylda was a high-ranking spirit, nicknamed the Love Expert. She talked and talked, but Janika still didn't really seem to get it. Seeing Janika's innocent expression, Merylda snapped and shouted, "Forget it. Tell me, Janika, when you go to the campsite later to help him. What was your original plan? How were you going to approach him?" Seeing how angry Merylda was, Janika hesitated and asked, "What plan are we talking about?" After talking for so long and realizing Janika still hadn't understood a thing, Merylda was left speechless. Merylda let out a scream so loud the animals in the forest scattered in a frenzy. A bird flapped away, muttering, "What's going on? Lady Merylda is crying." Merylda was at her wit's end because Janika never seized the moment. Did she think a stone-cold guy like that would run into trouble like this a second time? With Ed getting stronger at breakneck speed, did Janika really think this kind of chance would come again? Merylda's shrieking scared Janika so much she was on the verge of tears. Merylda grew even fiercer, adding that the surest way to win was to stay with someone during their hardest time. She had to make use of her role as his support when he was struggling, even if it was a little selfish and sly. The more Merylda spoke, the angrier she became. Janika hurriedly waved her hands, insisting she understood. Then she beckoned Merylda closer to hear her plan. By now Merylda had calmed down, and she bent over to listen to what this foolish girl had come up with. Janika whispered into Merylda's ear. No one knew what she said, but Merylda found the plan pretty interesting. That night, Ed finished the whole pot of soup Janika made. He admitted Janika cooked better than Ditz. Ed felt he should learn how to cook, but first he needed to focus on recovering his strength. Ed went into his room. He thought to himself that Janika had helped him a lot. He couldn't keep showing her his exhausted side all the time. His face felt hot again. The moment he entered, he lay down. He pulled the blanket up, getting ready to sleep. Just as he closed his eyes, a creak sounded, making Ed open them again. "You look so tired." The one who said it was Janika. "You're still not going home?" Ed asked the girl, peeking into his room. What was she planning to do now? Janika smiled brightly and walked over to sit beside Ed's bed. Ed sat up and asked what she was doing. Janika said she wasn't doing anything. She looked at Ed's weary face. You don't have to pretend you're fine. When your body feels bad, your mind gets tired too. Everyone's like that. I know you work harder than anyone, but even when I'm worn out and struggling, there are still many people who comfort me and help me. But in the end, what made me strongest wasn't someone rushing to comfort me or do something. It was simply having someone who could quietly stay by my side. You've tried so hard, haven't you? You did really well. Janika turned her face back and stared at Ed. Ed told her she didn't need to go that far. Janika replied that he had to admit he was struggling before he could truly rest. Just admit it, you're exhausted. Hearing that, Ed wearily let his head sink into the pillow and closed his eyes. Yeah, everything's hard. It's all so hard, unbelievably hard. After saying that, he fell asleep. Early the next morning, Ed sat up and saw Janika asleep beside his bed. Seeing the girl drooling in her sleep, Ed grinned. His body had fully recovered. Skill details start. Intermediate artisan, carpentry skill, dexterity level 14. Design level 10, gathering level 13, carpentry level 13, construction level 6, hunting level 10, cooking level 6, repair level 5. Advanced crafting technique, spirit fusion, advanced crafting technique, arcane engineering. As for arcane engineering, skill proficiency 2, arcane engineering knowledge 3, rapid crafting 3, engineering tools collected. Light breeze fan level 1, mountain echo generator level 1, automatic magic pendulum board level 1. Ed thought as he dried his hair with a towel. Right now, he didn't have many chances to make progress within the planned 10 days, especially with researching arcane engineering. Advanced crafting techniques had a huge impact on core stats, but their variety couldn't compare to ordinary skill. The problem right now is that if he only teaches himself, the number of magic tools S can make will be very limited. Most magical formulas are rewards from major main plot events. But for people who want to avoid disrupting the storyline like Ad, getting those rewards is pretty difficult. Looking back, Taylor isn't very interested in magic techniques anyway. Maybe because even with formulas, he still couldn't make any useful magic tools. Crafting them requires materials that are very hard to obtain, and those materials only appear in the latter half of the main storyline. But S's situation is different because he can buy any material he wants, even if it comes from another world. While S was sitting there deep in thought, he heard Latio's voice. What are you thinking about so intently? Thank goodness you've recovered. I was really worried. Ed told Latio he was glad she looked very healthy too. Latio jumped down from the tree, she sighed. Because I look healthy, actually I'm exhausted right now. I'm tired from skincare and detangling. Latio sat down beside Ed. Ed told Latio to get some rest since they still had a few things to sort out. Latio asked Ad what he thought about Eotter being gone. So keeping the name Eotter Trading House would feel a bit strange. That's why they planned to rename it as a trade company and reorganize the business. She needed someone with authority to manage workers, assets, trade, and external relations, and she needed someone to hold that position. Hearing this, Ad guessed what Latio was getting at. She wanted to invite Ad to take the role. Blushing, she asked the male lead for his thoughts. Latio imagined waking up every morning in the trading house building, the two of them working together. Latio kept persuading Ad, saying the benefits wouldn't be small. Ad would share management authority over the Eotter Trading House, and she would also give Ad a portion of her personal assets. Latio imagined it as if they were already married. Embarrassed, Latio covered her face. Oh my gosh, why am I saying such nonsense? Ha ha ha. Ad looked at the girl beside him and softly called. Latio, you doing all this is kind of strange. Latio pulled up her cloak and challenged him, saying Ad didn't understand anything. She knew exactly how Ad was feeling. Ad must be thinking, why is this girl doing this? He couldn't make such a big decision and take advantage of a girl's fleeting feelings like that. Latio asked if that was what Ad was thinking. She guessed Ad wanted to keep their relationship equal and fair. Of course, that wasn't quite what Ed meant either. In a world where money easily passes from one person's hands to another, if you don't betray others, you'll be betrayed by them. Latio asked Ad, if you live your whole life like that, what do you think you need? Looking at Ad, she emphasized that she wanted to find someone who would never betray her, and that person would always stay by her side. Latio took the male lead's hand, using heartfelt words to seize his heart. Even if one day everything I've built collapses or the whole world abandons me, that person will never abandon me. The male lead looked at the girl holding his hand. He hesitated a little because to others, that person was a close confidant. But for Latio, someone who had witnessed countless great figures rise and fall, the truth was one day she might end up in that situation too. Ed lowered his head, staring at the hands holding his. Maybe this fear had always existed in her heart. Latio turned and continued, I'm not asking anything of you. I just need you to stay by my side, okay? Latio looked at the male lead with a gentle expression. However, that still wasn't enough to win Ad over. Latio dropped that smug half-smile. If you have something to say it straight. Realizing she'd been found out, Latio burst into loud laughter, saying she almost managed to fool S. Ad sighed helplessly and said she'd been exposed because she'd been too over the top just now. This girl was way too sly. Ladio kept talking with sparkling eyes and an adorable face. I'm human too, you know, I have pride, so what do you think? Did I make your heart flutter even a little? I already showed you a charming side like this, so I must have captured your heart, right? Ladio's voice gradually softened. It's a shame, but not all of it was a lie. Ad looked at Ladio for a long time, then turned his face away and slowly explained that he planned to graduate from the academy and go home. Until then, he had no intention of leaving this academy. He also hadn't decided what he would do after graduation. Hearing that, Ladio curled her lips into a smirk, then stood up and said she could wait for Ed until he graduated. She threatened Ad that he had no other choice. Ladio advised Ad to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity immediately. She was very happy to see Ad again after a long time. Ladio took out the letter and waved it back and forth in front of the male lead. Ed knew what she was trying to say. He let out a helpless sigh. Just thinking about what might happen made him feel uneasy. He always felt he'd made a mistake somewhere, and it was as if something heavy was pressing on his heart. Holding the letter, Ladio closed her eyes, as if pondering and nurturing some thought. Then she turned back and handed the letter to the male lead. Now you belong to me. Ladio had originally planned to confess her feelings, but she had to stop there because seeing the expression on the male lead's face disrupted her plan. She decided to leave immediately to hide her sad expression. She even brought money to buy advanced crafting material. But now facing the male lead made her a bit embarrassed, so she decided to leave the money in the bush. On her way to the bush, she saw Janica coming out from Ad's house. She was holding a pillow and humming, muttering, I should prepare some snacks before he comes back. Before she could finish, she saw Ladio in front of her. The scene of rivals meeting always excites onlookers. Ladio approached, asking why the senior had come out from there. Janica asked, why did you come from the riverside? For the male lead, this was the beginning of a disaster. Elsewhere, Ad was diligently chopping wood. Mung asked him, today the young master ate too little meat and vegetables, tonight you must make up for it, and you also haven't drunk enough water. If you faint again, I'm truly done for. Please stay healthy for my sake. I want the covenant between me and young master Ad to last a long time. The male lead listened to Mung's rambling and said he already knew. Ed felt as if Mung's words were scolding him. But if it's a disaster, it can't be avoided. Seeing Mung on the verge of tears, the male lead immediately apologized. Then he looked at the letters in his hand. Thanks to the help of Janica, he now had enough food and firewood stored. Thanks to Ladio, he had also completed the interior work. Now only one thing remained, the 3 letters he received before collapsing from overwork. One of them was from Lothal. She warned him to be careful because no one knew what Elter might do. Another letter was from Princess Fa Nha, informing him about the whereabouts of Ki Fim. The last letter was from the academy, but the sender surprised him. Because it was Professor Glass, he sent a letter requesting to meet Ed after the conference. Unfortunately, Ed had fainted and couldn't meet Professor Glass. Now he didn't know why he had been called yesterday. Professor Glass was the final boss of Chapter 2, and the last chapter of Chapter 2 had begun, but Ad couldn't remember most of its content. He always believed that only a few geniuses could change the world, to revive the greatest sage in Sylvania's history. He studied sacred magic that could alter and disrupt world order. To perfect it, he needed the sage's secret scripture. But the Sylvania Academy fell into Lothal's trap and sold it. With no other choice, he stole the sage's secret scripture and planned to merge Sylvania's soul into Ayla's body to revive the Golden Age. It was truly the story of a madman, but Taylor appeared in time, saved Ayla, and destroyed the trap in the underground waterway and secret lab. In the Soul Library, his final words echoed before he fell from the magic tower. After the plan was ruined, his actions were quite astonishing. Although he only wished to achieve academic success and spent his life searching for talent, his last words were something the male lead had completely forgot. But in any case, the battle of Chapter 2 began with the expedition against Professor Glass, involving the transfer of the sage's secret scripture and the resonance ritual. It all started when Professor Glass kidnapped his assistant, Ayla. In that context, Ayla was imprisoned with her brother. Haven't you realized yet, Ayla? Yes, the demons in the underground are quite terrifying. Ayla looked at the young man in front of her. This is all your fault. How could you do this? I care about you a lot. Ed Rothaler turned away. Isn't this a bit much? We were kidnapped together. The male lead recalled the plot. Indeed, he was also captured in that scene. At the end of Chapter 2, the expedition against Professor Glass began. 3 days ago, Ed had been crafting and thinking. Although he had completed all the tasks he hadn't been able to do during the 10 days, he was unconscious. But unfortunately, he hadn't trained during those 10 days. Now the expedition against Professor Glass had probably begun. Unfortunately, he still couldn't increase his magic stats. To practice magic techniques, he needed blueprints and material. The male lead looked at his crafted products and suddenly had an idea. There was a way to greatly increase magic technique stats in the final stage of the expedition against Professor Glass. There were 4 locations. among them. The most difficult was the third stage, the secret laboratory. The boss of this stage was Xena from the Soul Library, and she was incredibly powerful. She was so strong that without the Holy Sword ritual, there was no way to defeat her. But Taylor could deal with that himself. Ad, on the other hand, was interested in what was inside the Soul Library, where countless valuable magical engineering formulas were stored. He remembered there were more than 20 of them at least, including 2 blueprints for advanced-grade magical engineering items. At the same time, watching Janika busy cooking, he knew what came next would be risky, but as long as he didn't go alone, everything would be fine. At Sylvania Academy, Professor Glass was giving a speech. Odell from Class B and Ayla from Class C would advance into Class A next semester. There were many talented students this year, and even if someone moved up mid-year like this, it wouldn't disrupt their studies, so there was no need to worry. Class A had only 3 students, and next semester it would increase to 5. Suddenly, Zig stood up. When Professor Glass asked what it was, he said, "I'm a little hesitant to say this, but are the criteria for entering Class A really based only on talent? Some students' potential can unexpectedly bloom through hard work." Those words made Professor Glass slightly displeased. "Are you implying that I'm belittling and looking down on their efforts by ignoring them and blocking their path? Is that what you mean?" Hearing that, Ziggs hurriedly apologized, saying he didn't mean it like that. Professor Glass continued his admonition. "In fact, the most effective way to ruin someone's life is to give vague recognition to their talent and push them forward recklessly." Before enrollment at Sylvania Academy, the professor had already checked every student's background. His obsession with talent had made him stubborn and arrogant. Perhaps it stemmed from his daughter. Professor Glass's only daughter was named Murray, a very ordinary mage. But he placed far too many hopes on her. For a father, that was understandable. But Murray believed those expectations didn't come from her father, but from Professor Glass, the head of the magic department. Because of that belief, he got involved in a nobleman's crime while still far too young, and then lost his daughter. That was why Professor Glass became obsessed with talent. Most of his teaching time at Sylvania Academy was devoted to searching for a mysterious kind of magic called residual holy law. But if you look back at his past, everything becomes clear. What he was after wasn't holy magic itself, but the person who created holy magic. That person was hailed as the talent of history, the Grand Sage. Ladio thought to herself that this was probably why he wanted Ayla in Class A, for his research into holy magic. While Ladio was thinking, Professor Glass called out to her, "Ladio Ketchum." Then he hesitated, thought it over, and decided not to call her again. "Forget it. It's not related to the class, so I'll call you tomorrow." Ladio thought to herself, was he talking about the Grand Sage's Codex? Unfortunately, that codex had already been used mainly to research holy magic. But no matter what he said, it would be useless. She would soon carry out the ownership claim ritual for the Grand Sage's Codex. At the same time, in Ad's class, the instructor announced that today's lesson ended here. Ad was thinking about the ownership claim ritual for the Grand Sage's Codex. Even though it was risky, he still had to see this plan through. The key was to follow Taylor's route. Clear stages 1 through 5 to rescue Ayla and pick up the items she left behind. Especially stage 3, he had to collect every magical engineering item in the Soul Library. Ad even made a list of the essential gear he needed to bring, including the artifact Glock's Eyes, which could temporarily boost magical power and the proficiency of all skills related to perception, and Denham's Hourglass, which could restore one's condition to a few seconds earlier. These artifacts were extremely powerful, but because the materials were hard to obtain, they could only be crafted later in the storyline, so they were useless to Taylor. Ad decided he would take them. He would also watch Taylor's performance at stage 5, then return to his cabin. After that, the plan would be complete. The punishment of Professor Glass would begin and take place on the same day as the ownership claim ritual for the Grand Sage's Codex. Ad told Janika that something was missing from the tunnel, so they would try to find it together. He thought Janika hated dark, cramped places, but for some reason she didn't refuse. She was even more enthusiastic. Maybe it was because she was worried about Ad. That made Ad feel a little embarrassed. But with a reliable companion by his side, Ed's plan will fall into place perfectly. While thinking, Assistant Cree comes to report that Professor Glass is calling him. Calling him to the office, Ed hears Janika mention that recently Cree has visited the cabin. "I wonder why. The Master Spell ownership ceremony will happen tomorrow. Ed is busy now, so why call him at this time?" Because previously Ed was exhausted and couldn't respond to Professor Glass's letter. Fine, but now he calls Ed again. Then it must be something important. At Professor Glass's office, Ayla is on guard, asking why Ed is there. Seeing her stance, Ed sighs. He hasn't done anything yet, and her reaction seems a bit extreme. Her bad relationship with the protagonist has lasted over 10 months. Later, she even becomes the target of Ed's arrow. But even so, Ayla will be kidnapped when Professor Glass's trial begins tomorrow. Ed wonders why she is here and why Professor Glass called him too. Suddenly, Ed realizes something. He runs to look at the stack of papers on Professor Glass's desk. He wants to see if they contain notes about the secret spell research. As far as he knows, there is nothing here that can change the future. The protagonist searches continuously, scattering papers all over the room, but finally finds a dossier on Ed Rothstiller. He stares at the data sheet. Ed guesses this is a report written by Assistant Cree. Perhaps the professor knows what he did in the office hall. But how is this relevant to the current situation? At this moment, Professor Glass enters. He looks very angry. He clenches his hands. Seeing him approach, Ed draws his sword, ready to fight Professor Glass. Ayla runs to him for help. Then Glass begins using holy magic to create a time cage to capture Ayla. Ed throws a dagger at the professor. At first, the professor seems to disdain the dagger, but when he sees the pattern on it, he panics. The dagger flies straight into the professor, causing a massive explosion. However, it seems this blast barely affects him. Quick to grasp the situation, the student's reaction is very smooth. In such a short time, has he really gone through all my notes? Strangely, just glancing at the notes shouldn't reveal my intention. Ed hides behind Professor Glass's desk. Is it necessary for you to pressure me? Can't you just sense Ayla's holy magic sensitivity? You've already gotten what you wanted, so no need to push me further. I will also remain silent. Glass has a goal, and for that goal, he will do anything. Ed thinks even if he escapes, Professor Glass won't sit idle. This could make the plot worse. If Ed is kidnapped here, he will likely be locked in a secret lab with Ayla. It's as if the professor is paving the way for him to reach the third stage. Ed doesn't know if he should let himself be captured. Finally, he decides. Ed stands to allow Professor Glass to capture him. Just as planned, Professor Glass uses a time cage to imprison Ed. At first, he doubted how Ed could succeed in his studies while living in the wild, as if his days lasted 48 hours. His assistant often mentioned this, surprised by Ed's academic result. Judging by the protagonist's fight at the Crystal Bridge, Ed Rothstiller's combat intuition is remarkable. Very impressive, but clearly this is a low-level fighting style, requiring careful observation of the opponent. Using every trick, this is the result of effort, not talent. Professor Glass watches Ed calm inside his cage. Seeing Ed's expression without a trace of worry reminds him of something he lost in the past. It was his daughter who vowed to walk her own path and make her father proud. Remembering this, he lowers his head in size. While he is distracted, thinking of his daughter, an item from Ed flies out. A light shoots from the academy into the sky, heading straight toward the scene. At the protagonist's cabin, Janica is cooking, waiting for Ed to return. She stares at her soup, thinking Ed is a bit late today. An old man is recording his life, and thus, the magical exploration battle on the southern continent begins. It was all over by the time I set out to explore this world. I realized there was still so much about magic I didn't know. I'm not worthy of the title of Grand Magus Master. Master, someone who died young, still lives in my memory as a beautiful woman from those days. Now looking back, even the dullest days were full of light. Grief gnawed at my heart on the day I lost my master. Time has settled it into silence until all that's left is an old, worn photograph. For someone who has lived a very long time, sometimes longing comes flooding back. Sometimes the regret of losing something will fill your mind, shatter the order of everything, and twist the truth. And truly, there are moments when the yearning to see Sylvania's face rises up without warning. But once you've lost something, it's gone forever. Sadly, those who grieve must force themselves to become unbreakable. So be strong. These are the last words I leave you in this book. Lucy, this is Glock's preface to his magical expedition on the southern continent. Lucy was lying on the rooftop now. She missed him so much. More than anyone, Glock had accepted his own death and waited for it calmly. So the girl had no choice but to let him go. Will there come a day when the pain of loss is healed, when even the scars fade away? What let her forget her longing for a moment was simple joy. With a bag of jerky in her hand, Lucy opened it, only to find it completely empty. There was nothing left. Then she suddenly noticed the girl cooking soup beside her. It was Janica. Lucy could see Janica was furious, because Mung had told her everything. In the main hall, the main conference room, the secret seal acceptance ceremony was underway. The scholars were the sellers and the merchants were the buyers. Only the most important figures from each side gathered here. And among them all, every eye was fixed on the leaders of the two sides. They were Lot Ketchen, chairwoman of the Elter Merchants Guild, and Obel Portius, headmaster of Sylvania Academy. Lordle was quietly observing the headmaster. His age and expression were very different from Griffin's. After the negotiation to purchase the sage's secret tome ended, Griffin came to see her and proposed a deal to buy it. Passing the sage's secret tome along in a private sale had been her plan from the start. So there was nothing to worry about. But that wasn't the reason behind the lie she told Princess Phonia. Lordle named a price of 12,000 gold coins to sell it to Griffin, and Griffin agreed to buy it at that price. After the transaction was complete, Griffin stood up and informed Lodio of one thing. Elter had hired a group of mercenaries and had them apply to join the team. He also warned Lodio to be careful, make sure everything goes smoothly this time. Lodio felt he wasn't friendly at all, but he was a man. That wasn't the problem. Information about Elter was valuable, and she'd found a third party willing to buy her tome. Every preparation was complete. Back to the transaction. Professor Glass stood in the middle, presiding over the deal. Obel Porcius relinquished ownership of the sage's secret tome. Lodio, please step forward and become the new owner of the tome. Lodio placed a hand on it and accepted the tome. She smiled in satisfaction. Now she would have the chance to make the male lead hers. But before she could enjoy it for long, Professor Glass attacked everyone. He seized the sage's secret tome and vanished, and Lodio could only watch helplessly as her chance to win the male lead slipped away. Ed Rothler didn't appear, but the story continued without any obstacles. At the end of Act 2, the punitive campaign against Professor Glass began. In Professor Glass's secret laboratory, Ayla cried as she kept her guard up against the male lead. Why are you here? I hate you. Ed felt that by now Professor Glass had probably obtained the sage's secret tome. Ed turned to threaten Ayla. If you keep screaming like that, the monster in the drainage tunnel right in front of you is going to wake up, the research brute. The holy mage stood outside and said, You two are very lucky. Professor Glass told us not to use you as experiments because you're both quite valuable. Ed answered with open contempt. Oh yeah, seeing the male lead's attitude, he praised him for being calmer than expected, but also reminded him that while he reviewed the research materials, he'd keep a close watch on the two of them, so don't even think about trying anything. Ed quietly sat down in a corner of the cell. There was nothing he could do right now, he could only wait. Wait for Taylor to lead the punitive squad and create chaos. The library Taylor passed through had probably already collapsed by now, starting with that library. All he had to do was take copies of the magical engineering formulas from various spellbooks, and the plan would be complete. Now Ed just had to sit back and wait for it to fall into his lap. No need to do anything. But the one thing Ed couldn't understand was how smoothly everything was going. So smoothly it made him uneasy. Ed turned and called to Ayla. He had barely spoken when she screamed, If you take one step toward me, I'll scream, I'll bite my tongue. Don't come any closer, I mean it. Do I look like I'm lying? Ed was exhausted by this girl. I don't have any bad intentions toward you. If I intended to hurt you, I definitely wouldn't miss this good opportunity, right? But Ayla didn't believe it. She shouted and Ed irritably told her to stop talking nonsense. Just sit there, now we only need to wait for Taylor to arrive. Ayla cried while blaming him. She said Ed had no right to call his name directly. Ed calmly told Ayla, Ayla, I'm sorry for what happened during the entrance exam, but I have my own reasons, and I also helped you during the Glasgow incident. Even if you don't trust me, you should trust Taylor. He will definitely come to save you. Ayla was stunned. She couldn't believe she was hearing an apology from Ed Rothler. Ed sighed, and at that moment Mung flew over from a distance. Master, are you okay? Are you hurt? There's a scratch on your hand. Did the magical reaction make you feel unwell? Is your vision still fine? Any issues with your sense of smell or hearing? Are your fingers and toes normal? Are you tired or exhausted? Do you feel dizzy or have irregular heartbeat? I tracked your magical reaction here, but your elemental sensitivity was only average, so it took me quite a while to find you. I'm sorry, Master. Mung felt very guilty for not arriving sooner. He flew over, crying while quickly voicing his concern to the protagonist. Ed hugged Mung and stroked his head, asking where he had been. Then he praised Mung for finding him, saying he did very well. Ayla was surprised to see Ed's elemental spirit, because last semester his basic magical ability was still very weak and he couldn't control a spirit, so seeing Ed have his own spirit shocked Ayla greatly. Ed didn't bother to look at Ayla, stroking Mung's head while answering, This has nothing to do with you. Ed played with Mung. He thought to himself that finally there was a normal person to talk to. Ayla, noticing, told Ed to use the spirit to send a distress signal outside. But Ed felt it was unnecessary. He didn't want to create more complications. Mung said that although he couldn't guarantee Ed's safety, he had been trained to report emergencies more efficiently. It would take about half a day to get here for anyone else. He had to avoid countless researcher guards and monsters. So from that day until now, about 2 days have passed. But Mung still vividly remembered Janika's displeased expression. It was truly beautiful. Anger that chills people is genuinely heartfelt. Moreover, that merchant girl like a fox and the witch girl in the strange hat also seemed willing to cooperate. The three of them together had power nearly equal to a large army. Mung told Ed not to worry. The rescue team would find a way down here. Mung laughed to himself, telling Ed to calmly wait here. Ed expected praise from his master, but instead he became angry while happily stroking Mung, squeezing his head. You useless thing! Then Ed used all his strength to throw Mung out of the prison. He ran to slam the iron bars of the cage. Hey, you old man over there. Researcher, I've changed my mind. I can't stay here. I have to go out. Release me, I'm serious. Let's go back together. Ezra Taylor, if you keep making noise, the monsters on the other side will wake up. Seeing Ed still yelling, he laughed heartily because beneath that disguise, he was still just a normal person. Then he told Ed to shut up. With that, he disappeared. Ayla sat up, asking why Ed suddenly panicked. Wasn't he just calmly telling her to wait for Taylor to rescue her? Then Mung had taken the key. It turned out Ed's earlier action was just to distract the old man so Mung could snatch the key. With the key, Ed quickly ran outside. Ayla followed him, but before leaving the prison, Ed closed the door. Trapping her inside, Ed told Ayla not to speak anymore. From now on, she could only answer yes or no. Come on, Ed warned Ayla. Outside, there are countless monsters used for experiments and magical artifacts. In short, it's very dangerous. For now, just follow my instructions. If they realize I'm not here anymore, just explain that I ran away and they won't harm you. Anyway, your legs are weak, so you couldn't run anyway, right? Ayla tried to say something, but Ed stopped her, not allowing her to speak. Then Ed's eyes turned fierce. Seeing this face, Ayla was so scared she didn't dare say a word. Ed praised her for being obedient. Good, stay calm, don't move. Then he ran off. Ed had planned this very carefully, even knowing he couldn't avoid the unexpected events from minor variables. Moreover, his stats had increased significantly. He was confident he could use the information he knew to overcome most obstacles. But indeed, there were incidents he couldn't control. Thinking of Janika or Lottel joining in, Ed could handle it. But Lucy's involvement was very dangerous. In ending 27 with a happy conclusion, that event wouldn't happen unless intentionally triggered. Not paying much attention. A bad ending will definitely occur if conditions are met, and the condition for it to happen is Professor Glass's incident with Lucy. Ed gritted his teeth and ran as fast as he could out of the prison. He had to find a way to prevent Lucy from arriving here. While Jis was doing strength training, Taylor showed up covered in wounds. Taylor came to ask Jis to help rescue Ayla. This action by Taylor was clearly recorded in the storyline. According to the plot, with the help of many people, Taylor will be able to chase Professor Glass down into the sewers, secretly, and find his laboratory. These are exactly the things that need to be done. Although it follows a very familiar script, there are also many differences compared to usual. Lottel is in the Chicks' Hall, Janika is in the sewers where Professor Glass escaped. The Spirit Library is currently empty. The male lead S is in the Monster Research Testing Area, and another place is the Central Laboratory. This is the route that must happen in order. Each time you reach a certain point, you can use it. There is a lot to do, especially in the Monster Research Area. This is a very dangerous zone because the palace has released many monsters here. However, since the main group is moving the opposite way, toward the outside of the area, they can simply pass through without encountering any danger. That is extremely fortunate. But the important thing is that in this battle, whether they can reach a happy ending or a tragic ending depends on whether Lucy encounters Professor Glass or not. Right now, Ed is preparing to pass through the Spirit Library. The one who oversees the Spirit Library is Xena, an incredibly powerful figure. The male lead has researched this library extensively and is familiar with his movement patterns. If they can defeat Xena, they will gain a lot of experience as well as valuable items. Of course, as things go on, the plot will introduce more characters that are extremely hard to deal with. Enemies will appear who can only be defeated when many people coordinate together with Taylor's swordsmanship. If Taylor cannot hone the necessary experience to handle situations like that, then it will be absolutely impossible. Whether the mission can be completed will also be difficult. Act 2 is the stage where Taylor grows up, so he needs to learn additional necessary skill. Taylor will have to personally defeat every demon in the laboratory, as well as the devils wandering beneath the sewers. Along with that, there is the guardian of the Spirit Library, Jaina. This will be a grueling process. When you are not strong enough yet, what you need is to carry supplies and magical tools to complete the main mission. Therefore, Ed picked up a C-rank magic box, the type that can generate lightning. Renee hummed a tune while on patrol. Ed was hiding under a table, studying how to switch off the library's lighting device so he could move more easily. Ed looked at the items on the shelves. He wanted to take them, but right now what mattered was chasing Professor Glass. Mung reminded Ed to seize the moment and sneak away, because Zaina had already moved elsewhere. She would not pay attention to Ed. Ed was about to quickly slip to another spot when a sudden, violent earthquake hit, sending books everywhere tumbling down. This shocked him because it never happened in the main storyline. This earthquake caused Zaina to discover S. Going back 30 minutes before the earthquake, Lottel was attacking a man in the Chick's main hall. She was furious because this deal had not gone as planned. At such an important meeting, with so many renowned professors present, they still let the sage's grimoire be stolen like that. That was simply unacceptable. The headmaster said it would take a little time, but he would definitely retrieve the sage's grimoire. He hoped Lottel would calm down a bit. No matter what Professor Glass is planning, the outcome waiting for him will not be anything good. When Lottel asked what he meant, the headmaster said outright that in this magical world there are 3 taboos. First is pursuing immortality, second is resurrecting the dead, and third is reversing time. Lottel snapped and shouted that Professor Glass must be trying to resurrect the dead with his magic. She demanded the headmaster intervene. The headmaster slowly explained to Lottel that someone as well-informed, capable, and powerful as Professor Glass, if he did things right, could drive the world's progress forward, or do the opposite. But for some reason, Professor Glass had become a madman who worshipped the faith of the sage Sinvinia so fanatically. Or perhaps the reason was that his daughter, Muri, died from magical backlash while trying to study it, even though she had no talent. This was a very difficult matter, if he could resurrect the dead through his magic after reading the sage's grimoire. Then, in short, the professor desperately wanted to bring Murray back. The headmaster gently asked Lottl if she thought the same. Just then, someone burst through the door and reported that something major had happened. Because Taylor chased after Professor Glass, he is hiding in the sewers, according to the information received. Besides carrying the sage's secret tome, he also brought along another student, Ayla, a first-year magic student, and Ed Rothler. When Ladio, a second-year magic student, heard that Ed had been captured too, she couldn't stay calm anymore. Ladio looked toward the headmaster. The headmaster promised he would bring Professor Glass and the sage's secret tome back to the academy. If he pursued Professor Glass right now, he might be able to save Ed Rothler. So all Ladio needed to do was wait here. But suddenly, Ladio heard a rumbling shock. She ran to the window, raised her binoculars, and discovered the quake was coming from the underground sewer entrance. Down in the sewer, it turned out Janica was commanding her spirit to spew fire everywhere. Seeing what Janica was doing, Ladio didn't want to wait here anymore. She decided to go over and take a look. Things had gotten pretty troublesome. Maybe she needed to personally retrieve the sage's secret tome. After that, Ladio ordered everyone in the main hall. Those not strong enough should stay, and the rest were to follow her immediately. Ladio officially joined the pursuit. In Janica's area, there was a girl named Dorothy, the third-year alchemy team captain. Her combat strength was terrifying, making many classmates in her year feel wary of her. On top of that, thanks to her experience, the top first-year alchemy students, Kimia and Norden, had also found her. They had gone to her with countless questions. Still, before she entered her third year, she hadn't really stood out back in her first year. Professor Glass recognized her talent and helped her grow. He truly was her benefactor. From then on, she always trusted Professor Glass. She believed he must have his reasons for doing things like this. Even though she didn't know his true purpose, she still stubbornly followed him, protecting him as much as she could. She was the one who volunteered to guard the sewer entrance. Her profile looked impressive, but in front of Janica's spirit, she didn't dare make a peep. One roar was enough to knock her out cold. Janica got word that Ed was here, but when she arrived, there wasn't a trace of him. Janica jumped down and tried to figure out which way to go. Right turn, then another turn, a left fork around the corner, then straight, left, right. And then she forgot everything. Suddenly, she saw Dorothy lying at her feet. She had no idea why Dorothy was lying there. Janica figured it definitely wasn't her doing, but she was wrong. It was totally her fault. "That's Lady Janica for you." Worried Dorothy might catch a cold, she kindly covered her with a blanket. However, Janica didn't cover her body, she covered her head. Then Ladio's group arrived. Ladio looked at Janica. Among the top students of each year, besides Lucy, Janica was the one whose strength impressed the professors most. She could command spirits, and she could even blow this entire sewer apart just to find Ed and keep him safe. Right now, though, Janica still hadn't found Ed. Ladio imagined Janica charging in to save him, Ed falling head over heels for her, and the two of them ending up married. Ladio thought about it and got annoyed all by herself. She was usually calm and always made the most accurate judgments. But whenever something involved the male lead, she almost never stayed calm enough to judge things clearly. She walked up to Janica and warmly told her that Ed had already been rescued. She also said Ed was badly hurt during the kidnapping. He was being treated at the cabin right now, and Ed kept saying he wanted Janica to take care of him. Of course, everything Ladio said was a lie. Her goal was to get Janica to leave so she could be the first to rescue Ed. Naturally, Janica wasn't that easy to trick. Since she was the first one to reach this sewer, there was no way. Ed could have been rescued without her knowing. Even after Janica exposed her, Ladio didn't flinch. Janica told Ladio that this wasn't the time for jokes. Janica also didn't want Ladio searching with her. At first, Janica planned to ask Lucy for help, but Lucy only yawned and looked sleepy. She never really cared about what Janica said anyway. Lucy only liked doing things her own way. Since things were complicated, Janica decided to rescue the male lead by herself. She wanted to challenge Ladio. She wanted to be the one who saved Ed first. Ladio said now wasn't the time to argue. Even so, she still accepted Janica's challenge. Ladio told the people who had followed her earlier to stay here. Then she and Janica each headed off in a different direction. The two of them sprinted off to find Ed. No one knew who would win. Back in the present, Ed was praying for the earthquake to stop as soon as possible. But then something unexpected happened. A crack opened at the base of the house, and then a surge of power burst from the fissure and slammed into Renaa, flattening her. The one who did it was Lucy. The battle to find Ed Rotler between Janica and Lordl ended with victory for Lucy. The students were eagerly fighting, but the principal was watching the sunset at this moment. Even knowing these events would be dangerous, This was an opportunity for his students to grow. This was the golden era of Sylvania Academy, as they had acquired an exceptionally special class of students, a rare generation of talent unmatched in Sylvania's history. Each student was exceptional, carrying limitless potential, capable of achieving miracles. The professor felt worried. If something happened to those students, how would they be held responsible? Knowing this, the principal still felt as if someone was warning him that a challenge was approaching. It would be a fierce storm, one that only the most outstanding talents could withstand. Though difficult and dangerous, this challenge would help his students mature. From Ed's wooden house, a tunnel through the mountain descended deep underground, leading to the library and lowering the rope. The one behind this was Lucy. Seeing this scene, Ed felt no joy, only helplessness. Lucy approached, her eyes sparkling, then asked Ed if there was any jerky left. Ed wearily said there was none, making Lucy sad and wanting to fly elsewhere to find some. Ed stopped her, as the situation was extremely dangerous. According to the timeline, Janika and Lordle had already entered the underground sewer. With Ed's current level, he could easily defeat all the bosses in the latter stages of development. Thus, bypassing Professor Glass would not affect the main plot, as everything remained under control. But the problem was if Lucy met Glass now. An event with a disastrous ending would be triggered, so Ed decided not to fight the monsters but to go with Lucy. Lucy asked why Ed stopped her. He recalled all of Janika's advice, then put on his shoes and spoke to Lucy. He said that Lucy was very strong and being by her side made him feel safe. He didn't need to do or say anything, just being near her was enough to satisfy him. Lucy ignored his words. What mattered to her now was whether there was any jerky left. Ed told her not to worry about it and just follow him out of the sewer. Seeing that Ed wanted to leave the sewer, Lucy agreed to guide him out. But Ed said he had a few tasks to finish before leaving. Lucy tiredly agreed, but she set one condition. Ed had to carry her. Ed was now heading back to the previous spot. His plan was to retrieve what he needed from the spirit library, then find Lortle and Janika in the sewer before leaving. Bats from the library roof suddenly swooped down, but Ed used Fire Burst to eliminate them all. After using this skill, status information appeared. Fire Burst was upgraded, as was his mana sensing skill. This was the sweet reward of grinding. Levels and abundant experience from the monsters poured in like a waterfall. Meanwhile, Lortle was using magic to sense whether any hidden barriers were nearby. Lortle's exceptional mana sensing ability and sharp judgment had been recognized by Professor Glassman. Unlike Janika, who was skilled in communicating with spirits, Lortle had a talent for navigation. Suddenly, she realized she truly wanted to help others now. An invisible bond that money couldn't buy was forming. Her heart once again overflowed with emotion. Lortle placed her hand on the wall and felt just like that day, her heart pounding. Indeed, Lortle's intuition was correct. The wall suddenly broke apart. Dust filled the air as Ed appeared from behind the wall. Upon seeing Lortle, he explained that he had been kidnapped. He was holding a pile of items retrieved from the library. He handed them to Lortle, asking her to carry them as they were too heavy. Seeing that the stack contained high-grade formulas, Lortle's eyes lit up. She asked if Ed was okay. He shyly replied that he was fine. But one issue needed addressing: the girl on his back. Lucy was sleeping soundly on Ed's back, breathing lightly as if she cared for nothing else. Seeing Ed carrying Lucy, Lortle began to feel angry. She could no longer suppress her feeling. Recalling the camping night when she saw Janika and Esther, she had been so furious she dropped her torch. She had almost set the entire forest on fire. Now, Ed was calmly being affectionate with another girl in front of her. Ed also asked her to hold the crafting rolls. If the shop had prepared materials, he would pick them up. And if Lortle wanted to sell anything, she could, treating it as Ed repaying her for all her help. The price was negotiable. Lortle's body radiated heat. She was extremely angry. She had to seize this opportunity to push away her rivals and take the lead in pursuing Ed. Suddenly, Ed moved close and pleaded with Lortle. "Please, Lortle, who else can I turn to besides you?" Lortle felt Ed had gone too far. Even at this point, he still dared to make such requests. But what could she do? She couldn't refuse. Just Ed's words, "I don't know who else to ask besides you," had won her over. She wanted to refuse in her heart, but her mouth quickly agreed, even asking Ed if he needed a receipt. At that moment, one of Lortle's subordinates ran over and reported that the situation had become very serious. He warned everyone to remain absolutely vigilant. In Taylor's group was Clevius, the first-year combat top student. He had been following Taylor, but once they went too deep, he hesitated, thinking it would be too dangerous inside. He suggested everyone turn back. Elvira, the first-year alchemy top student, angrily shouted at him to shut up. Didn't he plan to save Ayla? Faced with Elvira's anger, he bluntly said he had never liked Ayla from the start. Why risk his life for Ed Rodler? Taylor turned back and pleaded with everyone to help, insisting he must save Ayla. Zik patted Clevius on the shoulder, telling him that now that they were here, they shouldn't give up halfway. At that moment, Adele, a self-proclaimed prophet, pointed ahead and said she sensed something in the distance. She had a premonition. that the opponent ahead was very strong. As she predicted, Janica and a spirit appeared from there. The spirit had a girl in its mouth who kept saying, "I don't know, I really don't know. There was no plan from the start, it was just a moment of impulse. Please forgive me." Taylor's group looked unhappy seeing Janica, unable to forget the fear deeply rooted in their subconscious. They were very wary of Janica. Janica didn't understand why everyone was so defensive towards her, since she hadn't done anything yet. Dick told Taylor to calm down, but Taylor seemed unwilling to listen and insisted on charging forward. Just then Ed arrived. Janica ran over, concerned, and touched Ed's face, asking if he was okay. Taylor's group was angry just seeing Janica, but seeing Ed seemed to multiply their anger tenfold. They were very wary of Ed, because with just a few basic spells and some archery skills, Ed had single-handedly blocked all 3 members of Taylor's team. Now that Ed was also Janica's teammate, it made them even harder to handle. After the Orphalip's Hall incident, Ed had grown much stronger. Taylor thought to himself if it were only Janica, maybe they could still get through. But now with Ed Roedler present, their chances of winning were almost zero. Watching Ed getting closer, Taylor felt quite hopeless. Ed seemed like he might attack, but contrary to expectations, he just lightly patted Taylor's shoulder and told him to go. "Ayla is waiting for you, stop Professor Glass." Ed gently carried Lucy past Taylor's group. Ed left the task of punishing Professor Glass to Taylor. The script was Taylor's responsibility, while Ed handled the unpredictable elements. From now on, Ed's hunting mission officially began. The Trade Guild staff report was like a ticking time bomb. Finally, it exploded. The mercenaries led by Golden King Elt had infiltrated the academy. Golden King, who was supposed to be utterly defeated and unable to rise in the original story. In Chapter 2, Golden King Elt was defeated earlier than expected in an unforeseen way. But now, unlike the original story, he had successfully escaped. Lordle knew very well that Golden King Elt was plotting revenge. That old man had seized the opportunity, as Lordle's Trade Guild forces had mostly been deployed to the academy. Now the headquarters were completely empty, and the old man had obtained many crafting formulas and devices. Speaking of the plot, there were 5 chapters in total, and this was Chapter 2. The great glassed battle at the end of Chapter 2 was about to conclude. The plan to keep everything according to the original story was the top priority. If Elt could disrupt the Chapter 2 mission, he needed to act as he did in the original story. So Ed decided to take down Golden King to ensure the plot proceeded correctly. Ed told Zick to just go straight ahead. The specifics would become clear once Ayla was rescued. As for Taylor, since he was the main character, he had to finish this miserable script. Only after learning all the specialized skills and developing fully could Taylor confront that foe at the finale. There was still much to do inside the sewers. Later, when the magical tower summoned by Professor Glass cast darkness across the sky and unleashed devastating magical rain, there would certainly be many casualties. Countless other harsh trials would follow. Numerous challenges beyond human strength lay ahead. Thinking of everything that was about to happen, Ed didn't know what to say. He offered only one word of encouragement to Taylor: "Hang in there." This startled Taylor. Not expecting Ed to encourage him, Taylor stared blankly as Ed's group grew farther and farther away. Ed's team kept sprinting straight ahead. Ladio said Elter was definitely targeting the Merchant Guild to get a lead on who was selling that kit for cheap. In the main hall, Chicks had made the professor suspect that Ladio was behind some kind of trick. Hearing that, Ed told everyone to go report the mercenaries' infiltration first. Janica told Ed to wait a moment, but Ed said there was no time right now. Janica flew into a rage at those words. She stopped and roared, "If you go there, it'll be incredibly dangerous." She knew Ed was planning to deal with the Golden King. She didn't know exactly what had happened, but Ed had just been kidnapped, and he'd only just escaped. The day before, he'd even passed out from exhaustion. Besides, Elter's story, bluntly speaking, had nothing to do with Ed at all. Janica spoke through tears. She didn't want Ed to get hurt again. After thinking carefully, Ed realized Janica had a point. In fact, this really did have nothing to do with him. But Ed couldn't tell the truth. If he wanted to catch the Golden King, he needed either Latio or Janica to go with him. Ed was about to use an excuse to drag the two of them along. Just then, something that seemed impossible happened. Janica's rival, Latio, came over to comfort her too. Latio felt Janica was absolutely right, because their group shouldn't let Ed take risks right now. Latio didn't want Ed to wear himself out just because of her own selfishness. The best thing was for Ed to stay by himself and recover. It was shocking, those two usually fought like cats and dogs. Yet now they were getting along so well. Ed felt deeply grateful, but he couldn't just sit still and wait. Then Ed said this wasn't an outsider's business, making Janica turn pale. If it wasn't an outsider's business, that meant Ed had some kind of dubious relationship with Latio. After that, they ran off. Ed was irritated that he always had to awkwardly deal with situations like this. Janica ran after them too. As she ran, she tried to find a justification for Ed's "not an outsider" remark because she didn't want the truth to be what she thought it was. She hesitated, then used the excuse that Ed had an agreement with Latio. If Ladio lost control of the merchant guild, Ed would run into trouble distributing equipment as well. So she concluded that because they had that kind of connection, they weren't outsiders. Ed wrapped it up by saying that he and the two girls behind him weren't outsiders either. Ed thought Janika was really smart to steer his words in that direction so quickly. No wonder she was the top student. As the group sprinted forward, they saw a pile of corpses. Janika blamed Taylor for doing this. Then she covered the corpses' heads with cloth. In truth, everyone here had been killed by Janika, and Ed had already realized it. He turned his gaze away. Ladio was delighted to see Janika lose face in front of the male lead. She even mocked Janika for being too ruthless. Janika cried. While running after them and explaining, she said those people suddenly rushed her and that's how it ended up. She hadn't done anything. Janika didn't want Ed to think she was cold-blooded. Ed didn't respond to that. He saw they'd reached the exit. They could talk about everything else once they were outside. Ladio said her carriage was waiting just beyond the doorway. Once they went out, they'd see it. However, when they got outside, everything was in ruin, and the carriage had been smashed into pieces. Ladio's subordinates lay dead all over the ground, and the Golden King was waiting out there. Seeing the Golden King, Ladio gave a cold laugh. He got here faster than I expected. The Golden King challenged his beloved daughter. Well done, my girl. I personally taught you how to manage documents. Even if you turn the whole place upside down, you won't find any evidence to accuse me. But there's a hole in your personnel control. With a small price, they talked, spilling exactly who came here. The subordinate who betrayed Ladio turned his face away. He didn't dare look his mistress in the eye. Ladio sneered. When the Golden King saw that smile, he even reminded her, "That's right, at times like this, you should smile. I spent a long time teaching you that fake smile." The Golden King felt regretful that in a moment, he would have to personally seize his beautiful daughter and extract a confession. Then the Golden King snapped his fingers, and mercenaries swarmed in from every direction to attack them. Ladio used magic to shield everyone. She guessed he wouldn't come alone, but she hadn't expected him to dare bring mercenaries into the academy. This time, the Golden King came with more forces than last time. The people he called in were all top-tier mercenaries from across the continent. He ordered his mercenaries to kill everyone unimportant except Ladio. Hundreds of mercenaries surrounded them. The Golden King ordered them to finish it cleanly, immediately. The mercenaries loosed hundreds of arrows straight at them. The arrows streaking across the sky looked like fireworks. However, Janika blocked those arrows with her defensive magic. She stood in front to protect Ed, and at that moment Ed realized something was off. The Golden King found spirit arts truly annoying, but he had something else to deal with them. A legendary-grade artifact. Belarus's artifact can erase all magic within the area. This single-use item is worth hundreds of gold coins, like the Linghua reagent. Similar to Elvira's but far more powerful. Even though it's easy to detect while in use and can't be concealed, there's no denying it greatly boosts the mercenaries' already overwhelming advantage. More importantly, every one of them was a mage, so their magic was completely sealed. Lo was furious, realizing he had already investigated their group's strength thoroughly. She guessed they were all finished this time. Ad asked how he planned to deal with the aftermath, since infiltrating the academy would ensure the professors wouldn't let him off the hook. But the Golden King didn't care. As long as he stayed alive, nothing else mattered to him. Ad never expected this. Just a single butterfly effect was enough to throw the world into chaos. No one understood that better than he did. Hokai was still the mid-boss species from Chapter 2. By the rules, the Golden King should have been punished by his own daughter, because he would exploit anything to gain glory and personal power. He was clearly ruthless, yet Ad didn't hate him, because everything he did was simply to survive. Even so, he wouldn't back down. Right then, Lucy woke up. Rubbing her eyes, she complained it was too noisy. Then, the moment she opened her eyes, all the magic in front of her was blown away. She was Lucy of Sloth, awakened. Few people knew Professor Glock wrote his final book in a humble little tent far from the glamorous image people usually saw. The professor wrote as he spoke with his lazy granddaughter. Lucy had natural talent and the blessing of the stars, but that didn't mean she was allowed to stop learning. He wanted Lucy to stay humble, use her power for everyone, and beware the loneliness in her heart. Overwhelming power always comes with heartbreaking solitude. Then he set down his pen and stopped writing. Lucy lay on the bed in the center, looking up at him. Smiling, he told her to promise 3 things. One of them was never to kill anyone, even by accident, or on purpose, never let her hands be stained with blood. At least while in Sylvania, live a life worthy of a student. Back to the battle, the mercenaries were all battle-hardened. Just watching how they moved, you could tell they'd survived countless fights. Still being alive today proved their survival instinct was etched into flesh and blood, and now that instinct was screaming. Lucy stepped forward. She walked slowly toward the Golden King. Her footsteps froze the mercenaries in place. The Golden King, too, was terrified of her magic. The mercenaries had already been fleeing non-stop, but a few young, inexperienced ones charged in, trying to kill Lucy. Lucy looked at him, just one glance and a snap of her fingers, and that green recruit was taken down. When the others saw their teammate dropped by Lucy in a single move, They were so scared they didn't dare to stir. The Golden King was terrified too, clutching a talisman, thinking he only needed a little more time. But Lucy had already reached him, furious and ready to kill the ringleader. The moment she moved to strike, Ad stopped her. Even so, it scared the Golden King so badly he fell backward, forcing her to stand down. However, something happened. Beams of light kept striking the academy as 7 stars aligned in a straight line across the night sky. Professor Glass's forbidden spell, a magic that could distort life itself. The demon realm opened. This was the final scene of Chapter 2. The final battle, a tower rose up enclosing the heavens. It was breathtaking. Ad thought to himself that by now, Taylor must have finished clearing the monsters, learned the necessary skills, and regrouped with the full team. Just a little more time, and Taylor would definitely stop Professor Glass. The demon realm activating at the exact moment meant the scenario was still unfolding as planned. The phenomenon left everyone confused. Even top students like Janika and Laudio couldn't understand what was happening, so no one could stop it. But it seemed he'd guessed wrong. Seeing the scene before her, Lucy quickly flew upward. She stared at the majestic spectacle. Lucy never expected someone could pull off a forbidden resurrection spell. Ad remembered this scene also appeared in the Chapter 2 epilogue storyline. Lucy woke up after a long sleep. By the rules, Lucy should have been sleeping on the rooftop of the building at this time. But because he wanted to use Lucy as a strategic card, Ed woke her up and took her away earlier than planned. According to the plot, Professor Glass didn't revive Sylvania. He revived Lucy's grandfather. Lucy became Ed's enemy. By then, everyone's formation had been completely destroyed. That is the storyline of the bad ending in Chapter 27. The final image was only the cold back of Lucy as she walked away from the sewers. Act 2, Lucy was an unbeatable powerhouse. Even the most veteran players spent hundreds of hours studying it, yet there was still no way to defeat Lucy at this point. The flashback ended. Ed stared at Lucy, not knowing what he should do next. At this moment, the Golden King held Belarus's judgment, a legendary tier item that could lock magic for 10 minutes. After sealing the magic, he seized the chance and ordered the mercenaries to charge. He thought he could wipe out the protagonist's group this time. But unexpectedly, Ed used Wind Blade to knock that mercenary away. The Golden King gaped at the sight. He couldn't understand what was happening. Even the terrifying sealing power of a legendary tier item had its limits. It couldn't stop Lucy. Lucy's figure blended with the streaks of light in the sky, forming a truly horrifying scene. She widened her eyes and looked down from above at the old man kneeling at her feet. "I have to go where I need to go." The Golden King stared at this girl with unbelievable power. His instincts told him this young mage was death incarnate. Lucy snapped her fingers, about to conjure a spell to kill him. But Ed stepped in front of him and asked Lucy what she was doing. Did she know she was about to kill someone? Lucy had once promised her grandfather she wouldn't kill. She remembered him, and when she saw Ed's serious face, Lucy unconsciously stopped. She turned her face away, deciding not to kill anymore. Ed asked where she was going. Lucy looked up at the sky. She felt that every time she talked to Ed, it always ended like this. So she didn't want to talk anymore. Ed asked Lucy if she regretted it. Lucy lowered her head, not knowing how to answer. Remembering her grandfather's passing, leaving her only a book, Lucy hugged the book and told herself to be strong. Grandpa Glock had left the final chapters for Lucy, and also put a period on his own life. A wonderful grandfather. Lucy recalled his image. She said she didn't regret it, and then Lucy vanished right in front of the protagonist. The scene shifted elsewhere. Janika was ordering her underlings to withdraw safely. Ed was running from the academy toward Janika. As for the fate of the Golden King Elter, it would be decided later, because he had now been handed over to the Elter Merchant Guild to deal with. Lortel would handle everything. Ending this ill-fated bond with Elter was also her responsibility. Ed sprinted up the stairs, panting hard as he ran. Maybe he was simply exhausted. Running non-stop from there all the way to the highest point of the academy left Ed's body aching all over. This was the place where everything began, where Professor Glass stole the sage's secret codex, and also where Taylor began his journey, the main hall. Ed dragged his weary body, climbing the stairs step by step. The door opened. Ed reached the beginning and also the end of this arc. Lucy was sitting here, gazing at the demonic towers rising ahead. Ed slowly walked to Lucy's side. Together, they looked out at the majestic scene ahead, a dark vista shrouded in the power of shadow. And the reason Lucy was watching this academy was because it was Professor Glock's legacy. Lucy sat in a daze, staring at the magic academy. It was the only thing her master had left her, sitting in a spot where she could see the entire academy. The academy was blanketed in magic. At this moment, Ed found her. She also sensed Ed's presence behind her, Lucy spoke up and asked Ed, "Do you still have any beef jerky?" Ed sighed. This girl had asked that so many times, and he'd already told her it was gone earlier. "That's Lucy for you, still the same old line. What are you doing?" Lucy was thinking about the past with her master. Ed stood on the tower looking down, his expression turning a little panicked. "It was way too high up here. If you fell, you'd be smashed to pieces." Unlike Ed, Lucy remained calm, lowering her gaze and speaking about what she was thinking right now. Back then, when she was with her master, there truly were many sorrows as well as joy. But ever since her master died, she could no longer feel things like that. Ed asked why Lucy thought that way. Lucy stayed cold. "It's nothing. It's just been too long. Things aren't the way they used to be anymore." Lucy spoke with a composed face and sorrowful eyes. The foolish antics and the happiness of being praised by her master were gone now. Even if she tried to revive Grandpa Glock, she still wouldn't be able to feel it anymore. There's also that familiar feeling from the past. Right now, Master's face appears in Lucy's mind, making her recall old memories even more. Everything he wanted to teach her, he already did. His death was inevitable. It's the way of the world, even though it seems normal when Lucy says it. It's okay, yet those words feel truly painful. She also doesn't know if resurrecting him would anger Mr. Clark. The one who is more heartbroken than anyone is Lucy herself. She's just trying to appear strong. Mr. Clark devoted himself entirely to the continent's peace. Using forbidden magic to revive him would only bring shame to Mr. Clark. At this moment, Ed sits beside her like a confidant, listening to everything Lucy says. She confides in Ed that from the moment she arrived, she had thought it through. Resurrecting Professor Clark is something she wants, but it's purely her own selfish desire. Ed suddenly interrupts Lucy. He asks her if she's really okay. Now, whether Ed wants to or not, he has no right to stop Lucy's action. But wanting the story to unfold properly, Ed feels he must intervene. Even knowing he has no authority, he still wants to check on and encourage Lucy. Lucy uses magic to fly into the sky. Lucy's decision to change her mind about reviving her master could alter the storyline later on. Ed doesn't want Lucy's momentary mistake to allow Professor Glass to manipulate her. Therefore, Ed needs to follow Lucy closely to adapt as situations arise. At this moment, Lucy calls the male lead. Ed thinks she's probably asking about jerky, but Lucy doesn't ask that. She sadly asks Ed if she can lean on his shoulder. It turns out she's a bit tired and wants to sleep. Ed quietly sits beside Lucy. He lifts his face to look at the sky. When it comes to forbidden resurrection magic, no one has the passion and determination of Professor Glass. But after all, the dead remain the dead. Nothing can change that. Ed gently tells Lucy, people will eventually no longer be in this world. When that happens, it brings sorrow to those left behind. Still, it's unavoidable, so we must accept that pain. Those losses can't be made up for, but they can be eased over time. Lucy bursts into tears. Ed comforts her, understanding her losses. That's why he dragged himself here to sit before the magic tower with Lucy. At the same time, the mechanical giant has been activated to protect the sacrificial item. Standing before the giant, Taylor, Zix, and the other students are stunned. This is the warrior awakened by Professor Glass's magic. Ayla is trapped at the center of the giant. In the second act, the battle with the mechanical giant enters its final stage. Professor Glass stands high above, using magic to control the giant to attack Taylor. Taylor is intimidated by this attack. Indeed, the Guardian's power is formidable. A single strike is extremely destructive. Everyone must focus on rescuing Ayla. She is trapped in the giant's core. Under the giant's assault, everything shatters, stone fragments flying in all directions. Suddenly, Zix jumps forward to block the giant's next attack and signals Taylor urgently. They coordinate, seeing a weakness in the giant. Taylor leaps forward to directly attack the giant while Zix supports him. Though visibility is reduced by the light, Taylor can still sense and strike straight at Professor Glass. After that attack, blood sprays all over Professor Glass. He senses danger approaching in this final battle. At this final moment, he recalls his time before the academy. He had learned much from reading the sage's secret scripture. From that, he could understand many spells, but those things gradually stirred his mind. Glass looks out the window. The scenery outside has changed over time. Time passes, winter arrives, snow covering the sky. Many students came seeking his guidance. Among them, the one who caught his attention most was Dorothy. She's a tall, cute girl with light purple hair. After winter comes the rainy season. Glass's gaze seems very cold. In his office, a female student appears. She's clumsy and often makes mistakes. When she errs, she shows a panicked expression, crying and clasping her hands, hesitantly apologizing, "Sorry, Professor." Glass ignores her, still absorbed in thought. For a young professor, making mistakes is normal. What matters is knowing how to correct them. Time flows in a cycle. After the rain, the sun shines through the window slats. Along with that, cherry blossom petals danced in the wind. Glass continued to read his book with intense focus. A strange man approached and enjoyed a cup of tea. That man was none other than the headmaster. Glass noticed that the headmaster's habit had not changed at all. He always came to his room to drink tea, day after day. All the young trainees sought out Glass to learn from him, but he was always absorbed in studying that book. Back to the present, he had been beaten badly by Taylor. Then he used time magic to reverse life and death. To escape, this magic was the forbidden spell that Professor Glass had researched and used. Things that seemed to have vanished returned inside Glass. He continued using magical power to control the giant to attack Taylor's group, but Zips managed to block it in time. Taylor's teammates were terrified at the sight and ran away. Lanza's damage was tremendous, thanks to Zix's support. Taylor leaped up and stabbed his sword into the magical wall. He used it to climb upward. At this moment, Professor Glass seemed seriously injured. His eyes could no longer see clearly. The deep darkness in his heart engulfed him. Professor Glass closed his eyes, remembering his daughter. His intuition told him that everything was about to end. Taylor had climbed up to where Glass was. At that very moment, Glass used all his magical power to attack. He used magic to control the giant. All the trainees here must die. Professor Glass was about to activate time reversal, inverting life and death, but Taylor rushed forward and used his sword to sever the giant. Professor Glass was knocked flying. At this moment, Taylor was in his sword state and his hair had turned white. But Professor Glass still refused to admit defeat. He used time reversal, twisting the cosmos and even freezing time. At this point, Professor Glass decided to go all out against Taylor's group. Even if it cost him his life, he had to fulfill his wish. However, right after that, Glass was struck hard in his bleeding wound. The reason was that Ziggs had activated ice magic, striking directly at Glow's left side. Then came an ice spear, and finally everyone charged together in a full assault, using their magic and abilities to attack Glass. They thought it would succeed, but no, Glass was tougher than they expected. Even though he was severely injured, he continued controlling the giant to attack. At that moment, a huge explosion occurred, and Glass's giant was completely defeated. That attack was launched by Taylor. At this time, he was still in his sword state, his hair and skin still pale white, surrounded by a layer of white smoke. Glass staggered and collapsed, blood pouring from his mouth and nose. Then he fell from a great height, yet what he was thinking about at that moment was his daughter, Murray. Glass used his final magic to create a teleportation circle, a space-time leap, to transport himself to safety. He staggered over and sat beneath an oak tree. It seemed Professor Glass was completely exhausted. At this moment, through his broken glasses, he saw his student. Ed Rothler, an hour earlier, Laudio had been hurrying back toward the academy. After everything had been resolved, she wanted to go find Ed. Ed had told her that after finishing up in the sewer, she should meet him. She wanted to make sure Ed was safe. When she ran to the academy, Ed was standing at the gate waving at her. But Laudio did not notice that. What she noticed was Lucy holding onto Ed's sleeve. But with someone as imaginative as Lottle, she would probably see Lucy and Ed holding hands. That was why an alarm seemed to go off over her head. Then Ed heard a noise behind him. It was Assistant Kerr supporting Dorothy as they came out. Kerr was crying as she walked. Ed was about to ask what happened when Kerr and Dorothy screamed. They were terrified as if they had seen a ghost. It turned out Janika had appeared. She jumped down from the spirit Taka. Janika wondered whether the magic tower in front of her was being used to cast a sacred domain spell. In fact, she had a question she wanted to confirm. Recently, Janika had often sat beneath a tree with her two spirit friends holding meetings, and most of the meeting discussions revolved around Ed. But the original purpose of those meetings was for Janika to work together with the spirits to protect the northern forest. However, a few days ago, Takin sensed a source of magic power appearing in the northern forest, very similar to the magic emitted from the magic tower. Yet no magic tower had appeared in the northern forest, which made Janika very worried. At this moment, Ed was deep in thought. Ignoring the girls outside, he was immersed in his own thoughts. According to the main storyline, nothing was supposed to happen in the northern forest afterward, so Ed was wondering whether he should interfere in this matter. But even a subordinate like Elter caused such a huge stir. If a figure of Professor Glass's caliber hadn't disappeared, it's unimaginable how much he would have influenced the later plot. So Ed decided to go there to verify for himself, making his way to the northern forest. Professor Glass, seen through his shattered glasses, sat beneath a tree, his body soaked in blood. Yet upon seeing Ed, he still asked, "Is this the dormitory curfew hour?" After causing so much chaos, he still had the composure to voice such a trivial question. Janika and Lothal approached to see Professor Glass. Janika covered her mouth, shocked at the sight of his bloodied form, and asked why he was here. He replied that he was admiring the moon, then chuckled at his own ridiculousness. Ed asked Professor Glass if he had anticipated his failure. Despite his pitiful state, he still had the strength to converse. He had foreseen his own failure, but he never imagined being defeated by a bunch of kids. The reason he knew he would fail was that the headmaster would never allow his success. Perhaps out of some lingering affection, the headmaster hadn't stopped him from the start. Only now did Professor Glass feel regret not for his actions, but for not recognizing Ed's talent sooner. Initially, Glass kidnapped Ed to manipulate and exploit him, but things didn't go as planned. By the time he tried to capture Ed, Ed had already escaped the prison. Glass extended his bloodied hands, ready to embrace the solitude of death as punishment. Yet recalling 17 years with his daughter, he realized he had never truly felt alone. Slowly, Ed knelt on one knee before Professor Glass, mentioning Assistant Cree. 4 years as a senior student and 5 as a teaching assistant, she had been by the professor's side for many years. On his way here, Ed had seen Cree weeping heavily. She forced a smile and even scolded Professor Glass as a stubborn, old-fashioned, hard-tempered man, always shirking work. Arrogant, domineering, and fond of lecturing, any mistake was met with harsh rebuke. Though she spoke with complaint, she cherished Professor Glass, for he was a genuine scholar. The thought of him leaving this world brought her tears unceasingly. And Dorothy, too, was saddened witnessing the fate of the teacher, who had guided her from ordinary student to elemental practitioner. Even the headmaster covered his face, mourning his friend. Professor Glass felt isolated, yet in truth, it was his own confinement within his self-imposed prison. Many cared for him, but sadly, he only sensed it in his final breath. Glass slowly closed his eyes, reflecting on memories with Giselle and Dorothy. The clumsy moments when Cree dropped materials, or when Dorothy's magical experiments failed, singeing her hair. Scenes of him sternly guiding Cree and Dorothy and poring over research to revive his beloved daughter were filled with warmth. Lutz removed his glasses. He was severely nearsighted, unable to see without them. Glass looked at Ed Rothkiller, striving to speak his final words to the student. He recounted visiting the spirit library before the Demon Realm trial. He knew Ed had swept through, seizing all advanced formulas and creating a chaotic mess. Ed struggled to fully grasp the professor's meaning. During the conversation, Professor Glass reached into his coat to retrieve a key. With his remaining strength, Lutz handed the key to Ed. He entrusted the Spirit Academy to Ed, advising that beneath the desk guarded by Gina, a secret safe awaited, urging him to take time to open. Then Professor Glass looked to the other students, all prodigious members of Sylvania's new generation. His gaze landed on Lucy. He called her name and seemed about to speak, but closed his eyes again, knowing she understood. Ed hadn't turned to see, so he was unaware of Lucy's expression. Finally, Professor Glass closed his eyes and fell. His body lay peacefully beneath the oak, bathed in moonlight. Ed, Lucy, Janika, and Lothal stood silently, gazing at Professor Glass for a long while. In the following days, as dawn broke, the horizon's light signaled a new beginning. The headmaster interrogated Ed regarding Professor Glass, the occupation of Opheles Tower, and the theft of the sage's secret text. Ed was present at each scene. Our protagonist endured questioning throughout the night. The headmaster examined Ed's statements. Ed claimed he had been kidnapped by Professor Glass. He then described his escape and plea for help, eventually encountering Taylor's group. Ed's testimony was simple. As for Janika and Lothal, they only assisted him. The headmaster asked if it was true that he abandoned Ayla and fled alone. Ed explained that Ayla had injured her leg and harbored resentment toward him. Yet the headmaster no longer wanted to hear, still harboring suspicion of Ed, believing that beneath his seemingly innocent facade lurked someone who knew far more than he appeared. Then the headmaster took Ad's report card and slammed it down on the desk. He concluded that in both the previous incident and this one, Ad was the victim. So the academy decided to compensate the male lead for what he'd been put through. Eddie left the headmaster's office looking confused. Janika was waiting outside for him. Ad walked over to apologize to Janika for always making her worry. Ad asked after Janika, and she hurriedly said she was perfectly fine. But the little bird beside her reminded Janika to put on an act, to look weak so the male lead would pay attention to her. So Janika shyly corrected herself. She stammered that she was actually hurt. Hearing that, Ad anxiously asked where she was injured. Janika hesitated, rubbed her back, and said she'd hurt her back. It felt like something had popped out of place. Ad felt deeply guilty. Janika was always working hard and worrying about him, looking after him when he was sick, even stepping in to take attacks for him. And Ad had been treating it like it was only natural. After witnessing Professor Glass's death, Ed had thought a lot about it. He didn't want to lose someone and only regret it afterward. The more Ad spoke, the heavier his expression became, and it scared Janika. She fidgeted, not knowing what to do, looking like she was about to cry. The spirit bird saw things getting tense and promptly bowed. Then Ad bowed his head and offered Janika a solemn apology. Janika didn't dare accept it. She bowed even lower than Ad. Why does this look like two people bowing to each other at a wedding? Janika confessed that she'd tricked Ad. She wasn't hurt at all. Then Ad announced that starting next term he would move into the same dorm area. As Janika, making her so happy it was like she'd just won a pile of money, Ad returned to the wooden cabin filled with his memories. Ad felt that the second arc had ended peacefully. Looking at the cabin, he recalled what happened in the headmaster's office. The headmaster compensated him by letting him end his drifting life and returned to live at the academy. The male lead slowly walked into the house. He'd actually planned to plant more vegetables and build another fence, but it seemed he had to say goodbye to it. The moment he opened the door, a heavy thud sounded behind him. Ad turned around and saw Lucy suddenly fall from the roof onto the ground. She lay sprawled out, her face full of panic. The reason Lucy fell from Ad's roof was that earlier in a dream she was wandering through a forest. Lucy felt this scene wasn't a nightmare. It was the Ram Ian mountain range in the north of the Empire. She wondered why she had suddenly dreamed of that place. It was where she had lived with her professor when she was little. Lucy entered the house from her childhood. She thought that when she opened the door she would see Mr. Glock sitting in a chair, looking at her with a gentle face. But no, when Lucy opened the door, the place was dim and gloomy. It was the same chair, but sitting there was Mr. Glock smiling kindly at her. It was a terrifying, dried-up skeleton. It turned around and opened its mouth. "Why didn't you save me? You had the chance. Why did you pretend you didn't know?" This really was a nightmare. Lucy opened her eyes. When her maid saw she was awake, she came over to check on her, but then Lucy used advanced spatial magic. The magic flared, dazzling the maid. Layer upon layer of spellwork appeared in the sky above the northern forest. Lucy didn't know why she wanted to go there. She stood on Ad's roof wearing only her nightgown and barefoot. From up high, she watched Ed slowly return to the wooden cabin. Seeing Ed made Lucy feel relieved without even realizing it. She glanced up at the sky. A smile unconsciously spread across her face, but then she suddenly heard Ad say he was about to leave. And then Lucy hit the ground with a loud bang, the scene we just saw. Ad stared at this girl, speechless, then calmly walked into the house and ignored Lucy. Cut to another scene. During Professor Flavin's lecture, he rested his hand on his chin while teaching about how to befriend cats. If you want to be friends with cats, you just have to ignore them. Don't act like you care or anything. You'll be surprised when they come cling to you first. The female students seemed very interested in Professor Flavin's method, chatting happily among themselves. Only Ad sat alone, listening intently. Since this class was so popular, everyone's grades were generally high. Ad's grades were very low at first, but now there was practically no student who could surpass him. After class ended, Ed was packing up his books to leave when Professor Flavin suddenly called him to the office. There, Professor Flavin asked if Ad knew about the undergraduate scholarship. Of course Ad knew about it. As long as you complete some tasks for the academy, part of your tuition can be waived. Professor Flavin toyed with a snake as he listened to Ad's answer. Then he explained it plainly. Most of it is doing work for the academy in exchange for that scholarship. But it's likely mostly assistant work helping Professor Cray. Right now she's overwhelmed because of the pile of work Professor Glass left behind. She's currently being helped by Anis too. Even though Anis is capable, he's still caught. Handle it alone. Professor Flavin assigned Ad the tasks. First, the end-of-term assessment. Then the conference program during the break and the placement exam for first years. Professor Flavin reminded Ed not to be too rigid when dealing with first years. Hearing that, Ad thought to himself that if they were first-year students, then that person would probably sign up too. Cut to another scene. Laudio was holding the Sage Mentor's secret manual in his hand. She could feel the magical resonance surging intensely. Looking at the grimoire, she remembered Ad's promise to do anything. She also really wanted to finish the mission so she could make a request of him. Lordle hesitated, unsure whether she should sell this book to Griffin. The more Lordle thought about it, the more her head ached. She told herself she was mainly doing this for the money. She had to be more decisive. Lordle's motto was, "Don't put off today's work until tomorrow." She stared at Ed's letter and fixated on the words "anything" in it. Lordle blushed. She'd clearly let her mind wander to a lot of adult things. Lordle went back to work, feeling swamped. She figured Janika, Fellover, and Ezra Taylor were probably just as busy as she was. As for Lucy, there was nothing worth mentioning. After finishing, Lordle set her pen down. Suddenly, she felt a deep unease. Cut to Ad's cabin. Lucy sprawled on a boulder, still chewing on a strip of beef jerky. She complained to Ad that they were almost out of firewood, winter was coming, and they needed to gather more. Lucy also asked Ed why he hadn't gone hunting lately. Maybe he was craving meat again. Ad couldn't understand why Lucy had suddenly started saying useful things. But Ad was about to move into the dormitory, so he'd probably see Lucy less. Lucy was begging Ad to go find meat when Janika came running over. She called out to Ed and waved. Janika had the day off from Professor Mary's class, so she came to visit. She ran over, sat beside Ed, shoved Lucy aside, and took that spot. Lucy was a bit irritated at being pushed away. Janika leaned in to confide in Ad. She felt sorry she couldn't come by to hang out often, but Ad's living environment was really important. She asked him to call her when he decided to move into the dormitory. She'd be ready to help him move. Then Janika talked at length about dorm life, but Ad wasn't paying much attention. All of a sudden, he took out the key the professor had left behind. Ad wanted to go see the secret treasure in the spirit library. When she saw the key, Janika suddenly handed him a letter. It was the dormitory application form. Janika told Ad to submit it early, because applications turned in at the start of the term often got overlooked. Then she pointed out the exact place to submit it. But Lucy stopped Janika, shielding him and refusing to let her come any closer. Lucy turned her head, fear flashing across her face, and told Ad not to take that form. Ad couldn't figure out what nerve this girl had touched this time. After that, while Ed trained to build up experience, Janika stood behind him, praising how much he'd improved. Ed's empathic spirit perception had surpassed that of newly minted mages, and his basic ability to sense mana had improved dramatically. Still, Janika felt something was off, because a girl kept watching her with a dark, gloomy gaze. That girl was Lucy. Normally, the maids at Opheles helped keep her neat and presentable, but today she slipped out of the dorm before dawn wearing nothing but her nightgown. Lucy clung to Ad. Whatever he did, she stayed right at his side. When Ed sat down to study intermediate magic, Lucy lay with her head on his lap. When he ate in the cafeteria, Lucy latched onto him too, making everyone around them point and whisper. Janika couldn't understand why Lucy always looked at her with that gloomy stare. She went over to apologize, but Lucy was still furious. Lucy bared her teeth staring at Janika, but Ed felt that look wasn't anger, it was fear. But what mattered to him right now was studying intermediate magic. Exhausted, he covered his face with the book and sank into thought. Right then, Lucy called him. Ad sat up and asked what it was. Still in her nightgown, Lucy asked Ed what he would do when she left. Ad looked at the key and slowly told Lucy what needed to be done. First, check the furnace because the temperature could drop below 0 at night. If you're not careful, you could freeze to death. If he moved into the dormitory, none of these worries would matter anymore. But he had to finish all this first before he could go. Lucy sat beside Ed, put on an innocent face and said, "Come with me." Lucy led Ed into a cave and tied a rope to a tree trunk. Then he followed along the opening Lucy had made. Ed and Lucy made their way to the library. Ed didn't understand why Lucy brought him this way when they could have used magic to get there faster. Entering the library, they found nothing but ruins. Ad looked at the scattered props and thought he couldn't possibly carry everything out this time. He'd probably have to come back again. Ad walked to the spot Professor Glass had indicated. He brushed off the dust and spotted a hidden iron door. The key to open it was the one Professor Glass had left behind. Ad inserted the key and opened the iron door. A blinding light poured out. There was probably a priceless treasure inside. After that, they slowly climbed up. The male lead climbed by grabbing the rope and hauling himself up, while Lucy didn't waste any effort at all, using magic to fly up instead. Ed kept sighing as he climbed. He figured he really ought to ask Ladio to make him a ladder. Climbing like this was way too exhausting. He was so tired he could barely keep climbing. If he hadn't been training his stamina, he would have given up a long time ago. Lucy was curious what was inside that safe. It was a legendary-grade magic artifact. It was Professor Glass's golden phoenixes, which could bend time by borrowing magical power from the professor himself. From his future self with a crafting difficulty of 4.5 stars. Ed took out the ring and showed it to Lucy. Its power came from borrowing magic from his future self. That meant anyone in the present could use high-level magic. But if he did, he would be left unable to fight for a long time, proportional to the amount of magic he borrowed. Ed clenched the ring, hesitating over whether he should use it. If he used it recklessly, the price would be enormous. But there were also situations where he'd be forced to use it, when his final trump card was thrown, or when forming a pact with a high-tier spirit. The reason Janika could have so many spirits wasn't only because she could sense spirit, but also because of her magic reserve. An absolutely massive one. Apprentice spirit mages like Ed only had 1 or 2 spirits. Even communicating with low-tier spirits required a lot of practice. It was all because Ed's maximum mana was far too low. But if he could temporarily raise his maximum mana, then in theory he could form a contract with a high-tier spirit. Of course, it was a very risky gamble. Lucy stared at the ring. She guessed it was a gift Professor Glass had crafted for his daughter who had no talent. Suddenly, Lucy brought up the missing button on her clothes. Before, one of her buttons had fallen off. She pointed to where it had come loose. She hadn't paid attention to it, but once it was gone, she realized how loose and floppy her coat looked. It was really inconvenient. Lucy said she'd suffered a lot because of that. Usually, it's only after something is gone that we realize its value. Things that seem trivial can turn out to be incredibly important. Ed didn't understand why Lucy was talking so philosophically today. He focused on climbing. By the time he reached the ground, he was so exhausted he couldn't even walk. After beating around the bush for so long, Lucy finally asked what she really wanted to ask. She hovered in the air, looking down at Ed with a sad expression. She asked if he was going to move into the dorms. Then Lucy begged Ed not to go there. Ed found it hard to believe those words had come from Lucy's mouth. Ed stared at Lucy for a long time, but he still decided to keep his neutral stance. The question of moving into the dorms or continuing to camp in the forest left Ed silent in thought for a long while. If he moved into the dorms, It would definitely be more comfortable than living out in the wild forest during this freezing winter. Lucy gripped her hat tightly and suddenly said it was about to rain. Lucy could predict the weather with remarkable accuracy. Just by looking at the dark clouds and sensing the moisture in the air, she could tell what was coming. But the male lead insisted it wasn't time for rain yet. Lucy's judgment was usually right, but not always perfect. Ed and Lucy looked up at the sky together. In their eyes, glittering snowflakes were falling. Then Ed looked at Lucy, brushed his hair back, and said, lately he'd been too busy to prepare firewood for winter. He asked Lucy to come help him chop wood if she had time. Then the male lead smiled brightly at Lucy. He told her already firewood was running out and the room would get cold when he slept there. The moment he finished speaking, Lucy rushed toward Ed and hugged him. She kept asking, really, 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 because what Ed said meant he wouldn't move into the dorms, he would stay in the cabin. At that, the male lead let out a sigh. Had he gotten used to life at the campsite? As long as he improved the living conditions a little, staying here would be more beneficial and much more comfortable in the days ahead. Ed, exhausted, lay flat on the ground. In the end, he still couldn't hold his ground, and he changed his mind because of Lucy. Lying there, Ed closed his eyes and recalled the storyline. That was how episode 2 ended. And when he thought about episode 3, the harder trials had officially begun. Countless scenes flashed through Ed's mind. The battle to seize the student council president position between Princess Phonia and Lotio had begun. Important characters would appear at the academy, along with new enemies. The final boss of episode 3 was Lucy Merrill. But Ed firmly believed he could overcome these hardships. Looking at Lucy's face, so happy she was on the verge of tears. That expression had never appeared in any scene in the storyline. It only strengthened Ed's belief that he would succeed. Winter had arrived and snow blanketed the cabin in white. The snowfall was beautiful and dreamlike. Ed took the opportunity to clear the snow around his house. The thicker the snow, the more work he had. He had been shoveling since early morning until the sun was high. He told himself not to overwork. Not overwork, but tomorrow he had to go to the academy for the scholarship program. So today, he had to finish all pending tasks. Ed diligently chopped wood to prepare for the 2 most important tasks. Thanks to the cold weather, the food he had prepared, like meat and sausages, stayed preserved better. The principal had reduced part of his tuition in exchange for giving up the dormitory benefits. Therefore, financial issues were essentially settled. But thinking of the girl who promised to chop wood, she was now fast asleep in bed. Ed felt helpless. Truly, she was an unreliable girl who loved to sleep in. He stepped out of Lucy's room as it was protected by a very strong magical barrier, so Lucy wouldn't feel cold in the winter. Ed left the room and slowly walked into the forest, taking out Professor Glass's ring. He wanted to test its power. He clenched his fist. A wave of energy radiated from his fist. His whole body emitted an extremely dazzling power. At Sylvania Academy, the white snow covered the area, including Laplace Bakery. This was a high-end bakery that required reservations to enjoy. The balcony was filled with the scent of flowers, along with exquisite afternoon tea sets. Janika was enjoying her drink, chatting with 2 friends. Clara slammed her hand on the table, frustrated at how hard it was to get Janika to come out. Only by offering bait would Janika agree to leave. Clara asked directly if Janika had a crush on Adrothas. Janika stood up and slammed the table in response. How do you know? The 2 argued fiercely, while only Anis calmly sipped her tea. Clara said she wasn't trying to stop Janika. Initially, she felt as if the world had collapsed upon hearing the news. But after observing and evaluating Ad, she accepted the truth. Clara looked straight at Janika. She asked if Janika experienced rapid heartbeat, trembling, or nervousness that made her avoid looking at him when near Ed Rothler. Janika felt embarrassed and didn't know why Clara asked. Seeing her hesitate, Clara urged her to answer quickly. Janika admitted she had all those signs, and Clara shouted, "Exactly!" Clara's presence became intimidating, leaving Janika silent. Clara warned that Janika was facing one of the worst outcomes in love, unrequited feelings from a close friend. Clara grew angrier as she spoke, seeming ready to devour Janika. She scolded Janika for trying to make Ed Rothler notice her while constantly trailing after him. That was admiration, not love. Janika was so frightened she nearly cried. Anis and Janika's 2 spirit friends agreed with Clara. They were also tired of their master's romantic issue. Then Clara took Janika's hand and began offering her some plans. Since Clara would soon return home, she was somewhat concerned for Janika. Clara advised Janika to provoke Ad's protective instincts instead of awkwardly flirting. Anis watched the 2 young women and sighed. Clara truly was a master of romance. But Ed's popularity was due to Ko Z's efforts. Since Janika liked Ed, Clara praised him constantly. She praised Ad in front of everyone. Anis set down her tea, resting her chin on her hand while contemplating a plan. However, Anis didn't think highly of Ko Z. She often got scolded for returning books late. Ko Z was also clumsy. Anis couldn't understand why other professors unanimously recognized her talent. She guessed it was because Ko Z knew how to win people over. Many senior professors mentored her, including Professor Glass and Professor Broben. She even had to work as their assistant. Anis tried to impress the professors. She had tidied Professor Ko Z's room meticulously and carefully collected information on everyone by observing them. She was subtle enough that no one noticed. Apart from Janika and Clara, very few knew her true face. To Anis, relationships were just masks she displayed. She organized the documents on the desk and picked up a sheet of paper. It contained information about Ed Rothler and his family background. The Rothler family was the most powerful in his empire. He was the second son. Griffin Rothler held power since Ed was born. By age 2, Ed was the heir. At 5, he was baptized by the church. At 8, he began learning rituals, and by 12, advanced knowledge. But Ed's first-year grades were abysmally low. At that time, our protagonist had not yet transmigrated. Looking further into the Rothler family history, Anis, a very intelligent girl, drew conclusions about Ed based on the information she read. He liked leading others but avoided responsibility. He preferred consensus over debate. He wanted others not to stand out too much, but if they could help him shine, even better. He disliked obstacles and preferred relationships that were easy to sever. In appearance, he was attracted to beautiful people and luxurious, expensive things, but could also appreciate simplicity. Easily swayed by praise due to limited experience with success, favorite topics revolve around luxury items and status. He likes giving gifts to show wealth, but currently can't afford it, so he will appreciate it if the recipient shows joy over small presents. For him, dependence and modesty matter more than control or skill. In fact, he is very sensitive to personal gain, so it's best to emphasize practical benefits he can receive. He is analyzing how his thinking has changed after being abandoned by his family to adjust his strategy. Also, it's necessary to find out if he has feelings for Janika, and whether he can be swayed by other girls. If he wavers, she will see if he feels guilt, regret, or excuses his own weakness or selfishness. To do this, she needs to probe subtly. As a teaching assistant and senior to Ed, she has an advantage. However, analysis shows Ed doesn't like overly proactive girls, so she needs to act tactfully. His ideal type isn't too complicated, just a reflection of common noble desires. Recently, he has changed due to difficult circumstances, but human nature cannot fully change in just a year. Although more mature, he still maintains an arrogant attitude. It seems Anis intends to pursue the male lead. At that moment, Professor Cree opens the door. She is excited because she bought a Mont Blanc from La Bresse Bakery. Professor Cree invites Anis to eat with her. Anis removes her hair tie. She says she already prepared tea for Professor Cree. Cree goes to get the cup. Because it's still hot, she spills the tea. Cree feels clumsy again. She fears being scolded by her student. But today, Anis has changed. She suddenly acts gently, surprising Cree. Scene shifts to the male lead, Ed, putting on his uniform after washing it clean. Ed was helped by Belle, Lucy's maid, to wash his clothes. Belle noticed that while washing Lucy's clothes recently, she found some blonde hair. Then when washing Ed's clothes, she noticed a scent and some white hairs from Miss Lucy. Ed is stunned because Lucy has been clingy lately. But just from laundry, she already figured this out. This maid is truly remarkable. Belle asks Ed why he always calls her Miss. She prefers being called older sister. Ed casually replies that it feels more comfortable that way. In fact, as head maid, Belle is already one of the senior staff at the academy. Currently, Ed is no longer a noble nor a student of Opheles Tower, so he feels awkward calling her older sister. But Belle is firm on this form of address, so Ed decides to comply. I'll just call you older sister then, to be comfortable. As head maid, you must have a lot of work, worries, and management, right? Belle is pleased that Ed agrees to call her older sister. Then Belle teases the male lead. She says the one with the most to manage is Ed. Lucy, Lothal, Janika, managing these girls must be exhausting. Then Belle goes to the window and looks outside. She confides in Ed. Whatever the young ladies decide is their choice. Anyway, if you need laundry done, just tell me. My work is stable now. Opheles Tower has been repaired. Ed also goes to the window to look around like Belle. He marvels at how quickly it was fixed. Then Belle says that because new students are enrolling, among the 7 freshmen they'll serve during this break, one has already applied and is moving in. That person is Tanya Rotler, Ed Rotler's sister. Ed closes his eyes, thinking this will be troublesome. At the cabin, Zit trains his muscles while saying he will also go home during this break. During the 3-month summer vacation, Ed will stay here. He is about to enter his 3rd year. He needs to focus on intermediate magic so he won't lose face. Just last year, Ed was struggling with basic magic. Yet now he has started learning intermediate magic. Zit advises Ed to train lightly because he currently can't sense any magic from him. He probably trained until exhaustion again. Zit puts his hand on the male lead's forehead and discovers Ed has a fever. Ed explains that due to some issues, he probably won't use magic for a while. Zit dresses and sits down to chat with the male lead. Zit's biggest advantage is being easygoing. He never asks too many questions, which makes Ed very comfortable. Zit says Ayla is asking about Ed. She realizes there was some misunderstanding and wants to meet Ed to apologize, along with Taylor. They want to know the location of Ed's cabin. Ed closes his book and says Ayla doesn't need to apologize. He's not angry at them, it's just unnecessary to apologize, and he holds no ill feelings toward her. Ad took out a bag of money. He told Ziggs to help him before returning home, and this bag of money was the payment. Because Professor Glass's library was very messy, the protagonist wanted Ziggs to help clean it up. Ad wanted to use the place as a workshop. Ziggs wondered if Ad was also studying magical engineering, survival in the forest included. Also practicing magic, summoning spirits, archery, and even magical engineering. Not to mention that Ad still had to work at the academy. This was why he was always overworked. Ad took out a piece of paper and listed the tasks he needed to complete during winter break. First, plan to clean the workshop. Second, build a storage room for materials. Third, expand the materials. Fourth, check the scripts completed. Fifth, check scholarship work completed. Sixth, upgrade techniques by at least 3 levels. Seventh, learn special archery skills. Eighth, master intermediate magic theory. The agreement with the high-level spirit was completed. Tomorrow he had to go to the academy to work. At the academy, Professor CZRE looked exhausted and careless. She had handled the academic seminar and arranged the teaching schedule for the next term. She had stayed awake for 44 hours. So now Anis would act as chief assistant, conveying tasks on behalf of the professor to Ad, Gremius, and Onyx. Their mission was to prepare for the upcoming freshman placement exams and supervise on exam day. Ad thought about the freshman placement test. The annual test was usually handled by Professor Glass, but this year Professor CZRE would take charge, and of course he already knew the results in advance. The surprise was that Gremius was participating this time. Anis handed the documents to Gremius. Last year, the test was held in the northern forest of Aiken Island. This year, it would be held at Mount On in the northwest. Anis told Gremius to go to the book hall, collect the registered equipment, and start. Onyx was assigned to assist Professor CZRE. As for Ad, Anis noticed there were too many girls around him. From his face, it was clear he was charming, so working with him would be a good opportunity for her to test her understanding and intuition skill. She had stayed up all night studying the documents and created an ideal, perfect model, matching Ad's preferences so he couldn't resist her charm. Anis approached Ad and lifted her hair. She assigned Ad to survey the site with her. Anis wanted to separate Ad from her friend Janica. Northwest of the academy at Mount On, Anis discussed the work with Ad while walking. Though not a high mountain, it was still a mountain. There were many dangerous areas. Moreover, with this weather, slipping on the snow could seriously injure a student. After walking for a while, Anis stopped. She sat down, rubbed her knees, and asked why Ad wasn't tired. She was so exhausted she could barely walk. Ad suggested they rest a bit. Anis lifted her hair, smiled, and gently praised Ad for being considerate. Then she said it seemed she had misunderstood him. Ad asked what she meant by misunderstanding, and Anis, with a very sweet tone, said, "You know, Janica and I are close friends, so I was worried. I didn't know if Janica had befriended the wrong people, so I was a little overprotective with you." But Ad didn't care much. He took out the paper to check which tasks he still needed to complete. Ad sighed that he was exhausted from all the tasks he had to endure. Suddenly, Anis grabbed his hand as if they were very close. Then she said her family had abandoned her just like Ad's. Her family faced a crisis when she just enrolled. She said she had to bear a lot. Anis stretched out, feeling the cold winter wind. She said her life was as lonely as this wind. Anis successfully gained Ad's sympathy. Ad comforted her, telling her not to be sad anymore. She had done very well. Anis thanked Ad. Then she turned her face, put her hands behind her back, trying to look gentle. Anis gently told Ad that they had so much in common. This image successfully deceived Ad's inexperienced heart. At first, he thought Anis would be a cold girl, but after meeting her, she was very different from that image. Then Anis twisted her ankle and fell into Ad's lap. She said she slipped over a stone, but Ad looked around and saw no stone. After hugging Ad, Anis said her body was burning. She then fanned herself with her hand to cool down. Then Anis said she would be right back and left, leaving Ad alone. She ran to another spot and sat under a tree. She was evaluating Ad's previous actions. On the surface, Ad was really kind and diligent, but she also felt it was a bit fake. According to her plan, first create empathy by sharing the difficulties of academy life, then show weakness and the need to be protected. Anis didn't know what type of girl Ad liked, mature or cute, so she decided to combine both. And with each natural physical contact, everything happened according to her plan. Remembering the feeling of being held, Anis blushed, surprised at how attractive the protagonist's body was. Though he looked scholarly, Ed's body was very well built. He seemed like a pampered young man, but in reality, he was very capable. From Anis's perspective, Ed was extremely handsome and radiant. It seemed she was about to be enchanted by the protagonist in return. Finally, she concluded that this was how Ad seduced others. Therefore, she needed to stay alert and not be charmed by Ad. Ad looked at the majestic mountains ahead. He felt that this place was truly beautiful. Seeing it, all his worries seemed to vanish. Yet there were still things that troubled him, such as Tanya Rothler. She was described as a villainess. Tanya was the daughter of a duke and a natural political genius. Her political acumen and strategy were deeply ingrained. If she aimed for the position of student council president of AM, unprecedented in Venya's history, she would soon start recruiting influential figures. According to Bella, Tanya had moved into the dorm earlier than expected, clearly to consolidate her power before the new semester began. Tanya Rothler was not a minor background character but an important villainess. Ad remembered every detail about her. He did not know how Tanya would treat him. Ad frowned, feeling rather lost in this world. According to the storyline, Ed Rothler was just a fleeting antagonist who would disappear quickly. Even in the main plot, Ed Rothler was rarely mentioned. Aside from that, there was nothing special. Ed Rothler was indeed a minor character. Therefore, the protagonist could not predict what Tanya Rothler would think of Ed Rothler. Ad stood alone, looking at the scenery, guessing that Tanya would probably consider him a worthless nobody. In Sylvania, this place gathered the brightest stars, the princess of the empire, the one running the Elter Trade Guild, elemental masters who could control high-level spirits, all in their teenage years, and even the great alchemists who had created binding potions while still students. Then the Beast King ruling the Northern Plains, the Sword Demon of the Nortondale family, a sword saint with extraordinary skill, and especially the strongest, considered a magical genius blessed by Archmage Glock. At this moment, Tanya had arrived at Sinvenia Academy. Tanya was being welcomed by Bella. Tanya stepped down from the carriage and said she needed to visit one place first, and the first thing she had to do upon setting foot in Sylvania was to deal with her older brother, Ed Rothler. To her, Ad was like a worthless blot tarnishing the family's honor. Tanya looked at the letter her father had written to her. He was very pleased to hear her say that. He fully supported her, meeting those people on his behalf and creating a position for herself. Tanya hugged the letter, silently vowing not to disappoint her father's expectation. Before heading to Sinvenia, she told her father about her 2 resolutions. Griffin advised that even though Sylvania would treat her according to her rank, the nature of this place is still academic. Even a princess must respect the professors as her teachers. Do not rely on your noble status to be rude to your seniors. Before coming here, Tanya had talked to some mysterious girl. They talked about Ad. They said Ad had no perseverance, liked learning for fun and quitting midway, but was very arrogant, never admitting his own shortcomings. Just sensing a little magic made him act as if he were about to become a great wizard. Tanya said that when Ad luckily got into Sylvania, she was so angry she went crazy. But now that Ad is utterly defeated, she feels very satisfied. Suddenly, Tanya realized she had been speaking her inner thoughts out loud. It turns out she had been controlled by someone all this time, making her reveal everything. A venomous snake slowly wrapped around Tanya, and the one controlling it was Latio. She looked at Tanya with dangerous eyes. Ad held 2 intermediate magic books, the Penal Code of Magic and the Source of Wind. He had taken these from Professor Glass's library. Ad carried the 2 books out of the wooden house. He felt very convenient to freely take and read without worrying about due dates. Ad sat in front of the fire pit and used magic to ignite it. Nothing happened. At this moment, Nam Chin realized he temporarily could not use magic. Ad went inside the house. Previously, Lucy often visited his place, but now she treated it as her own home. Ad entered Lucy's room. A little girl was sleeping soundly on the bed. He pulled the blanket and asked Lucy to help start the fire. Seeing her still asleep, he decided to carry her outside. Lucy was very light anyway. Ad pointed to the fire pit, then Lucy reached out her hand. The fire immediately flared up. Lucy was now in Ad's arms. She said she wanted to go outside, so Ad carried her to sit beside the fire pit. Ad focused on reading. Lucy smelled a strange perfume on him. It was probably Anice's perfume, since Ad had worked with her all day and hugged her while she pretended to be someone else. Then Lucy knelt before Ad. She worriedly asked if he had a fever. Lucy told him not to get sick or he would die. She didn't want to lose Ad. Lucy thought Ad's magic was disturbed and wanted to help him recover. But when she was about to touch him, she realized his magic was exhausted. They stared at each other. Ad told Lucy not to worry. Everything was under his control. Then Lucy wanted Ad to do a strange favor for her. She wanted him to stroke her head. As a result, Lucy slept peacefully on Ad's lap. Ad focused on reading, holding the book with one hand while continuously stroking Lucy's head with the other. Lucy's adorable face showed satisfaction. Just then, a voice came from afar. "Long time no see, Senior Ad." The owner of the voice was Latio. She approached with her arms crossed. Ad turned around and said if Latio came because of the previous incident, she should go straight to the guild, but he would come to fetch her. Latio said she didn't come for that but for something else. Then she saw Lucy lying there. Scene shifts to Sylvenia Academy. Tanya smiled, wanting Elka to help her with treatment. Tanya said she would pay a fair reward, like sharing some artifacts from the Rotella family treasure. Elka's eyes lit up. However, Zip's behind began to speak. He slowly jumped to the ground and approached Tanya Rothler. Tanya saw the senior's overwhelming magic and wanted to draw him to her team. Zips coldly asked the blonde girl if she was Tanya Rothler. After she confirmed, Zips's attitude changed completely. He smiled at Anka and introduced her as the sister of Senior Ad. Then Zips held Tanya's hand and placed a round magic device in her palm. He told Tanya not to use a new one but to use this, as it was a mandatory magical tool in class. He also asked Anka if she still had Professor Dilop's device. Then the two siblings handed Tanya a pile of things, documents, tools, and even Professor Hallen's wreath. After helping the new student, they felt satisfied and wiped their sweat as if it were hard work. Tanya held the pile, her face puzzled. Still, she asked them to help her deal with Ad. Zips knew her purpose but pretended to sigh. Anka said siblings often dislike each other. Ad's personality was easily misunderstood. Then Anka told him the ship was about to depart. Zips looked at the girl holding the heavy pile, almost risking herself, and felt very satisfied. The girl smiled lightly at Zips, feeling comforted. Tanya bowed in thanks, determined to deal with Ad. Zips pretended to sigh, but inwardly he was pleased seeing Tanya holding the heavy pile yet still determined. Ziz quickly said goodbye to me. Before leaving, he even introduced himself as a very close friend of her older brother. Zix walked over and patted Tanya on the shoulder, praising how lucky she was to be born into a rich, comfortable family. After that, the two brothers said goodbye to Tanya and disappeared. Tanya tripped over a pile of belongings and tumbled to the ground. She lay there staring up at the sky, not understanding what was happening. At the faculty housing area in Professor Koda's office, Professor Koda had been working tirelessly day and night. She looked in the mirror and saw her own haggard face like a dried-up corpse, and then she heard. Because Anis reported that as long as they handled the freshman placement exam well next week, they could rest for the remainder of the break. Professor Kodu was so exhausted she sprawled across the desk with no strength left. She couldn't even sit up. She sighed that Anis really was an impressive girl, 17 and tough as nails, working non-stop for 2 days and still brimming with energy. While tidying up the documents, Anis cursed under her breath. Scholarship kids really couldn't be trusted. Both Onyx and Clemia's first years worked so sloppily. In the end, she still had to redo everything. But when she looked at Ed's files, it was completely different. He handled paperwork neatly and cleanly. When they went to survey the site, he even took careful notes. Ed's ability to deal with real-world problems far exceeded what she'd expected from a noble. As Anis was deep in thought, Professor CZRE walked over and patted her on the shoulder. The professor asked what Anis thought of Ed. Was he like she'd imagined? Then Professor CZRE, ever the gossip, revealed a secret about the male lead. It was during the Opheles occupation mission. Because Professor Code needed to investigate something about Ed, she tailed him. And she discovered Ed had set up a massive campsite, more grand than her own laboratory. Tools, workbenches, a fire pit, storage racks. A drying rack, a smoking kiln, everything was made by Ed himself. Professor CZRE also told Professor Glass about it. She remarked that Ed Rothler had struggled hard just to get by. Yet his grades didn't drop, if anything, they rose dramatically. Even Professor Glass had to nod in praise. Professor CZRE also told Anis that Ed had made pacts with several spirits. Listening to the professor, Anis finally understood why a noble could be so meticulous. Sipping her coffee, Professor CZRE asked whether Anis felt she and Ed Rothler had a lot in common. Anis rested her chin in her hand, thinking. Even though the professor rated him highly, she still didn't want to completely trust someone else's judgment. She also didn't want to support Janika dating. After meeting him in person, she found nothing to fault in Ed. He was kind and sincere. Good-looking, not arrogant at all. He seemed very gentlemanly, and by accident, Anis even noticed the male lead had a great physique. Even Ed's scent was pleasant. Seeing Anis lost in thought, Professor Koda asked curiously if her mind had wandered off into the clouds, because she'd never seen Anis like this. Then Anis sprang up, feeling rather hot, and went straight to open the window. A gust blew in through the window, sending Professor Czire's papers flying everywhere. Seeing Anis's strange behavior, Professor Czre worriedly asked if she'd been overworking herself. Anis stood by the window, staring outside. She felt something was wrong with her. It seemed she'd fallen for the male lead after hearing Professor Czre endlessly praise his efforts. She also learned Ed had made a pact with a spirit. She guessed it had to be a powerful, reliable spirit, one that could report everything to Janika. Anis clenched her teeth, trembling as if plotting something. Professor Koda thought Anis must be exhausted, so she planned to go out and buy Anis something to eat. But the moment she turned around, she saw the room was empty, only papers fluttering all over the place. Anis was nowhere to be seen. In the northern forest, beneath the tree where Janika often sat to meet with the spirits, she recalled the teachings of the Fallover family. harmony, and a compassionate heart. Because of that, Janika was always loved by others and never felt lonely. But life wasn't always peaceful. Now Janika sat with her face covered, crying, her mouth endlessly murmuring the names Anis and Ed. Just then Tanya appeared behind Janika. She wanted to introduce herself and talk with Janika. From what she knew, Janika Follover was a third-year student, famous for her talent and exceptional ability. She was one of the class's trump cards. To achieve her goal, Tanya needed to bring Janika over to her side, something Lottel had instructed her to do. As far as she knew, Janika was kind and considerate, always listening to people and trusting them. But what was this scene? Janika was sitting atop a high-ranking fire element spirit. It growled, looking furious, and Janika looked like the Grim Reaper, empty-eyed, with tears streaming non-stop. At the log cabin, Latio was sitting and talking with Ed. She said the materials Ed needed had arrived, almost all of them. Only the legendary grade materials were still missing, because those were very hard to find in winter. Ed poured water for Latio and thanked her for being so busy helping him. Latio stretched her back. She said it was just a quick favor and told Ed not to worry. Seeing she looked tired, the protagonist handed her some water and asked why she came here instead of resting. After all, the distance from where Latio lived to here wasn't exactly close. Latio took the cup of tea, closed her eyes, and savored the fragrance rising from it. Then she said she came here to rest, didn't she? The moon was slowly setting. Everyone was sinking into winter sleep. However, winter was brutally harsh for the protagonist. He still had a lot of things to do. After sitting for a long time, Latio decided to ask what had been bothering her. Why was Lucy sleeping on Ed's lap? Ed calmly replied that it was winter. Latio was furious at his non-answer and slammed her cup down. Realizing she'd overreacted, Latio quickly changed the subject. She said she hadn't come only for props, there was something else as well. When Ed asked what else, Latio produced a book along with a letter. Holding the letter up, she smiled gently at Ed and said, "Wasn't this rather interesting?" Viet had asked Latio to auction off the sage's secret tome. She leaned in close and said a merchant wouldn't do business at a loss. Hearing that, Ed's eyes flicked away. He remembered he once promised to do anything if Latio could obtain the sage's secret tome. Maybe the protagonist felt that, in one impulsive minute, he'd walk straight into a wolf's den. Latio brushed close to Ed's hand and said she wouldn't make an outrageous demand that would pressure him. Her only request was that Ed stand on her side, because this was Chapter 3, where Princess Phonia and Lothal had begun to clash. Lothal had sensed something and started making political moves. This time, Lothal's opponent was Princess Phonia Ilia's clonal. According to the script, she would become the president and seize control of the academy. That was why Latio wanted Ed to choose her side. Ed watched Lothal's retreating back and remembered who would decide the winner of this conflict. It was the protagonist, Taylor, not some forgettable supporting character like him. Latio agreed with Ed's words. That's right, no matter how your reputation at the academy is rising, your support still won't bring any major results. After all, you're just a student. Even though Ed always thought he was an important character, being told so bluntly still stung a little. Latio turned back to Ed and said that even if this didn't mean much politically, it meant a great deal to her. Ed didn't find it difficult, so he agreed. Then Latio tossed the letter into the fire. In Ed's eyes, the image of a girl with the happiest smile appeared. Ed knew Latio wore many masks, but this was the first time he had seen her smile so brightly. The next morning, in the bitter winter cold, the sun finally appeared. Ed stepped out of the room and stretched. Lucy followed behind him, half asleep and nodding off. Thinking back to last night, Ed had talked at length with Lothal. Together they spoke about Tanya Roddle. Latio said she had met Ed's younger sister, and it seemed Tanya truly hated her brother. She wondered whether Tanya and Ed were really enemies, or if it was simply sibling conflict. Latio thought Tanya was a bit cute too, and she introduced Tanya to a few other friends. That was what Latio told Ed, but whether she genuinely meant well in introducing friends to Tanya, only she knew. In the end, Latio also said Tanya wanted to come to Ed's place to give him a good scolding. This morning, just as Latio said, Tanya came. She even dragged along a group of people brimming with aggression straight to Ed's place. Their eyes met, and the space fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, Tanya spoke first. "It's been a long time, brother. Since we rarely meet, I brought you this gift." The protagonist swept his gaze over his younger sister. He was curious why the so-called villainous Tanya looked so tense while speaking to him, as if she were afraid of something. After weighing it over, Ed concluded he had misjudged the character Tanya Rutherford. When Tanya saw her brother suddenly cover his face, speechless, she panicked and backed away several steps. She stared at the brother in front of her in shock, so different from before. Because before the protagonist transmigrated, Ed Rothler was arrogant. He would smash things whenever he didn't like them. The real Ed Rothler often bullied Tanya, and because Tanya always kept her emotions bottled up, the real Ed Rothler would take it out on the servants. He would trample them at meals, trying to push Tanya until she couldn't take it anymore and finally exploded. If Tanya got angry, he he would spit out insults and sneer that she wasn't worthy of being a noble. Thinking back to her arrogant older brother from before, and looking at the gentle older brother he was now, Tania found it hard to believe. Ed thanked Tania for the gift and said he would make good use of it, and that he'd often wear it to school in the new semester. After that, he invited Tania to sit by the fireplace and have something to drink. He only had a little herbal tea left, but Ed planned to treat everyone in the house with it. Tania noticed the girl in pajamas slumped in front of the fire and asked who she was. Ed told her not to mind that kid. Then he went over and told Lucy to stop sprawled out there and to make room so he could entertain a guest. Ed handed Tania steaming cups of herbal tea, then asked if she'd run into anything interesting while touring the academy. Tania lowered her head and stammered that she'd heard a lot about Ed. Ed wondered who she'd met, since very few people knew him. Then Ed listed his friends like Ziz or Janika. When Tania and her attendants heard Ed mention Janika, they went pale with fear. Seeing their reactions, Ed knew he'd guessed right. Then he praised Janika as someone very kind, the best person among everyone he knew. Hearing that, Tania nodded rapidly. Yes, Senior Janika really is very kind. Senior Janika is truly a good person, and she's also very strong. She was about to mention Janika's high-ranking spirit, that fire lizard, but stopped herself. Remembering what happened that day made her terrified. Her attendants had been tossed around by that spirit like toys. Janika had even threatened Tania, saying that if she didn't answer correctly, she wouldn't let it go. Thinking back to it left Tania wanting to cry, but no tears would come. Those attendants didn't dare lift their heads either, so Tania hurriedly changed the subject. It's not like that. Senior Janika is very considerate and gentle. She encouraged me to do my best in my studies. When Ed heard the words high-ranking spirit, he curiously asked if Tania had seen Janika summon one. Tania denied it over and over. I didn't see it, I really didn't, I just imagined it. They say high-ranking spirits look like that, so I only pictured it in my head. Please don't misunderstand. Ed lowered his head, lost in thought. Something felt off. Tania in the story wasn't supposed to be this timid, because everyone who had met the real Ed Rothler held a grudge against the current male lead. Ed looked at his little sister, her fear plain on her face. Slowly, he told her about his current situation. Ed said he was living by his own abilities now, so she shouldn't look at him with pity. For his past sins, Ed Rothler had already been exiled. The current male lead didn't live in the mansion, but that didn't make him incompetent or useless. Then Ed apologized to Tania for what the former Ed Rothler had done. After that, Ed offered Tania another cup of herbal tea. In a gentle tone, he spoke to her. I heard you want to become student council president. I really support your goal. Even if I can't help, I know you've always been trying, so keep it up. Even so, Tania would never be able to become president, because Tania was only a character meant to serve as a backdrop for Phonia. Besides, Tania Rothler was the first relative Ed had come into contact with, so no matter what, he still felt a certain closeness. Seeing this gentle older brother, Tania's mind spun in confusion. When she returned to Opheles, she was so exhausted she had to brace herself against the wall just to walk. Even so, she couldn't shake the thought that Ed Rothler was deliberately pretending to be gentle to deceive her. She remembered the incidents she'd lived through. Just for badmouthing Ed, she had nearly lost her life. Thinking of Janika's fury, Tania couldn't understand why Janika trusted her brother so much. And at Sylvania Academy, there were so many outstanding people. There was even a magical prodigy named Lucy Marine. Tania thought to herself that in a place overflowing with geniuses like this, no matter how good Ed Rothler was at acting, he definitely wouldn't be able to pull it off. He'd be exposed soon enough. Standing at her door, Tania saw the girl she'd met earlier at Ed's place. She was staying in the room next to hers. Tania didn't know who the white-haired girl with Ed was, but anyone who could live in Opheles Hall wasn't ordinary. Tania sighed, thinking Ed was really lucky. Lucy also saw Tania. Realizing she was Ed's younger sister, Lucy walked over, rose onto her tiptoes, patted Tania on the shoulder, and told her to let her know if she ever ran into any trouble. After saying that, Lucy went back to her room and shut the door. Tania noticed the golden nameplate in front of Lucy's room. In this dormitory, only the top-ranked students were allowed to use a gold nameplate. Tania stepped closer and saw the words written on it. Room 302, Lucy Marine. Reading that name made Tania's eyes go wide, her mouth falling open as her body froze. It seemed she would need some time to adjust to life at Sylvania. In the rose garden, Anis slammed the table, his face full of urgency. She asked Bella to introduce a tall and talented young man to her. She said that since Bella had been working in the Opheles dormitory for a long time, she must know many young men in the academy. Bella replied that she was not easygoing when it came to dating. Then she asked Anis if she had any experience in romance. After asking, Bella noticed that Anis seemed quite downcast. Bella awkwardly apologized for touching on the pain of Anis never having had a boyfriend. Bella explained that because Anis was always busy and managing so many things, she assumed Anis had no interest in romance similar to Ed. As soon as Ed was mentioned, Bella showed an unusual reaction. Bella was surprised. She asked if Anis had feelings for Ed. Hearing this, Anis praised Bella for being very perceptive. She explained to Bella that because there were many bad rumors about Ed, she went directly to meet him to verify. After spending some time together, she felt he was not like the rumors but was actually quite an interesting person. Anis also openly admitted that she was attracted to Ed. She felt that if Ed was someone who could attract her, then Janika probably chose the right person. Anis took out a stack of academy materials and placed them on the table. She wanted to quickly sort out her feelings so she wouldn't get too deeply entangled. She wanted to find someone else and openly let everyone know that she and that young man were a couple. Bella noticed this subtly. She asked if Janika had already recognized Anis's feeling. Bella slowly sat down. She felt it would be unfair if Anis had to find someone else as a replacement because of that. Anis closed her eyes. She sadly recounted that yesterday, while passing by the teacher's residence, she had seen Janika. She couldn't greet Janika because the atmosphere between them was very awkward. Seeing Janika looking very sad, tears fell from Anis's eyes. Her whole body trembled because next week, during the placement exam, she would serve as a proctor with Ed. She didn't know how to face Janika. She felt very guilty toward Janika, but Bella said that things weren't as serious as Anis thought. On the contrary, they could have a positive effect. This left Anis confused. Bella explained that Janika was someone always sincere with everyone, and she was always protected from harm by her two close friends. This wasn't good for Janika. Janika needed to experience a little hardship to grow. Bella came over and patted Anis on the shoulder. She comforted her, saying she was very surprised by Anis's attitude today. That Janika always shared everything with Anis showed that she trusted her a lot. That made Anis feel she shouldn't hurt Janika. Sometimes imperfections create their own unique charm. Anis remembered what Clara taught Janika. Instead of a complicated love game, stimulate the protective instinct. Today, Bella also spoke to Anis about the protective instinct. Thanks to Bella, Anis became clearer-headed. She no longer felt guilty and felt that things were becoming clearer. Anis thought of Janika. Tears streamed down her face. As for Janika, when confused or sad, she often went to Ed's cabin. From afar, Ed noticed Janika sitting sadly by the fire. He prepared an herbal drink for Janika and remarked that the snow was falling again. Ed sat beside Janika. He told her that if she had any worries, she should speak directly. Janika held the herbal drink and lowered her head, apologizing to Ed. Because she couldn't speak, Ed gently draped his coat over Janika. If she didn't want to speak, that was fine. Janika quietly looked at Ed and he looked at this kind-hearted girl. Sometimes he forgot that Janika must have also gone through challenging school days. Looking at that innocent face, it was hard for anyone to suspect her. Janika leaned against Ed's shoulder in distress. They wrapped a thin blanket together, sitting by the fire. Watching the snow fall, changing scenes, this is the emblem of the Rottweiler family. A mysterious woman is about to be mentioned. Tanya is writing some kind of plan. Tanya remembered Ed Rottweiler's extremely arrogant and wild image from the past. A despicable man who relied on power and disregarded everyone. In that scene, Ed Rottweiler was a madman. He picked up a knife from the ground and placed it in Tanya's hand, threatening her loudly. If Tanya killed him, she would become the heir. Put your strength into it. Stab, stab, stab harder, faster, stab deeper. Tanya collapsed in exhaustion. That was her daily life. Looking into those eyes, she had been weighed down by them for half her life. Ed Rottweiler never physically hit her, but she felt as if she lived like a soulless body in that mansion. Now Ed Rottweiler has been expelled. She must seize this opportunity to prove herself, and the student council election is her only chance. Her first plan is the placement exam. On the day of the exam, on the snowy road they had planned before, Anis went ahead, constantly telling Ed not to come near her. Ed looked at this girl with a puzzled expression, thinking girls were really strange. Professor CZRE stood nearby, observing his assistant. They were preparing to set out for the exam. Unlike the previous exam in the northern forest, this exam took place on Mount Oron. Since Professor Glass was absent, Professor CZRE would oversee the exam. In the previous term, students had to search for the hidden magic gem on the mountain. This term, they must find the magic stone. However, these stones are easy to spot. They are placed everywhere. Whoever finds a magic stone and places it on the altar will have a chance to enter Class A. It seems easy, but don't forget Professor CZRE is a disciple of Professor Glass. Nothing is ever simple. Besides finding stones, they have to defeat countless monsters and wild beasts. Only the surviving freshmen can enter Class A. According to the story, the difficulty of this battle is called the survival at Mount Oron, a place known as Hell. In the end, among this year's freshmen at Sylvania Academy, none entered Class A. Ad and his friends were busy preparing for the placement exam. Since no one entering Class A is tied to a major event later, Ad must preserve the storyline. Thus, Ed proposed a special difficulty level to Professor CZRE. Professor CZRE saw the dangers she had set for the freshmen. Combined with Ad's idea, the professor smiled solemnly. However, even in hellish survival, no freshman should be injured. Therefore, the monsters arranged to fight the students were created from magic discs. Their job was not just to set them up, but also to ensure safety. Specifically, the reflection magic disc has two types, and the one Anis is carrying is the most important. According to F, the reason no one entered Class A is because of it. This disc creates illusions of high-level monsters. Anis is struggling to drag it up the mountain. Seeing she seemed tired, Ad wanted to help. Anis thought Onyx was going to thank her. Before she could speak, Anis turned to see Onyx offering help. She panicked, stepped back, and slipped. Ad quickly caught her, but the disc fell down the mountain. Everyone panicked as they watched it roll. Fortunately, Clemius caught it. Ad, holding Anis, exhaled lightly when he saw the disc safe, truly worthy of being the top student. Anis blushed and froze. Gremius tried to hand her the disc, but disaster struck, it shattered. Worse, this was the most important purple disc from last year's combat exam, when Taylor first defeated Lucy, shocking everyone. Although the script changed and triggered Janika's power, this year's combat exam remains a key event. Talented freshmen will challenge the generation of renowned figures throughout the academy. When the battle begins, freshmen ignore rules and use every trick. To win, Taylor single-handedly stops them all. After a year of training, Taylor demonstrates overwhelming strength. A mysterious girl hides in the crowd to witness this. She is the holy maiden Claris. She takes notice of Taylor. From there, the drama begins to unfold. She is deeply moved witnessing Taylor's growth. The relationship between the holy maiden, one of the four main heroines, and Taylor is crucial. The entire battle with Lucy in Season 3 and later events requires her strength. Thus, this event must follow the script. Freshmen must rebel as planned. This is because none of them were placed in a class. In the placement exam created by Professor CZRE, disciple of Professor Glass, she used the purple discs in this test at the end. But disaster struck, the disc broke, everyone panicked. Professor CZRE suggested repairing it immediately. Anis buried her face. As a perfectionist, having an important prop break devastated her. Ad pondered the storyline, likely seeking a solution to keep everything on track. Anis bowed her head and apologized. Complaining won't help. At this rate, many students will not be placed in Class A. The protagonist came up with a plan and contacted Clemius. Cut to Mount Oron Gate, the placement exam site. Tanya and the others respectfully greeted the Holy Maiden. At Sylvania Academy, whether noble or princess, everyone is equal in uniform. However, there is one exception. The spiritual leader for millions of TLO's followers, the Holy Maiden Claris. She walks among the students. Claris sees the students' exhaustion and wishes to skip some formality. At this moment, Tanya approaches to speak with Claris. She introduces herself as Tanya Rothler, secretary of the Rothler family. The Holy Maiden says she once baptized Lord Griffin. She was very young then, so her memory is vague. Tanya bows and promises that when she grows up, she will come to be baptized by the Holy Maiden. Everything goes according to Tanya's plan. Meeting the Saintess in front of everyone was a flawless performance to win support for the election. Just then, a firecracker went off. Fireworks bloomed across the sky, signaling that the test had begun. The combat division gathered in the plaza. The magic division was at the entrance to Mount On, and the alchemy division was in the basement of the Abio building. Although the gathering points and the test content were different, everyone's goal was the same: to be ranked. The privilege of entering Class A was a full tuition waiver, living in Opheles Tower, and free use of all student facilities. And possessing the emblem of honor and glory reserved for Class A, the red-haired guy quickly found a stone and smugly felt this test was pretty easy. A purple-haired guy saw that he had found a stone and was standing there rambling, so he quickly overtook him, mocking as he ran. While they're busy chatting, I'll be running, which made the red-haired guy furious. Hania found a stone too. She thought it definitely wouldn't be as simple as carrying it to the shrine. There would surely be challenges meant to eliminate people. Instead of wasting her strength, she decided to act carefully. Just then, a scream came from the distance. Tanya turned her head and saw a girl kneeling on the ground. A rope was flung all over the place. Tanya went over kindly to ask if she was hurt and said she would go call a teacher, but the short-haired girl answered, "That's not it. Actually, she just wanted to try the feeling of walking barefoot on the snow." Tanya thought the girl was really odd. The short-haired girl was brimming with life, saying this was one of the things she wanted to do. Until now, she could only imagine it. She never expected snow to be this soft. Tanya looked at her and guessed the girl must have suffered a concussion during the test. Poor thing. Then Tanya folded her arms, her face full of arrogance, and introduced herself. "I'm Tanya Rothler, the Duke of Rothler's second daughter. It seems we're classmates." When the short-haired girl heard the Rothler family name, her eyes lit up. She said the Rothler family was a distinguished house and everyone in it was talented. However, Tanya didn't acknowledge that. No matter how powerful a family is after a long time, there will still be trash and scum. And of course, the person Tanya meant was her own older brother. She felt that, at the campsite, her brother seemed to have changed a lot, but she couldn't tell what his true self was like because the fear had been carved deep into her mind. The short-haired girl trailed behind Tanya. As she walked, she looked at Tanya with sparkling eyes and said that, because she was just a commoner from a remote rural area, she had to keep proper etiquette with Tanya. But Tanya told her she didn't need to do that because this was Sinvenia. The short-haired girl smiled brightly when she heard that. She introduced herself as Kiliani from a small country in the east called Terrain. But Tanya didn't seem very enthusiastic. She told Kylie to hurry up, this was a test. Kylie said she didn't care much about scores. Getting into Class A would just make her stand out. Those words successfully annoyed Tanya. But right after that, Kylie said she wasn't interested in this test and ran over to grab Tanya's hand, saying she would help Tanya in this exam because she wanted to become closer to Tanya. Killy enthusiastically slung an arm around Tanya's shoulders. It was the first time Killy had a friend her own age. Tanya was at a loss. She told Killy not to casually make intimate gestures like that. Luckily, she met Tanya. If she had met the princess or the saintess, it would have caused big trouble. 30 minutes after the test began, the red-haired guy was struggling up toward the mountain peak. He was only a little bit away from the goal. He felt very confident because his stamina was stronger than that purple-haired Joseph's, even though Joseph really was more talented than him. While he was panting hard from running himself ragged, a demon-like figure suddenly charged in from afar and punched him straight in the face. It turned out this person was Clemius. Clemius didn't want to do it either. He felt that doing this wasn't worthy of a senior. However, circumstances forced him to. Clemius looked at his fist, and for some reason he found it rather interesting. This was Ed's plan. Everyone would work together to stop the new students. A huge explosion went off and lightning spread everywhere. This was Anis's magic. She and Clemius would be tasked with stopping the new students. The students were climbing from the foot of the mountain. If they could make it past these seniors, they would deserve to enter Class A. Because Anis had made a mistake, she wanted to do everything she could to carry out this task. Onyx was flying in the sky. He was a master of flight magic and would serve as rescue support. As for Professor Czak, she had to write a report about changing the test's content. Professor Kogi felt like her whole body was wilting. She had just escaped a mountain of academy reports, and now she had to keep writing reports again. Reports, Anis asked Ed which position he would take, and Ed said he would stay here to guard the shrine. Professor Koray asked Ed if he would be all right since he still hadn't recovered his mana. Professor Koray also worried that if anything happened, Ed might not be able to respond in time. Ed assured her he would manage because he had already made preparations. But Ed told the professor not to worry because he already had a plan. The competition continued as Ed strolled along, holding the purple disc in his hand. This is a rare-grade illusion disc, a magical artifact that creates illusions from enemies as strong as the creator's magic. It's a 3.5-star crafting level, but the artifact is damaged, so it cannot unleash its full power. The disc couldn't be fully repaired, and Ad's power hadn't fully recovered, so he had to find another method. The frog held a red stone, a magical gem, a precious item containing a large amount of mana. These are the stones the students must find. Ad went to the shrine and placed the stone in the center, intending to use the shrine to recharge his mana. Mung flew over and said something. X couldn't hear clearly but still looked at Mung gently. Ed's goal was to prevent anyone from passing the test. Ad sat leisurely at the shrine, fully prepared. The students were already gasping from exhaustion. Clemius appeared like a demon and moved to attack Gilly. He was quite tired and wanted a quick victory. Tania and Killy were trembling in fear. At that moment, a loud explosion caught Clemius' attention. When he turned, he saw it was magic. It was Anis' magic. While Gremius was distracted, Tanya seized the chance to pull Killy out of the cage. Anis was dueling Joseph. Anis was talented, a specialist in practical and academic magic. But in combat magic, she was only average compared to the entire cohort. Still, male students were hard to face. Yet this freshman was on a different level. That purple-haired boy was Joseph Weifeld. Joseph held the position of the youngest researcher at the Magic Association and could freely use intermediate magic. In short, he was a genius, a top candidate for a teaching assistant position. Seeing Anis angry, Joseph remarked that this was not her field of expertise. It wasn't suited for combat, but it would be suitable elsewhere. What frustrated Anis wasn't losing. She told Joseph to move quickly after winning. As someone who always acted perfect, today she had messed up her equipment. She was also forced into another situation. She had been assigned to block the northern path but failed against the freshmen. However, she blamed herself more. When failing, the first thing she thought of was Ad's face. At the shrine, the frog finally waited for its first passenger. Ad looked at Joseph and asked if he knew the test content yet. You just need to place the mana stone on the shrine, but first you have to pass the main character. Joseph kept one hand in his pocket, sensing this test method was strange. If he won and placed the stone, the following students would have to fight. He guessed this was a backup plan that hadn't been fully prepared. Joseph noticed the purple disc nearby, its color very distinct. He guessed it had been improved and was something to watch out for. Then he looked at the main character, guessing Ed was using magic. But he couldn't sense any mana. Moreover, there were traces of using a mana stone. Using a mana stone against the first opponent indicated S's total mana was very low. Joseph was somewhat disappointed with Sylvania. He thought he'd learned something. But seeing this scene, Joseph decided to think about the Academy's cuisine. After assessing, he began casting a spell toward S. A mid-level spell, a single-point attack. The destructive power wasn't great, but if unprepared, it was easy to get hit. If you didn't dodge while watching the hand's direction, there was no way to counter. However, Ad dodged this move. Don't underestimate our main character. Ad was concentrating his technique. This technique had two modes, ignition or heat emission, shooting fire in a circular pattern. In the current situation, it was the ignition mode. A wave of fire surged toward Joseph. Joseph analyzed the attack and judged it to be a dirty spell. In fact, he had a defensive layer and it was extremely solid. The fire could not break through. In battles between mages, victory is usually determined by magical strategy. If the magic consumption is equal, the one with the greater total magical energy will win. Joseph seemed to underestimate the protagonist because he currently had no magical energy. Joseph was gathering a spell to finish the fight. However, at that moment, Ed rushed in and kicked him. Because magical defense can block spells but cannot stop physical attacks, Ed taught Joseph his first lesson. Even a mage can be physically attacked. The kick sent Joseph flying, clutching his face. Joseph did not understand how Ed had escaped the fire, but he would no longer be careless. The real battle was about to begin. Joseph started using ice magic, an intermediate freezing spell. Ed countered with a fire element spell. However, it was only a basic spell. Joseph noticed Ed attempting to use fire magic to react to the ice spell, creating steam to obscure vision. Like before, so he remained cautious. Besides fire, Joseph could control other elements as well. Ed continued using a flame technique, spreading fire everywhere. Then he used Fire Blessing, a power that grants immunity to fire magic. Taking advantage of the spreading fire, he charged through the flames and plunged a dagger directly at Joseph. Joseph activated his physical defense to block the attack. The dagger struck the shield, triggering a violent counter. With a loud explosion, Joseph was thrown far away. Joseph was skilled, but he could not outpace the protagonist in casting basic magic. Moreover, the protagonist used spirit magic, Mung hid in the flames to ambush Joseph. Exhausted, Joseph sat under a tree looking up at the protagonist. Then he dropped the magical stone and admitted defeat. The stone rolled slowly past the protagonist's feet. Ed watched the stone, but Joseph leapt up and used an ice spear to attack Ed, which Ed dodged. Not stopping there, he used martial arts to punch Ed in the face. However, the punch had no effect, as Ed activated Wind Blessing. This technique blows enemies away with wind force. A whirlwind arose, sending the opponent flying. Hundreds of meters, Joseph could no longer stand. He had officially lost the battle. Ed sheathed his dagger, praising Joseph for his effort. The final move was brilliant, as Ed had been tricked by it. Before passing out, Joseph asked for Ed's identity. Ed approached slowly and revealed his name, Ed Rothler. Then Onyx arrived and took Joseph away. At the same time, elsewhere, a carriage sped forward. Inside were Dixie and Anka. She asked why Ziggs had joined the magic department. If he had joined the combat or alchemy department, he would have become a teaching assistant. Anka felt awkward because Ziggs had given up many benefits for her. Ziggs ate a snack calmly and replied that he did not value the assistant position much. Initially, he could have stayed in the alchemy department, but even in the combat department, he could not become an assistant, as the current second-year combat department head was Clemius. As for Clemius, he had been knocked unconscious. Seeing a new student, he said, "Are you okay? Is the holy magic so strong? You didn't break any bones, right?" Clemius was unconscious, wondering how he could possibly resist such power. 20 minutes remained in the exam. Tanya and Killy had reached the temple with Ed waiting for them. In front of Ed lay a pile of students knocked out. Now, Tanya would face her opponent, Ed Rothler, directly. Saintess Claris had two dreams. One, a daytime dream of nobility, required becoming as pure as a blank sheet. This was the dream implanted by the Archbishop. The second, a nighttime dream, featured a voice telling Claris she would rather die in a puddle than live as a blank sheet. The Saintess slowly opened her eyes. The voice continued. Even the tallest tower humans pride as pure was but a sandcastle before the gray cliffs. Of the Lamelin Mountains, the black marsh covered in green-boned layer, the golden fields of Cloyon's capital, the emerald meadows of Palrin, this was grazing land. The smoky Oppen of alchemy lands, the red-tiled roofs of Oldex trading city, the deep green knowledge of Sylvania, beyond the red sand seas of the great Dresha desert, to the barley-dark lands of lawless Henton, and the pure white was only a tiny fragment in the romance. Of natural colors, the girl playing the instrument was the keeper of the holy flame. Her name was Adele. After leaving the congregation, she called herself a romantic, though no one knew how she walked among buildings, but at night, she would sing at Claris's door. The two often admired the moon together. After leaving the congregation, Adele joined Sylvania, and during holidays, she wandered the world. After Adele departed, every night Saintess Claris dreamed of walking through the places Adele had once mentioned. In her final dream, Clarice held someone tightly in her arms and kept traveling with them on her lonely journey. It was a journey bursting with nature's colors, the complete opposite of her solitary life, the boldest fantasy she could imagine. Cut to another scene. Killy sat in front of the mirror. Priest Video stood behind her and warned her to stay cautious so her true identity wouldn't be discovered. She had to always keep her magical tools with her. As he tightened the belt snugly around Killy's waist, he spoke slowly. The Saintess is always protected by holy power, so she likely has less to worry about. Killy said, who would ever suspect someone with a completely different face like this? She told Video not to worry. It turned out Jacqueline was actually Saintess Clarice in disguise. Right now, she was sitting and relaxing on a wooden chair along Jiazong's main street. She had become someone else, approaching Tania, befriending Tania, and happily playing in the snow, something she was never allowed to do when she was the Saintess. Surely no one would guess Killy was actually Saintess Clarice. However, there was still one person who knew the truth, and who that is, you probably already know. Cut back to the battle with Ed. Tania saw that the final test was to fight her own brother, leaving her stunned. Ed gave her two choices, leave or keep fighting. Then Ed unleashed an incredibly powerful wind spell. The gale kept slamming into Tania and Killy. Tania stared at her brother. Even for a student who had practiced summoning arts their whole life, pulling that off would be difficult. At Ed's current level, a spirit mage who could control 5 or 6 intermediate spirits was already considered seasoned. Yet Ed could even control an advanced spirit. Killy urged Tania to give up. To avoid being seriously hurt, Tania watched the scene before her. When she saw the advanced spirit, the painful memory of her first meeting with Janica resurfaced. But she didn't want to lose to Ed here, because if she gave up now, it would be no different from before. Tania told Killy she wouldn't give up. The higher your status and power, the more responsibility you must bear in return. Tania forced herself forward step by step, but the wind kept pushing her back. In the end, both of them were blasted far away. Killy lay on the ground. She looked at the boy ahead and thought, is that really Tania's brother? When it came to the Rothler family, Killy had always pictured men with a neat, proper appearance. A warm, tolerant smile and a refined demeanor like Griffin's. But when she heard the Rothler son was completely different from his father, she assumed he was a reckless playboy. What's more, Tania hated this reckless brother. And because Tania was Killy's friend, she decided to use her special ability. She had a skill: if any enemy intended to harm her, her body would automatically activate magic, even mid-tier and above holy artifacts. This was a special kind of magic. Unless it was a truly exceptional situation, it was almost impossible to kill her. Tania turned around. She was afraid that if she used that magic, Killy would get hurt. Besides, Killy had said she didn't care about the exam. But now Killy stepped forward. She did it because Tania had said Ed Rothler was an extremely evil person. And since Tania was also her first friend at Sylvania, she decided she would help her friend. Tania knew that power because it was the very power that had defeated Clemius before. She watched her friends imposing back as Killy marched straight ahead. But the truth wasn't what Tania imagined. Killy wasn't imposing at all. She ran forward crying. The wolfhound looked at the tiny girl charging toward it. It slashed at her with its claws and the holy magic activated. The counterattack hurt the beast so badly that it howled. Killy's holy magic and Ed's wind arts collided head-on, but then Killy was forced back. Ed looked at the girl in front of him and asked coldly, is that all? Right then, Tania seized the opening, rushed in close, and struck at Ed. Tania used Burst, a basic wind element spell, hitting Ed head-on. Ed was knocked away and then slowly dissolved. So the one attacking them all this time was Ed's illusion, created from the disc they had shattered. Tania sat dazed on the ground. Arrows were already flying in to attack her. She couldn't believe her eyes. The one who once couldn't even hold a sword hilt could now shoot a bow, and those arrows were formed from magic power. Ed drew the bow. He warned his sister that the arrow just now was only a reminder. Tania stared at the scene before her as Ed Rothler slowly walked toward her. It made her recall the agony of the past. She closed her eyes, tears rolling down. She braced herself for her brother's attack, and then nothing happened. Tania opened her eyes. She saw Ed picking up a stone, then kneeling on one knee in front of her. Ed said gently, if I step in with your personality, you'd probably explode with anger, wouldn't you? Ed praised Tania for doing great. If it were him, he would have run for his life. Still, Tania managed to land a hit on him, even though it was only an illusion. Once again, Ed saw his little sister in a new light. Tania felt the same. This time, Ed Roedler seemed different. What's more, Ed was still wearing the gift she had given him. Tania saw how gently Ed treated her. She burst into sobs. Seeing his sister cry so hard, Ed didn't understand what was going on. He even thought she was crying like that because she couldn't get into Class A. When Killy saw Tanya crying, she ran over and hugged her friend, even threatening Ed. Just then, Professor CZRE called Ed over from afar to lend a hand. The match was already over and Gremius had been knocked unconscious. At the same time, Killy's voice and transformation magic were gradually wearing off. It was because, during the fight with Ed, the magic prop had been knocked away. Priest Bido had warned her to keep it on her at all times, otherwise the transformation would fail. From afar, Professor CZRE had noticed it. Killy's body was slowly returning to its true form. Luckily, Mung found the prop and brought it to Ed. Ed placed it in Kylie's hand and told her to hold on to it carefully and not lose it again. Then Ed went over to Professor CZRE. The new student class placement exam was over. Ed had brought everything back onto the proper track. The protagonist and Professor CZRE slowly walked away, but Kylie still stared blankly after Ed's departing figure. Professor CZRE returned to her group of teaching assistants. She said Ed looked exhausted now and told everyone to handle the remaining work and let Ed rest. Professor CZRE told Onyx to help support Clemia. Onyx glanced toward the temple. He seemed to have seen that scene just now. Ed collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the vast night sky. Just then, a voice spoke to Ed. You know, I believe there is a beauty that transcends all eras. The clearest proof is that sky. Even if a work of art is worth a fortune, some will like it and some won't. But no one can look at that sunset and not find it beautiful. The voice belonged to Merida, a high-ranking wind spirit. The greater spirit who had formed a pact with Ed sat atop Ed's head and slowly spoke about philosophy and life. A calm, barren life is the most dreadful curse a person can endure, so you must learn to be moved by small things and find meaning in ordinary moments. If a human life is compared to the 4 seasons, then a spirit's life is surely a long winter. A life with no highs or lows, a life that's parched and forced into neatness. Ed is the same, meticulous and without a single opening. But when it comes to himself, he's sensitive, easily drained, and often injured. Ed's life is nothing but working himself to the bone and getting hurt. There's nothing interesting about it. That's the clearest proof. Ed told him to get to the point already. Stop beating around the bush. Merida spoke plainly. Ed should try dating, and she recommended Janica. She's kind, lively, and friendly, yet very strong, someone you can rely on. Then Merida asked Mung if he thought she was right. Since Merida is Janika's best friend, she's the spirit who's always coming up with ways for Janika to chase after Ed. Mung gave a formal salute and agreed with Merida's opinion. He even flattered her, saying Lady Merida's advice was as sacred to spirits as scripture. Then Mung saw Merida's expression grow colder and colder. He realized he'd said something wrong, so he dropped to the ground and played dead. Only then did Ed remember. He turned and asked Merida why Janika had seemed so down lately. However, since Janika didn't want to say it, Merida wouldn't tell Ed. Merida looked up at the sky, thinking that Janica needed to go through winter once before she could truly grow up. Merida also felt guilty for accidentally draining all of Ed's mana. Ed sat up. Right now, he felt like he didn't have a shred of strength left. With Ed's current mana, summoning a spirit like Merida was very difficult, even in this tiny form. Merida suggested to Ed that she still had many other forms, any beautiful form he wanted. But with Ed's condition right now, he couldn't endure it, so he didn't have the strength to summon her. Indeed, in Ed's current state, there was no way he could summon a spirit like Merida. After that, Merida jumped onto Ed's head, then sprang up and climbed onto the temple. Looking down from above, she told Ed that besides him, she had also formed a pact with someone else. Ed slowly struggled to crawl up to the temple. He wanted to see who else had made a contract with Merida. After finally climbing to the top, he saw Lucy's silhouette sitting there. Seeing Luciette, Ed didn't ask. He just said this wasn't an ideal place for a nap. Lucy sat enjoying the breeze and replied that she hadn't come here to nap. If she were napping, she'd choose a room inside that wooden house. Lucy also emphasized that she didn't like staying in an empty house, so she came here for a walk. Ed looked down from the top of the shrine. This was where the final scene of Act 3 took place. At this point, the Saintess and the church began to suspect the cults. Hellas's apostles arrived on Aiken Island and declared they would judge Saintess clerics. The Academy's key figures also gathered under the High Pontiff's orders, completely unaware of what was really going on. Princess Fa Enha's royal guard was there as well, along with Latio's mercenary corps, the church's Templar Knights, and other high-ranking Academy officials moving in. In this battle, amid layers of chaos, everyone's blades ultimately pointed toward a single target, the girl trying to protect Aiken Island in accordance with her master's declaration. The girl branded a traitor and an atheist, yet she never complained, only stood atop the shrine, looking down with proud, haughty eyes. She was Lucy Marine. She defeated every key player on Aiken Island and alone wiped out more than half of the hunting party. In the end, she was exhausted and brought down by one of Taylor's moves. Later, when the truth came out, everyone finally understood why Lucy wanted to kill the god's apostle. In truth, she wasn't a bad person. No one knew the story hidden behind it all. Ed looked at Lucy and had no intention of stopping her. He didn't refrain because he was cold-blooded and wanted to sacrifice Lucy to complete the script, but simply because he wanted to let things flow as they were. This might not be a bad ending. Lucy recalled the Archmage's final words before he died. To her, Mr. Clock said that Sylvania Academy would face many trials, but there would be one it could not overcome without Lucy's power. So before his death, the Archmage made one request to borrow Lucy's strength. Ed watched the sunset, his heart heavy with worry. Lucy was dozing off, then slumped onto Ed's lap and fell fast asleep. Before drifting off, she said she'd been very lonely lately. Ed meant to say something but didn't. He only slowly patted Lucy. Scene change. In the rose garden, Clara held a gift box, beaming as she handed it to Bella. Clara was a young lady from a renowned noble family. Bella stared at the gift, then thanked Clara. Clara was delighted that after the long break she could finally see her friends again. So Clara prepared a tea party with lots of treats, including blueberry pastries she brought up from home. Clara asked Anise and Janica to help prepare, then hurried off, leaving Bella standing there alone. Bella suddenly crushed Clara's gift in her hand, her face full of worry, probably about Anise's meeting with Janica. Between the three friends, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Clara sat between the two who were about to explode. She didn't know why they were arguing and planned to crack a few jokes to ease the mood. Before she could even speak, Janica spoke first. Hearing Janica call her name made Anise flinch. Janica looked at her friend, her face a mix of sadness and anger. Anise, you hugged Ed, didn't you? A quick recap of the male lead, Ed Rothler, at his current level. 18 years old, third-year student, achievements, careful survival, advanced mage with 4 skills, combat magic, daily living, alchemy, strength 13, intelligence 13, skill 15, willpower 12, luck 11. Newest craft, a wooden windbreak wall. This was real progress. The walls were made from wooden boards lashed together with rope and packed with mud, helping block the cold wind to a certain extent. Crafting difficulty, 1.5 stars. The reason the male lead started building windbreaks was that a blizzard was coming in the next few days, and Ed was trying to reinforce his cabin. It was a bit exhausting, but this was the only way Ed could fight against the strong wind. Just then, Bella arrived. She came to take Lucy back to the Opheles dormitory. The academy had decided that during the blizzard, students would not be allowed to leave the dorms. Except in special circumstances, Lucy resisted fiercely. She tried to cling on so she could stay with Ed. Hearing Bella, Ed calmly said he understood. Bella coughed softly and signaled for Ed to say something to persuade Lucy, but Ed kept playing dumb, which made Bella furious. Seeing Ed busy dealing with the blizzard, Bella spoke bluntly. That windbreak wall isn't sturdy enough. Ed won't be able to hold out for a week-long blizzard. In reality, Ed was reinforcing this place only to protect his property. He strapped the roof down tight so it could withstand the snow wind. He'd also stored his hunting tools inside. As for Ed himself, he planned to hide in the Spirit Academy. Professor Glass's spirit, taking advantage of the opportunity, Ed would focus on researching some new magical technologies. Ed turned and told Bella not to worry. Suddenly, Ed noticed Bella didn't look very happy. She just stood there quietly, as if thinking about something. She barely even noticed Lucy constantly squirming. When Ed asked, Bella was about to speak, but then reconsidered and said nothing. Bella's behavior only made Ed more curious. Bella let out a sigh. She only wished Ed good luck because he was the very cause of this war. Being handsome is a burden too. Back to what was happening with Janica's group. Janica asked if Anise had hugged Ed. Clara was surprised too. When Janica asked, Anise panicked, sweating like a waterfall. Clara chuckled and told Janica it was probably just a misunderstanding. While she tried to find a way to help them make up, Anise lowered her head and admitted she had deliberately tried to seduce Ed, leaving Clara gaping. Anise clenched her fists and trembled as she apologized to Janica. Then she loudly explained that she only wanted to test whether Ed was worthy of Janica's feeling. Hearing that, Janica calmed down a lot. After that, Anise launched into a pile of insults about Ed, saying he looked like a show-off, that he always acted arrogant, kept complaining, and lived only for his own satisfaction. A guy like that wasn't her type. Hearing Anise talk like that, Janica got so angry she nearly cried. How dare Anise badmouth her Ed like that? She sternly told Anise she didn't know anything about Ed. Ed wasn't that kind of person. Anise stared at Janica for a few seconds, then lowered her head and apologized. She apologized for approaching the person Janica liked without permission, tears dripping onto the table. Janica had cried so much over the past while. She kept lying awake, wondering why her best friend would do something like that. Janica was heartbroken, partly because Anise was her best friend, and partly because she had no right to feel betrayed since she was nothing to Ed. So she didn't know if she even had the right to be angry. Janica kept blaming herself. Anise walked over, patted Janica's shoulder, and comforted her not to worry too much. At least to Ed, Janica was someone very special. Their relationship was more than friendship but less than love. A truly special kind of relationship. Janica's eyes lit up at that. Her relationship with Ed was special, even though Anise had explained everything clearly. Anise badmouthing Ed like that still made Janica furious. Janika hugged her best friend Anis because she didn't like Ed, and because she had honestly laid everything out. Seeing the two girls close again, Clara finally breathed a sigh of relief, causing all this internal drama over a guy. But right after that, Clara noticed Anis's expression was strained. Seeing this, Clara immediately realized her friend Anis was lying to herself. To keep things from getting messier, Clara quickly changed the subject. She went over and reminded Janika about the northern forest. Hearing northern forest, Janika immediately remembered and ran there to look for Ed. Clara successfully got Janika to leave without noticing Anis's face. Anis knew full well that her current feelings could only fool a simple girl like Janika. After Janika left, Anis told Clara she had a plan. Anis grabbed Clara by the shoulders, looking extremely serious, and told Clara to break every social prejudice and hook up with Cody. Clara looked at Anis with a disgusted stare. She didn't understand what nerve her friend had touched this time. Anis's hair was a mess now, tears streaming down her face. She felt terribly guilty for lying to Janika. Anis didn't know how to deal with any of this anymore. She couldn't stop her feelings for Ed. There was one solution: out of sight, out of mind. If she just didn't see Ed for a long time, her feelings would slowly fade. But reality was always cruel. Thinking that next term she still had to be a teaching assistant and would still have to see Ed, Anis froze on the spot. In Professor Goat's office, Professor Goat raised a toast with cake to celebrate the success of the exam. Clemius and Onyx would be transferred to another lab. As for Ed, he was still calmly enjoying his slice of cake. Ed would continue staying here to assist Professor Goat. When Anis realized she still had to be around Ed for a long time, she was terrified. The next scene was late afternoon. Ed was sitting and repairing hunting gear when Janika came over and said Ed should sign contracts with a few spirits soon. Intermediate spirits. Ed was happy to see Janika cheerful again. Last time when Janika suddenly came to see Ed, she was completely crushed. When Ed mentioned that night, Janika avoided his eyes and said she didn't remember anything. What that night was like, she'd forgotten. Seeing his friend Janika bright and lively again, Ed felt relieved too, because Janika was Ed's very first friend. Besides, she didn't appear much in the storyline, so Ed always felt very comfortable being around Janika. Janika heard Ed had signed a contract with Merylda. That made her very curious, because right now Ed still wasn't strong enough to control a high-level spirit. Ed said he used a little trick, then slipped his hand into his inner pocket, took out Professor Glass's golden phoenix ring, and showed it to Janika. Then he told Janika the whole story behind this ring. Janika put her hands behind her back and slowly stepped closer to Ed. Right now Ed couldn't use magic, so he couldn't sign a contract with intermediate spirits anyway. Ed clenched the ring tightly, waiting for the start of next term. Then the protagonist would be back, stronger than ever. It was a bit late, but Janika still congratulated Ed for signing a pact with a high-ranking spirit. What's more, among spirits, the day you sign a pact with a high-ranking spirit is called your second birthday. Janika broke into a bright smile, even more dazzling than the sunset behind her. After that, the two of them started talking about life. As they chatted, Ed suddenly remembered that the student council president election was coming up. Since Janika was the class leader, she would definitely draw everyone's attention. Janika felt embarrassed. Her classmates had asked her about it too, but since she didn't really understand the situation, she planned to stay neutral. All of a sudden, Janika remembered something. She immediately turned to Ed and asked, "Your little sister is competing too, right?" She thought back to that night. She had accidentally scared the girl. Trembling, Janika asked Ed whether he was close with his sister. Ed remembered the first time he met his sister at this campsite. He didn't know how to explain their relationship anymore, but no matter what, they were blood. Our male lead is so kind. How could he possibly hate his little sister? Seeing that Ed didn't hate her the way people rumored, Janika felt utterly crushed. In a moment of anger, she had treated the little sister of the person she secretly liked terribly. Janika tugged at Ed's sleeve, tears welling up. She asked Ed, "Do you know what Tania likes? Any favorite gift or food?" Seeing Janika's reaction now and remembering how Tania reacted the other day, Ed grew very suspicious. "What did you do to Tania?" Hearing that, Janika immediately shouted, "Nothing at all." Then, under Ed's skeptical stare, 3 seconds later she couldn't take it anymore and confessed the truth. She sank to the ground, tears pouring down, and took all the blame onto herself. In truth, Ed didn't think it was a big deal. Scene change. At the Opheles' dormitory, snow fell thickly. A hand gripped a transformation artifact tightly, Holy Maiden Clarice, recalling the scene where she fought and kissed Ed. The image of a valiant young man standing before the spirit Merida, and the moment her transformation spell failed, forcing her to secretly give the artifact back. Everything happened so naturally, like a reminder. Clarice sat by the window, her face confused and afraid. Did X know her secret? Clarice had worked so hard to live like an ordinary person. She had promised the priest that if anyone discovered her, she would have to give up this life as a normal student. Thinking of her classmates chatting in the dining hall, she heard the news that Ed Rothler was living in a wooden cabin in the northern forest. Clarice clenched the transformation artifact. Even though she was forbidden to leave the dorm, she couldn't say anything. Wanting to go out, Clarice opened the door. Fierce snowy winds slammed into her face. The scene before her was bitterly cold and terrifying. She didn't want to look at this bleakness. Remembering her friend Adele, radiant and full of energy, Clarice still decided to jump out the window. A brilliant light burst from the transformation artifact, and Holy Maiden Clarice slowly became Kylie. She couldn't lose her freedom. She had only just managed this with great difficulty. To be sure, Clarice decided to go find Ed Rothler. So she ran through the blizzard, her figure gradually melting into the cold night. Bloodshot eyes, a face smeared with blood. That person was Gremius's older brother. Gremius had been abandoned by his family, and only his brother stood by him. But that brother had also died beneath Clemius's sword. Before he died, he leaned close to Clemius's ear and spoke words like a vow. The flashback ended. In the Sylvania Academy office, Professor Czre asked why Clemius was no longer working as a teaching assistant. Gremius scratched his head. He didn't know how to explain it. Being a teaching assistant, no matter how much he thought about it, just didn't feel suitable. Clemius remembered being knocked out by a new student and felt deeply embarrassed. Gremius stammered, Chinese letter here is good, and I like it too, but Professor Czre cut Clemius off, teasing with a smile. Really? I thought Chinese letter wasn't that great. Did you get another offer? If you can do it, then why not just keep doing it? Gremius scratched his head, hesitated, then agreed. He wouldn't quit after all, and the professor was happy to have persuaded Clemius. Clemius bit his lip, as if facing something difficult to say. Outside, the blizzard was still raging. From the tree trunk where Ed had climbed down into the Spirit Academy, stretching all the way to the library, Ed was here now. He had practiced until his body couldn't absorb anymore. Ed already had an advanced crafting skill called Spirit Craft Skill Injection. Technique Proficiency 23, Power Increase 4, Injection Success Rate 92%. Fire Psychic Technique Proficiency 6, Wind Spirit 3. Magic Skill Proficiency 4, Magical Comprehension 5. Rapid Crafting 3, Crafting Formula acquired. Telos's Frost Blessing Level 1. Now Ed's spirit magic had reached a level that could be called proficient. Right now, you're spending your final winter break investing in these two fields within the Soul Library. Ed slid down to the academy using the rope tied to the tree above. He headed to Library S and looked around. The place had been cleaned thoroughly. Seeing the books neatly arranged by subject and title, it seemed Edit and Elka had worked very hard. Ad took out a book. His goal was to successfully craft a legendary magic artifact called the Eye of Glock, an item capable of drastically enhancing the skills of all sensory systems. For a short time, it reduces the effectiveness of turtle element magic and prevents the use of defensive magic. The item is also immune to elemental magic. Another legendary magic artifact is Dell's Hourglass, which restores the body to its state a few seconds earlier, removing all injuries and traces. However, it can only be used once. Holding a stack of books and humming a tune, Ad was preparing to begin crafting from these volumes. Ad reached into his pouch to look for his crafting tools, but after a while he realized he had left them at the cabin. So he had to head back to retrieve the tools from the cabin. At the same time, Kiri, disguised as the Holy Maiden, was also struggling through the snowstorm to reach Ad's cabin. Staring at the endless white landscape for so long had weakened her eyesight. What she longed for was to see the vibrant colors of this world. But for now, she had to endure the raging snowstorm, with nothing but cold white before her eyes. After walking for a while, Kiri spotted a river. She had heard that the northern forest lay beside it. As long as she followed the river upstream, she would find Ad's residence. Suddenly, Kiri felt energized, no longer tired. It felt like an adventure. Kiri was the Holy Maiden, a very powerful individual who possessed an innate holy spell called Blessing of Sacred Law. This technique automatically activates with intermediate-level holy magic or higher to counter anyone who intends to harm her. It retaliates with double the damage inflicted by the enemy. This was the very magic that defeated Clermius. After walking for a long time, Kiri finally arrived at Ed's cabin. However, recalling the scene of Ed drawing a bow and shooting Tanya, she felt very afraid. Another thing was that since Ed had once been the heir of the Rottler family, he had received baptism from the Telos order, so the blessing of sacred law had no effect on Ed. Kiri stood outside, peering into the house through the window. Seeing no one inside, she pushed the door open forcefully. A bucket of blood had been placed in front of it. When the door opened, the bucket spilled, and blood spread everywhere, looking terrifying. Kiri looked at the pool of blood, then raised her eyes. A boar's head hanging above frightened her so much that she screamed. There was blood everywhere. Looking at the scene, Kiri felt as if she were in hell. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A fully cloaked figure came forward and opened the door. Inside was a chaotic mess. While Kiri was hiding by the chair near the door, terrified, she covered her mouth. The cloaked figure walked in, went to a box, opened it, and took something out. Kiri looked at the scene before her, so frightened that she burst into tears. Trembling, she watched the shadow draw closer. In the shadow's hand was a blood-stained saw. This person was the male lead, Ed Rottler. He was surprised to see Kiri here, trembling violently. At this point, Kiri could no longer think clearly. She instinctively used holy magic. This magic released divine power, nullifying most of the opponent's magical effects. Moreover, it converted physical damage into direct magical attacks against Ed. He was blasted straight into the wooden wall, which shattered. The entire room descended into chaos, blood splattering everywhere. Kiri saw a blood-soaked person lying there and panicked, thinking she had committed murder. Crying, she prayed and confessed her sins, tears streaming endlessly. Ad rushed forward and grabbed her shoulders, furious, a vicious expression on his face. "Are you joking with me?" Seeing this, Kiri was so frightened that she wanted to run away. She fell hard onto the ground, and it looked painful just to watch. Ad looked at the scene before him, grinding his teeth in anger, his whole body trembling. At the Opheles dormitory, Bella and another maid discovered that the Holy Maiden was missing. As the head maid, Bella knew Kiri's true identity well. The Holy Maiden disappearing in a snowstorm was a nationally shocking incident. But when Bella looked at the other maid, she saw that instead of being worried, the girl seemed excited. Bella put on her cloak and went out to search for the Holy Maiden. She instructed the young maid to stay behind and carefully look after the students, especially Lucy. From a distance, the young maid shouted to Bella that according to a witness statement, Kiri had headed toward the central district. The Northern Forest. The moment Bella heard the Northern Forest, she remembered it was Ed Rottler's territory. That young man had tangled ties with a whole bunch of pretty girls. Standing in the snowstorm, Bella blushed as she pictured the two of them getting stranded together in a house. In the brutal conditions, they'd lean on each other for warmth, holding each other tight. The more Bella imagined it, the more anxious she became. She fought through the blizzard and ran for the Northern Forest. She was worried the Saintess might be in danger. "Your imagination is a little too wild, isn't it? Why are you doubting our male lead's character like that?" There was a strange person living in the Northern Forest, a cold, detached man carrying around blood-soaked animal carcasses. That was the rumor spreading around the academy. Of course, Belle knew the truth, but she still couldn't help worrying. With doubt in her mind, she ran straight for the Northern Forest. After a while, she finally arrived. Only she saw countless footprints pressed into the snow. Despite his cold exterior, Ed was actually easy to talk to and considerate. Even with so many pretty girls around him, he always did his job well, someone you could rely on. But that was exactly what worried Belle, because once relationships got even more complicated, it would be a real headache. All she could do was hope Ed didn't find out who Kylie really was. She slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside, Belle's heart hanging in her throat. The moment Ed saw Belle, he hurried to speak, just as expected. "Belle, you're here." Belle took in the scene inside the room, and cold sweat instantly beaded on her forehead. Stammering, she said, "Young Master Ed, can I explain?" She said she'd already heard everything from Kiri, but if Kylie didn't come back right away, the blizzard would only get worse, and it would be very dangerous. Ed nodded as soon as he heard that. With a helpless sigh, he said, "That's right. The head maid shouldn't be away from Opheles Tower for too long." He just couldn't understand why the Saintess had come all the way to his place. Even though he tried his best, something still felt off. Kylie's true identity was a major twist meant to be revealed at the end of Chapter 3. It couldn't be exposed this early, but she was already suspicious of him. What was he supposed to do? After hesitating for a long time, he finally said guiltily, "I'm sorry for being disrespectful." "Saintess, please put the chair down." Kylie immediately did as he said. Her arms were already aching. But very quickly, Kylie realized something. Even Belle did too. The two of them stared at Ed in shock. He had just called Kylie Saintess. "How did he know? I understand why you're both suspicious." Ed explained slowly, "I'm a believer of the Telos Church too." After seeing her dispel the concealment spell from that close, anyone could tell. With that, he told Kylie again to put the chair down quickly. She hurriedly nodded and complied. Ed's principles still hadn't changed. He would not get involved with any important characters in the story. But if things are left as they are, who knows what Saintess Claris might do? Then it's better for you to reveal your identity and eliminate the potential risk. Thinking this, you damn Max spoke up, watching her try to hide her identity and blend in with everyone at the academy. It seems she feels suffocated by this constrained life. I also understand that feeling well when I hear these words from you. Hilly hesitated, unable to speak, but at this moment Ed leaned close in front of her. His voice became serious. "How do you find life of freedom in the forest? Can you imagine what my life is like?" These words seemed to awaken Killy. Indeed, this man's life is not living, it's survival. Everything has two sides, light and dark, and so does freedom. If Odell is a poet praising the beauty of freedom, then this man is certainly the embodiment of freedom's dark side. While she pondered, Ed spoke again. "I apologize for my disrespectful actions, but it's because no one beside you told you these things that I dared to." After speaking, he immediately wanted them to leave. Soon after, Belle and Killy quickly left Ed's wooden house. Killy followed behind. Ed said, "Sorry to trouble you." Belle, refusing to comment, replied frankly, "Don't worry about it." Back at the Opheles Tower, Killy would be warmed in a cozy room, enjoying a bowl of hot soup. And that cabin in the snowstorm would become a distant story. Yet inside it still lingered the smell of blood and the weight of reality. Killy could never have imagined that behind the strong appearance, using magic to block the new students, was a person like that. It's sad when illusions of freedom are shattered, but at least Killy believed that leaving Saint City to seek freedom and coming to Sylvania was the right choice. Because she had met a respected senior. Lost in thought, Killy unconsciously looked toward the northern forest. Of course, Belle noticed this, which sparked suspicion in her heart. Yet the two continued into Opheles Tower. Only Belle's heart burned with curiosity because she didn't understand the hidden meaning behind Ed's words. Spring arrives when we least expect it, which makes it all the more special. At Laplace Bakery, Ed accidentally met Lottle. Lottle cheerfully said she wanted to sit with Ed, mentioning she needed a moment to check inventory. However, the bakery owner wasn't very pleased. Seeing her, he fearfully stood up and respectfully bowed. "Please make yourself comfortable. If you need anything, just tell me." Lottle thanked him. The bakery owner then hurried away. Lottle smirked, saying that absolute power is interesting. It can create privileges that don't exist. Pursing her lips, she thought, looking at him, that only she finds this amusing. Hearing this, Lottle couldn't help smiling and muttered, "You speak sharply, though you're right, I haven't been bullied." She told him that the recent snowstorm had caused difficulties in delivering goods on AQ Island. Laplace Bakery had ordered many unnecessary items, then canceled the orders just before delivery. Though she understood that ingredients were scarce, his monopolization of goods from other shops was unacceptable. Where is the business ethics? Hearing this, the bakery owner hurried over, kneeling. "Young lady, please speak on our behalf. After all, limiting the order quantity like that is excessive. Please reconsider." Unfortunately, Lottle still smiled happily at Ed. She said she had a class this afternoon and wanted Ed to accompany her to the faculty area. Ed smiled faintly, coldly, and then went with her to school. Lottle walked and said, "I didn't want to do this either, but due to the snowstorm, transport from the main office was disrupted. So the Merchant Guild's budget is tight. Though wealthy, they still have to tighten their belts." Hearing this, Ed understood. It turned out her guild also faced difficulties. It must have been tough. Lottle shrugged indifferently, saying, "What are you talking about? Who am I? Financial management is my specialty. Don't worry, as long as we don't spend wastefully, it's fine." That's fitting for my position. But as she said this, she suddenly noticed something. She asked in surprise, "Why don't you bring books to school?" Ed calmly replied, "I have to stop by the library to borrow books. It's like exercise." Hearing this, Lottle urgently said, "It's just a few coins, why not buy them outright?" Then she suddenly thought of a sum not small for a student. Textbooks in Sylvania are all high-end. The more she thought, the more distressed she became, hurriedly pulling out her purse. She asked him the total amount. Ed cheerfully thanked her. Lottle shook her head slightly, refusing to comment. She sighed and said, "And the student council election is coming soon." Ed asked with doubt, "You're not running?" Damn, Max spoke, "Work in the guild is still the top priority. It's best if the supporter who becomes council president is friendlier. If Senior Ed runs, I would support you." Ed shook his head and declined, "I have no such intention, and I'm not sure I would win." Lottie felt a little regret. Frustrated, she guessed he would say that. What about his sister? She said that even if she were beaten to death, she would never support Princess Phonia. Ed frowned slightly and said he wouldn't go into a long explanation, but Tania. Before he could finish, Lottie coldly cut him off. Even if all the top students supported Tania, she would still have little chance of winning. After all, she was only the second daughter of the Rose Taylor family. The gap was too large. Lottie saw it clearly. According to the script, the winner would be Princess Phonia, Tania Rudler. Or villainous, no matter what tricks she used, no matter if she had to beg or do anything for votes. The gap could not be bridged. Tania would have to accept a humiliating defeat and leave the stage. While he was lost in thought, Lottie asked suspiciously, "Could it be that you support the princess?" Ed was slightly startled, shook his head and said, "Probably not. If I had to choose, I'd support Tania, my sister." Lottie nodded, satisfied, finally at ease. "Most people at the academy supported Princess Phonia, so I was a bit worried if you did too. You know I like you." As soon as she finished speaking, she rested her head against Ed's chest. After a while, she lifted her head and said, "I almost got jealous." Ed just stood there, staring at her blankly without saying a word. Seeing him silent, Lottie snuggled closer and whispered, "Would you mind if I checked your heartbeat?" But at that moment, Ed reached out and pushed her head away. This made her a little upset. "You keep avoiding me. Did I do something wrong?" Ed shook his head gently and said calmly, "You haven't done anything wrong. But I don't want to get involved in romantic matters until graduation." Lottie was a bit surprised, her eyes wide. Until graduation. And after graduation, Ed didn't answer, just stood silently. But Lottie cheerfully said, "I just got an important piece of information. No matter your reason, that's 2 years from now." But she hadn't been happy long when she heard Ed slowly say, "I'm not even sure I'll survive until then." Because in his heart, he knew graduation wasn't an easy goal. The the final boss he had to face at the end of this story. Only when the protagonist defeats the final boss will the world be at peace, and he can graduate. Especially when he gets the support of both Claris, representing the church, and Phonia, representing the royal family. Only then could Taylor defeat the Holy Dragon final boss. In other words, Taylor had to develop according to the script and gather enough allies. The new student placement exam ended successfully. Fortunately, Claris kept her secret and continued studying at the academy. It was a pity for Tania, but the student council election was about to start, and Phonia would be the winner. Thus, the script was almost back on track. He could relax, but contrary to Ed's expectations. In a girl's bedroom, Phonia woke up, her body trembling uncontrollably. Her face looked awful, and after a while she gritted her teeth and said, "I will not run for election, the whole script is collapsing." Elsewhere in a dark room, Clevius sat curled up, muttering, "Damn, there are so many others. Why me?" He kept complaining and blaming himself. Why does it have to be me? Because in front of him now was a challenge letter. He didn't want it at all. Elsewhere, Zitz was in class, bothered by an uninvited guest, claiming to want a duel to learn from him. But after hearing this, he closed the book he was reading. Coldly he said, "Drop that empty talk." The boy next to him still wouldn't give up. He said firmly, "Because I want to prove myself." Zitz frowned at him. Suspiciously he asked, "You're already a top student, aren't you?" The boy shook his head, but only top of the first year. He wanted to challenge Janika, the top student of all 53, and Drake, top of the combat division, and also Ed. Of course, everything had to be in order. So he sent a challenge letter to Clevius, the 52nd top combat student first, but he was avoiding him. He smugly said, "Anyway, after defeating Clevius, I'll challenge Elvira, then Zitz." Hearing his own name, Zitz asked suspiciously, "Why me? I'm not a top student." The boy explained slowly, "Top student 52 doesn't count, so practically senior Zitz is top 52. With a snort, Zitz smirked anyway. "You plan to defeat me, then senior Janika, then senior Ed. You should learn to accept that you might be wrong, kid." The boy frowned, "I don't think I can easily defeat senior Zitz." Zitz smiled, shaking his head lightly. Zitz walked over and patted the boy's shoulder. Mysteriously, he said, "That's not what I mean. I mean he'll never have a chance to face me, let alone Janika or Ed. He doesn't understand anything. He'll end up at Clevius. If he wants to defeat me, he has to learn to face reality first." Hearing this, the boy's expression immediately darkened. But Zix didn't say much more and headed straight outside. The moment he reached the courtyard, he heard someone calling him. Zix turned his head slightly and saw it was Ad. Ad raised his eyes at him and said, "You did a great job cleaning up the library, thank you." The two walked along, chatting as they went. Zix also mentioned that boy going around challenging people. Ad asked right away, "You mean the top freshman, don't you?" Zix nodded lightly. "That's right, he set his sights on you." Ad frowned faintly, deep in thought. As far as he knew, Wade Callamore's string of challenges would run from Chapter 3 to Chapter 4 of Arc 3. Wade was the son of a northern border general, born with exceptional sword talent. He took first place among the freshmen with overwhelming strength. Unsatisfied even with that, Wade kept stirring up trouble. He challenged and defeated every well-known student, academy top rankers, and even Zix at a time when Zix was completely exhausted. Even fighting with everything he had, he still lost. Wade's seemingly unstoppable winning streak ended when he was defeated by Taylor, who had grown by leaps and bounds after a year. At that, Zix said, "There's a welcome ceremony for the new students tonight. Do you want to go see what he looks like?" Ad shook his head and refused. "No, I have to go. I've got an appointment today." Before leaving, he thanked Zix for the warning and reminded him to be careful. Ad thought he didn't care, but seeing the academy buzzing with excitement still lifted his mood. The fresh atmosphere of a new term made his steps feel lighter. Zix watched him walk away, then suddenly remembered something. He muttered, "I should have told him about what's going on with Phonia." They were only classmates, but they met often enough that he knew she'd been in a bad mood lately. Yet whenever someone mentioned Ad's name, she would clearly perk up and listen intently. Zix had noticed it many times and realized she cared a lot about Ad. But it was fine, he'd look into it more and tell Ad later. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, the bitter cold had finally passed. Flowers were blooming, and even the last insects were finally leaving their nests. The northern woods truly lived up to the name spring. Lucy lay on the roof of the log cabin, playing with the butterflies fluttering around her. Ad was also improving rapidly. His perception had sharpened dramatically. He had even formed a pact with Merylda. So now he could form a pact with intermediate spirits. At this time, Ad was studying under Janika, calling it Master Janika mode. She looked a bit childish, but she seemed to think she was very imposing. Ad just went along with it. Janika stared at him intently. As Cheng had said, normally, to form a pact with an intermediate spirit, he would have to roam the mountains and forests to find a suitable one. It wasn't enough to simply have sufficient mana. He had to find a spirit whose mana flow resonated with his own. After hearing that, Ad asked skeptically, "But when I formed a pact with Merylda, I didn't need to do any of that." Janika explained slowly. "You're inclined toward fire and wind. If you're forming a new pact, you should avoid those two elements." She wasn't wrong. Forming a pact with a spirit of the same elemental attribute was easier to control, but it made it harder to handle varied situations. It was best to be able to use multiple elements like Janika or at least more than just one. There was an illustration for this character class. A spirit mage from Sylvania's Azure Sword Defeat, depicting a spirit mage wandering through nature, blending into the rivers and mountains, communing with the spirits they encountered. Ad followed Janika's guidance, closing his eyes to sense the mana. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Many spirits had appeared before him, each an intermediate spirit that Janika had carefully selected. Seeing this, Ad was a little stunned and asked doubtfully, "With this many spirits following you, don't you find it annoying?" "That's impressive." Janika laughed brightly. "No need to reject those who want to follow me. I've already talked things through with them. Even so, all you have to do now is choose." Ad frowned. "I can choose. What's inside? Can I take a look?" An intermediate water spirit, Bioluo. Perched on Ad's shoulder, it kept watching without stopping. Ad frowned slightly. This little guy is just a low-tier spirit and it's staring at them like that. But as he looked at the spirits in front of him, he muttered, "Why does this lineup feel so weird?" Hearing that, Janika suggested, "How about we do it next time?" Ad quickly shook his head. "It's nothing." Then more sternly, "Let's look at the next spirit." Elsewhere in the academy's main hall, a welcome banquet for the new students was underway. Although this was an important event for the new students, Janika, the top student of Year 3, was absent due to personal reasons. Lucy, the top student of Class 52, was also absent for personal reasons, causing the academy staff to worry that the ceremony would be less lively. However, their absence soon became irrelevant, because one of the most noble figures in Sylvania appeared. Princess Phonia had arrived. Although Sylvania's culture valued equality, no one dared to approach someone of royal blood. Even the nobility had to be cautious. Therefore, only one person dared to approach her at the new student welcoming ceremony. That person was Wayne, the royal family's trusted right-hand man, and heir to one of the three-sword technique families. A powerful move had caused Phonia to lose a king piece in chess. She didn't hesitate to praise him. "You're quite good at chess." Wayne smiled and reminded her, "You hesitated after sacrificing a pawn. If you had attacked without hesitation, I would have lost." Phonia smiled back, "Come on, don't apply military tactics to chess. That's what royal instructors teach, but real life is different." Wayne nodded with a smile. "It seems you've been through a lot in Sylvania." Phonia sighed reluctantly. "I've just learned to see myself more objectively, although I always trusted my ability to judge people. Now I'm not so sure." Hearing this, Wayne spoke frankly. "Someone once said that in Sylvania, you must learn to accept that you can be wrong." Phonia flinched slightly. The expulsion of S was like a thorn in her throat. Just as he had saved Janika, he set up a hut in the forest. Over time, his presence grew stronger. Even the new students reportedly respected him, because he led an exemplary life at the academy. His growing presence was proof of her mistakes. Mistakes happen not just in Sylvania, but everywhere. But if you keep avoiding mistakes like a child, nothing will be solved. Whether noble or humble, learning is every student's duty at the Sylvania Academy. After thinking for a long while, Phonia smiled. "Thanks to that, I've gained clarity. Let's play another game. You can't keep avoiding your mistakes forever." That really was a foolish action, and it will probably take about 4 days to resolve everything. Afterward, she would go to the northern forest campsite, sit by the fire, and talk with Ad. It had been a long time since she felt so relieved. It seemed spring had finally come to Princess Phonia. But on the morning of the 3rd day, she received news that Ed had died. Before that happened, Tania had sent a letter to her father, merely reporting the situation. It was her first time living away from home, so she was still unaccustomed. She mentioned that the egalitarian environment and rigorous study schedule of Sylvania made it hard for her to adapt, but the goal she declared on leaving home, becoming the youngest student council president, was gradually coming true. She wrote that she had met Laudio, a genuine merchant, and that negotiations for purchasing the magician's seal were forthcoming. She worried whether she was capable of representing her family, and there was a delicate matter, because Griffin had expelled S. He was certainly a source of shame for the family. More accurately, she told him that he had been diligent and matured greatly, as if he had become another person. In truth, Tania was too young to remember everything clearly, so she might have overinterpreted. Recently, she dreamed of a childhood memory, set on the small hill behind the Rodeler estate, where lilacs and daffodils bloom in spring. She remembered walking up the hill holding 2 hands, one that looked after her and the other probably her father's. When Awen was alive, Ad was not a troublemaker. Therefore, she guessed that he had returned to his true self. At that point, she wrote only a few lines before saying goodbye. Griffin held the letter in one hand and the magical knife Tania had sent in the other. After a while, he opened Tania's reply. Aside from the student council presidential duties, there was also the negotiation for the magician's seal. She could not handle it alone, so he would send a trusted servant along. Although the academy did not allow family servants inside, they made an exception for this work. Griffin ordered the two demons below to hurry. The two quickly left the room. When only Griffin remained, he suddenly opened his glove, revealing a nimble hand. On the back of his hand was a blazing red eye. Griffin was still unaccustomed to this. This was the ultimate magic-affirming cause and effect, allowing the user to see the result of a specific action or variable. It's just that it inevitably consumes a large amount of mana, so it can't be used frequently. But this is an absolute power that allows him to see the certain outcome of an action he has taken. Just like now, when he placed his hand on the sphere, an image appeared of another man stabbing a young boy through the body. That man was none other than Ad. His body was covered in wounds. Inside the sphere, Jenica also appeared. As she ran over in panic, Ad was pushed into a bottomless abyss. She tried to grab his hand and pull him back, but it was too late. In the end, she could only stand on the cliff, watching helplessly as he fell. Immediately after, Janica's grim figure appeared. Her face was filled with killing intent. After watching it all, Griffin felt no joy whatsoever. But this was a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ad's death, everything was still proceeding as usual. Meanwhile, Tania was extremely busy. She was estimating the results of the survey on support rates for the Student Council president candidate. Princess Phonia was not only famous within the royal family, but also widely known among the citizens of the Gloel Empire. If Phonia entered the election, then no matter what unexpected events occurred, Tania's chances of victory would effectively be zero. Of course, she clearly understood the difference between reality and ideals. But unfortunately, she had to give up hope. While she was lost in thought, a voice interrupted her. It was Ziz. He cheerfully asked, "You're really going to elemental practice?" Tania nodded lightly. Ziz continued, "Are you doing okay? When you're free, come have tea with me and Elka." At the same time, a group of students outside saw the scene and couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. "That's Justin Boy. He's one of the strongest people in the academy, right?" But the surprises weren't over yet. Lot followed and came over to greet her as well. "There's going to be a negotiation about purchasing the seal soon. Come by when you're free, just let me know your schedule and I'll arrange it." Even someone as aloof as Lucy came over to talk with Tania. The people nearby were shocked once again, their eyes filled with admiration. They kept praising Tania, complimenting her elegant demeanor and wide connections. Hearing those words, Tania took a deep breath and only after a long while regained her composure. She smiled and said cheerfully, "You've both worked hard. You must be tired today, go back to your rooms and rest." After exchanging a few more polite words, they finally dispersed. Everyone returned to their own rooms. The moment Tania's door closed, she immediately collapsed to the floor, her eyes full of confusion. She had no idea what was happening. In the past few days, her status and reputation within the academy had skyrocketed, yet she hadn't done anything at all. If there was a reason she was being treated so specially, it was simply because she was Ad's younger sister. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but cover her face and cry. She had always thought her brother was useless, but now she felt that she was the useless one. The sudden change left Tania unable to understand what had happened. As she was thinking, a creaking sound suddenly rang out. Her door slowly opened. Soon after, 2 men walked in leisurely and greeted Tania cheerfully. "Long time no see." Tania was immediately delighted. Father had prepared everything thoughtfully. "It's been a while. I'm very happy to see you both again." One of them spoke up. "We heard you've been having a hard time with your studies. We're very happy to help you." The blue-eyed man introduced himself slowly. "I'm Cadet. I'll gather information on prices and financial conditions of the Merchant Guild to assist in the negotiations for purchasing the seal." The other man was not. He would support her in the Student Council president election while Tania focused on her study. However, Tania immediately refused. "There's no need not. There was new information this morning. Phonia won't be running." At the same time, at a cafe near the academy, Janica told Ad the news. "The royal secretary made an official announcement this morning. Everyone is talking about it." After hearing it, Ad let out a breath and said, "So it's only been announced. It can still change, right?" Griffin Rottler, the final boss of Chapter 4. With his flawless handling of affairs, everyone thought he was a kind and capable young man of the Rottler family. But only Princess Phonia saw through his ambition. Princess Phonia, who held both royal authority and influence within the academy, would be the strongest ally in leading the fight against Griffin. Everything should have unfolded that way, but she announced that she would not run. At that moment, Janica suddenly stepped behind Ad. She lowered her head to face him and said anxiously, "I'm starting to feel uneasy." She had a premonition that Ad was about to do something reckless again. Ad frowned upon hearing this. He hurriedly tried to explain, but before he could say anything, she cut him off directly. "I can't let you bear injuries and pain alone again. I won't allow that to happen. You've already worked so hard, you shouldn't have to face more trouble. If you're planning to do something, I'll help you. Ad was startled for a moment, and only after a while did he speak. Honestly, I want Princess Phonia to become the student council president. Janika asked doubtfully. Princess Phonia treated you very badly, and since Tania is your sister, I was planning to support her. But the princess has already announced she won't run. What can we possibly do? Just then, Ziz suddenly approached from a distance and saw the two of them in an ambiguous posture. But who would have thought, what are you two doing? Getting this cozy in broad daylight. Sorry for interrupting, but now I understand why Phonia isn't running. Janika flushed at Ziz's words and said awkwardly, cozy? Don't be ridiculous, you're seriously embarrassing. Ziz didn't add anything else and went back to what he was saying, like a lone alpha wolf separated from its pack. An alpha who once led the whole pack to their deaths with a single bad decision wouldn't react to anything, even when someone aimed a weapon at him. Phonia's eyes reminded him of that, like she'd lost all faith and couldn't do anything anymore. As he said that, Ziz raised an eyebrow and smiled. I won't bother you two anymore. It's going to rain tomorrow, so be careful when you leave the dorm. Ziz's intuition was even sharper than an ordinary person's senses, so his guesses were highly reliable. Worst case scenario, Princess Phonia has lost her hatred for House Rotler. Ed didn't know what he should do now. While he was spacing out, a cheerful voice rang out, that's great. Janika beside him lifted an eyebrow and smiled. If it rains, we can practice controlling water spirits. Best to train near the sea. Tomorrow, let's go to the northern cliffs and practice intermediate spirit control. After classes, we'll train elemental arts. Listening to her chatter beside him, Ed fell into thought. Then he couldn't help but smile in satisfaction, for now he'd just do what he could. At the same time, in the northern forest, Lucy lay on a rooftop as usual, relaxing. Gazing up at the sky, she murmured, looks like it's going to rain. But the moment she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened in shock. In an instant, she sprang down to the ground. Without a word, she softly snapped her finger. A brilliant flame flared to life. Shortly after, Ed returned from the academy. He headed straight inside, his thoughts churning. Spring was beautiful, but with rain it would be hard to go out. The patter of raindrops made Lucy's mood turn gloomy. Before long, the rain began to pour. If it was going to rain, he wished it would finish quickly. Ignoring the stubborn downpour, Ed went to the cliffs to train. Staring at the cliff in front of him, he couldn't help sighing. So this place looks like this. Met poked out from his shoulder and said happily, this is my first time at the northern shore. The cliffside area is huge, but it's barren and hardly anyone comes here. So it's not very fun. Still, it's the perfect place to practice water element spirit arts. Met suggested Ed form a pact with an intermediate water spirit. Russia was an excellent choice. Besides, if you combine it with your mana arrows, Met rambled on without stopping. Ed immediately lost patience and snapped, shut up, right then. Two people approached from behind and spoke in a grim tone, pleased to meet you again, young Master Ed. Ed raised his bow without hesitation. He recognized them. The mid-bosses of Episode 4, Final Chapter, Phase 3, Kadik and Nock, Graffin's trusted subordinates who held the family's darkest secrets. Old veterans who had devoted their entire lives to House Rotler. Their faces were familiar, but Ed felt no joy at all. The two, Kadik and Nock, said politely, pleased to meet you again, young Master Ed. Ed frowned at them and said slowly, I've already been expelled from the family. And yet you still call me young master, how considerate. With a cold snort, Kadik curled his lip. We've heard about you, young Master Ed. We came here under Lord Graffin's orders. Their purpose was to assassinate Ed. Hearing that, Ed was stunned, his eyes wide. He was about to say something when Kadik continued, however, we're withdrawing. They said they had once hated him and planned to use this dagger coated with a deadly marked poison to kill Ed, the one ruling the estate. But after learning about his life and reputation at the academy, they realized he had regained his former brilliance and become the family's true heir. As they said that, Kadik and Nock bowed their heads and spoke carefully. We will report everything to Lord Graffin. Please return and restore House Rotler's honor. Unfortunately, Ed didn't believe them. He kept his bow trained on the two. In a cold voice, he warned, don't try anything. Sure enough, seeing he wouldn't fall for it, Kadik and Nock broke into vicious smiles. Kadik sneered, you've grown up, young Master Ed. The moment he finished, they attacked. Kadik was an eagle knight with razor-sharp wind swordsmanship. But Ed wasn't afraid. He stayed calm and handled the incoming streaks of wind light. But it wasn't enough. A blazing fire suddenly slammed in. Nock charged from behind, a fire element war hammer in hand, wildly violent. In the blink of an eye, an explosion burst forth with flames. Luckily, Ed dodged in time. He leaned back and in one smooth motion loosed an arrow. But they were still trusted subordinates, the ones who held House Rotler's darkest secret. They dodged quickly. Frowning at him, they spoke with malice, young master, do you remember Miliana? That poor child who lost an eye because of your prank. Even more unexpectedly, she's his daughter. That was why he hated Ed to the bone. He didn't hesitate, he threw a punch. In an instant, a fiery tiger phantom appeared right in front of Ed. But what terrified him was that the strike was still avoided. In front of him now was a layer of magical protection. He frowned as he looked at them. If you say it, yes, it happened, but revenge is nothing but emptiness. Knock, a false command. Knock opened his mouth to speak. I know well that revenge brings only emptiness, but that's not something you should tell me. Just as he spoke, the fire mace in his hand slammed down again, but it was still avoided. Seeing this, his expression turned solemn and he gritted his teeth. You have grown stronger, but you cannot withstand an enhanced strike powered by her magic. Even if you dodge well, one hit could kill you. That bow only slows you down, making your movement sluggish and preventing you from observing your surroundings. Immediately, he attacked aggressively with tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, he had pushed him back to the cliff. Naturally, he gave no time to breathe, charging again with the fire mace. But at this moment, Ad was not afraid. He calmly said, I know. As soon as he spoke, a knife appeared from behind. It stabbed straight into him, fresh blood flowing continuously, causing him to scream in pain. Seeing this, the others were immediately shocked. Could it be some secret art? Not quite a spirit awakening either. He used basic defensive magic, only enough to block the spell, pull Nuck closer, and take advantage of the opening to prepare an attack. Truly a clever strategy. But what he didn't expect appeared. A loud croak sounded, followed by a massive explosion. Smoke and fire erupted everywhere. The others outside could only shield themselves with their hands but kept calling for Knock, though no one responded. While he was still recovering, streaks of bone ice suddenly shot forward. They could only set aside their worries and focus on dodging. But the bone ice moved too fast. He was still struck in the thigh. Gritting his lips, he hadn't expected an attack in that explosion. Meanwhile, Ad was sweating cold, his bow just fired. At this point, Cadex's face had turned to rage. He ground his teeth, cursing, that bastard, what has he gone through? But next time, aim for the weak point, not below the body. Of course, there wouldn't be a next time. As soon as he spoke, gusts of wind magic charged forward aggressively. The target was obviously S. With a swoosh, the area where S stood was engulfed in smoke. Yet inside, Ad still stood firm. Although covered in wounds, in front of him was Nuck's body. He had used him as a shield and avoided the lethal strike. Before he could catch his breath, Cadex charged again. But before he could strike Ad, a beast appeared behind him. In an instant, Cadex was terrified, recalling the previous moment, suddenly realizing something. Could it be that he had really reached this level? Behind him was Reja, a mid-level water spirit. Immediately, Cadex's body felt submerged in water. The suffocating sensation quickly overwhelmed him, causing the weapon in his hand to fall. At this moment, he could not breathe, yet just then, a bloody hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the knife on the ground. It was Nuck, despite being burned and severely cut to the point of unconsciousness. Yet he, confident from all his battlefield experience, still maintained composure. Even S hadn't expected this, but of course, he quickly created a protective barrier to block the knife. Still not fully recovered, a sudden wind struck. A powerful whirlwind surrounded Nock in an instant. Debris flew everywhere. When the whirlwind subsided, Nock's body still stood before Ad in the same posture. Ad widened his eyes in surprise because the tip of his knife had nearly reached him, but the motion just stopped there. Because he had no strength left. His entire body was covered in blood, a large gash on his back. At the same time, Cadex was also defeated by Juija, lying on the ground. Nock staggered and fell, eyes filled with terror. Ad was not much better, but he still smiled faintly. Nock frowned at Ad, almost whispering, "Kill me quickly then." As soon as he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, moisture appearing. Ad had now stepped in front of him, calmly saying, "What I want to tell you is, their arrival proves your father also wanted you dead. Even if not today, sooner or later you would have died. Even if you kill them without escaping this net, you would still die here. Though it may seem meaningless, it is not in vain. At least Nuck will no longer be haunted by revenge. This is a small gift for the loyal subordinates of the Rottweiler family." As soon as he spoke, he gripped Nuck's knife tightly. Without hesitation, he stabbed forward, piercing through him. Nuck spat a mouthful of fresh blood. At the same time, Janika approached from behind, saying, "Hey, sorry, F." She arrived a bit late, but as soon as she spoke, the scene before her came into view. He had lifted his leg, stomping Ep down. His body fell helplessly into the abyss. Janika hurried over to catch him, but it was too late. He had already fallen below, exactly as Griffin had seen in the crystal ball. Janika couldn't hold on to Ad's hand, and rage flared up inside her. In the blink of an eye, killing intent flooded her entire body. The moment Nuck saw her, he jolted in terror. Someone had seen the murderer, but his body was no longer able to fight, and he didn't even have time to decide whether to strike or not. A magic formation appeared. Seeing this, he grew even more frightened. What was this now? He had always believed he'd experienced everything a battlefield could throw at him, but he had never seen anything like this. A creature stronger than even a high-tier spirit, an awakened supreme elemental spirit, with only one individual existing for each element in nature. A girl was controlling it, yet the thing itself wanted to confront him. Janika's eyes burned with hatred as she stared at Sun, as if she meant to scorch the earth. With a tail larger than the Imperial City, According to the office, the supreme fire spirit was said to have burned the entire Apos mountain range to ash in mythic time. If even a single arm of it were summoned, the entire northern forest would be swallowed by a sea of flames. No need to understand the meaning of the gigantic magic circle in the sky. Just facing the dark, chilling aura before them, anyone could guess what was about to happen. Certain death. And what Nook was facing also carried Janika's fury. Do you know what you just did? Nook couldn't say a word, because he was being seared by agonizing flames. Death seemed close at hand, and yet at this moment, a sudden whirlwind appeared and blocked the flames. Right after that, a ferocious beast emerged and roared at him. "Run, survive," he jolted, not understanding what was happening. But he quickly understood the purpose. It wanted him to report everything he had witnessed. Once he realized that, he turned and fled at once. Janika narrowed her eyes at the beast before her and asked suspiciously, "What are you doing, Merylda?" She gritted her teeth and told it to move aside. But Merylda stood there proudly, not budging. Only then did it speak slowly. "I can't go back like this. Isn't that strange? Think calmly, wasn't it you who called me back?" The moment those words fell, Janika's eyes widened in shock. Below the cliff was a wide river. A moment later, a blood-smeared arm reached up from the riverbed. Earlier, Lothal had asked Ad how far his Magitech had progressed. Ad said he'd spent the entire break training in Magitech, and now he'd succeeded and survived. He had crafted a legendary Magi device, a wrist-worn hourglass that restores the body's state to a few seconds earlier. The injuries from falling off the cliff and the mark of extreme poison were gone. The time could only be reversed by a few seconds. His battle wounds remained, his body was still bleeding, and his temperature kept dropping. He had summoned Merylda because the situation on the cliff had seemed wrong. It was wrong, but now he was badly injured and couldn't sense anything, and the legendary wrist hourglass device shouldn't exist at this point in Act 3. He hadn't expected he'd have to use it this early. Even if it stung that all his hard work bought only a few brief seconds, he had survived. Griffin Rottler's causality-affirming magic was dangerously unpredictable. If he had beaten Kaduk and Nook and lived, Griffin would use that causality-affirming magic again and again, even at the cost of an enormous amount of mana, until he found a future where Ad had to die. So he needed to die once. He didn't know why the man wanted him dead, but if the man had already seen a future where he must die, then he definitely wouldn't care about him anymore. It wasn't easy to bring subordinates to Akan Island without a valid reason. The only reason was to support Tania, who was busy with the election or the negotiation. In other words, if Ad could survive until the guild leader election ended and the sealing negotiations were completed, he would live. The problem was that his body couldn't move. Just then, a fire spirit suddenly swooped down from the cliff. The moment he saw it, Ad let out a relieved breath. He forced himself upright and said softly, "My whole body hurts like I'm dying. Good thing you showed up." "Thank you," but before he could finish, his voice cut off because Janika threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. He had no time to react. He'd only just stood up when she pushed him down onto the ground. Ad was a little stunned, unsure how to respond. So he let her cry. After a long while, Janika said, "Looks like I made you worry again. I'm sorry, Ad," but she still wouldn't stop crying. It left Ad helpless. He lifted a hand and patted her back to comfort her, not saying another word. The two of them stayed like that in the dark abyss. After a while, they finally calmed down and lit a fire to rest. Ad told Janika his plan, and she nodded lightly. So he would lie low and avoid trouble until the election was over. She said she'd bring him food and whatever he needed, so he didn't have to worry. Ad nodded in thanks, but his wounds had started to ache. Hearing that, Janika jolted and quickly pulled her hands off him. Awkwardly, she said, "Sorry, I just feel more at ease when I'm hugging you." The moment she said it, she realized it came out wrong and hurriedly corrected herself. "I mean, never mind, just forget what I said." Ad frowned at her. After hesitating a long time, he finally said, "It's still raining." But he still had a lot to do. Meanwhile, in the northern forest, Lucy, being her usual lazy self, was naturally here too. She wasn't doing anything, but in truth, she was waiting. The difference was she felt comfortable rather than bored. She could easily imagine the place's owner's daily routine. He would step out of the bushes and check the fire pit, now extinguished. Then he'd kick the support logs a few times to test their sturdiness. After that, he'd go to the drying area and put away the soaking wet clothes, and move the tools that are prone to rust into the hut, then brush the rainwater off her clothes, walk inside, and greet her. Though Ed's life was turbulent and full of storms, he would always return here in the end. He would light the lamp, sit at the table to read magic and engineering books, then doze off by the fireplace. Lucy would continue sleeping to the sound of rain, crackling fire, and Ed turning pages. As she closed her eyes to enjoy that peaceful scene, she suddenly sensed a strange surge of magic, along with the smell of blood. She did not care much at first. It felt troublesome, but she remembered that Ed had asked her to watch the house. In the end, she moved her lazy body and left the shelter. She stepped in front of the approaching figure and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Before her stood two people, Cadet carrying Nock on his back. He hurriedly said, "I am Nock, a subordinate of the Roedler family. Please save me, I am badly injured." He claimed he had slipped in the forest, and his companion had been attacked by wild beasts. He thought he could cover up the truth, but Lucy was no fool. She immediately released an aura that made his eyes widen in fear. Her cold voice rang out again, "I will save you." In an instant, the entire dark forest was enveloped in purple magical light. Looking at him coldly, Lucy said indifferently, "If you are telling the truth, I will save you. What have you done?" Meanwhile, at the high cliff where Ed had fallen, the blade marked with deadly poison in Ed's bow remained after the battle. And here, a figure who should not have been present appeared. Professor Probyn picked up the blade, frowning as he muttered, "A high-grade poison rarely seen. Why does something always happen whenever I am on duty?" There was no magic left on the deadly poison mark, only traces. That meant it had already been used. Someone must have died. Judging by the place where he fell and the time, even searching at dawn would make it difficult to find the body. He had heard the situation from Janika. She had arranged to meet Ed to practice spirit magic, and when she arrived, she saw Ed being stabbed. Janika nodded softly from the side and replied, "Yes, that is correct." With a grave expression, Probyn continued to ask, still in shock, "But try to remember carefully. You saw the culprit, did you not?" Janika answered without hesitation. They were subordinates of Roedler, Cadet, and Nock. Hearing this, Probyn was somewhat surprised. Subordinates of the Roedler family, then at dawn. "I will report this to the principal." However, just as he finished speaking, a sudden change occurred here that shocked him. A figure walked out from the forest. He frowned and asked suspiciously, "Who is that girl?" But before anyone could answer, the figure vanished without a trace. When she appeared again, she was already standing before Probyn. Only then did Janika finally see clearly who had come. Her face turned pale in alarm. She hurriedly said, "Lucy, calm down. Go back to the hut and listen to me first." But Lucy said coldly, "I have caught the one who killed him." It was Cadet and Nock, subordinates of Roedler. With that, she picked up Ed's bow from the ground. The bow was quickly enveloped in magic. Even Lucy's body emitted a powerful aura that terrified everyone present. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Probyn bit his lip fiercely. Janika urgently suggested, "We must chase after Lucy immediately." Probyn asked suspiciously, "Janika, what is going on?" She gently shook her head and said gravely, "There is no time. Right now we must stop this before it is too late." Back in the northern forest, Lucy had tied up Cadet and Nock. She questioned coldly, subordinates of Rod Taylor, who have recently been appearing under the pretense of assisting with duties to serve the Roedler family. At this moment her eyes were filled with killing intent. Nock trembled in fear. He hurriedly explained, "We are not suspicious people. We came here to assist and completed the registration procedures with the academy." Hearing this, she immediately knew who they were referring to. It was Tanya. Biting her lip fiercely, she ran straight toward the Opheles Tower. Without any warning, she directly unleashed a magical punch. A massive explosion erupted from the Opheles Tower. Like a demon of slaughter, Lucy slowly walked through the ruin. She shouted fiercely, "Where is Tanya Roedler?" Instead of Tanya appearing, Lucy was met by the maids. She turned to look behind her. Belle led the group of maids and asked suspiciously, "What exactly is going on?" "Lady Lucy." However, Lucy did not respond. With no other choice, Belle took out a magic box and began casting a spell. In an instant, Lucy was surrounded by a magic formation. Belle's expression grew somewhat grim as she hesitated and asked, "Lady Lucy, why are you acting like this?" Lucy did not answer, and her killing intent continued to rise. But the magic box in Belle's hand began to show signs of cracking. Belle's face was instantly filled with shock. Lucy's icy voice rang out again, "Bring her here." The moment she finished, Belle's body went rigid on the spot. At the same time, in the academy grounds, another explosion boomed. Inside the smoke and flames, two figures, one standing, one kneeling, flickered in and out of view. "It really is an interesting fight." Elvira bit her lip hard, unwilling to accept it. "Interesting my ass, you only beat a second-year upperclassman, don't act like it's some huge deal." That boy was Wayne. Hearing her words, he wasn't angry at all, the smile never left his lips. "You've worked hard, Senior Elvira. In any case, it's still far too early to say I've defeated all the second years, because he still hasn't beaten Zix." Standing off to the side, Zix couldn't help letting out a sigh, but he didn't say a word. But the surrounding students kept whispering. No one expected Elvira to lose to a male first year. Wayne was the heir to the renowned Callamore swordsmanship family, but could he really defeat Zix the way everyone hoped? Just then, a sudden blast rang out, startling everyone as they had no idea what was happening. The explosion they'd just heard was caused by Lucy. In an instant, hurried footsteps thundered away. Zix was in the lead. Wayne chased after him and suggested, "We should find the head maid first to handle this." But Zix shook his head and sighed, "No, it's too late." And he was right, every maid had already been frozen by Lucy. This was Lucy's intermediate time magic. Some people devote their whole lives to studying astral magic, yet there are geniuses in this world who can copy it after seeing it just once. And the clearest example was Lucy. She remained in the air, staring down coldly, spreading her arms as she commanded, "Tanya Roedler. Bring her here." Zix was running toward the tower when he heard her voice and frowned in suspicion. Why her? He couldn't understand it, while he was still doubting. A maid came running from the other side and shouted anxiously, "Hurry over here." He followed them and asked, puzzled, what happened? The maid said in a rush, the head maid has been killed. Everything on our side is a complete mess. If what Lady Lucy said is true, then Ezra Taylor, a third year in the magic department, has been murdered. The moment those words landed, Zix's steps halted. The maid continued explaining, the assassin is believed to be a servant of the Roteler family. Wayne frowned slightly and questioned, if it's a Roteler servant, then does that mean Tanya? But as soon as he finished, he realized something was off and hurriedly looked back. Zix frowned at them and said in a low voice, go on ahead. The maid flinched, hesitant. In a situation like this, Wayne grew even more anxious. Why is it like this? Is this some kind of revenge? Then we need to leave now. Zix shook his head slightly and said calmly, I'll handle it myself. All of you evacuate first, I'm truly sorry. As soon as he finished, he turned and sprinted toward another door. He kicked a room's door open, then climbed over the rubble inside. Seeing the scene before him, Zix murmured, just as I thought. 5 minutes after the loud blast, no one had seen Tanya. In the night, the door had been locked. That meant the only hiding place could be the wardrobe. Sure enough, the moment he opened it, he saw Tanya inside, hugging her knees. She wouldn't stop trembling. Why did it turn out like this? Why is this happening? Zix helplessly clutched his head. He didn't know why all the evidence pointed to Tanya either. In fact, it was thanks to Ed that Tanya had gradually gained a reputation at the academy. Even if it looked like Tanya and Ed didn't get along, he didn't believe she would commit an assassination. He sank into thought like that. After a while, he finally spoke slowly. Listen carefully, Tanya. You need to answer the questions I'm about to ask you honestly. He asked whether she had ordered Ed's death. Tanya didn't hesitate for even a second. She immediately denied it. I truly didn't do that. Her words weren't enough for Zix to fully trust. If this kept going, Tanya would definitely end up in danger. Just thinking about Ed being gone made his chest feel heavy, but there were still too many things he didn't understand. Maybe not interfering right now was the right choice. With that thought, he took off his cloak and handed it to Tanya. He smiled and said, all right, I'll hear your explanation later. For now, stay here for a while. If you go out to the square now, you'll be in danger. He suggested that because he was certain of one thing, whether Tanya was killed or whether Lucy got blood on her hands, none of that was what Ed wanted to see. So he would try to stop Lucy first. But at that moment, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind. Do you still not understand the situation, Senior Zix? Zix startled slightly, then turned around and saw Wayne walking in. Wayne said that as long as they brought Tanya to Lucy, everything would be settled. Zix looked at him and replied coldly, I'll decide for myself. Tanya was still hiding inside the wardrobe, not daring to come out. Of course, Wade was not satisfied with this decision. He reached for his sword, saying, your decision makes no sense. The senior said in that case he will have to carry out his plan by force. He said he would take Tanya away. On the side of the square, Ad's bow, held by Lucy, continuously drew back. Thousands of enchanted arrows tore through the wind the instant they struck the ground. Explosions erupted immediately. At the same time, the petrified corpses were blasted away by Lucy. Clebius was running when suddenly a boulder struck him. Seeing the object fall before him, he was terrified. It turned out to be a humanoid-shaped boulder. Moreover, he realized it was the 5th top graduate of the alchemy department. Dorothy, Clebius's face immediately twisted in disbelief. He shouted, this person is also a top graduate, so how could they be defeated? Then he quickly looked up at the sky and saw Lucy hovering above. Her expression at that moment was extremely ferocious. Immediately, Clebius turned to flee, constantly lamenting as he ran. Why is this damn situation happening? Why can't my life ever be calm? This is terrible. But while fleeing, he tripped over a rock. Without a doubt, he slid along the ground. He lay face down there. Clebius felt even more helpless. He sighed. Who wouldn't be terrified when that monstrous thing appears? Truly despicable. At that moment, a sharp voice called from behind. What are you doing? Clebius, why are you lying there? He lifted his head slightly and saw Elvira. Doubtfully, he asked, weren't you going for a duel? Elvira nodded calmly. I was training when my reagents unexpectedly ran out, so I had to go to the laboratory to get more. In this situation, apart from the top graduates, who else could possibly handle that monster? She said they would have to endure for about 30 minutes until the academy staff arrived. But seeing Clebius lying on the ground, unable to get up, Elvira's tone immediately turned sharp. Look at you, your legs can't even hold you. Once you feel recovered, head to the staff building. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned toward the square. Clebius still made no move. He just stared after Elvira's retreating figure. Biting his lip aggressively, he ground his teeth and muttered, damn it, you're truly pitiful. He felt utterly miserable, a complete failure. At the same time, below the cliff, the rain continued to fall relentlessly. Janika ran to report the situation to Ad. Something happened. The academy staff went ahead and Merylda has also left. But before she could explain, Lucy already knew everything. She did not know what would happen. Ad frowned slightly and asked, what about Lucy? Janika replied hastily, she has gone to the Opheles Hall to find Tanya. Hearing this, Ad felt a bit helpless, forcing himself to stand. He sighed aloud, very well, it seems you'll have to handle this yourself. Inside Lucy's memory was a rainy night at a small house. Back then, Lucy was still a child, lying in bed because of the rain. Her grandfather had stayed by her side. He whispered reassuringly, "When storms crush you, you will feel pain. But remember this feeling." Lucy frowned slightly, her eyes full of doubt as she looked at him. He explained slowly, "Bodily pain or wounds on the flesh will become increasingly rare. The weak spend their whole lives on tasks you can easily accomplish. You will meet many people like that." Back in reality, many students were launching countless spells at her. Yet her power struck terror into them. She could completely defend against those spells. Coldly, she looked down from above. In her eyes, they were like stinking ants. Then, a magical formation appeared. In an instant, magical beams enveloped everyone. Lucy then descended from above, in front of her. Many more humanoid statues had appeared. Yet Lucy felt no joy, recalling what her grandfather had said. She angrily cursed. That old man was a fraud. While immersed in her anger, someone came running from afar. Immediately after, a fire flared up. Dust and smoke instantly engulfed a corner of the square. But Lucy remained unaffected, standing calmly. She glanced across and saw Elvira standing there, drenched in rain, gritting her teeth. "Strangely, I've never seen magic like this. The casting speed is unusually fast." Lucy glared at Elvira and coldly said, "Get out of the way." As soon as she spoke, she waved her hand. A magical electric current struck Elvira, sending her flying back, spitting a mouthful of blood. Yet Elvira did not give up and continued to speak. "Too fast. I don't understand its principle. It's not magic, it simply releases magical power." But when she looked at what was around Lucy, she muttered under her breath. Sure enough, the problem was still magical energy. Saying that, she curled her lips into a slight smile. "Mages with exceptional magical sense use mana to create spells. But do you know about us alchemists?" Hearing this, Lucy flinched slightly. She seemed to guess what she meant. Smiling softly, Elvira continued, "Using mana to create other things. Not magic like magical tools or reagents." As she finished speaking, she took out a red vial. "This is a ruby reagent, absorbing a large amount of mana and converting it into liquid form." Now she would use Lucy's mana as fuel to activate all these magical tools. In an instant, a series of devices appeared. If all were activated simultaneously at multiple times their power, all the surrounding mana would vanish. Although her creations would be destroyed, many students hadn't evacuated yet. The maids needed more time. With that thought, Elvira immediately shouted, "Try to destroy this too." Following her shout, magic from the tools erupted. But soon after, the absorbed mana became overloaded. In an instant, Elvira's face twisted in horror as all her magical tools exploded. Calculating the mana needed to overload all the tools was theoretically possible, but no one did it because it had no academic value. Such a massive amount of mana cannot exist, and if it did, stopping it would be impossible. Truly terrifying, but Lucy could. Belle, headmaid of Opheles Shassiana Tower, top graduate of the 54th Magic Department Dorothy, top graduate of the 54th Alchemy Department, 14 senior maids, and even the top graduate of the 52nd Alchemy Department, Elvira, were all defeated within 3 minutes. Lucy passed them all and moved forward, but at this moment, Elvira grabbed her ankle and spoke in a deep voice. "If you keep going, you'll regret it. With this amount of mana, you could destroy the entire Opheles Tower from the start." But she didn't. Ed surely wouldn't want this to happen. Lucy froze at those words, her whole body consumed by endless sorrow. After a moment, a spell emerged within her. She said coldly, "That's something I'll decide after meeting Tanya." But before she could act, a sword suddenly slashed toward her, startling her. Elvira followed the path of the sword and saw Clebius trembling there. Gritting her teeth, she said, "You're truly insane, you cannot pass here." Lucy frowned at him but felt no threat. Snorting coldly, she snapped her fingers and a magical sphere shot toward Clebius. Top graduate of the 52nd Combat Department, Clebius, was defeated in a second. Lucy, who caused this situation, disregarded all men. All after Ed's death. At the same time, on the battlefield of the two anomalies, Wade pointed his sword at Ditch. He spoke coldly, "Bring Tanya here." Watching Wade charge, Zip remained calm. When Wade's sword reached him, Zip's dodged lightly. Immediately after, he raised his sword to counter. But his sword speed was so fast that Wade's expression twisted. He realized the sword technique was from the Icelandic family, but it was too unusual and hard to comprehend. Noble swordsmanship learned in the Icelandic mansion, combined with the wildness of Northern Plains beasts. A freestyle yet not completely detached from practical sword theory, though still imperfect. So Wayne could still grit his teeth and defend. Ditch's off-balance stance created an opening. Noticing this, Wade was extremely pleased. He quickly thrust his sword toward Ziz's waist. In a life-or-death situation, a whirlwind erupted from Ditch's hand. A wind blade instantly struck Wayne's sword. Taking advantage of Wade's exposed opening, Ziz quickly rushed and struck Wade's face, sending him collapsing into the debris. Wayne coughed twice, then forced himself to stand. Of course, Senior Zix. As he finished, he grinned widely. "I like fighting strong opponents. This is my chance to face a powerful warrior like you." How could I easily give up? Give me some fun. As he finished, he charged forward with his sword, snorting coldly. Ziz said coldly, "Pathetic Wade, you don't like fighting, you like winning." While speaking, Ziz's sword quickly rose to block Wayne's strike. His low, steady voice continued. "You're only interested in battles you can win, right?" As these words left his mouth, Wayne's eyes narrowed and he asked suspiciously, "What did you say?" Smirking faintly, Ziz replied calmly, "If you really wanted to fight a strong opponent, you wouldn't have challenged me, a mere student of the 52nd Magic Department. The top graduate of the 52nd Magic Department is not me, it's Lucy Merrill." Wayne tried to speak further, but Zips gave him no chance. He shouted coldly, "If you're still looking for excuses, that just proves it, you coward." In the next instant, he forced Wade's sword down into the ground with sheer strength. Wade wavered under Zitz's words. Seizing the opening, Zitz brought the magic-infused blade right up to him. But when the tip was only a few millimeters from Wade's throat, he stopped. Wade's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Then what do you want me to do against an opponent who can't be defeated?" It was genuinely laughable. Hearing that, Zitz nodded without hesitation and replied in an icy tone, "Yes, that's your limit." But at that moment, Zitz heard a huge commotion coming from the direction of the plaza. Of course, it was Lucy. She had battered Clebius into a miserable state. Arrogance was exactly what had killed countless warriors in this world. Be wary of those who are so confident in their strength that they treat reckless charges as a virtue. And never admire people who gamble their lives just to prove themselves. Be afraid, Clebius. Fear is his weapon. But if he keeps living like that, there will come a day he can't take another step. Even if he runs away like always, there will be a time when his feet are glued to the ground. Unable to move, his whole body trembling nonstop, yet the hand gripping his sword was strangely steady. Remember that feeling, the urge that drives him forward even when he knows for sure he'll lose. Even now, though Clebius was covered in wounds, his presence had completely changed. It was like he had become someone else. His eyes were bloodshot and brimming with killing intent, because his power came from belief. Outside, Elvira saw it and couldn't help sighing with emotion. Was that really Clebius? But to Lucy, he was nothing. A bow and arrow shaped like a fire phoenix appeared in her hand. Without the slightest hesitation, it shot straight forward. In an instant, a massive explosion rang out, filling the entire plaza with smoke and flames. Clebius still couldn't forget his promise not to kill. Even so, the reason he could use that taboo power was because this monster simply couldn't be slain with his current strength. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred, one that left Lucy stunned. A figure burst out of the flames. Lucy flinched and quickly swept her gaze backward. There was Clebius, sword in hand, charging in. But before he could even reach Lucy, a violent vortex formed. In the blink of an eye, disbelief flashed across Clebius's face. Caught off guard, he was blasted away by Lucy's magic. But Clebius wasn't so easily defeated. He still managed to stagger back to his feet. His injuries were piling on top of injuries. Over the layer of dried blood, fresh blood began to pour out again. Just looking at how much he was bleeding, it wouldn't have been surprising if Clebius collapsed at any second. Yet like a moth to a flame, he gripped his sword tightly and lunged at Lucy without a trace of hesitation. But something happened that caught Lucy off guard. Even with wounds stacked upon wounds and his body drenched in fresh blood, the mana enveloping his sword and his body grew far stronger than before. This was a cursed sword, the Nortondale family's taboo art, blood sword technique, and at this moment, Clebius was using it to attack Lucy. To anyone else it was terrifying, but that wasn't necessarily true for Lucy. The instant the blade point reached her, she casually lifted a hand. With a single burst of magic, she blocked Clebius's strike. Then she clenched her hand into a fist. In the blink of an eye, Clebius's entire body was assaulted by a magic formation. But another mutation occurred, making Lucy's eyes widen unconsciously, because at this moment Clebius was like a ferocious beast. He charged forward viciously. Lucy quickly regained her composure and fired magic to suppress him. Boom, an enormous collision thundered out. The two fell into a deadlock like that, and before long, another massive explosion erupted. Clebius was blown away. Lying amid the rubble, his entire body was covered in blood. Using his own blood to generate an overwhelming surge of power, this was taboo. Long ago within the Nortondale family, Clebius had endured endless whispers and scorn because he used it to kill. Even the head of the Nortondale family couldn't wield this forbidden art. But there were exceptions, someone who didn't shun him, who didn't treat him like a monster. Yet in the end, his hands were still stained with blood. He awakened through that forbidden technique, becoming the very thing the Nortondale family despised, awakening the taboo blood sword. Demons sword Clebius, but in this moment he couldn't help admitting it. The one truly monstrous was the person in front of him, and Lucy was already striking Clebius with lightning arts. At the same time, in the building where Zips and Tanya were fleeing, Zips kept reassuring her, "Hang in there, we're almost there. This way, if you go through the door at the end of the hallway, you too can get out." But their obstacle had appeared. The person in front of them made Zips extremely wary and his movements came to a halt. Ladio leaned back against the door. Curling her lip as she looked at them, she laughed. "If you go through the door at the end of the hallway, you too can get out." After saying that, Laudio's face was full of provocation. Zips didn't dare relax for a second. He raised his sword and pointed it at her, but then he heard her say coldly, "A lot of routes have already been blocked, but you're really lucky, Tanya. You should be grateful Ziggs came with you, shouldn't you?" With that, she turned as if to leave, but Zips called her back. He hesitated, then asked, "Have you heard anything about Senior Ed?" Laudio smirked faintly and replied indifferently, "I don't know anything about that." Zips didn't believe her at all and kept pressing. "If Tanya were alone without me, what would you do?" Hearing that, Laudio suddenly fell silent. After a moment, she said coldly, "I'd kill her." Zips stared at her in alarm and hurriedly tried to stop her. "That's far too reckless, Laudio." With a soft snort, Laudio spoke casually. "You're right, Zips. Instead of killing her quickly, I'll torture her. Maybe then she'll confess something." "It wasn't me," Tanya protested in terror. She knew no one would believe her, but she still had to say it. But Laudio didn't care much. She shook her head and said, "It's fine, Tanya, go on. In any case, here in a one-on-one fight, I could never defeat him, right?" What Laudio meant was that since she couldn't win, she would let him go. Realizing this made Zips shudder with an instinctive fear. Everyone in Sylvania knew. Making Laudio your enemy was unbelievably stupid. The moment this girl showed hostility, there was no telling what might be hidden behind that door. What were they supposed to do in this situation? Zips had no idea, and his fear only deepened. Yet he still didn't realize why they had remained safe until now. They still had time to stop and think like this, because someone was risking their life to hold back the monster. Elvira had witnessed everything. Tears kept falling, mixing into the rain. At this moment, Clebius had taken far too many high-level spells. His whole body was covered in wounds. In this sorrowful instant, he couldn't help recalling his past. Clebius's older brother had once told him not to be so hard on himself, that it wasn't his fault. It was the fault of those who wanted to challenge his power. Lift your head and look. It isn't a curse. A hero who once charged into the front lines for his beliefs would never back down. Not even before an enemy army surging in. That was their ancestor, Belco's Nortondale, the one who rose up and protected this family. If Clebius could obtain that power, then he would become a hero like that man. But at this moment, Clebius believed his brother had been wrong. A demon swordsman like him living in the Nortondale family was nothing but disgrace. No matter how rational his actions were, once he lost control, the world around him would become a sea of blood. The monster slaughtering everything around it with blazing red eyes full of hatred, something like morality was nothing more than a hazy concept. Even now, Clebius kept fighting Lucy. Unfortunately, Lucy's magic was far too strong. He charged in and was blasted away, yet he still threw himself at death like a moth to a flame. Ignoring the bolts of lightning Lucy hurled out, Lucy simply glared at him as he fought desperately. But then she realized in shock that Clebius had forced his way through the lightning and brought his blade right up to her. A cut appeared on her neck, and fresh blood began to flow. Someone had once said to Clebius, "Do you think you can become a hero with just this much power?" Clebius hadn't believed it at first, until the day he lost control, his eyes bloodshot with murderous intent. He killed the brother he loved most. Even as he breathed his last, his brother didn't blame Clebius. He even felt relieved. Because the one Clebius killed was him, not someone else. At least he could forgive his little brother, and he tried to comfort Clebius. "Don't blame yourself. A real hero died that day, dying by the hand of an inhuman monster." And so, at this moment, Clebius's sword still wouldn't come down. He bit his lip hard and cursed angrily, "Damn it, I really can't do it anymore." He wanted to become a hero. At that thought, Clebius's body finally gave out and he collapsed. He didn't want to become a monster. Besides, the students were almost here. He didn't need to fight Lucy anymore. This was enough. With blood sword techniques, the wounds kept spreading and the bleeding only grew heavier. And then the power wrapped around the sword, making the body grow stronger and more savage with every moment. That's how monsters are. When the moment between life and death draws near, they become stronger and more frenzied than ever. Even so, that immense power still wasn't enough to so much as touch Lucy. But no, there wouldn't be a second time. Whether it was the carelessness of the strong or the resolve of the weak to fight to the bitter end, Lucy sensed that she might actually die. For Lucy, someone who had always lived as the stronger one, it was a feeling she would never forget. That fear of death, something she experienced for the first time, made Lucy determined to kill this monster. It was no longer a person capable of self-control, having lost its humanity the moment it became a monster. But in the instant before she struck, someone suddenly attacked from behind, and Lucy flinched and turned her head. Even Clebius, lying on the ground, couldn't understand what was happening. By the time they looked over, they saw someone in a black cloak walking toward them. When he saw that person's face, Clebius actually let out a sigh of relief. "You're still alive, you bastard." Inside the tower, Zitz and Lottel were still locked in a standoff, mainly because Zitz didn't know what his next move should be. But he was out of time. he had to make a decision. So Ladio and Zix were still trying to talk to the person in front of them. But before they could finish, an abnormal change suddenly erupted here. The window beside them was smashed by someone. Shards of glass grazed Zix. Even Ladio didn't expect this to happen. The one who did it was Janica. No one knew where she came from. She charged in, shattered the glass, and burst into the tower. By the time she realized what was going on, she found herself lying on top of Ladio. Janica hurriedly sat up. She still had things to do. She pointed at Tanya and shouted, "We found Tanya." The moment she said it, both Zix and Tanya startled and took several steps back. Ladio watched Janica from behind. His face showed suspicion. Why was she so calm after hearing what happened to Ad? Had she gone crazy? Seeing how awkward things were, Janica spoke up. "Did I ruin the mood?" Merylda poked her head in through the window and said coolly, "Not at all. If anything, you came at just the right time." Outside, the rain still wouldn't let up. Ad wrapped himself in a black cloak and stood in the downpour. Looking at the person lying before Lucy, he asked with some doubt, "Was it you, Clebius?" Ad gave a slight nod and Clebius clenched his teeth as he spoke. "Yes, I know I was beaten miserably. I know that no matter how hard I try, it's pointless. No matter how desperately I fight, I can't even touch that person. So you think you should just give up and run?" But he wasn't the only fool. The weak know perfectly well they can't hold on, yet they're still willing to destroy what they worked so hard to build. Like everyone else, if he had given up, everything would have been easier. But he believed he could become a hero. As he said that, Clebius bit his lip hard and said unwillingly, "Why won't you just leave me alone? And in the end, I still can't win, so everything becomes meaningless anyway." Seeing his condition, Ad couldn't help but sigh. Then he walked over and patted his shoulder. He said sincerely, "Thank you. Elvira, Clebius, neither of your efforts were in vain. They were truly precious." Elvira didn't recognize him and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" But Clebius didn't feel comforted at all. He kept crying, cursing himself for being stupid. Then, he passed out directly in Elvira's arms. Ad was genuinely stunned by what was happening. He knew the combat strength of every key figure in this academy, but neither he nor the others thought this was possible. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for him to get here. Yet Clebius still managed to hold out all that time alone, fighting the final boss of Arc 3 in Sword Saint. Sylvania's failure, Lucy. Thinking of that, he looked toward Lucy again. Ad said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you in advance. I had to die for certain reasons, but I was in a life-or-death situation. So you couldn't prepare beforehand and you didn't have time to tell her." But Lucy didn't seem to care much. She sprinted straight toward him. Even the hat on her head fell off. She threw herself into his arms and sobbed loudly. She thought he was really dead. Knowing she was worried about him, Ad quickly patted her back to comfort her. "I'm still alive. I've been here the whole time. I'm fine." The two of them just held each other like that, standing in the rain. Inside the tower, Zix was extremely frightened now that he had stepped out of the safe zone. He was confident he rarely ever felt fear. But standing before him was the very person who had caused the chaos earlier, and there was also a mid-tier spirit. And their target was Tanya behind him. Everything had become very difficult. After hearing that Ad had died, he thought the two in front of him had practically lost their minds. Just then, Janica suddenly spoke up. "Wait, I have something to say about Ad." But before she could finish, Zix struck and made the front explode. He urgently shouted, "Snap out of it, Tanya. Run along the small path behind you. When you reach the fork, turn west. Sprint like crazy that way and you'll reach the dormitory area. Once you shake off the pursuit, go find help. Since you're the heir of the Rottler family, the ideal choice is to seek help from the royal family or allied noble houses." After hearing that, Tanya asked suspiciously, "What about you, Zix?" Zix replied calmly, "I'll hold them off as much as I can. Even if I don't know what I can do, why are you doing this?" Tanya asked doubtfully. Zix gritted his teeth and replied, "If you were Senior Ad's little sister, I wouldn't do this. Consider yourself lucky, run." Tanya frowned at him for a moment, then turned and ran down the small path he pointed out. Seeing she had left, Zix finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned to look at Janica and the other person. In a low voice he said, "Now, no matter what I say, I'm sure you two won't listen. Senior Janica, I understand how you feel." He said he also loved someone. Over here, Janica was talking to Ladio. Hearing Zix's words, all of a sudden she froze, looking a little confused. But Zix kept talking. "If I had to lose that person, even just imagining it is enough to hurt me to the core. The fire of rage would burn through my very heart, because that's the one I love." Janica loved Ad more than anyone. Zip said she knew Janica's feelings for Ad had run deep for many years. The passion she held for Ad, no matter how you looked at it, had always been there. It stayed in her heart and became a part of her. But just as she said that, a burst of flame suddenly shot over and attacked. In an instant, the fire blasted him straight out. The tower exploded as well, leaving a huge hole. Ritz lay buried in the rubble. Janica rushed outside, leveled her spear at his chest, and spoke in a voice that was almost pleading. He wasn't dead. She kept repeating that Ed wasn't dead, so Ziggs had better stop. Outside, the rain had already stopped, but Iso and Lucy were still holding each other. Spring had passed, washing away the fallen petals and the lingering floral scent. A new season would begin, and so would new feelings once things are let out. The mind becomes clearer, and the relationship moves into a new stage. Before, Lucy always thought her feelings for Glock were the same as her feelings for X. But even if they seemed similar, there was still a subtle difference. What was that difference? Even Lucy couldn't clearly tell. Ad was still holding Lucy tight to comfort her, but not long after, Lucy suddenly pushed him away. Her face flushed red and she was breathing hard, leaving Ad confused. He called her name, but Lucy's body only grew hotter. He was just calling her name normally, yet her heart was racing. In the end, Lucy realized what she truly felt. A faint grassy scent lingered in the air, soothing and pleasant. Sometimes, from the pile of dried grass stacked in the hut, a fresh fragrance would rush out. Lucy didn't dislike it, so she simply let it spread. But the maids didn't like it. They said a heavy smoker's body would reek of tobacco. A girl who grows up playing in a peach orchard will always have sweet peach fragrance clinging to her hair. In short, once you recognize someone's signature scent, such as S, you'll catch a faint grassy smell. It was a scent she couldn't ignore or forget. Just then, Ad hesitated and said there was a lot to do. The academy would definitely arrive soon, so there wasn't much time. As he spoke, he picked up Lucy's hat, then continued. I have to explain the situation to everyone, but I can't reveal too much. First, I'll inform Clebius, Elvira, and Zip. Janika is looking for Tanya. He handed the hat to Lucy and said he would go meet the others, but Lucy jolted. Ladio frowned at her and asked suspiciously, so you didn't hear any of it at all? Focus right now, you'll get disciplined. Besides, Clebius and Elvira are hurt too. You need to apologize to them. Lucy stammered, apologize? Ad gave a small nod and said frankly, yes, they were hurt trying to stop you. It seems Elvira lost almost all the magical tools she spent a long time making, and you even attacked first on your own. And Clebius was badly injured, so you have to apologize. Lucy tried to hold back so no one would die, so she didn't want to apologize. But when she saw Ad's reaction, she froze. Ad looked somewhat helpless. He sighed and said, if you don't want to, I'll explain for you. I bear part of the responsibility too. At once, Lucy's face fell with a sense of grievance. He valued her, yet she was the one being disliked. Ad would step in. She didn't want that to happen, so she hurriedly nodded and said, all right, I'll apologize. Ad nodded in satisfaction. That was a wise decision. It didn't look like he was hurt at all. In any case, they didn't have much time. He urged her to go quickly. At that moment, she smelled grass again, a scent that, if she let her guard down even a little, would make her feel suffocated, her heart pounding, her legs trembling. Why was it like this? She only saw him as the camp manager, eating and drinking together by the fire, sleeping on the familiar bed every night. And just like that, more than a year had passed. Day after day, she had grown used to Ed's presence. Ed didn't notice Lucy's expression and kept rambling to make her understand, but she grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back. Her action left Ad confused. He looked at her awkwardly and asked, what do we do now? Seeing her expression, even Ladio didn't know how to react. A moment later, in the main hall of Opheles Tower, Janika was still furious about what Zip had said. Realizing it, Zip hurriedly lowered her head and apologized. Clebius and Elvira, badly injured, leaned against the wall to rest. Ad swept his gaze over everyone, then spoke, so everyone's here. But then he noticed something was off. He frowned and asked, what are you doing? Ladio had her back to him, hesitating for a long time without speaking. Then she finally turned around with a smile. So you really are safe and sound, Senior Ad, she said. Sorry for making everyone worry. Ladio smiled and shook her head. It's fine. Anyone can reason logically that Senior Ad isn't someone who'd be taken down easily. You also told me to prepare materials for the magical tools, including that clown's wrist-cutting watch, too. A merchant must always stay calm and rational. We calmly verified the truth again. Right, Zip? After saying that, Latio didn't forget to bring up Zip. Zip was bowing his head, apologizing to Yanika, and he flinched a little when she suddenly called his name. But he quickly nodded in agreement. Latio didn't waver at all. At that moment, Lottel spoke up again. Of course, Miss Tanya is a bit suspicious. So we raised our voices a little, but there was no conflict. Don't tell me you thought Senior Ad was going to die. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked up to Ad and grabbed him by the collar. She lowered her head shyly and said, seeing you makes me feel a bit more at ease. Maybe I was too worried. Thinking back, I really did make you worry. Senior Ad gently shook his head and replied, it's fine. But Latio pushed her luck, curling her lips into a smile. Then nothing is free. You have to pay a worry fee to me, right? After that, she rose onto her toes as if she wanted to kiss Ad. However, before she could do anything, Lottel froze, because Lucy stepped in between them to stop her. Ad was a little surprised to see her. He accidentally brushed Lucy with his foot. Instantly, Lucy's whole body jerked as if she'd been shot. She hurried forward, keeping her distance from Ad. Latio frowned at the person in front of her. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, yet Ed stayed very calm and reached out to rub Lucy's head. He murmured, what's wrong? Lottel already said she was worried about you. You don't need to overreact like this. I know you just went through a shock. Lucy normally wouldn't show emotion, but her instincts were warning her. This was an emergency, but there was someone else who simply couldn't accept it. Yan-Aika rushed over and hugged Lusai, shouting, "You can't stay that close to him." Lusai didn't back down either, forcefully shoving Yan-Aika away. In an instant, the air was thick with hostility. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. The battlefield between the three women grew more and more intense. Ziz finally understood what was going on, but while Ad and Ed were still stunned, a voice suddenly rang out. It made Ziz spin around in surprise. It was El Roman Sixra. "We don't have much time." Hearing that, Ad snapped back to his senses and nodded. Right, people from the academy would be here soon. He had told them to keep it secret that he was still alive and to explain the reason. Lusai apologized to Klebius and El Roman Sixra. They also decided they would search for Tanya together. Ziz looked a little regretful, but before anyone could even react, everything had already been agreed upon. A short while later, only the bound Klebius and a few injured people remained. Before long, he opened his eyes and looked around. Ad left the academy before anyone discovered he was still alive. The moon had risen high, lighting up a corner of the courtyard. Soon after, Klebius also woke from his stupor. Seeing that his wounds had healed, he exclaimed in shock, What happened? They're healed already." Then he noticed something else. He was lying on someone's lap. El Roman Sixra's face filled his vision. Her tone carried a hint of mockery. "Why are you being so noisy?" "Klebius, you idiot." Klebius jolted upright, clutching his head as he asked in confusion, "What on earth is going on? Was I dead? And yeah, I really did cause enough trouble. I'm such an idiot." El Roman Sixra said calmly, "The academy staff will be here soon. Tell them you were the one who stopped Lusai." Klebius froze. How could I possibly stop that monster? As an alchemist, discovering new things was always a joy for El Roman Sixra. Lusai had lowered her head to apologize and healed Klebius's wound. Lottel promised to reward El Roman Sixra handsomely for keeping it secret, along with Ad's guarantee as well. Today, everything happened so suddenly. El Roman Sixra then pulled Klebius back onto her lap and said in a low voice, "Rest." Klebius wanted to argue, but in the end, he agreed. The one who stopped Lusai was Ed. Hearing that, El Roman Sixra couldn't help curling her lips into a smile. Klebius didn't know what she was smiling about and kept venting. "Life is really screwed up. Of course, you'll just nag at me again." "No, you're right." El Roman Sixra rarely agreed with Klebius, and it caught him off guard. She also felt that life was truly screwed up. After El Roman Sixra said that though there was much they wanted to say, they both looked up and quietly watched the night sky. Up there, the stars shone in silence. Elsewhere, in the forest near the academy, Tanya ran straight here, but she tripped along the way. Even though her legs were covered in cuts and she was exhausted, she still forced herself up. She whispered, "I can't rest, I have to keep moving. They're definitely chasing me. If I get caught, it'll be really bad." And she still wanted to clear her brother's name. She had to find the truth, and she absolutely couldn't be captured. But no one was chasing Tanya at all. Now no one thought Tanya had killed Ed anymore. If only someone would come arrest her and stop this monologue. But she had no choice but to be strong. The investigation into Ed's death was gradually reaching its conclusion, and they had also used magic too. Reconstructing the scene. Although it cannot perfectly show what happened, the testimony of witness Janica partially aligns with the investigation results. The fact that the subordinates of the Rottler family stabbed Ed and he fell off the cliff has all been confirmed. The suspects have been identified as the culprits. The subordinates of the Rottler family have been detained in an underground facility of the academy. Punishment will be decided by the royal family, but first the facts must be verified and reported. Obel frowned after hearing Probank's report. In a deep voice, he said, "It seems Ed's death is almost certain. Prepare a detailed report and send it to the royal family." Robin said he would handle it. Obel continued, "The academy also needs to deal with the remaining issues." The death of a student had a greater impact than expected. Lucy, a student who was severely shocked by Ed's death, lost control and students had to be evacuated at night. Obel tapped on Ed's file. In a deep voice, he said, "It seems he influenced many people." Ezra Taylor, Robin continued reporting. Finally, Lucy was stopped by Klebius, the top graduate of the 52nd Combat class, and everything was resolved smoothly once Lucy was taken into custody, sitting silently in the rose garden. Obel frowned in suspicion and asked, "Does he really have that much power?" "Very well, we will prepare a reward for Klebius. As for Lucy, of course she will be handled by the disciplinary committee. The person in charge is the vice principal of Sylvania Academy, Raycon, acting on Klebius's petition for leniency. In Elvira, 2 injured students and property damage including the dormitory wall on the 3rd floor where Tanya was, the opposite corridor wall, and a lounge with a marble floor in the rose garden at the entrance to Opheles Tower. Though not minor, compared to the occupation of Opheles Tower, it was negligible. If there were one more reason, everything could have been settled with a light sentence. That reason is remorse. Other educational institutions and even the royal family consider Sylvania the best academy currently. This is because it produced a magical genius under. The academy also actively promotes this, so expelling Lucy is not an option. Nor do they want to impose a heavy disciplinary record. They wanted a light punishment, but Lucy showed no remorse. The top graduate without any virtue at all. Raycon ultimately could only assign minor penalty, revoke this semester's scholarship, suspend for 10 days, and restrict access to academy facilities for 70 days. Lower 2 grades in practical assessment, revoke rights in Opheles Tower. At first glance, it seems severe, but the scholarship means nothing to Lucy. The Glock Scholarship Fund covered all her tuition. Even with grade reductions, she remains far ahead of others, so the punishment is meaningless. But before she signed, a voice called out, "Please wait a moment." Lucy's expression instantly turned ugly. It was Belle arriving with her maid. She spoke forcefully, "I am Belle, manager of Opheles Tower, here as a witness. I request a discussion." She took a deep breath before speaking. "Please reconsider the disciplinary measures for Miss Lucy. I don't believe this punishment will make her truly remorseful." Hearing this, Lucy ran over, panicking. "Wait, no, I will sign this disciplinary report." But Belle intervened in time. Expelling Miss Lucy from Opheles Tower is not a punishment. It is a reward. Therefore, she suggested minimizing Lucy's leave from the dormitory. She should be confined. All staff of Opheles Tower will take shifts to monitor Lucy 24/7. Despite Lucy's strenuous protest, Raycon agreed. According to the head maid's recommendation, the confinement is 30 days. Everyone was pleased, even Belle was happy, only Lucy was unhappy. She cried constantly for mercy, but Belle spoke coldly. "Miss Lucy, she ensures you will not be able to leave, completely and thoroughly. So Lucy will be confined for a period." Upon learning this, Ed could not help but sigh. Indeed, a light punishment. Janika, cooking nearby, nodded in agreement, probably thanks to Clebius and Elvira speaking on Ed's behalf. Then the food in her hands was ready. She handed it to Ed. It was beef stew, something she often cooked back home. It's her signature dish. Ed saw the steaming stew and his eyes lit up. Teaching magic, studying, and cooking too, she really insists on doing everything, truly kind-hearted. During the student council election campaign, 3 major variables need attention. First, Princess Phonia, who seems to have lost the will to become student council president. Second, Tanya Roedler, the antagonist, Princess Fenya's rival, has disappeared. Finally, 2 Roedler subordinates, Kadek and Knox, are detained in the academy. Griffin Roedler orchestrated that play to announce Ed's death and remove him from his influence. Ed also went along with the act, but now everything has become complicated. Kadek and Knox are held in the academy for Ed's murder. He must quickly find a way to free them so Griffin believes he is dead. Time is critical, and if he delays, Griffin's suspicion will grow. Ed has no choice but to act swiftly to maintain the deception. Only then could he finally end this stifling life in hiding. The more Ed thought about it, the more resigned he felt. He let out a soft sigh. There was really so much to do. Just then, Janika spoke up. Since Ed was the son of a noble family, he still had to be tangled up in all sorts of matters. "I'm just the daughter of a farm owner in the countryside, so I don't really understand Ad's life." So she couldn't comfort him properly. She couldn't say empty lines like, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Before she truly understood what was going on, those words meant nothing, and they wouldn't be sincere either. Hearing that, Ad was a little moved. In a gentle voice, he said, "You don't have to think that far ahead, Janika. You've already helped me so much." Janika sighed again and said, "But I want to help you deal with your troubles, Ad." Even if it was only her way of apologizing, she just didn't want to force him to struggle anymore. She looked at him a little shyly, unsure how he should react. The air suddenly fell silent. Lately, whenever he was beside Janika, he'd feel a little suffocated. It wasn't unpleasant, he just didn't understand why. But the feelings between them were a bit strange. After a long while, he finally said, "Thank you. Janika, you're the only one who worries about me like this." Janika quickly steadied herself, even though they needed to prioritize finding Tanya. "I don't know where she is. Ad must be terribly worried about her." But Ad said, "I think I know where Tanya is." At first, he was very surprised to see Tanya so different from what he remembered. Tanya was a strong girl, fearless and proud, and he had seen her courage with his own eye. He believed she was still holding on stubbornly, planning for the future as always, carrying herself with calm confidence and presence. But at this moment, Tanya was hugging her knees and sobbing in Fernia's castle. Through her tears, she cried, "I really didn't order anyone to assassinate my brother." Before Tanya arrived, Phonia had already heard the news of Ed's death. At the time, she had been trying to build a complicated relationship with S. She had also canceled most of her schedule and rearranged her work. She wanted time to have a serious talk with Ed. Just one more day would have been enough, but instead she received news that Ed was dead. She was filled with regret. If she had been one day faster, none of this would have happened. Because of her own arrogance and foolishness, she couldn't do anything. Ever since enrolling, she had gathered information and prepared carefully for her goal of becoming the student council president of Sylvania. Even if it didn't carry as much authority as the royal family, at least within Sylvania, she would still hold a certain degree of power. She didn't want to be just a princess who depended on the royal family. She wanted to become the student council president of Sylvania Academy and gain an independent position to stand against the darkness of House Vorteller and the royal family. But now she understood she wasn't worthy of power. While she was drowning in grief, soldiers entered to report, "Princess Phonia, may I come in?" She quickly pulled herself together and told them to come in. Claire entered at once, bringing someone else with her. It was Tanya, though they still couldn't grasp the whole situation. According to the Academy's preliminary investigation, it seemed Ed had been assassinated by subordinates of House Rotler. Besides Ad, who had been expelled, the only Rotler left on Acheron Island was Tanya. She looked somewhat worn down, but her very first words were still to clear her own name. "Even if your highness doesn't believe me, I truly didn't order my brother killed." After saying that, her eyes turned wet, overflowing with grievance. Phonia fell silent for a moment, then pulled Tanya into a tight embrace and comforted her softly. "You've been through so much, Tanya." She had learned to accept her own mistakes. Carefully, she said, "Come inside first, then tell me what happened." After hearing everything from Tanya, Phonia thought for a while before saying calmly, "Tanya, I'll believe you. So until everything is made clear, I'll keep you in the royal dormitory." Hearing that, Tanya was deeply grateful. "Thank you so much, Princess Phonia. I owe you more than I can say." Phonia shook her head lightly and said frankly, "It's nothing, it's what I should do. You'll be safe here." Phonia quietly studied Tanya, feeling a complicated emotion rise in her chest. Such a fragile girl, and yet she had once thought of competing with her for power. Just then, a subordinate reported that a guest had arrived in the reception room. Phonia had no choice but to leave. She still had her true opponent to face. She pushed open the door to the reception room, and the moment she stepped in, she heard, "Are you doing well?" The visitor was Latila. She curled her lips into a smile. "Although it's tragic about Senior Ad's death, we still have to continue the Academy's work. Isn't that right, Princess Phonia?" Phonia looked at Latilo and asked suspiciously, "So why have you come to see me?" "The Academy is in complete chaos, and the only person who understands the whole picture is, of course, the one hiding the truth." So Latilo came to ask Phonia why she did it. After what happened today, the one who suffered the most was surely Lucy. She had been confined for a day, lying in bed and lamenting life. 3 hours earlier, Latilo had met Princess Phonia beneath the cliff, where Ad had been staying temporarily. Vasia was training with Ad. Ad thrust a knife at her, but she blocked it. He hurriedly pulled his hand back, then stabbed again. "But this is a water environment, which is very advantageous for Russia." Ad was immediately attacked by multiple clones of Russia, yet he remained calm and soon defeated them all. Everyone outside watching cheered with delight. Indeed, his abilities and reflexes were incredibly fast. Matt felt proud that day. "Shall we end today's training here?" Master Razia also chimed in. "Truly, that was an amazing skill. Along with melee skills, your magic power has also grown significantly. Moreover, it seems you've been training for quite some time, right?" Ad turned to look at him. He spoke appreciatively, all thanks to her. "My strength is like this because of the effective combat exercises she guided me through. At this stage, it's still too early to help you much, and training with Malida would be a bit much." Rycia calmly observed him. "Honestly, compared to me, training with Marilda would benefit you more." Ad shook his head aggressively in refusal. "Fight a giant wolf. I'd probably end up in the underworld." But Razia continued, "High-level spirits can freely change their forms. That's why they can stroll around so comfortably." Ad sighed, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Once the status stats exceed 15, they hardly increase anymore. To improve those stats, you need to complete hidden tasks or meet special conditions. Considering the potential S-Rotler stats, you've nearly reached the limit. Once you complete intermediate magic, should you consider developing some special ability? You can't stop here. Being satisfied with what you have isn't enough, you must keep growing. While he was thinking, a figure appeared. Seeing his current state, Lot couldn't help but cover her mouth, laughing. "It's rare to have such a sight." She advised him, "Rest if you can." Ed nodded slightly. Actually, issues like eating and sleeping were already fully taken care of. Hearing this, Ladio frowned and asked, "Senior Janica helped you?" He didn't hide and admitted it. "Usually, yes." Lot continued asking, "Did you train with the spirits here?" At this, a mischievous glint appeared in Lottle's eye. Then she linked arms with Ed, happily saying, "Then surely the spirits have seen everything, right?" Seeing this, urgent. Lottle smiled with satisfaction. Ad glanced at her, suspicious. "What are you planning?" Lot replied bluntly, "I'm going to see Princess Pho. I want to earn some gold from the election, but I want to finish the deal with the senior first. First, releasing the 2 people named Cadet and Nock, whom you asked for earlier, is simple. But nothing is free. She wants a deposit up front." Ad looked at her with some doubt, not understanding what she wanted. Ladio winked at him, cheerfully saying, "Give me a hug." Hearing this, Ad was immediately startled. He hadn't expected her to request this. He stood there dumbfounded, hesitating for a while. Finally, he raised his hands and hugged her, pulling her into his chest, making Ladio's cheeks blush. Her heart raced as if it might jump out. She quickly pushed Ad away. "No, wait a moment." Senior X looked at her suspiciously. Asked, "What's this?" Lot bowed her head shyly. Originally, things like this. Attack and defense are 2 completely different matters, so she was being slightly deceptive. The feeling was very different from what she had imagined before coming here. Moreover, he removed his clothes, making her even more flustered. She scolded him back, doing this is really unreasonable. Ed sighed helplessly, I'm just following your wishes. That's true, but take it slow. Lotl said slowly, then nestled into Ad's chest again. After a while, she asked softly, actually, I came here to hear your answer. Do you remember? The promise to stand by her even once, which he had made at the wooden hut. Ad pushed her away, suspicious. Have you planned something? Lot didn't answer, calmly saying, I thought many would oppose me. Even if I turned the whole academy into enemies, she hoped. At least Ad would still be her ally. Back in reality, at the mansion where Fonia was, she asked why Lotl had come. Lot calmly smiled. I came to ask why you hid Tanya. She guessed this because before Tanya ran away, Ziz had told Tanya to find someone for help. The most likely place Tanya would seek help was the royal mansion, a safe place where even the academy's forces couldn't easily reach. Hearing Lotl, Fonia's face showed panic. She asked suspiciously, why did Lotl come to find Tanya? Even though the princess is very good at hiding her true emotions, it was still within Lotl's judgment. Ladio replied calmly, if you insist on talking, I have a personal matter to deal with first. I'm also furious that I can't affect someone, especially when that person is the very target I'm aiming at. When it comes to people stronger than you, you always know how to avoid them, don't you? But when it's someone weaker, you make sure they learn what manners are for daring to lay a hand on you, Fonia said, trying to steady herself. You're insisting the heir of House Tania is weaker than you. That's not right. Doesn't that strike you as something worth reflecting on? Ladio replied calmly, if I control the economy of the residential district, I can put Tanya at a disadvantage. If the princess has decided to stand on Tanya's side, then right now there's surely very little I can do to her. Of course, you predicted things would turn out like this, so you prepared for every possibility to respond. Ladio said she would run for student council president. If I obtain the title of student council president and arrange a meeting as the head of the merchant guild, then will Tanya agree to see me. Especially then, I'll use every bit of authority I have to apply pressure and force everyone to fall in line. As she said this, Ladio turned and left, still speaking with a mocking lilt. You can't keep hiding here forever, Tanya. Fonia watched her back as she walked away, her expression growing even more grave. A servant of House Rottler had been arrested, and every route off Arkham Island was under control. Based on Ladio's investigation, its evidence and related details, it seemed clear that Tanya was the culprit. After thinking for a long time, Fonia finally returned to her room to tell Tanya. This was not a favorable situation for anyone. After hearing it, Tanya let out a sigh. Thank you for telling me, Princess, Fonia said carefully. Right now, we have no choice but to ask you. Tanya, if you weren't the one behind the attempt on Ad's life, then can you tell me who was behind it? After all this, at that moment, Tanya suddenly sighed and said, that may be because of me, because Kadik and Nock went to Sylvania. They had a legitimate reason. They went to assist her with work, and the one who issued that order was the head of House Rottler. Chaco can be said to almost never care about Sylvania. For him to make such an extreme decision, it probably stemmed from letters reporting how things were going at Tanya's academy. The more Tanya spoke, the more it hurt. The one who drove him into a corner and led him to such a terrible end was me. Fonia hurried to comfort her. That's not your fault at all. Biting her lip hard, Tanya continued. But I can't just keep sitting still like this. Fonia asked doubtfully, then what are you going to do? Tanya said in a low voice, on the magical land of Sylvania I saw many things. How someone who survives without ever giving up can change when circumstances push their fate onto the hardest path. The only way she could survive and investigate her brother's murder was to keep searching for information. As she said this, Tanya's eyes were filled with resolve. To do that, I have to join the election. For student council president, Fonia frowned after hearing that and said hesitantly, it won't be simple. You were even expelled because you were implicated in the murder. Tanya gritted her teeth. Yes, it won't be easy for anyone. But I won't stop. There are still many people supporting me, even when I'm in a situation like this. For my brother, I can't keep being weak and backing down forever. As soon as she finished, Fonia replied, then all of us will support you too, Tanya. Tanya flinched slightly, glanced at Fonia and asked suspiciously, why would the princess say that? Then what am I supposed to say? Me too. As Fonia took Tanya's hand, she said, I also have a debt I never repaid to Ad while he was alive. The next morning, at a castle where Lotl was staying, a secretary came in holding a stack of documents, still muttering nonstop. I've gathered all the necessary materials right here. You're really going to run for student council president. She said she's received word that Tanya will also enter the race, and there are even rumors that Fonia has declared her support. But chances are the academy won't accept Tanya's candidacy. Besides, Lotl has been working far too much and Rihanna is quite worried. Recently, she's barely slept. If she also joins the campaign, how can she possibly handle so many things at once? Hearing her prattle on while she handled the paperwork, Ladio grew a little impatient. Can you talk about what's necessary and more important? Rihanna quickly replied, I'll go submit these documents to the academy right away. In the room, only Ladio remained. She continued dealing with her work. Ed was dead. After that, the election for student council president at the German Academy began. This false script was in Laudel's hand. Every second ticked by and everyone was extremely tense. Only one person didn't care much, Lucy, who was confined in the Opheles Tower. She was almost always stuck in her room and didn't go anywhere else. Life was so boring she had to play with a pillow to entertain herself. She let out a helpless sigh, then looked at the maid behind her and asked, "How many days until I'm released?" 27 days, the maid replied with a smile. But then she remembered something and continued. It seems the Academy's new disciplinary probation plan was just announced. Just yesterday, so your confinement period will probably change a bit. Administrative procedures are always slow. We should probably start counting everything again from today. In that case, it'll be 29 days. The more Lucy listened, the more powerless she felt. She sprawled on the bed, crying without any tears. You could say time doesn't always pass quickly for everyone. Inside the Academy's prison, the people of the Rottler family were all being held here. Someone was talking to Cadet. Seems young Master Graphene's judgment was right. Biting his lip hard, Katie said in a low voice, "His abilities aren't fully developed yet, but his quick reactions and combat skills have been trained. If he's still alive, he'll definitely be a huge threat to the Rottler family." "That's right," Nup, lying off to the side, also nodded in agreement. "And what's more, he thinks you're not just someone with outstanding talent. A spirit contractor who dares to drive out all of his mana-sensing ability just to summon spirits, or a mage who doesn't hesitate to take revenge. The fact that you can form deep bonds with people like that only proves your potential is impossible to predict." He knew all too well what kind of debauched, rotten person the heir of the Vogtler family was. However, he kept asking himself one thing. Why would the head of the family order the assassination of his own son? But now he could finally form a careful hypothesis about it. Suppose S possesses such a special ability, and also holds views that oppose the family head. Could it be that after being chosen as the heir, he pretended to go mad and fled to Sylvania? Or is he secretly building his own forces here? Thinking of that possibility, Nuck grew even more afraid and spoke up. At this point, debating those hypotheses wouldn't any benefit. Hearing that, the man in the next room immediately replied, "Exactly. What matters now is leaving here and going back to report everything to the family head." Right? But at that moment, someone silently approached the cell. He signaled them to be quiet. "Someone will profit if you escape." "That's all it is." Kadik asked who he was. Enhat Moi chuckled softly. He introduced himself casually. "My name is Dun. I'm someone who carries the scent of the Elter Fragrance Society." A few days passed and Lucy's life was unbearably dull. She just lay in bed, asking the maid every day about how long her confinement would last. She asked so often that the moment she opened her mouth, Belle already knew what she wanted to ask. "Calm down, there are 24 days left." After hearing that, Lucy fell into deep thought, and even told Belle to kill her. Belle answered without hesitation, "I can't do that, please forgive me." And at that moment, a figure appeared on the street that made people turn their heads. The girl was just strolling along, but her aura was striking, especially her alluring silver hair. Kylie, passing by, also noticed her. But a moment later, the girl vanished without a trace. She looked like a student, yet her clothes weren't a uniform. So who was she? Sure enough, there were still many things Kylie didn't know. So she decided to live each day to the fullest. Who knew when she'd get to live this freely again? With that thought, she immediately opened the documents in her hands to read. The moment she glanced at them, she sank into thought. Right now, she didn't know where that person was. She was also surprised to see Tintania running for student council president in the academy bulletin, but she was still glad she was safe. What shocked her was the news of the death of Ad, a third-year student. Most likely, the Roedler family's lackeys, the ones who drove him out of the family, were the ones behind that death. The scene in the cabin during that winter blizzard, along with the image of that senior, made her wrestle with what freedom truly meant. That feeling still lingered in Kylie's mind, as if it had happened right before her eyes. But Tania, the first friend she met at the academy, was suspected of murdering that senior. She trusted Tania, but everything became even more chaotic when news broke that those underlings had escaped. From prison, people's goodwill in the academy kept dropping. Ever since S disappeared, the atmosphere at the academy had grown darker and more bleak. In the principal's office, Obel had some difficulty talking to Probin. All the current work stemmed from the incident surrounding the death of student S. "I hope a teacher will step up and take responsibility for handling this." He asked whether any professor in the magic department knew S had interacted with Clebius and had some connection to student Lucy. Robel thought for a moment, then answered, "There's an assistant professor, Cleo, I think. But Cleo is also deeply discouraged right now because of Ad's death. Work was piling up, and without Ad's help, it truly left her miserable. Besides her, someone else had changed too, and she'd noticed it." Anis had become quieter than before. Even knowing it was only a brief relationship with no outcome, Anis's chest still ached terribly. but she still acted as if everything was normal. Ad's image still haunted her mind, but she would do her best to rein in her emotion. However, the one who pulled back the curtain on Ed's killer was Janica. Anise felt she'd already endured far too much. Janica must be bearing pain many times greater than hers. Unfortunately, she was wrong. Janica was just like always. What kind of egg dish should I try cooking today? She even chatted cheerfully with Anise. You cook really well, don't you? What do you think? I'm a bit worried about controlling the heat, so I'm thinking of making something that simmers over a fire for quite a long time. Janica, right in front of Anise, kept rambling on, but in Anise's eyes, she was only forcing herself to hold on. Down in the abyss where Ad was hiding, he worked while watching the news. He frowned, deep in thought, while Janica cooked and said, I heard Tania has shown up at the academy again. All this time, she'd been hiding in the royal residence. It seems she's decided to cooperate with the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Phonia has also announced she'll support Tania. Thanks to that, her approval rating has improved. But within the academy, the student faction supporting Ladio holds the advantage. They haven't even stopped registering candidates yet, and Lachio's supporters already make up the majority. She asked Ed whether anything had happened before Lordle came to the cave. Ed, who had been reading documents, startled and looked at her, thinking he had let something slip. Janica hurriedly corrected herself. Sorry, I don't have the right to interfere. But at this rate, Lordle will become the student council president, right? Before Ed could answer, he saw someone walking toward them. Ziggs said as he approached, I came here because I had an appointment with Senior Ed. I didn't expect Senior Janica to be here as well. Ziggs voiced his thoughts about the council election. Even if Lordle becomes student council president, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But ever since Kadik escaped, the suspicion that Tanya killed her own brother has only grown stronger. He personally went to the royal estate at Princess Phonia's request, but Ed is wagering his life, so he cannot step forward to testify for Tanya. What he means is that Tanya is truly not in a good state right now. Someone as close to the top students as Tanya, even if she isn't the strongest candidate for student council president, would normally draw a lot of attention, but now she is accused of killing her own brother. Once the candidate registration process is complete, she will have to face everyone. Tanya might not be able to endure it. After finishing, Ziggs looked at Ed. He nodded slightly and replied, I understand. You don't need to say anything more. Now that Chapter 3, the Student Council election arc, has passed. As Ed remembers, this chapter hardly contains any battle scene. It is a scenario meant to clearly showcase the relationships between the characters. The protagonist built those relationships during his time at the academy. As the plot usually goes, the main character, Taylor, will actively support Princess Phonia's faction, because she was the one who helped Taylor and drove Ed away at the start of the semester. At the same time, this is a struggle where persuading the necessary parties is essential. Among them, those who stand at the top of each department can be considered key figures. For example, Lucy will remain largely indifferent and not vote. Janica will not favor either side. Wayne supports Phonia while Dorothy supports Tanya. They are not easily persuaded. In the end, the ones who can be swayed are the 8 top students from the 2 departments, Magic and Gladiator Studies. In the battle for Student Council President, if someone secures at least 5 of those 8 on their side, they can likely win. If she wins the election and Princess Phonia becomes president, Taylor will gain the backing of the royal family. That is the greatest support force up until the end of this election. Especially when facing Graphene in Chapter 4, Phonia will need that royal power to stand against him. The battle with the final boss will be the same. Preserving the storyline's flow is what Ed must do to survive. Of course, those are only things he can try to do. He is doing this partly for his own small personal benefit, but it is the way he can prevent the coming catastrophe and the best way for him to survive. Some minor details changed in the previous chapters, but overall the storyline has been maintained. Princess Phonia must become student council president this term for Ed to carry out his plans as intended, if everything continues this way. Public opinion toward Tanya will only grow worse. To prevent Lordle from becoming student council president, Princess Phonia will have to choose to run again. Things would go more smoothly if Ed informed Phonia that he is still alive and persuaded her to run again. Given his current relationships, he should also try persuading the top students to support her and change the situation. In any case, until the candidate registration process ends, there is still a chance to bring Phonia back into the race for student council president at any cost. But what about Tanya? She had already faded into the role of a villain after becoming the suspect in Ed's murder. Because of him, she has had to endure an overwhelming trial. None of this was ever part of Tanya's original script. Following the predetermined path is Ed's lifeline. Now he may have to choose one of the two. While he was thinking, Ziggs interrupted in a low voice. It seems you have a lot on your mind. You need to cancel today's appointment. Hearing that, Ed shook his head and said it was fine. Ziggs smiled in satisfaction, his eyes full of amusement. Shall we begin? Without hesitation, Ed stood up and calmly said, when your mind is in chaos, moving your body a little can help you relax and ease the tension. Ziggs drew his blade and raised an eyebrow. Thank you. Lately, I haven't had the chance to spar with a strong opponent, so I'd like to warm up a bit as well. The two of them would only spar lightly. Suddenly, memories from long ago flooded Tanya's mind. Like all memories, they would eventually fade with time. But she still remembered every fragment clearly. The three siblings walking hand in hand across a hill covered in blooming flowers, on together with Tanya. Maybe that was the last memory still left in her mind. Because from that moment on, Tanya's life was filled with pressure and responsibility. So it turned out that back then, she really did have a stretch of time that happy. But now everything had gone bad. She had been driven out by everyone at the academy. Ed stepping in to help Tanya, someone who'd been pushed to the edge, was an act of changing the story's flow on his own, making Ed hesitate. Some plot points had even changed in ways that even Ed couldn't explain. The clearest example was the person right in front of him now, Ziggs, the one who stayed by Taylor's side until the very end. Aside from Lucy, he was the strongest second year. But in the original script, he had clearly lost to Wade, worn down and countered. Yet everything had changed. Ziggs had beaten Wade. And now he was on Ed's side. Even if it was only a small detail, Ed couldn't ignore it. He had to check things over again. He wanted to see how Ziggs's abilities had changed. Besides, as the one who deviated from the script the most, Ed had become much stronger. Right now, he was using the most basic defensive magic to withstand Ziggs's attack, but something astonishing happened. Ziggs was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Ed. Ed hadn't expected Ziggs to move that quickly. But once you've rushed in that deep and that fast, could you really dodge this so easily? With that thought, Ed struck at once, making Ziggs' eyes widen in shock. A dagger wreathed in flames pinned itself into the ground right before Ziggs. Ed let out a loud shout. Riding on his cry, the flames grew larger and larger, but a second later they exploded. It looked like Ziggs would be swallowed by the fire, but a strange turn of events stunned Ed as Ziggs made utterly unnatural movements. Ed hurriedly yanked his dagger from the ground. Fortunately, at the very instant Ziggs lunged in, Ed managed to block in time. He didn't dare relax, responding calmly, because Ziggs was using remote control magic to move however he pleased in their duel. Ziggs already knew the limits of Ed's stamina and magic, but this was definitely not movement anyone else could easily imitate. It demanded real tactile perception beyond ordinary theory, and now Ziggs used ice magic to attack Ed. A barrage of ice spears tore toward Ed, forcing him to dodge with difficulty. Ziggs didn't hold back at all. Did he really think he could escape something like that? Yet he did manage to dodge anyway. Of course, it was only bait to buy time to chant a stronger spell. Ed retreated a few steps, eyeing the ice spears embedded in the ground. He couldn't help clicking his tongue in disbelief. He'd thought this was just a small sparring match. At first, it really was. Ziggs smiled casually and said he'd only planned to use a sword. But at the last moment, Ziggs changed his mind and used magic. In his hand now was an advanced spell. Ziggs raised an eyebrow and grinned. Training and real combat are the same, aren't they? The moment he finished speaking, a thunderous boom rang out and smoke and flames surged up. Yenica, watching from outside, felt a little worried. But in the end, she still focused on cooking, mumbling nonstop. Is he going to be okay? I put carrots in the curry, hope he likes it. Inside the fight, Ed and Ziggs were still locked in a fierce struggle. With advanced magic in Ziggs's hands, Ed was having a hard time. But he still gritted his teeth and held on. After breaking free of Ziggs's pressure, he quickly fired his own magic arrows. Ice arrows ripped through the air in an instant. Ziggs didn't dare be careless. He retreated and used a mana weapon to block. A mana weapon, essentially, converts the user's magical power into a weapon for combat. Normally, mages don't have many chances to use too many complex weapon types. So advanced magic that difficult is basically not something they use often. Therefore, the only mage who can use most weapon types without being limited by experience or skill is the creator of this unique magic himself, Ziggs. Once again, Ziggs used remote control techniques to rush right up to Ed. His attacking movements were not only hard to predict, but incredibly powerful. Under Ziggs's ferocious pressure, Ed was forced onto the defensive. A Storm Blessing spell was quickly used for defense against his strikes. In an instant, two powerful streams of magic collided. But Ziggs was the one who got hit. His whole body was blasted away. Worse, wounds appeared on him and fresh blood began to flow. The surprises didn't stop there. The moment his feet touched the ground, Ziggs stepped into a stream of water. He couldn't help staring in shock. Since when all around him now were thin rivulets of water. While he was still dazed, those streams suddenly connected into one. In the blink of an eye, they became phantom images of ferocious beasts. Without a word, they lunged at the enemy with zero hesitation. Zip hurriedly slipped aside to dodge, but before he could regain his footing, he charged forward viciously, magic still in his hand. With a dull thud, the space ahead instantly exploded. Ziz really was someone pretty strong. If he'd already learned to reinforce weapons with mana, then he was fully mature enough to pursue the ending route, just as you'd expect it. At this pace, Taylor and the others won't have any major issues facing powerful enemies in the future. But then Zip rose from the rubble and spoke up with an easy grin, honestly impressive. He was truly strong. Right after that, he straightened up, his body wrapped in magic. With a faint smirk, he said it was just as he'd predicted. You couldn't step into this fight while letting your guard down. Senior SA, now I'm going to fight seriously. He warned S to be careful. As he spoke, a high-tier mana weapon appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Ed panicked at once and urgently ordered Zaja to strike quickly. Razia opened its jaws wide, blocking that weapon head-on. This was only the start of Chapter 3, yet Zip's combat power in this fight was already terrifying. It might be beyond what Ad expected. He'd thought Ziz wouldn't reach such overwhelming strength until near the end of the story. Who would have thought that after just a short time training, he'd already witnessed Zip's growth? This was Ziz's final, perfect combat state, the true power he possessed in battle. When he stormed the Gregor Church, the deep forest's magic spear, he growled in a low voice. Instead of holding back, I'll fight head-on with the strongest reinforced weapon. That'll make this showdown even more interesting. As he spoke, the spears shot straight toward Ad. Not daring to slack off, Ad hurriedly used fire magic to defend. Explosions immediately echoed through the abyss, but he couldn't hold out long. His mana was running dry. Concentrated bombardment with repeated high mana blasts wasn't his specialty. While the magic kept coming, he caught a few weak points. But when the second wave arrived, it got a bit tough. Thinking that, Ad quickly sat down and slammed his fist into the ground. Instantly, those spears detonated. When the smoke and dust cleared, an item had appeared in S's hand, a wave beam shock pulse device that couldn't be nullified. Zip continued his assault. Senior, you're out of mana, right? Then take my finishing blow right after that. Zip charged in with a massive spear, but before it could touch Ad, Zip's eyes widened in shock because Ad was using wind magic to stop his spear. But Ad's mana was clearly almost depleted. How could he use such powerful wind magic? Gritting his teeth, Zip said, if you fight at full power, I can't underestimate you either. He used Glass's Phoenix Ring to attack. Whatever mana he had left had to be spent on this exchange. It was enough to land a lethal strike and defeat the enemy. He bit his lip hard, forcing himself into an attack stance. But in the end, before he could do anything, a clear, graceful voice rang out, making Ad jolt. A strange girl appeared. Calmly, she said there was no need for Lucy's shrine or her mana support. And you've already recovered Janica, so why am I here? That really is a huge leap forward for Ad. This girl was Merylda's incarnation. A few days later, the student council president election finally took place. At this moment, Latio was giving a speech. As soon as it ended, waves of students below erupted in enthusiastic support. In the crowd, Ed and Janica were disguised, blending in among everyone. Seeing this, Ad exhaled and said, even if 4 candidates all declare they're running, what does it change? The election result is already obvious. The next president will probably be Latio. On the high platform, he accepted everyone's cheers, always wearing a smile. Janica glanced at Ad and asked worriedly, what if she really becomes president? Ed replied calmly, at St. Sylvania Academy, no one will be able to stop Latio anymore. Latio stepped down from the platform, but his expression quickly darkened. The one approaching was Tanya. He gave a soft chuckle. She sneered while tidying her nails. Tanya only nodded in passing, then brushed right past her. But Latio didn't let it go, asking, what's wrong? Senzaku looks pretty tense. Tanya halted, hesitated for a long moment, and finally spoke up. I didn't kill Ad. Then she stepped onto the high platform. Watching her back, Tio couldn't help but curl his lips into a faint smile. Tanya quickly stepped up to the podium. In an instant, the atmosphere fell silent. She took a deep breath. Adjusting her outfit, she then began her speech. Hello, I am running for the position of Student Council President this term. I am Tanya Rodler. But below, there was still a blanket of silence. Tanya's voice continued. The reason I stand here is because. As she spoke, shouts of insults began to erupt, harsh and scathing. Seeing this, Tio snorted coldly in disdain. Was she trying to prove her innocence, or did she truly have political talent? But the speech had already lasted 10 minutes, and no one responded. After a while, Tanya finally finished her speech. No sooner had she stopped speaking than someone below called her a murderer. Not only that, they began throwing objects at her. The entire school erupted instantly, demanding she explain Ad's death. Tanya didn't give up, continuing to thank everyone, but it still couldn't stop the projectiles raining down in an instant. The ground at her feet was littered with debris, papers, plastic bottles, even pebbles, causing her to slip and fall. At that moment, Tanya looked pitiable. She was engulfed in the torrent of insults. In truth, standing there was a reckless move in this situation. Being on the podium from the start was foolish. Should she have fled? Even now, she had to find a way to escape, but under the onslaught and curses of everyone, she couldn't lift a foot. At that moment, a surge of magical energy suddenly appeared. Under everyone's horrified gaze, a spirit beast emerged. Moreover, a figure appeared on its back. Tanya glanced at the writer. Memories began to blur and fade away. Those memories became hazy, making it impossible for her to tell dream from reality. Just as she was about to give up, unable to recall, the moments in memories suddenly became clear, like a miracle. The person grabbed her hand, pulling her out of the mire. Anyone who experienced that moment would never forget it. The one offering help was none other than S. He finally spoke. There's much to explain, but first let's handle this situation. A few days before S appeared on the podium, when Merylda appeared in human form, she chatted happily with Ad. The mana efficiency is much better, right? Of course, there were still limitations on what could be done. But at this level, it was negligible, and the moment she appeared, Ziggs was thrown back. X looked at Merylda's current form, a little bewildered. He felt something was odd. By this point in the story, Zip's development had reached its maximum according to the original script. The mana he had used was not massive, yet he was completely depleted. He had used every magical method at his disposal. If he had exhausted all the clever tactical moves, nearly trump cards against Merylda. By his calculations, he should have won, but while talking to Merylda, an anomaly occurred. Zip rushed to attack Merylda. Merylda was slightly frightened. With this body form, she could move only with difficulty, so she was slashed by Zix's blade. Zip's spear point naturally approached Ad. The situation changed in an instant. Zip quickly raised his hand in surrender. I lost. Then Ziz spoke. You've learned a valuable lesson. In just a year, Ad had trained to this level, leaving Zik astonished. In fact, Ad was similar. Zip had grown stronger than in the original script. His calculations were off. Then he calmly said, because you've also grown much stronger. Ziz sighed. Even without senior Ad, I would continue training, but seeing you grow stronger every day motivates me even more. Saying this, he smiled at Ad. Seeing this, he sat down and chatted with Jips, because all along, he had tried to control everything according to the script. Of course, maintaining the advantage of future information was also part of why he reached the future where Taylor won. In the final battle, there was a mandatory condition, because he thought the script was the optimal solution. But in reality, the script had been twisted and altered multiple times, becoming a threat. He had to keep trying to fix it. As a result, he gradually developed a fear of uncontrollable variables. Therefore, even after hearing that Kaduk and Nock had escaped, he hesitated whether to save Tanya. Once he intervened, it meant the script he had worked to preserve would become warped and uncontrollable. But look at what's happening now. Taylor's companion to the final battle, Zip, had become much stronger. If necessary, Ad could intervene directly, and he too had grown stronger. Most importantly, the number of reliable teammates at his side had increased significantly. Maybe this is just a naive thought, but sometimes thinking like that isn't so bad. It doesn't really affect anything. Deviating from the script has already given you many advantages. That means things don't necessarily only go in a negative direction. That's why you ended up at the podium. Back in reality, the podium had become chaotic because of the appearance of that giant spirit. But a reassuring voice echoed, everyone please stay calm. In that moment, Joseph casually said, I've seen that high-level spirit before. Immediately, everyone stopped fleeing. They had seen it, yes, but few could actually control it. And finally, someone realized it. At this moment, Ed leaned into the microphone. Hello, I'm Ed Roddle. You said Tanya didn't kill you. You also said you support her. Third-year valedictorian Janika, along with Lucy and Phonia, have declared support for Tanya. So have Glebius and Elvira. There's no doubt they would back Tanya as Ash wants. Ziz, Joseph, and even Wade. Ed thinks convincing them to secure votes won't be too difficult. But before talking about costs and benefits, there's something you need to do first. Thinking that, he continued, please make sure Tanya's message is conveyed completely. As a family member, Ed always supports Tanya. With Ed present, the podium returned to normal, and the election speech went more smoothly. After the chaos at the podium, Ed was summoned to the principal's office for questioning. The interrogator kept repeating questions about what he had experienced recently, and he could only stand by and nod mechanically. He stopped counting the number of questions once it passed double digits. It was so frustrating, even if they said it was the last time, he couldn't trust it. While he was dazed, a voice suddenly startled him. He looked toward the source of the sound and saw a dignified figure sitting there. It was none other than Principal Obel. He gave an order. Come in quickly, there's discussion happening in the building. I've read all the investigation documents. You must have worked hard. Obel poured a cup of tea and continued. Enduring such a tricky situation. On behalf of the Academy, I apologize for the lapse in security. He denied it. No, the other side prepared thoroughly and had a plan. Previously, with normal countermeasures, it was hard to prevent. He sipped his tea, relieved. Hearing you say that makes me feel better. Obel's tone became serious, but what about reality? I feel everything was forced. He analyzed it in detail. Timing-wise, it's like you waited until Kadich and Nock escaped. Waited until the mastermind thought they were dead, then calmly appeared. I don't know how noble families like the Rose Taylors compete internally, nor do I intend to investigate, but I manage this academy. When things happen here, I must report to the royal family. If I report that you're still alive, Rose Taylor, one of the royal powers, will also know. The outcome might not go as you wish, Ed suggested, Could we postpone it for a while then? Obel asked curiously, why should I take that risk? He mentioned, you probably guessed, the mastermind behind my supposed death. Is my father Krabben Rosteller, head of the Rosteller family and holding real power in the royal family? He said coldly. I don't care about matters outside the academy. Ed continued, even the Rose Taylor family, a royal power, doesn't want to stir trouble without information. If issues arise later, reporting then is fine, so where's the risk? Obel reviewed the documents and called out, Ezra Taylor, your achievements are skyrocketing. Your reputation among students is also changing strangely. Your sister, Tanya Rose Taylor, also has promising potential and is receiving positive evaluations from the academy's top students. It's like you've become a completely different person. That made Ed feel like he fell into an ice pit. Obel slammed the file down, as I said before. Sylvania always supports her students, especially talented ones like you. I will see you again and remember this name. Principal Obel seemed aware of the whole situation, but chose to turn a blind eye. This way, the fact that I'm still alive won't leak outside the academy. Killy's side is refusing a gift from someone with an excuse. Miss Tania has finished her schedule today, don't disturb her and go back. She also won't accept improper gifts. Ed watched from afar worried. Is this really okay? That's the saint. Tanya's voice echoed. I was waiting for you. When I heard the principal summoned you, I was extremely worried. You congratulated her, hearing that the election results were almost certain. Congratulations, the day you finally shine has arrived. Tania replied shyly, still unable to completely relax. Tania's integrity had been proven. Among the 12 fourth-year students in Class 3, 8 supported her. Most of the top-ranking students sided with Tania. But the most important reason Tania received an overwhelming number of votes was Lodel's downfall. Lodel stubbornly tried to turn the election into a direct showdown between her and Tania. As a result, everyone completely forgot about the other candidates. A two-horse race between Lodel and Tania emerged. Then, just as both sides were equally supported, an article was published. Everyone knew it exposed Lodel for embezzling funds from the trade association. She had abused her position to oppress partners. In the end, she was forced to resign in disgrace. Thanks to this, only Tania's supporters remained. The two of them sat down on a bench by the road. Tania said sadly, while I was busy campaigning, you were busy investigating. We hardly had a chance to talk, did we? Her mood lifted thinking about the future, knowing there would be plenty of opportunities to talk later. But first, I still want to say thank you. Ad interrupted, looking exasperated. You've said that so many times already. Tania grumbled, no, forget it. She sighed again, but I have a question I was afraid to ask because it might be rude. But I couldn't hold back. May I ask? When you declared your support for me in the election, what made you insist on standing by me? If you wanted to stay hidden, you wouldn't need to show yourself so openly. It was as if you couldn't bear to see me treated unfairly. That feeling, Tania looked at him sitting beside her. Right? Ad said gently, that's right, because you are family to me. I will always support you unconditionally, so of course I stand by you. Those words warmed Tania's heart. She said, now that I'm the student council president, I will surely act fairly. But might I be a little biased? After all, I'm human. If you are in danger, just tell me. I will help wherever I can. Having said that, Tania left immediately, leaving Ad behind with a faint smile on his lips. Another person came over to talk. Lotel repeated what he had said. Because you are family, of course I will stand by you. She teased, family, that sounds wonderful. He was surprised. When did you arrive? She replied, since you said that to Tania seriously. Ad asked about the recent situation, if there were any unpleasant rumor. Are you okay, kid? Lotel removed her round hat, smiling brightly. Of course, everything is going according to plan. The decisive factor in Tania's victory was the scandal of embezzling the trade association's funds and abusing partner. It was Lodel's faction that deliberately exposed this scandal. From the start, they created a two-horse race between Tania and Lodel, making all other candidates invisible. Lotel personally visiting Princess Phenia to show hostility toward Tania was also a calculated move. Thanks to this, Tania was forced to run. Both carried the burden of Ed's debt. When he returns, they will surely support him to repay that debt. But he reminded, you will have many enemies. Even if Lotel turned the entire academy against you, she still hoped at least that senior would stand by you. Knowing Lodel's plan, he decided to save Tania. The fight with Ditch only helped Ad remove his remaining hesitation. She said, you helped because it's family, not a lie. But to say he didn't consider Tania's potential value would be another lie. The upcoming fourth-year period will be a battle with the Rothiller family, and S is already their enemy. While Tania, as someone inside the family, will become extremely useful for diversion and information gathering. But such hidden aspects only need to be understood by those who know the truth. For example, a girl who has lived among scheming people since childhood. Lodel reminded, recently, your reputation in the academy has been poor. Young Miss Tania also seems not very fond of you, so perhaps you will let Senior Ad temporarily handle this. He replied, you have a bad habit of controlling and manipulating others, Lotel. She said calmly, just occupational habits. You get manipulated too, don't you? Ad stopped and asked, are you really okay? She didn't mind linking her arm with his. Rumors can't take my money away, so what's there to worry about? Actually, I'm suited to being the villain, Lotel said with a mischievous smile. Just don't make Senior your enemy. You know the principle, in every relationship there are hidden parts. So, no one can fully grasp all the intentions behind it. And so, the story enters a new phase. Princess Phenia, who does not hold the council president position. Where will she go now? And how will the conflict between the royal family and the Rothstiller family unfold? How will the remaining 3 episodes play out? We can only keep watching. Ad walked to a small house. Nearly a month already. Being back here really makes it feel different. Of course, there are still countless things that need to be done right away. He had to clean up the training camp and restore it to its usual state. He opened the door. Inside, nothing had been put in order yet. Snoring rumbled from within the house. S glanced at the hat lying on the bed and at the girl sleeping soundly. He studied her sleeping face. It looked so peaceful. Ed let out a long sigh, his mood finally loosening. He took a book from the shelf, then sat down quietly to read. After a while, he covered his face with the book to rest. Just a short break. The house sank into a quiet night, and at last things returned to normal. 3 days later, news that Tania had appointed the student council president reached S in the office. Janika asked, "You're grading that?" Melina, the senior professor of spirit studies, replied, "Why not? I'll even give you bonus points. Of course, in terms of academic knowledge, you still can't compare with the professors. But at your age, you can command even high-ranking spirits, can't you? In terms of instinct and feel, you're already at the very top, even compared with professional spirit mages." Janika asked curiously, "But why me?" Melina revealed. "Because there'll be a combined live combat practicum soon. You need to show the authority of a senior." She cut in, "I don't want to show any authority at all." Melina understood. "I wasn't expecting that either. But you're the top student, the best spirit mage in this academy. And yet throughout class, you're always beaming like that, floating on cloud 9. I know you're dating Ad, but you seem way too absorbed. Looking at your face, one might think your mind has drifted off somewhere." Janika's face flushed with embarrassment. "Wait, what?" Her expression turned red. "What? Why would she suddenly say that?" Melina clearly didn't believe it. "Don't joke. Up until now, not only in the elemental studies class, but also in joint lessons on noble etiquette and elemental studies, the two of you have always stuck together. Whether in the student cafeteria or the welfare area, it's the same. They're always side by side." She noticed, especially recently, that whenever the two of them, their faces would go blank with a shy, secretive smile. "What were you thinking that you even laughed during class, just like kids experiencing love for the first time?" Janika, embarrassed, avoided the professor. "Please don't talk about this with anyone else." She laughed and replied, "I have no interest in the love lives of kids your age." Melina had something to emphasize, but everyone already thought the same. Janika blushed and turned to look at the people beside her. Hearing that she and Ad were dating, her face showed complete astonishment. Riding from Hongdu, crossing 3 days and nights, one finally reaches Eastern Spatter. South of Eastern Spatter lies a vast mountainous region where livestock farming thrives. It's called Fulan. Following the deep valleys of Fulan toward the mountains, you'll see a small village named Torrent, home to fewer than 300 residents. From when she first babbled as a toddler, Janika Paliova could see spirits, and everyone believed that one day she would become a genius of the village's renown. The village occasionally welcomed visitors. Among them, the young male boy left the deepest impression on Janika, for he was the only one who used polite forms of speech with her. In this countryside, most young people left for the city. Janika, from childhood, had always been the village's beloved youngest child, so the polite speech toward her was very unusual. But because of that strangeness, she and the male boy gradually grew closer. She grew up in the loving arms of everyone, gentle as water, pure as snow, the pride of the whole village. Everyone adored her. And the male boy, who occasionally visited, naturally couldn't escape that orbit either. Janika was a girl who didn't know what it meant to refuse. Yet at that time, she was still a girl who didn't fully understand love, and she rejected the bouquet he offered. The male boy left as if fleeing and didn't return for a long time. When he did, what he brought was beyond imagination. An acceptance letter from Sylvania Academy, along with a saying, "Farewell," a polite expression completely unfamiliar to her. 3 years had passed since she enrolled at Sylvania, and memories of that boy had faded over time. But for Janika Paliova, rejecting someone was still frightening, and polite forms of speech remained strained. Her teacher's voice reminded her, "Janika, I've been standing here for days. If you need advice or to submit applications, just tell me. If it falls under our jurisdiction, we'll handle it immediately." Janika hesitated anxiously. "I've brought an application to leave Mary Dormitory." Perplexed, "I don't understand why you hesitate so much. But if you don't know what to do, try talking to those around you. Don't you have many people willing to help? One person who listens." Normally, there are always many such people around Janika, but because of all the attention when she wants to escape, Janika finds it even harder to speak up. even to her closest friend. Her best friend once said, "When I saw that expression on his face all day, I should have realized he was still alive," she replied sheepishly. Sorry, there really was a reason. She didn't make things difficult anymore. Well, it's what it is, but now what else are you worried about? Janika answered, "You know, I'm never good at rejecting anyone because turning someone down makes me feel guilty." Anis slammed the table and stood up. Exactly, that's why you became his unpaid servant. You locked yourself up and took care of his meals and cleaning. So what did Ad need your help with this time? Janika blushed and denied. No, it wasn't that, I just did it because I wanted to. Actually, this time I wanted to tell Ad something, but he's too close. Always by my side, so it's hard to find the word. She calmed herself. So, then try creating a little distance. That way you can more easily make requests and also refuse when needed. Honestly, you two should be a little less close. If you keep taking each other for granted, how can there be any excitement? Right. After speaking, Anis was startled. If Janika could keep distance. From essay, what nonsense am I saying? But if the distance grows and Ad is alone, then I still spoke. How to make him impatient, create a little distance. Janika didn't object at all. Thank you, you look really happy, I've figured it out. Well, I'll go now, nice seeing you, Anis. She intended to stop her from behind, but then let it go, blaming herself. Seriously, what was I imagining? What did I just do? Meanwhile, Ad was reading the information board, high-level crafting techniques. Slowly mastering 6 magic techniques, crafting technique level 7. Crafting speed 4, collected crafting formulas. Unlocked the crafting formula for Telos Lovey's Bone Ice Amulet, Millennium Thunder Staff. Loxai Lovey's Hipworn Hourglass. He felt the number of formulas he had collected was quite high, completing all of them was unfeasible, but what he wanted most remained the Bone Ice Amulet of Telos Lovey, the Millennium Thunder Staff, Locke's Eye, and Lovey's Hip Hourglass. Among them, the Millennium Thunder Staff was the most valuable, and its crafting formula was relatively simple. But its power level was extremely high and extremely rare. Item information displayed. Millennium Thunder Staff enhances resonance with all elemental spirits, boosting the magical efficiency of spirit-based spells. Ed understood, however, that the crafting materials were extremely hard to acquire. A branch was not an ordinary branch, but a branch from a 1,000-year-old tree, twisted by lightning before it could be used. In the script, this item would appear in the protagonist's inventory as a reward for the final mission in Chapter 3. But in reality, there was nowhere easy to pick or buy it. A 1,000-year-old tree was not easy to find, but at least in this northern forest. There was still one tree Ed considered an idea. The problem was the lightning. When he looked back at Lucy, a thought occurred to him. Lightning, he called to her as she was waking up. Hey, Lucy, she frowned in annoyance at being woken. Ed's face suddenly appeared, startling Lucy into a scream. She panicked and leaped onto a branch to hide. From below, he asked dejectedly, "How many times have I woken you, and each time you're startled like that?" "Never mind, sorry for scaring you," Lucy stammered. "It's okay, just say it, no problem." Seeing her panic, Ed set the matter aside. "Leave it for later, it's not urgent, it's already time for our appointment." Morning sunlight shone through the trees. Janica poked her head out, smiling. "Good morning." He reminded her, "Janica, you're a bit late." She acknowledged it. "Yeah, about 10 minutes late," Ed asked, puzzled. "Why not take the shortcut for convenience? Anything happen?" She denied it. "Nothing, just late." Inwardly reminding herself, keep distance, keep distance. Ed closed the book in his hands and stood up. Of course he was busy, but still helped me practice spirit sensing. "I'm very grateful. Want a cup of tea?" Janica blushed again. "Thank you." Her heart was in turmoil. Distance. How should I maintain distance after finishing the training? Ed praised, "Now you've truly mastered controlling spirits, your progress is fast," she replied. "Mariuta will need a bit more time. But now you understand moots well. Magic consumption should also be reduced. Moot seems very compatible with you." It flew out, saying, "Being praised like this, I truly don't know where to hide my face. Yes, I'll strive to train harder." Another person appeared. "Good morning." Seeing Belle, he knew she came for Lucy. She admitted, "Indeed. Vice Principal Day Trow wants to meet Miss Lucy, the top student of the grade." Belle held Lucy in her arms, bowing. "When I heard you passed away, I was truly shocked, but now seeing you healthy like this, I'm somewhat relieved," he replied. "Sorry for making you worry, Belle. I have my own hardships too." Janica stood between them, watching their glances, eyes sparking like lightning. Belle mentioned, "You know, a true servant must always maintain a low position." "That is virtue," Ed replied. "I see. Even so, I won't change how I speak." She said irritably, "Then I'll take my leave. I still need to check the maids' work, especially their forms of address." He paid no attention. "Is that so? Anyway, I will continue using honorifics." Janica stood aside, observing them. This expression was rare indeed. Between Ed and Belle, there really was a hidden struggle. She thought of one point: distance. Those words surprised Janica indeed. Honorifics, she turned to remind Janica. "Miss Janica, I was worried when you moved to Deck Dorm, but seeing you healthy like this is fortunate." She smiled. Living with friends isn't so bad. Janica prepared to leave. After all, she had to prepare for exams and help Miss Lucy tidy herself. "I'll take my leave first." Janica waved goodbye. Take care of yourselves too. Goodbye, Belle sent her wishes. May your studies go smoothly. As she gradually left, Janica called from behind. Hey, Ed. Blushing, she suggested, let's try speaking using honorifics. He was surprised. Honorifics, why all of a sudden, what's up? Janica described, sweating. Not just honorifics, but like we're meeting for the first time. Don't feel awkward. Her hand lightly tugged at S's sleeve. Just Janica seems a bit sad. I just want to try once. If you insist, Ed agreed. All right. He thought that curfew at deck dorm would be soon. Just talk a few sentences and then politely part ways, that should suffice. Janica suddenly said, Ad, hello. Hearing it, he was stunned. Ad felt like he'd just walked straight into a prison cell, but what was this feeling? He hesitated. Yes. Seeing Janica blushing shyly, he felt like that emotion was rubbing off on him too. He couldn't understand why she was this embarrassed, but the tense atmosphere spread to him as well. 3 minutes later, the fire was blazing. The two sat by the flames, awkwardly unsure what to say next. Janica spoke up. It's nothing. Ad only then noticed there had been a few awkward moments lately. But this time, the tension was several times worse between two people who used to be comfortable. Now it had turned stiff and unnatural. He glanced at Janica beside him, her face bright red. The problem was, she was the one who suggested this, and she clearly hadn't expected it to end up like this. But they had to break this mood fast. Should he say something? Just as he was about to shatter the silence, Janica suddenly shouted. Look, it's almost curfew for the dorms. She bowed to him and ran off. Thanks for today, see you tomorrow. She left Ad behind, utterly exasperated. What was that? He thought about the future. Did he really have to keep doing this? The next day, Ad leaned against a tree, reading. A voice rang out. So, are you seriously going to keep up this polite speech routine with Janica? Besides, you saw everything already. Why ask? Maryuta sat on a branch with a book. I'm not so idle that I'd follow you all the way to the academy. Did something happen in class too? He told her what happened. Since yesterday it had been the same. Whenever he met Janica, the atmosphere felt strange. He'd greeted her with, nice to see you. And she'd turned shy again. Ad compared it. It's like some bottled-up tension is bursting out in the weirdest way. At first, I didn't think much of it. But now it really felt like something was going on. Maryuta lightly dropped to the ground and said, so, she lowered her head and asked, are you worried about Janica? Ad answered flatly, of course I'm worried. Then he changed the subject. Oh right, can I snap off these 2 branches? I'm planning to make a staff from Millennium wood struck by lightning. Maryuta guessed it right away. What? Inventing another tool again? I thought you were actually thinking about Janica. Didn't expect you to be busy too. Then she added, but really it's just a branch or 2, you don't need my permission, he explained. But isn't this your tree? It's even called the guardian tree of Mariadama. She revealed that's a bit hard to explain. If you want to be precise, I protect this entire forest. It's just that an old friend slapped that name onto this tree on their own. He asked curiously, an old friend? Well, you've lived so long you must have a lot of ties. Maryuta replied, first question, why do spirits take the form of animals? Obviously I can take human form like this. And like I told you, this isn't easy. Spirits choose animal forms because that's what they're most familiar with and the easiest to imitate. So if they want to become human, they need a model to copy too, right? Maryuta asked, then who do you think I copied? Ad gave up. How would I know? Sitting down beside him, she disclosed. Since I signed a contract with you, I can read your heart. He blinked. What? Maryuta continued. I created the shape of a girl who's closest to your ideal type. Even Ad was shocked. So that's my type, that's a surprise. Merylda blushed. Of course it's a surprise. Turns out she was teasing him, it was a lie. Ad stared. You're kidding, right? Maryuta replied. Reading your thoughts, how could that be possible? Besides, shapeshifting is extremely difficult magic. You can't just do it whenever you feel like it. I've lived for a very long time, long enough that the rise and fall of the Sylvania Academy is nothing more than a trivial matter to me. Back when this island, Aiken was still a deserted island, there was no academy at all. I met that girl then, she wasn't wearing any splendid outfit. She always kept things simple and free-spirited. That was what impressed me most. This form is exactly what she looked like, the most special person. The most different among everyone I've ever met. He quietly thought of someone who poured magic into the guardian tree, turning it into the source. The one who founded this academy, then had Meryl to protect this forest. A connection the game never mentioned, so everything was linked this tightly. Right now, standing before him was a great mage, a brilliant scholar, the grand sage of Sylvania. The sky gradually darkened and starlight glittered overhead. While Ad was peeling an apple, Janica came to find him again. Hi, she hesitated. Are you well? Ah no, hello, that's not right, hello. He didn't know what to say. Yes, he immediately offered Janica some apple. Do you want some apple? Ah no, here, have some. Yes, Janica agreed. Yes, sir. She sat quietly to the side, waiting for Ad to finish peeling it. When he was almost done, Janica quickly held out a plate. Here, right here. The two ate apples in awkward silence. As Janika flustered, she thought, what am I supposed to do? He glanced at her with her face buried in her knees. Either keep speaking formally or talk normally, pick one. Ad asked worriedly, what is it? Janika, are you not feeling well? She denied it. It's nothing, it's a bit awkward to look straight at you and talk. So I have something I want to ask, but it might sound a little weird. So listen to the whole thing first, then answer, okay? No, please answer me. Ed picked up another apple and started peeling it. Anyway, physically, I'm an adult now. If she'd finally managed to speak up, then I should stay calm and listen. Janika suddenly brought up this, if she left the Dex dorm and moved to live with me at the camp. What would I think? I froze and even stopped peeling the apple. Janika hurriedly raised her voice. Are you okay? Really okay? I fell into thought. Living outdoors or fighting, I've been used to this kind of life for over a year now. I thought I could handle any situation. But when I accidentally nicked my finger, it gave me a moment to sort out my thoughts. After bandaging the cut, Ed spoke. First of all, you probably expected some of this already. But there are a few things that still need to be made clear, even if it feels pointless to say them out loud. I truly think you're a very good person, sincere and reliable. Not just me, I'm sure everyone thinks so, but first, I like you still. There's something I have to say clearly. That is, since I'm a guy, listen carefully. Janika, I don't know what you're thinking, but you're really beautiful, I mean stunning. Right now, I can treat you politely and patiently. But if we live under the same roof, no one can know what might happen. Janika tried to steady herself. Wait, hold on. Calm down, Ed said bluntly that basically all men have the same instincts. So even though I'm grateful you trust me, but Janika cut in beside him. But she seemed to quietly allow it. If it was Ed, it would be fine. That made Ed's face flush red and she was incredibly embarrassed too. The two of them just stared at each other as a fierce emotion flared up. Ed felt that all this time there had always been a thin boundary between him and Janika, sometimes distant, sometimes close. Suddenly speaking so formally like this made the atmosphere both more unfamiliar than usual and strangely intimate. Right after the grueling, exhausting student council president election, just coming back to camp and feeling that release and lightness, Janika unexpectedly suggested living together. It was beyond imagination. It even felt like she was whispering, can you still hold out? Can you hold out? She deliberately said a temptation as if she wanted me to let go of reason. Janika, but Ed proactively moved closer to her and asked softly, are you really that tired? Ed understood her well. Whenever something sudden happened, there was always a deeper reason behind it. If Janika suddenly brought this up, then first I should think about what the real reason was. Janika smiled. Ed, there's really nothing you don't know, is there? She admitted. I think I want to run away. I miss the time when I could be alone in my own room in the Ophelis dorm. Does that sound stupid? From the start, for someone like me who once lost control under the pressure of everyone's gaze, living in a shared dorm like Dex was never easy. All day long, facing so many eyes, forcing myself to respond with the gentlest smile. I've tried to endure it for nearly a year. To me, this camp is like a place to hide. So I thought, what if I just hid here for good, even though I knew it was a hard request for Ed. I know running away won't solve anything. I also know Ed would find it troublesome, but at least I wanted to try asking once. Ed understood what she was feeling. It really was a lot to ask, but Janika. At the end of the day, the reason I feel awkward about this request doesn't have anything to do with your problem. Right? In life, everyone ends up troubling others sometimes, and also has to carry other people's burdens. If you feel like it's too much on your side, then next time I'll ask you for some annoying favor to balance it out, okay? It's not like we only just met yesterday. We can just trade favors back and forth like that. We're going to know each other for a long time. Even so, living under the same roof is still a bit difficult. Maybe we should put up another small tent. Seeing her reaction, Ed was surprised. I thought Janika would jump for joy, but she only smiled quietly. Her reaction was completely different from what I expected. Janika threw her arms around him. Thank you. He let out a sigh of relief because from this moment on, their relationship felt more at ease. No more formal speech now. Ed's hand gently patted her head. Janika seemed like she wanted to keep a bit of distance so it wouldn't be so awkward, but it looked like she failed. And even if she'd succeeded, nothing would have changed anyway. Because she was always the type to help anyone in trouble, and kindness isn't always repaid. But if someone like that collapsed and cried, then no matter how cold-hearted I was, I could not put a hand on her shoulder. The next day, morning came and a new day began. Ed woke up thinking about last night. Even so, putting up another tent wouldn't be easy. He had to prepare for classes, and he also wanted to finish the staff as soon as possible. Just thinking about how to manage his time kept him up. A voice rang out. You're awake, Ed Rose Taylor. Perfect timing, I need your opinion. I've never set up a tent before. It glanced at Ed's face. You look tired. Actually, same here. There was a party in the spirit realm all night yesterday. It was a celebration after all. Now we just need to set up the tent. I've already picked the spot. Placing it on the opposite side seems more reasonable. It feels nice to see each other every morning when stepping outside. Maybe it's also kind of romantic. Looking at the group of spirits building theirs, you think, fast, huh? Two spirits outside are discussing. Setting it right next to theirs isn't bad, but it might be a bit cramped. We also need some minimal privacy, right? Anyway, it's set up now. Or should we place them a bit closer together? Mo lightly taps your shoulder from above. It shouts, the overall plan is about 10 days. Tak kan nim me. Mo, as the chief of the construction site, will plan the work as efficiently as possible. The spirit is surprised. 10 days, it confirmed. Yes, I've reviewed the schedule of the junior spirits, planned their rest, and find that timeframe reasonable. If things go well, it can be shortened. The angry spirit says, in my time, the magic users had to run around for 3 days and nights, crossing mountains for a whole week, yet they still fought well the next day. Now, with more magic users and easier spirit contracts, junior spirits are getting lazier, only thinking about resting. Mo begins to tremble. Then let's shorten it as much as possible, see if we can do it in a week. It replies, then when will we reach the intermediate spirit? 5 more days should be enough, right? Ed is surprised. 5 days before it took me months. Mo has no choice, no other way, we just have to do it. We can do it, we must do it. You think silently, sorry Mo, I really didn't mean it. Ed sighs, picking up the toolkit. He walks to the silvery white log. Solving the timing issue is fortunate anyway. So I can make a staff from the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree. All this time I've wanted to repay her. Just letting her stay isn't enough. Ed begins carving the staff. Even though she has many staffs given by friends and family, she still uses the old oak one. So I don't know if she'll like it, I just hope Janica will like it. Meanwhile, as night falls, Lucy tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Outside, the group of magic users works hard, probably exhausted from a day of setting up tents. But the real reason is Lucy sees Janica sitting leisurely on a chair, humming, and it makes her furious. Seeing her, Janica cheerfully greets Lucy. She knows the one smiling and greeting her is Janica, but they had argued once before. Janica isn't the type to provoke or be cruel, but she doesn't want to lose. She formally announces she will live here. This angers Lucy, her expression darkens. On Ed's side. Along the east square, he sighs, carrying a stack of books, thinking, I want a bunch of elemental magic books because I've decided to learn a new type of magic. Previously, Ed tried a forward punch, intermediate magic. The burst point accumulation is a decent combat spell, but its destructive power is only like a basic spell. Facing someone like a senior, the surest way is to overwhelm with firepower. Ed is stunned, thinking, firepower. Here he meets a girl playing a musical instrument, the guardian of the sacred flame, the wanderer, and the whole prophetic family. She is Adele Ceres, one of Tilly's teammates, appearing continuously since Chapter 1, but not much presence in the game. She sees nothing special about him. Seeing him leave, Adele speaks, busy today, huh, Senior Ed. He's surprised, didn't expect her to start a conversation. Ed asks, you mean me? Adele answers, I've heard Tilly and Isla talk about you a lot. They seem to have very complex feelings toward you. He replies, not really my concern. Silently thinking, but I am a little curious about Tilly. According to Zix, he is progressing well. If things go on like this, the upcoming mixed combat shouldn't be a problem. Adele suddenly asks, want to hear a piece of music? I used to be a wandering musician across the continent, though now settled in Sylvania. He refuses, no, it's too heavy, she says regretfully. Oh, what a pity. As he tries to leave, Adele calls, Senior Ed, one day when you reach your family's position, you'll have to kill the one you respect most. If you hesitate, then the one who dies will be you. Remember that. Ed is stunned hearing this. A prophecy, Adele calmly strums the instrument. In any situation, she relies on her prophetic ability to see the future. Yet these predictions are not always accurate. Best not to pay them much mind. Still, the unease is stronger because Ed knows exactly what the future holds. According to the script in Chapter 3, Adele will die. Ed quietly watches her retreating figure. A voice suddenly surprises him, I hate that. Previously, Ed planned to make 2 staffs from the branch of the 1,000-year-old lightning-struck tree. One for Janica, one for himself. So he asked Lucy for help. Ask her to make a ritual for me, but she only agreed to do it once. I advised her, magic only needs to be used once anyway. You sighed, then agreed to make just one and hand it to Janica. After all, it's a powerful staff. Better give it to someone who can use it well. Lucy started crying. She agreed, all right, she would make both for you. Lucy held your arm but set one condition, nothing serious. You were surprised, a condition. She had dragged you along saying, come with me somewhere. Lucy walked while telling the story. Archmage Glock, a recognized figure at every academy in fields like these. Like elemental studies, monster ecology, herbalism, applied magic. Principal sensing, spirit studies. His research achievements span across all domains. Especially, he once defeated the Supreme Fire Spirit according to Office and the Supreme Water Spirit Fritz, simultaneously 2 top-tier spirits. After retiring, he devoted himself to training the next generation, investing all his wealth into education and research. Saving academia, he hardly spent a penny on himself. If Sylvania established this academy, The one who made it a world-class institution was Archmage Glock. After dedicating all his assets to the academy, he withdrew to live in the vast mountains of Radalia. While walking, a voice called from behind. Wasn't he dating Janika? While she continued speaking, you were still thinking. And then, in that monastery, he adopted an abandoned child who was Lucy. Unexpectedly, Lucy's latent magic was even more terrifying than Glock had imagined, a rare talent of humanity. The final years of the Archmage's life were devoted to guiding this precious gem. If written into a book, it would be an epic of a grand adventure. Yet the ending remained tragic. The young wife he met had died in battle with the monsters. According to Office, his close companions also passed away before him. Around him were only blind worshippers and those who wanted to exploit his fame. Perhaps that's why he chose seclusion in a camp in the mountains. But at least Lucy had someone who inherited his will. On a rainy day in the shabby camp, Glock told himself this was the end of his life. Lucy continued, the journey of Archmage Glock ended like that. And my journey began from there, even though it has now ended. You were surprised it's already over. Lucy dragged Ed into a forest and asked, do you know where that old man's homeland is? You replied, according to history class. Glock must be from the lawless land of Henton. She denied it. No, the history book is wrong. That was just where he spent his childhood. Ed was surprised. Really? She stopped at a beach. His true homeland is this island of Akron. He always reminisced about his days in Akron, even in his final moments. Still worrying about the academy, truly a foolish old man. His homeland in his heart was this Akron island. There's nothing to be done about that. Lucy began recounting her reluctant journey. At that time, all that remained for a tiny Lucy was a very broken staff and the cold body of an old man. The body was wrapped in a blanket, tightly tied with ropes, then frozen with magic. For most wizards, maintaining ice magic for an hour alone would drain all their energy. But at that moment, Lucy could do it easily. Just thinking about it sends chills down the spine. Glock's camp was in the Radulgner Mountains in northwestern Lucidia. So the journey started from there, heading south, passing through the Eureka Forest. Lake Aka, reaching the land of Metallum Creek, continuing through the May land plains, gliding past the holy city of Kabiha, crossing the Black Kin Swamp. Only then could she reach the borders of the Lowell Empire, then the territory along the explosive route, downstream along the river, passing through the trade city Oda. Then through the Ba Kingdom on Baron Iceland, Viscount Super, Duchy of Rose Taylor, Marquisate of Bader, three nations of Tix. Crossing the Janet Mountains over the Dress River past the frontier lands of Gia Hun, continuing southwest through the Grand Fen Forest. Even when laying out a world map in a straight line, it would take forever to reach Metzer Bridge, connecting to Akin Island. Throughout the journey, Lucy had to maintain the magic, preserving her master's body while keeping herself moving, only heading in one direction. It took 3 months because of getting lost in places, then another week to find this location. Lucy led them into a cave, according to the old man's notes. This was where the Archmage and the great sage once trained and taught together. In front of her was a tomb, surrounded by some books. She introduced, "This is where my journey ends." Among them, a notable book titled Comprehensive Treatise on Sacred Magic, authored by Glock. Ed was surprised. What is this? Glock's notes on the southern continent magic were once sold for around 7,000 gold coins. Considering that it was one of the most expensive books in history, his posthumous work also contained analyses of sacred magic. Its value isn't something I can decide on my own. Lucy gave permission. Take it, I don't need it anymore. I already know everything inside it. Every word that old man said, I still remember it clearly. I haven't even lived half the life I was given. And maybe one day I'll set off on a new journey again. Or maybe I'll just live quietly like this until I leave this world. But no matter what, I have to keep the promise I made to that old man. If Sinvinia is ever in danger, even once, I'll step in to protect her. This story isn't happy, and it's not interesting to hear either. Coming here would only cause more trouble. I just really wanted you to see this. Bringing Master all the way to Akin Island for burial, he quietly thought that could count as closing, in some small way, the first chapter of his life's journey. But Lucy still couldn't escape her teacher's shadow. So whether she hoped or feared, she kept waiting for the day she could go home and see Nguyen. And so she sank into idleness. But once the preordained trial passed, she would be able to continue her own journey again, and she knew that day wasn't far off. He sat down beside Lucy and watched the sea. So at least for today, he would be lazy with her for a day. The sound of waves would drift over now and then. A late spring breeze brushed past, so even sitting for a long time it didn't feel cold or hot. Ed thought that was lucky. When Janica arrived, she was stunned to see the wooden cabin. She gasped in admiration, not expecting it could be built this quickly. Mert knelt behind her and said, "This humble one, Mert, is incompetent." Seeing the spirit casters behind him exhausted, she worried, "Hey, everyone, I told you to take it slowly." Mert replied, "No, actually, from the start you held us back. It's fine. Now we can finally pass on. We hope you all have a wonderful camping life." Their figures slowly faded away. "This is enough for us, just this is enough." Janica waved goodbye. "Thank you. Truly thank you. Even if this is just a prank-style summoning, the feeling is still strange." Either way, thank you. When she was left alone, Janica used her magic staff to write on the ground. She quietly stared at the words living together on the earth. Thinking about the days ahead, Janica's face flushed red. The cabin door behind her opened, footsteps sounding. Janica greeted Ed, but it was Lucy who stepped out. Her cold gaze swept toward the person at the door. Janica froze, staring at her. Lucy glanced at the words on the ground that she had written. The corner of her lips curled into a faint smile. Lucy was rather pleased. After all, living together wasn't as good as sleeping together. Meanwhile, Ed was reading the Holy Magic info panel. Unlock Holy Mana below level 1, Attribute Conversion level 0, Death Immunity, Time Prison level 0, Spatial Teleportation level 0, Forced Binding level 0, Mirage Phenomenon level 0. Merylda, who had been watching, stared at the magic in his hand. She bent down and asked, failed again? Just looking at it, it already seems hard to control. Can you control this flow of mana? Ed replied, I won't know until I try. Lucy leaned against him and revealed, the key to holy magic is grasping its core principle. Magic is a science that combines theory and intuition. Practice it enough times and you'll gradually understand. After she spoke, the objects around them were wrapped in a layer of magic and floated in midair. Looking at them, she guessed, seems like you've practiced quite a lot, huh? Ed rubbed Lucy's head and answered, about twice. A genius like you would probably. That's how it is. He read the book in his hands, thinking to himself, who would have thought Glock's introduction to holy magic even existed? From the start, back in the game, I already knew this was magic you couldn't learn. Holy magic is sorcery that can manipulate time, space, and the mind at will. In terms of raw power, it's at the very top, but because it can twist and break the laws of nature, it's the most incomprehensible kind of spell, and it's almost never been studied. Forget how dangerous it is, just understanding it is already far too hard. Lucy simply comprehended it by intuition, so teaching it to someone else was nearly impossible. If only Professor Gluster were here, Ed was certain that. Yes, if Professor Glass were still alive. His face suddenly showed surprise. Someone walked up and said, no, another girl again. Ziggs worried, no matter how big your manly ambitions are, if you're not careful, a real hellish future is going to happen to you. Maryuta panicked as she gradually faded away. What's wrong? You were reading the best part. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, sorry, turns out you're the spirit you met last time. I jumped to conclusions. He asked curiously, what happened? Ziggs brought over a stack of books. These are some old magic books that the senior asked me to deal with. He continued, tell Elka thanks for me. I want a review from the basics a bit. Borrowing books all the time is kind of a hassle, and you must think they're heavy too. Thanks, I should do something to repay you. He reminded him, it's fine, but if you keep overthinking it like that, why don't you work with me on the student council? It puts me in an awkward spot. But after what happened last time, Tania, no, the student council president trusts you quite a bit. Looks like she wants to keep reliable people close. In other words, she's asking whether you want to join the student council. Ad was surprised, could you just form an organization like that? Zip figured it wasn't that casual. A first-year becoming student council president was unprecedented in the history of Sinvenia, so she plans to turn this system into one of the strongest cabinets ever. Lady Kuro, a count's daughter and a third-year student. Senior Dai, the top-ranked student of the entire class 54, has joined the student council with me. And soon Joseph, the top-ranked first year in the Department of Magic. Senior Anis, outstanding assistant instructor of Group 5-3. Senior Dorothy, top-ranked in alchemy for Class 54. And you too, Senior Ad. Looks like she's trying to gather people who are both talented and trustworthy. He sat down on the log beside him and continued, so, will you refuse? You're researching magical techniques, training spirit arts, and building your physical strength at the same time. Living in the forest, and you're an honorary student too. Now you're even practicing a new kind of magic, so it's hard to take on anything else. The camp's finished. Just like I thought, but the student council president will be really disappointed. He thought to himself, as expected, ever since he saved Tania, trivial matters seemed to have become meaningless. Even being invited to join the student council was unexpected, and the member list was completely beyond anything he'd predicted. By the timeline, the next big thing is the joint combat practical in Chapter 3, the Fallen Sword Citadel of Sinvenia, the second joint combat practical. It's the biggest event right before the final battle of Chapter 3, the campaign to subjugate Lucy. This time, it's the trial the protagonist generation. Now in their second year, will have to go through again. In the original story, Cloud, the top-ranked first year in alchemy, who lost in the final battle, would eventually drink the forbidden drug called Demon God Blood. Since it's an event with a grim outcome, I remember it clearly. But now the plot has completely slipped beyond my control. Either it will unfold exactly as I know it, or it will veer in a totally different direction. From here on out, this is uncharted territory. The sound of a carriage rolling along the road. He understood, the vehicle was so enormous that if mages didn't stay up all night to cast load-reducing magic, this gigantic carriage wouldn't be able to move at all. The powerful escort looked like an army, making the residents of the holy city exclaim. A mobile palace, its operating costs are outrageous. so even the Pope rarely lets this carriage travel far from the capital. Ad glanced at the two people riding atop the carriage, watching from above. Archbishop Bertio said with a laugh, "The distance is much farther than I expected. Still, I'm glad I can come all the way here to see the Saint Maiden's condition for myself." Pope Eldon replied, "Indeed, many people have arranged visits to the surrounding nobles' territories, and that has made this itinerary quite perfect." The old man reminded them, next is Sinvinia. In the royal domain, voices of discussion rang out. They heard the Pope would be visiting, and all preparations were underway. Tania was irritably handling the work. There was already a mountain of it. Pope Eldon, ruler of the KPA Holy Land, and Archbishop Bertio, the Pope's aide, were arriving together. What was the purpose of this visit? To spread the grace of the god Telos and to hold a new baptism ceremony. Those benefits were just for show. What truly mattered was this. Right here, an audience request. She glanced at the document in her hand. They must be worried about St. Claris. After all, she's the heart of the church. And there's another audience request. She thought to herself, who would someone of the Pope's stature want to meet? A second-year student. Who is Adele? Tania ordered that in any case the schedule be arranged so they could have an audience with the Saint Maiden. Today, Pope Eldon of the Holy Imperial Capital will pay a visit, so not Kylie, but for the first time in a long while she appeared before the students as a true Saint Maiden. Belle was tidying Claris's hair. She was worried. Belle, today is the day of the joint combat practical, right? What a coincidence. It's the same day the Pope visits. I was really looking forward to the inter-YER Chinese letter. What a shame. She shared, I don't want to go back to the Holy Imperial Capital. Life at the academy is like a dream, and I still haven't met the person I need to meet. The girl who once cared for her, tended the sacred flame, and always saw clearly into the wider world. The poetess at the mountain pass. I tried taking walks along the paths where I might run into second-year seniors, but that person was always here one moment and gone the next. With an almost uncanny presence, even here it's hard to catch a glimpse. I really want to meet her soon. Stories about a friend, about getting through the exam together. Even I, who always only listened, now have stories I can tell. Of course, I don't want to tell all of these stories to the Pope. Like the top-ranked student of the entire class charging into the dorms and smashing the place apart. And a far-off noble getting dragged into a murder case. If Bertio, who always preaches a life of purity, heard about these things, he'd definitely order me to leave the academy immediately. It was always hard to refuse Bertio, not because he was a master of mind reading, but because he was like a teacher, and that made it difficult for me to say no. Belle reminded her, Saintess Claris, you can relax a little. She blinked, surprised. Do I look that tense? Anyway, I'm fine for now. Claris knew perfectly well that as long as she held to the condition that if anyone discovered her identity, she would have to give up academy life. A thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Wait, Ezra Taylor. Of course, he looked like someone who could keep his mouth shut. But what if Bertio and Ezra Taylor met? And what if, even with a 1 in 1,000 chance, Bertio used mind reading and discovered that Ezra Taylor knew her identity? Seeing Claris tense, Belle asked, would you like me to brew you a cup of tea? She refused. No, it's fine. I just have a lot to handle. Get me ready to go out. Belle frowned. It's rather urgent, pardon me, but where are you planning to go? Claris said the name out loud. Ezra Taylor. She was certain that if she saw him, she might calm down. I want to see him right now as soon as possible. Claris understood everything clearly, but Belle didn't know the reason. Still, Belle replied coolly, is that so? Silently, she thought, I don't want Ed and the Saintess to meet. Students were gathered in front of the notice board, reading the combat practicum contract and the matchup list. Janika sat at a distant table, chatting with Ed. I don't have any opponent in this joint combat practicum, Ed asked, curious. No one you want to challenge one-on-one? She hesitated. Doesn't that sound a bit arrogant? He explained, the coordinated combat practicum has started, just like last year. It's an exam where students fight each other, and the results count toward their records. Underclassmen facing upperclassmen isn't unusual either. The difference from last year is that this year's rules allow students to send challenge letters themselves and initiate challenges. Right now, according to the script, none of the first years from Class A are participating. Because of that, everyone's fired up about taking down the second years. Especially since the protagonist's generation has gathered a lot of outstanding talent, the first-year versus second-year matches are bound to be exciting. Still, hardly anyone cares about the third-year versus fourth-year matches. Janika changed the subject. So, what should we eat tonight? He replied, there's some leftover meat in the Loretto dining hall. We can just salt it and grill it, keep it simple. Ed thought, all in all, the third-year cohort that Janika and I belong to really doesn't have any notable talent. Last year, aside from Janika beating Lodel, almost no one in third year managed to beat the juniors. So for the fourth years, they could toss a challenge letter at anyone they liked and still win with ease. On the other hand, the ones who were too strong didn't receive any challenge letters at all. Janika grinned brightly. Ed's still absorbed in the book Lucy gave you. He said, it's a pretty important book. I'll probably focus on reading it for a while. Just like Janika, I haven't received any challenge letters either. Looks like I'm considered a top-tier fighter now, too. Of course, there's also the option of challenging someone first, but with Janika's personality, that probably won't be easy. She slumped over the table and muttered, "It really is important, huh?" Ed was startled. He only wanted to stay quiet and avoid attention. Then a shout rang out behind them. "Make way at once, Saintess Claris's carriage has arrived." The Saintess has arrived. He glanced over in surprise, trying to figure out just how badly the script had been distorted. Ed felt that, first of all, Claris showing up here at this time was already strange. Because the Holy Emperor's visit overlapped the schedule, she shouldn't have been able to take part in the combat practicum. Or the duels, at least. Had the Holy Emperor's visit been postponed? If so, why? What got thrown into chaos again? Janika watched the scene with surprise and confusion mixed together. Claris had come to find him. "I meant to send a letter first, but I wanted to see you sooner, so I decided to come straight here." Her eyes curved with a smile. "Hello, Senior Ed." Claris pulled out the other chair, preparing to sit. "I can't stay here for long, but if we could talk, even just a little." "That would be wonderful," Ed bowed politely. "It's an honor, Saintess." The girl beside him was a little nervous. "Yes, I'm Janika." "Saintess, it's truly an honor to meet you from this close." Seeing Janika turn to him with a pleading look, "What do I do?" Ed understood. Even living in the countryside, he knew that a third of the Empire's population were followers of the faith. The Telos Order, reacting like this upon meeting the church's Saintess, was only natural. Seeing her in person, it was hard to believe she and Kylie were the same person. Ed closed the book and set it aside. "I heard the Holy Emperor and the Grand Archbishop will be visiting soon. Is it really okay for you to be here?" Claris replied, "The Holy Emperor will personally come to visit Chixhorn. Fortunately, the schedule lines up perfectly. Because this is exactly when they're announcing the matchups for the contract combat practicum. I figured Senior S would be here. You were surprised, so she came on purpose to see you. But why?" Claris went on, "The Holy Emperor truly is sharp and wise. But the Archbishop traveling with him, Bertio, is no less impressive. Sometimes I even wonder if he can read other people's thoughts. That ability Bertio has, seeing into people's thoughts, is truly strange. Could it be a kind of holy magic? Either way, people say the Grand Archbishop can see straight into a person's heart. You finally got it, so that's it." A thought flashed through Ed's mind, Bertio. Mind reading, seeing through someone's thoughts. I get it now. Did Claris come all the way here just to say something that awkward? Bertio can read minds, and she's afraid he might discover that you already know who she really is. Ed said, "That serious? The Archbishop Bertio really is formidable. Of course. Someone like me down on my luck with a lowly status will probably never have the chance to meet him face to face in my lifetime." Claris stammered, "Is that so?" Ed confirmed it. "Yeah. Besides, I'm busy with the contract combat practicum, so I'll probably never get a chance to meet Archbishop Bertio in person." She denied it. "Absolutely not. Never." Janika hesitated. "Saintess, does that mean you came all the way here just to see Ed?" Claris didn't quite understand it herself. "That's right," she reminded them. Before meeting the Holy Emperor in a tense moment like this, he personally had a carriage sent all the way here. "Just to see Ed?" Claris shook her head. "No, I'm human too. Of course I get worried and nervous, so at times like that. Sometimes there's someone you want to see. Someone who suddenly comes to mind and makes you want to look at them just once. No, I mean it's just because I'm stressed. Someone popped into my head, just someone I unconsciously wanted to see." The more Claris talked, the more wrong it sounded, and she ran off in embarrassment. Time was passing fast. The Holy Emperor would be arriving soon. The attendants behind her hurried after her. Saintess, the two of them watched as Claris climbed into the carriage. It pulled away, leaving only a trail of smoke behind. Janika stood there blankly, then turned to look at Ed. A headache started to form. Whether it was Kylie or Claris, they were both the type he couldn't spend much time around. Ed headed to the arena floor. His opponent asked, "You didn't send a challenge letter either, like me." Ed, "Right, you're Ed, aren't you? I looked into you. They say among the freshmen, you're rumored to be pretty strong." Just strong compared to a bunch of inexperienced third years, he thought. But seriously, what the hell just happened? The other guy threatened, "Brace yourself for the first-year combat practicum. And second years have rules banning intermediate magic and sharp weapons, but it's different for upperclassmen." This was the vice captain of Combat Team 5-4. Never careless around underclassmen, he introduced himself with a bit of arrogance. "Before we fight, I'll make everything clear. You already know this. But I'll say it again, my name is Codex Vildex." People in the stands were nervous, even if sharp weapons were allowed. Anything too dangerous with high lethality was still forbidden. But Senior Codex, that's clearly just a mace. I'd been so worried when I thought I might have to fight him. An announcement from Melina, the referee, rang out. "All right, Ezra Taylor, third year, Codex Vildex, fourth year, both sides ready, begin." At that signal, Codex charged straight at him. He hoisted his axe, preparing to bring it down. "My blood is burning. I never hold back just because this is practice. If fear is already crawling through your body, you can still retreat in time." Ed stayed calm, not the least bit afraid. Flames gathered in his palm. An explosion erupted right in front of Codex. The display announced the intermediate spell 1-point blast, and scorching firepower spread outward. Codex grimaced. In the thick smoke came Codex's coughing. He hit the ground, thinking in shock, how can a mage's reflexes be this fast? Codex ground his teeth. Third years, last year he hadn't even been worth worrying about. Then two ferocious beasts took shape and Ed frowned. Where did these monsters come from? He burned them down with flames. The spectators murmured in amazement, looking at Codex sprawled on the ground. Ed thought about 5 seconds. I held back so he wouldn't get hurt, but if he wants to drag this out, then I can only apologize. He stepped up to Codex and said politely, thanks for the match. Cheers rose all around. Ed sank into thought. I was so caught up in other things that I didn't really pay attention. Leaving behind the Saintess's startling behavior, I led Janika, a master at getting lost, to her arena. Then, on the way to my own ring to face Codex, I unexpectedly ran into someone I never anticipated. And there you met Adele. We meet again, don't we, Senior Ed? Ed was startled. What are you doing here? This is Glocate Hall. Second years are supposed to be at Neo Hall, she replied. Fate really is strange. People say destiny is like the wind, it just carries you along. Looks like we've bumped into each other quite a few times by accident. Watching Adele play in front of him, Ed felt thoroughly irritated. After this combat training session ends, she prepares to leave. Then I'll head off first. He secretly thinks he knows that Adele Saris is going to die. If it were earlier, he would have hesitated, weighing options to keep the script on track. But from the moment he put Tania in charge of the student council, the storyline was completely distorted, even though he once thought it was just arrogance and reminded himself it was something he couldn't interfere with. Those he let go still left traces deep in his mind, ignoring and overlooking everything. It was not easy. He called out, "Hey, Adele." She turned back and asked, "Yes, Senior Ed." He spoke the truth. "You're about to die." Even he found it hard to believe. Hard to believe, right? When he had to explain, he realized. Yet Adele remained calm. "I know." Seeing her smile gently, Ed was shocked. What? She knows she's going to die. How does she know? Could she also be someone who crossed into this novel like he did? He hurriedly left. Impossible. First, he must quickly find Telly to determine how far the script has been twisted, then worry about Adele later. Suddenly, the ground shook in waves. Shouts rang out, "Earthquake!" Astonished cries echoed, "Earthquake, what are they talking about?" He opened the window to look outside. Even though the script had severely deviated, he always stayed ready, constantly predicting and preparing for every possibility. Just like what is happening right now, watching the tsunami engulf the buildings. Ed was stunned. Not only was it off script, it exceeded all his expectations and imagination. He blinked. Why is this thing appearing here? Its gigantic wings emerged, a creature believed extinct even in myths. A catastrophic disaster that human power could not stop. Its appearance shook everything around. It was the final boss of the failed swordsman of Sylvania. The holy long dragon had awakened, rising from the water onto the bridge. As Ed knew, the main character Taylor had defeated all the strongest first years. However, upon leaving the exam grounds after defeating Cow, the one who drank the blood of the evil god and was a member of the string instrument club, he heard that Adele had died. At that time, no one knew exactly how Adele had died. Clarice, who had been carefree, had completely lost faith in the church and changed, as if becoming a different person. The Faithless Saint, a name even gamers considered a character ruined by her sudden transformation. The Faithless Saint. The church, wishing to suppress the Faithless Saint, the one opposing it, sent troops to Akin. Ultimately, Clarice stood alone against the church's army and slaughtered them in a rage. The final boss of Chapter 3, Lucy, awakened. This was the original script of Chapter 3, but the holy long dragon Belbrock appeared here. It appeared faster than expected. The final boss of Chapter 5, the one holding all secrets of the scripts in the failed swordsman of Sylvania, had awakened. Ed realized what exactly is happening. The time stream is shifting. Just the dragon's step created chaos. Not magic, just its simple movement stirred the storm. With a single step, everything fell into disaster. The entire house shook. Ed fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth to brace himself. If he stayed there, seeing outside now in ruins, half of the communal dorm would vanish. Ed risked running. He survived because he was in the professor's building. It was simply luck that kept him alive. All right, he leapt through the window to escape. Using this magic could mean he wouldn't be able to use magic for years, maybe never again. Possibly risking his life. Supreme magic. Ed rode Merelda's back, hoping they wouldn't stop. Anyway, he wouldn't intervene like this. "Run, Merelda. Staying here will get more people killed." At the chick's building, shouts rang out. "Saint, you must run now," Clarice replied. "I know, take care of the others quickly. You all must hurry." Her attendants would protect her. "Saint, hold my hand. I will escort you to the prepared carriage." but both were killed by spikes piercing through. Claris hid. In this way, she survived one disaster. Thick dust and smoke rose, obscuring vision. She was terrified. What is happening? Seeing the objects embedded in the ground, Claris realized. Dragon scales, just scales falling to the ground. Yet it caused an earthquake. Can this disaster end? An attendant helped her. Saint, you must leave immediately. Forgive this rudeness. He called. Safu, bring the carriage quickly. Safu led a horse forward. Saint, the carriage has been destroyed. Instead, please use this horse. It has been well trained. He handed the reins to Claris. It would take the Saint across Maxer Bridge to leave Akin. She began to panic more. If I ride the horse, the situation with the attendant before her. It only made Clara more terrified. One of his arms had been severed. Fresh blood poured out. He still forced himself to keep a tight grip on the reins and press against the horse's neck. As she climbed onto the horse's back, he slapped its flank. Go, no matter what, get the Saintess off this island. The horse let out a sharp neigh and bolted away. Claris clung tightly to the horse's head, thinking to herself. She'd assumed it was just an exaggerated myth, but it was exactly what the high priest had read. Long ago, the images described in the book flashed through her mind. The spear holy dragon Belbrock was rampaging somewhere. She could feel how horrifying it was. The mana hidden in its breath was as immense as the power of the sun, dooming everything below. To destruction, the horse carried her straight through that torrent of power. A piercing scream rang out. A notification appeared. Advanced magic, a barrier that nullifies mana over a wide area. Claris looked up. A stream of green light swept down. A white veil had been raised, blocking the dragon's magic from outside. She seemed to have guessed who it was. Obel said angrily, damn it, does even advanced magic only manage to divert that breath a little? You awakened far too early, spear holy dragon Belbrock. Belbrock was amplifying its power. The two sides faced off. Obel was nearly out of strength. He didn't even have time to chant. A notification appeared. Superior flame cavern magic, chains of fate. A chain wrapped around Belbrock. Someday, if this academy had to face a colossal threat it could not withstand. Only once Lucy would take the field. Master, can I borrow your power? She took over for Obel and kept holding the line. This was something she had never imagined. Belbrock let out a roar as the spell struck, but under its resistance, the chain was yanked apart. She hovered in midair, facing Belbrock in a berserk rage. Shock flickered in Lucy's eyes. From Belbrock's claws, a surge of power slammed downward. That force turned the ground below into ruin, nearly knocking the Saintess off the horse's back. Meanwhile, Lucy was inside a magic sphere. She froze in surprise when she saw someone appear. The person wore armor. Obel had created it. Thank you for buying me time. Lucy, the supreme defensive spell has been established. It's an upper-tier defensive barrier, the shield of the creator god. Both Lucy and he were going all out, defending and attacking Belbrock at the same time. Claris sat below in panic, gasping for breath. We have to reach Maxer Bridge and get off the island now. I have to get out of here. No, looking at her own hands, Claris wondered what she was supposed to do. Ed arrived. You're still safe, Saintess. Seeing him reach out to her, she let out a breath of relief. Senior Ed, thank goodness, you're still here. He asked about her condition and whether she was hurt anywhere. Claris placed her hand in Ed's palm. No, why are you here, Senior? He replied, I have an appointment with some distinguished guests. They're probably in the main hall. Claris reported her situation. I rode toward the main Maxer Bridge. Ed warned her. But there are too many people, it's meaningless. Even if you leave the island now, you still won't escape that dragon's range. You'll be attacked non-stop. He pulled Claris up. Hold on tight. Ed knew that human strength couldn't stand against it. Even if Lucy or Obel came, at best they could only hold out for a while. In the original scenario, at least. Only Taylor could do it. After raising his power to the maximum and mastering the final holy sword right, Ed was racking his brain. So what can I do? He shouted, let's go, Merylda. Inside, he tried to steady himself. No, stay calm. The original scenario has already been thrown off course. First, I have to find the reason behind this massive deviation. Maybe there's also a way to restrain the pace of its growth. At first, I thought this was my fault. If the story isn't unfolding normally, then the main cause is me. But even if a butterfly's wings can stir up a storm, it can't possibly make the world collapse. Why would an ending that should appear in Act 5 happen in Act 3 instead? First, I need to identify who awakened this accelerated progression. First, gather information on the key characters in Act 3 in order of priority. Lucy is fighting an adult dragon, and Claris seems to know nothing. As for the protagonist Taylor, set him aside for now. He's probably scrambling to save everyone. So besides me, who else is warping the script? Ed noticed something. Could it be in the main hall, the place being hammered the hardest? As it began to collapse, screams rang out. Run! Here someone was approaching, looking nothing like the others in their panic. She held an invitation letter in her hand. Main hall training arena. 1:00 p.m. Adele series. Claris, please wait until the next match is scheduled. The live combat session in Arena Room 3 at 1:00 p.m. has been cancelled due to the Saintess's sudden schedule change. Odell said with regret, what a shame, just a little longer and we could have met. She was utterly calm, but no matter what, the winds will rise again. That's how it's always been. In the end, the plot has Bellbrock awakening during Act 3. Ed can't confront it head-on. If we can find what caused it to wake up, we might discover how to seal it again. Let's review the key characters in Act 3, not Lucy or Taylor and not Clarice either. Do you remember her laughing as she spoke? I knew it, Adele. Even knowing her own death in advance, she stayed that calm. Something is clearly off. First, we find her, then everything will make sense. Get Clarice somewhere safe, then go look for Odell. Ad hesitated, staring at his burning arm, but he knew he didn't have much time left. At last, they finally stopped. We're here. Ad let out a breath. Thankfully, the defensive magic of Opheles Hall had been activated. Clarice leaned out and called Senior. He warned her it would be better to wait inside for a moment. His gaze flicked toward the main hall. Ad stayed on guard. The defensive magic was already active. But the first strike Bellbrock's scales shot toward them. Couldn't it be stopped? Clarice's heart sank and she burst into tears. Everyone in Opheles Hall. He grabbed her arm. It's not everyone, not yet. They both rushed inside, but the defensive magic in Opheles Hall was still active. That meant someone had triggered the spell from the control room on the top floor. There were still survivors up there, and when they opened the door, they were shocked. Ad never expected the person inside to be her. Belle lay in the middle of the formation, her body pinned with dragon scales. He lifted her up, and Clarice made a decision. I'll use holy magic no matter what it takes. He lowered his head, knowing at his lip there was no hope left. She'd already taken the first hit, yet she forced herself to crawl up here like this for the survivors, without even knowing whether anyone was still alive. Belle mustered her strength to hand him a key. Ad immediately took the key she gave him. Clarice anxiously called her name. Belle, he knew she would definitely say something like this. Ad recalled a familiar moment and the words she once said, I'm just doing what I have to do. Clarice sobbed, this can't be. He reached out and gently brushed at her eyes to comfort her. Belle's eyes slowly closed as she murmured toward Clarice. Belle will be fine, she'll be okay. He clenched his teeth. With hatred burning in his chest, he pulled Clarice away. She was only doing what she had to do to protect. To protect the Saintess, Ad inserted the key into the lock. High-tier magic had already been activated in the Saintess's room. As long as it wasn't hit directly, it would be safe. Please stay strong, Saintess. I'm going outside to assess the situation. Clarice didn't want to let Eddie know the outside is far too dangerous. He opened the window and urged her, look out the window. If you just sit here and wait like this, then. Seeing what was outside, she gasped in shock. A magic sphere hovering in midair. That was a holy rank formation. It wasn't an ordinary holy rank formation. That structure, could it be? Meanwhile, Ad was rummaging through the bookcases. This isn't it. This one, Clarice was curious. Mr. S, why all of a sudden? He tossed another book aside. Not this. At last, Ad found it. Thank goodness it was in the Saintess's room. An introduction to holy magic, applications of holy magic, and finally, here it was. Glaroth's introduction to hierophantics. He pushed himself, think. That adult dragon suddenly revived, Odell vanished, and Clarice knew nothing about any of this. That holy rank formation blazing in the sky was Opal's, and it was Lucy's either. It was a kind of magical application never seen before. Outside, Velbrook was condensing power and bringing it down. From its mouth, a surging sphere of lightning roared outward. Obio asked anxiously, can't we block all of its attacks? Seeing that torrent of power aimed at the building, he cried out, no, an attack in that direction is. Ad suddenly understood, that's it, I get it now. From the very beginning, everything was distorted. Right? If this is the main story route, Clara should be able to feel it too. Senior Ad, have you realized something? A beam of blue light stabbed down, binding its way from the window into the room. Clara squeezed her eyes shut and screamed. Yet over there, the power slammed into the room. The glass shattered, spraying inside. In that instant, everything turned blinding white. The place was swept into rubble. Heat and thick black smoke billowed up. Clarice kept her eyes shut after the shockwave. When it finally eased, she opened her eyes and looked around. Clarice lay amid the ruins. Ed had used his whole body to shield her. A fragment had pierced through his chest. He forced out, no matter what happens, if you feel something's wrong, you must ask me for help. Clarice sobbed, no, Mr. S. He was using magic to hold up a massive slab of wall pressing onto his back. She stammered, no, this can't be. Ad murmured. Act 360, Clarice. Nanny, stop talking. I'll find a way to get you out of here. He had no strength left. His whole body collapsed onto Clarice. She couldn't believe it and cried out. Senior Ad, everything is collapsing here. Above, magic was sweeping through everything. Clarice sobbed, no, why would you? She remembered the attendants who had died protecting her. Clarice blamed herself. Why did so many people have to die for me? She held him close. Even Ed felt it. This was something she didn't want. She couldn't let him die in her place. Clarice sobbed, no, please don't. I'm sorry, I truly am. Finally, as she returned to the day she first met them, Clarice sat there dazed, not yet understanding what was happening. Ed and Janika sat silently beside her. People around whispered, the Saintess is here. Could she be here to see that Ed guy? Do they know each other? She thought to herself. What is going on? Ed spoke. Saintess, you said you wanted to talk about what? Clarice quickly climbed onto the table. She grabbed Ed by the collar. Startling him, Clarice lifted Ed's shirt to check. He didn't understand what's going on. His face flushed. The Saintess Clarice exhaled, no wounds at all. She muttered, "How could it? This can't be." Janika hurried to stop her. "Saintess, no matter what, you can't do this in public in broad daylight. This is..." The Saintess Clarice finally let go of Ed and sat down. She lowered her gaze. Up until now, the tragic images replayed in Clarice's mind. Was it a dream? She thought this might be a premonition. The moment Ed died in her heart, or was it an illusion? Clarice stared at her palm in shock. Impossible, she knew clearly what she had experienced. It was all real as the marks on Clarice's wrist still appeared. She was moved. "I have returned to the past." Clarice recalled the day's schedule. This morning, to avoid Clevador and Senior Ed, someone who could use mind control techniques. For meetings, she temporarily interacted with them. Then she went to the Chicks' Hall. While waiting for the Holy Emperor, fear struck her. While waiting, the sacred dragon appeared. It unleashed several lines that destroyed everything. Everyone around who protected Clarice was killed. From the attendants to Belle, all were dead. She panicked. Everyone's dying again. Clarice looked at the bloody fingerprints on her wrist. "If this continues, I'll die." Her expression darkened like falling into an icy pit. Ed buttoned up, softly calling Saintess. She grabbed his wrist urgently. "Quickly, hurry." Clarice pulled Ed away. "We must escape immediately." He was pushed into the carriage. "No, Saintess," she thought silently. "I can't be rude to the Saintess. What is happening?" Ed reminded her. "Saintess, you must reach the Chicks' Hall to welcome the Holy Emperor." She commanded, "I will take full responsibility, so head quickly to the Mark Z Grand Bridge." As fast as possible, the carriage galloped away. Those behind were shocked. What just happened? The Saintess has abducted Ed Rottler. Janika frowned, thinking, take responsibility and escape. Ed asked her, "Saintess, are you going to keep crying like this? That would be really troublesome." She started crying, saying, "A giant dragon is about to descend on the island sky, and it will kill all of us. I almost died once, and now I've returned to the past. Senior saved me once and seemed to discover something. But before they could tell me, they were buried under rubble. Senior died in my place." Clarice held his hand. "Of course now Senior cannot understand what I'm saying. Before dying, Senior Ed told me, no matter what happens, seek out Senior for help and be sure to convey these words." Ed replied, "Suddenly you say this, so what am I supposed to do?" "Saintess, some control team members are blocking the Mark Z Grand Bridge. I'll temporarily wait." "Saintess, we cannot take this route, so we should change direction temporarily to reach the Holy Emperor first." Clarice pondered the name, Enhat Luke. She murmured, "Enhat Luke." Suddenly Clarice said, "Ngu Kong Kong." The image of Ed's death flashed in her mind. Enhat Luke Kong. He was shocked to hear this. The driver stopped the horse. "We're completely blocked, Saintess, because of the Holy Emperor's earlier journey. Goods from the Elter Trade Guild are delayed, unable to enter the city. The roads are all congested now. Time is running," Ed ordered. "Ignore everything, just break through straight ahead." He glanced, requesting, "The situation is urgent. Please clear a path for the carriage by any means." The driver worried, "But the Academy will make a big deal of it." He reminded, "The Saintess is in danger. No, all of us. This is unavoidable, so don't worry about anything." The driver spurred the horses, then hold on tight. "I've been a carriage driver for 22 years. If I exaggerate, I could even cross an ocean." They replied, "Understood." Ed thought, "The sacred dragon is about to resurrect and we will all die. I've decided to fully trust Clarice's seemingly wild words." The code that just came from Clarice's mouth. No one else in the world knows it. 15,500.16, a code I remember clearly from before coming to this world. He glanced at Clarice clinging to him. "It's a military ID." Ed realized her intent. So if the Opheles Hall has collapsed, there's nowhere safe on Aiken Island. That's why she chose to escape. And if time has truly reversed, it must be related to the sacred magic. Because in all existing magical theory, only holy magic has the ability to intervene in time. "I'm sweating a little from fear. Can you hear me now?" Clarice replied, "Yes, it's only temporary. I think this is caused by holy magic." He agreed, "That's right, but turning back time on such a large scale is beyond what human mana can withstand. But if what the Saintess said is true, then the time right now has already." The sacred dragon appeared once again and let out a roar. Clarice clutched her head and screamed in panic. She told herself, "Even so, this time I managed to escape. I've already left Akin Island, so it should be fine." But Clarice's carriage collapsed and she was protected inside a golden magic sphere. Safu had died. Everything started over again. Those memories were like a nightmare. His voice rang out, "Are you all right, Saintess?" She felt an ominous premonition. "Yes, Senior Ad," when she turned back to look. That scene replayed itself. Ad's chest was pierced by dragon scales. He reassured her, "Saintess, don't give up. You have to keep moving forward." Clarice was treating his wounds. No, this can't happen. It's okay, I have to do something. I'm truly sorry I couldn't help you at all. I'm too weak. I can't do anything. I only accept everyone's help and end up getting others killed in my place. I can't do anything. I only rely on others. I'm sorry, Senior." He comforted her. "There's no need to apologize. Don't cry meaninglessly like this. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you again. I probably still will. So don't cry like this. Don't fall into despair. Please don't." In the end, he let go. Clarice muttered blankly, "Senior." She softly called his name but received no reply. Senior Ad. Clarice trembled all over in despair. She thought bitterly, this ridiculous blessing should have belonged to someone like you. Not to me if it were in your hands, Clarice prayed. Just once, if only I could go back one more time. A flash of light erupted and everything was overturned. Clarice returned once more. Someone was calling her, Saintess. Ad asked curiously after they finished talking. What exactly do you mean happened? Clarice's eyes filled with tears. She hugged Ad tightly once again. Clarice resolved, no matter what, I will save Senior Ad. Once again she pulled him into the carriage. Wait, Saintess. What are you planning to do now? She swore, this time the opposite direction. That's right, Clarice ordered Safu. Head east. On the fleeing carriage, she convinced Senior Ad about what had happened and chose a hiding place. And then the dragon scales pierced through again. The third rewind failed. Ad still died protecting Clarice, even though they had run to the opposite side of the island. The magic was in chaos, there wasn't enough time. The fourth rewind, when he was shoved into the carriage, Ad asked, wait, Saintess, what's going on? He kept dying, even after going to the seaside cave in the west according to S's instructions. Senior, in the end everything still collapsed. Clarice stubbornly persisted until the 12th time. Even after reaching Professor Glass's secret laboratory, they were struck by the Wideria magic field of the sacred dragon. She endured until the 15th time and the 22nd time. Ad was still pushed into the carriage in confusion. Saintess. Clarice kept repeating it like an endless loop in search of a safe hiding place. And yet it was always the same. Ad still died, she couldn't save him. Each rewind was another painful death for Ad. Each time he used himself to protect Clarice, she gradually broke down under those looping failures, until one time as Clarice lowered her head, he called out, Saintess. Clarice realized she could not understand why time kept reversing. Even after searching the academy, she couldn't find either the Pope or the Archbishop. Most importantly, no matter how many times she ran. While Ad had no idea what was happening, she burst into tears. I still can't save him. In countless repetitions, finally one day. Senior Ad always saved me and died in my place. She kept reading those numbers, 1550, 1050, 106. Clarice clenched her hand. What am I supposed to do now? Safu repeated the same line. Saintess, there are people inspecting the area near the Great Maxer Bridge. I will temporarily stop the carriage and wait for orders. She suddenly remembered. That's right, we've reached the Great Maxer Bridge. Brother S will probably shout from the window again, telling me to find a way to break through and get the carriage out of here at all costs. She decided first, please stop the carriage here. Ad opened the carriage door, preparing to get down. Ad called out, please step down, Saintess. I don't know how many times time has reversed already. He draped his coat over Clarice. I just want to say, please rest for a moment. She thought to herself, I can't understand why he would stop the carriage in such a life-or-death situation. But this is the first time I've experienced this. S spoke up. I know a few people we can ask for help. A change occurred in this rewind. Clarice grew anxious. There's no time left. I don't want to see Senior die again. So even now we have to set off quickly. I've tried every method, even dragging Senior S along by force. We tried escaping this way and hiding that way. I've tried everything. I'm fine. Even if it's only a faint glimmer of hope, even the smallest possibility. I've tried everything too, but nothing changes. That slowly wore her down. Clarice continued, everything just kept happening in such a meaningless way. You interrupted, I told you I'm fine. Ad took out a healing box and it was not meaningless. You applied it to the wound on Clarice's arm. The fact that the Saintess's body still had unhealed wounds was a serious risk. But if time has reversed, why do the wounds remain? The reason is that the Saintess is protected by the blessing of holy magic, capable of resisting all threats with malicious intent or attacks aimed at her. It is a power that shields the Saintess's body. Not only that, the holy blessing can completely resist other holy techniques as well. Therefore, even the mind-reading magic of High Prelate Berdio cannot affect the Saintess. Then why are only the Saintess's memories and wounds not reversed? What could that mean? The phenomenon of time reversing like this was likely achieved using holy magic. Making time run backwards certainly required the use of the final holy spell. Clarice realized, so that's it. This is what the senior had realized at the time. You continue. The magic power required to perform such large-scale spells is holy magic derived from the strength of the divine. Now have you found a new direction for yourself? From the start, how many times have you repeated this? Clarice hugged you tightly. She replied, I don't know anymore. I was clearly trying to save everyone at first. I can't remember how many times I've come back here. But after surpassing 10 times I forgot, I can't recall. Ad patted Clarice's head. The Saintess has done very well up to now. First, calm down and maintain your spirit. You are already too exhausted. You understand, those who have repeatedly thrown themselves against walls blocking their desires are all the same. This is a new way to solve your problem. Ad reassured, leave the future events to me, you decide. Since I now know the cause, running away is not a solution. From now on, I will find the root of the problem and eliminate it. Even when playing the game, it felt strange. Clarice changed so abruptly with Adele's death. The saintess became distrustful, confronting the order completely, though it was once seen as breaking her character upon reflection. That image resembles someone who has endured too much and whose personality has changed. In the game, it's impossible to know, but if Clarice experienced countless repeats of this hellish time, and if she knew that the order was behind it all, then the distrustful saintess is actually a perfectly reasonable character. So the conclusion is, in the story, nothing is really changed. Thinking this way, you can understand what Clarice needs to do from now on. If she keeps fleeing from the Holy Dragon, she will eventually have to start over, and thus cannot defeat it. So Ad instructed, "Listen carefully, Saintess. I will prevent the Holy Dragon's resurrection. First, we must find the Holy Emperor and High Prelate, those capable of using holy magic at this level." Clarice replied, "Even in previous repeats, I asked around many times, but no one knew where they were. Strange, isn't it? Such noble figures should have drawn many eyes and ears." He replied, "Yes, surely all eyes and ears are focused there." Around us, everyone was astonished. Is that the Saintess and Ezra Taylor? Ed realized Taylor and Wade are fighting. Scene 3, Episode 5, where Taylor easily wins by using the Holy Sword ritual, striking Ta Locke on the head. People around were murmuring, "Are you distracted?" "No, look there," you thought silently. Taylor, could this be part of the story? You pulled a cloak over Clarice's head. Stop thinking about trivial matters. The two of you ran together. The Holy Dragon is about to revive. The most important thing now is to trace the Holy Pope and High Prelate who went missing since the Mexis sect appeared, and the only one who could know that. "You want to see Lodal? Give me some information." She smiled brightly and asked, "Such a familiar face, are you planning something big again?" "All information on Akin Island must go through Lodal." She replied, "Let's see what information it is first, and if it's Lodal then." Even in any situation, she could remain calm. She was puzzled to see Clarice next to you. Studying new magic daily, could it be that you also learned hypnosis? Even so, hypnotizing the Saintess was a bit audacious. Ed replied, "I need to find someone urgently, at least before the combat practice ends." Lodal asked how much money I want. "Then let's see." At the carriage depot near Maxer Cathedral, subordinates came to Lodal, vice leader. "We have gathered all information on those seen around Messer Cathedral, as you requested." She revealed, "Now let's talk about the price. My value is already high, but today it may be even higher." Lodal brought the news to Ad. "Since you said it was urgent, I even skipped the last match to come with you. The senior has always been like that, so I understand. But why did the Saintess suddenly turn into such a clingy type? I still can't fully accept that." Ad asked, "You said you were waiting for the final match, right? Then it must have taken quite a while to get here. The joint combat practice should be ending soon." Lo Edel estimated, "Probably." Ad mentioned how Lo Edel, no matter the situation, never panicked. Her ability to analyze the situation and act rationally was always outstanding. She blinked in surprise. "Why are you suddenly saying such polite, formal things?" He replied, "It's just that at times like this, that side of you shines even brighter. So no matter what happens, don't ever panic. If you can take my words seriously, then." Clarice called from the carriage. "Senior, didn't you just say there wasn't any time?" Ad confirmed, "Exactly. That's why I'm saying this now." Shock flashed in Lo Edel's eyes as she felt a violent tremor. The ground shuddered in waves and people on the road staggered. Magic blasted down from above, destroying everything piece by piece. Countless people died here. As chaos erupted, S pulled her into his arms to shield her. Her eyes went wide in stunned disbelief, because behind them the wings of the Azure Dragon were rising. It had been revived and its devastation continued. Lightning spilled from the Azure Dragon's body. The river below churned in a raging torrent. A downpour slammed into the city and Lo Edel collapsed in agony. "What is this so sudden?" She glanced at the person in front of her. It was Ad, using his own body to protect Lo Edel. She gasped, "Senior Ad." He still kept talking about what they'd been discussing. "So," Ad asked, "what's the price?" As the heavy rain poured down, a dragon's scale pierced straight through his body. Rain and tears mingled on Lo Edel's face. She curled her lips into a faint smile. Lo Edel took out a letter. "Compared to the price of my life, you've still got plenty of money left." He handed Lo Edel the money. "No need for change." She accepted it. "I see, looks like this deal turned a pretty good profit." Supporting each other, they stood up. Lo Edel said, according to 13 witness reports, the Pope and the High Archbishop used a concealment formation, then secretly led a squad down a deserted road to guard the move. He asked curiously, "The destination is," she revealed, "the Academy Cathedral." Deep inside the lecture halls, they helped each other over to the overturned carriage. From inside the carriage, an arm lifted up. "Ad, Senior Ad." Clarice ran out and threw her arms around him. "Senior Ad, no, don't. Are you okay?" "What do we do? He's bleeding." Lo Edel sighed, no longer surprised. She warned, "Stop freaking out. Move now." Lo Edel led over a horse. At least a horse could still move. Even badly injured, it should still get us to the lecture hall. Lucky Ad climbed onto the horse. "We have to hurry." He held out his hand. "Give me the reins," Lo Edel replied. "Even with a saddle, it can't carry more than 2 people. Out of the 3 of us, one has to stay behind." His voice was firm. "The Saintess and I have to go," explaining it would take too long. Lo Edel was saddened to hear that. He pulled Clarice up onto the horse. Saintess, please hurry. Lo Edel understood clearly. Senior Ad must have already thought it through. She handed the reins to Ad. As for me, I trust you. He gripped the reins. Thank you, Lo Edel. I'll repay this debt someday. She grabbed his hand to steady herself. No need. Then she yanked S down. You have to pay right now. Clarice blushed behind them. She didn't expect Lo Edel to be that bold. Their lips still hadn't parted. At last, she said, it's me again, second time. You're forcing it, Senior. Fine, I should prepare a backup plan too. Ad turned back and softly called, Lo Edel. The horse had already started running. Lo Edel waved from behind. Saintess, everything in this world has a price. And if you touch merchandise that someone's already marked, everything will turn into a mess. Her hand waved in the pouring night rain. When they were far away, Lo Edel finally lowered her arm. She turned back. As she walked, Lo Edel muttered, that's right, if I'm not mistaken. The age of calamity caused by the Azure Dragon definitely ended 300 years ago. She steadied herself. Smile, Lo Edel. The one who can smile in adversity is the one who will win in the end. Up in the sky, Obel and Lucy were facing off against the Azure Dragon. Down below, Ad spurred the horse toward the two of them. He warned, Saintess, you must remember what I said. Clarice thought she couldn't possibly not be afraid. Everyone wants to run, that's only natural. So why would Senior Ad sacrifice himself for her? The horse they were riding was hit and collapsed, throwing both of them from its back. Ad took the impact, wrapping Clarice in his arms. She fell into a warm chest and felt no pain. Clarice slowly opened her eyes. She panicked when she saw him drenched in fresh blood. Senior Ad was bleeding. This really was a brutal battle. He reassured her, it's fine. I've been hurt far worse than this many times. Clarice was stunned. How could he be that strong? Ad stared straight ahead at the Academy Cathedral. Looks like we finally made it to the right place. You know well, in the Holy Imperial City, a place with a long history and grand scale. They are honored as the strongest holy mages. If they all gathered in one place, even Lucy would struggle to withstand those who are always ready to sacrifice for the god Tella. These prestigious titles are only given to exactly 8 people. They are the apostles of Telos. Clarice came and requested, please stay away from the entrance immediately. The only weakness of the apostles is their faith. They are the type who, if commanded by the Holy Maiden, even death will not deter them. Tanderk refused. Truly sorry, Holy Maiden, this is an order from Holy Emperor Eldon. From now on, no one may pass, I just hope you understand. All of this is for you. As he spoke, a spear tip aimed at him. Ad and Tanderk engaged in battle. He is holding this one back. Holy Maiden, please save him. She rushed toward Tanderk, trying to grasp what Ad had thrown to her. Holy Maiden, I already said no one may pass. But she was blocked by the enchanted magic sphere, while Clarice was being protected inside the orb. Tanderk was exhausted and halted, his eyes glancing toward danger. The incoming forces were basic wind magic. Tanderk hurriedly raised his staff to block. He was furious seeing her running toward the entrance. Damn it, what is this? Tanderk glanced at the one blocking him. Who are you? You've overexerted yourself. While losing too much blood, it's over. You should give up. But Tanderk immediately regretted speaking. Magic from him spread across the area. Ad clenched his palm, light radiating. Ad drew a crossbow. Not done yet, mid-level magic. The magical arrow fired in condensed form. Depending on the user's mastery, the number and trajectory of arrows change. Tanderk activated high-level magic. He converted all his magic into physical strength and said, I never wanted to kill if I could avoid it. Ad fired it. Countless arrows shot forward, all blocked by Tanderk. He became more serious. He shouted, glorious apostles of Telos. Tanderk directed his power at S. I will take your life. As fresh blood poured from his chest, he said, listen carefully, holy words. Those above were still resisting. Earlier he had told Clarice, anyway, I can't save anymore. But I'm not telling you to give up. On the contrary, you must give everything, even if this moment repeats dozens of times from the start. The Holy Maiden's body and spirit won't recover as before. How long she can endure is unknown. So the important thing is to fully grasp what's happening, stay focused, and push forward with all your strength. Just like Ed now struggling against Tanderk, he reminded, if time loops again, you'll have more chances. These chances hope you end it perfectly now. He wields the dagger between both. Tanderk screams in pain. This bastard, he said confidently. Of course, it doesn't mean I'll die easily. Merylda's incarnation bit him, saliva dripping onto Tanderk. Screams echoed and Ed self-destructed, his knees buckling. Merylda stepped forward anxiously. Are you crazy, daring to help me from the start to fight? He was helpless, admitting defeat. The opponent was too fast and strong. He supported Ad, you really shouldn't, stay conscious. He started struggling to breathe, blood covering his face. Merylda worried, don't die, I said don't die. From the rear gate, golden light shone on his fading face. Seeing Ed close his eyes, Merylda called in anguish. Ed! Inside, Clarice tried pushing the door. Open, open! The door was locked, but this was a place she had visited many times. Beyond was a wide corridor, and then the sacred cathedral. The heavy gate before her did not open, so Clarice used her magic to try to break the holy door. A force exploded the door open. Clarice collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing someone approach, she looked up. You are. Fresh blood dripped onto the tile floor. She stammered, seeing him. You're covered in blood, that is. Clarice embraced her, crying out in pain. Clarice, why did it come to this? In Deldep, the holy maiden arrived sooner than I expected. Clarice, surprised. What? She interrupted, though tears welled up looking at Adele entering. No need to look back anymore. Seeing the mark on Adele's arm, Clarice realized it was the blessing of the city law. Carving this mark required an archbishop or a bishop above. The 8 apostles and all holy magic of the Holy Emperor, the only one who could bear this blessed mark, only one person. That body was hovering midair. Between the chest was a magic orb. She had replaced Clarice in making the connection. Clarice couldn't understand why Odell responded. Time is running out, it's almost over. You just need to hold on a little longer. Clarice couldn't believe it. What are you saying, Adele? Magic was erupting around her. A blinding wave of power spread across the area. She returned to the day she met Ad again. He asked Saintess, do you want to talk for a moment? About what? Seeing her frown and stand up, Ad called Saintess. Clarice grit her teeth and spoke. Yes, she clenched her fist. Her wrists were covered in bruises as she requested. Now please listen to my entire story. She began to recount. My earliest memory is the sky at the harbor, where seagulls took flight along the path leading to the lighthouse. There were 2 children playing. Stop right there. While the boy ran, the girl warned, don't run, you'll fall. There might be sharp stones, always watch your step. After speaking, the girl gently curved her eyes into a smile. Odell continued. My parents had left our homeland to escape the war, fleeing to the trading city of Odette. Yet our situation was hardly better. We were exploited, deceived, and even as the days passed, it was hard to get even a scrap of bread. One day, my father bought me a lot of delicious food. I ate the small piece of cake slowly. My father called. Odell, he said, I have a little business to attend to. Stay here for a moment. The girl obediently replied, yes. Before leaving, he looked back at her one last time. The streets were still bustling and his figure gradually disappeared. Behind him, Odell whispered, Father has worked so hard. She held the exquisite sandwich, usually impossible to eat. Strangely, now she couldn't taste any of it. After finishing her story, Adele stood up. All right, let's go now. The boy behind shouted, careful. He had ignored Adele earlier and fell crying. Crying while the girl walked away calmly. Odell accepted the truth. I had become an orphan. She was taken in by the Darrow orphanage. In the trading city of Odette, the only virtue valued was diligence, and this applied to all children. Odell had to work hard to prove her worth. Fortunately, this orphanage received support from the Telos congregation, so it was still better than elsewhere. Being called a child of the divine meant that at least during prayer time in the church, they could rest. She found an abandoned lute at the harbor and could play hymns. She had more time in the church, and the heavy labor became somewhat easier. This happened one day. High Priest Bertio, congratulations on arriving at the holy city. Upon his arrival, everyone offered tributes. High Priest, this time our guild will offer double the tribute. Please allow us into the holy city. Bertio said, don't overdo it, but thank you. Yet his hands sincerely accepted the offering. Carelessly, a candle stand fell, igniting a piece of cloth nearby. Someone shouted, what's happening? Bertio turned and saw the fire reaching his robe. The fire's spreading. Someone nearby worriedly asked, High Priest, are you all right? They hurried to bring water to extinguish the flames. Finally, the fire was out. Bertio was completely drenched, water dripping from his face. It was Odell, calmly holding a basin of water and pouring it over the flames. Had the flames reached the display cabinet, it could have been disastrous. Bertio was surprised. How did you know this would happen? Because he had noticed the neatly arranged basins of water nearby. She recounted, because I saw it in a dream. Only a few times a month I usually have dreams like this. Yet I cannot see my own future. Bertio moved, held Odell's small hand. He expressed, it is a great honor to be the first to recognize the one destined to stand. At the peak of the congregation, the Saintess of Telos. Overnight, everything changed. More than 10 attendants, lavish meals. Reverence from senior clergy. Every day she had to pray, study etiquette, reduce sleep for study, yet life could not compare to her impoverished past. Odell received baptism 3 times from the Holy Emperor, the Archbishop, and the Great Apostle. She accepted the will of the Holy City and engraved the grace of the Holy Law upon her body. The more rituals and blessings she underwent, the stronger her divine power became. Finally, when all rituals except the sacred blessing were completed, Odell saw her own future for the first time. In her eyes appeared the reborn form of the Dragon of Commerce. Terrified, she chose to retreat when reporting to Bertio. He angrily shouted, you say you'll abandon becoming the Saintess. What is this? She bowed her head and said, thank you all for caring for me all this time. I will serve the Lord Telos, not as the Saintess, but in another way. Bertio no longer pressured her. I see, perhaps I can no longer persuade you. Her prophetic ability is a sacred magic, capable of bending the laws of time bestowed by Lord Telos. Because you instinctively unleashed that power, We honored you as the saintess. That talent was far beyond ordinary. So now you can see your own life, can't you? Years have flown by in the blink of an eye. You gave up your position as the saintess of the Telos Church and stayed in the holy imperial capital, becoming the keeper of the sacred flame. Adele once played the piano all night because the moment she dozed off, that tragic future would surge back into view. Bertio once shouted, "The plan has gone off course. To suppress the sacred spear dragon, the dragon that devours even gods, we must offer the saintess up. As a sacrifice, Odell suffered in the holy imperial capital, hearing far too much. The world was gradually returning to peace under the great, enlightened ruler Chloel. But in a world that is too peaceful, no one needs gods anymore. And so the holy emperor's power steadily weakened. Bertio, a cleric and a merchant, understood exactly what the world needed: fear of the apocalypse and the miracles of the divine. He wanted to awaken the sacred spear dragon sealed on Acan Island to spread terror among the people, then have the church appear and slay it. Like a miracle, from the very beginning, Archbishop Bertio had been searching for a saintess willing to be the offering that would break the sacred spear dragon's seal. And that person was Odell. She once thought that running away would stop everything. But years later, she met Clarice. Clarice didn't have Adele's gift for bending fate, yet she possessed extraordinary talent in magic. Her virtue, presence, and insight, everything about her said she was born to be the saintess. Clarice once sighed and asked, "Odell, if I want to live a pure life, what should I do?" The question only made Odell even more uneasy. She was trapped in turmoil. She had to say it. Because she ran away, Clarice had become the saintess. Her struggle to keep living would end in Clarice's death. And so Adele gave a faint laugh. Better to sink into a dark mire than live a life as dull as a blank sheet of pure white paper. Go seek the emerald mist that drifts through the pitch-black swamp, or the golden, ripened rice fields of the imperial capital, Clorin. Watch the evening glow over the city's deep-red tiled roofs in bustling Odette. Lay your hands on the sapphire treasury of knowledge in the scholarly region of Symbenia. But deep down, she only pleaded with her to run, anywhere, as long as it wasn't here. "Please run, Clarice." Night after night, Adele sang of freedom and romance, wishing only that Clarice would leave this place. Yet every time she saw Clarice's smile, a needle of guilt stabbed straight into Odell's heart, because she knew it was all hypocrisy, all deception. Then one dawn, Adele ran away again. And so she became a wandering minstrel. Her final destination was the Sylvania Academy. The day Odell arrived at the academy, fresh blood was seeping all over her. The students around her stared with wary curiosity. Someone finally dared to ask, "Are you okay?" At first, Odell didn't know the exact moment the sacred spear dragon would be reborn. But now, even with her eyes closed, she could predict every instant. When she reached the cathedral, Tander, Telos's third apostle, would bar the entrance and say, "Outsiders are not permitted inside." All she had to do then was roll up her sleeve and show them the mark on her arm. Would they recognize it as a blessing of the sacred law? While they panicked, Odell would slip into the sanctuary. Inside, Telos's apostles were already poised for battle, and to awaken the sacred spear dragon's consciousness. Velbrock's fang necklace was being kept in a box. She had tried many times to persuade Bertio and the apostles, but they refused to listen. Seeing that they hadn't even brought Saintess Clarice over from the main hall, they likely still believed the sacred spear dragon was nothing more than an exaggerated tale from old books. Arrogance taken to the extreme, someone was dispatched in haste to the main hall. In the end, what they needed was still the Saintess, the one who would save them. To sate the sacred spear dragon and lull it back to sleep, the sacrifice of a Saintess with immense divine power was required. If the Saintess gave her life on the sacrificial circle carved into the cathedral floor, Velbrock could be returned to eternal slumber as before. Now Adele would end everything. The dragon's scale hovered in midair, while she knelt beneath the altar with her hands clasped. Even a short life isn't without something worth leaving behind. This place was built on lies, but at least Clarice had made those eyes shine. Yet unexpectedly, the protection of the sacred law triggered the holy art within Odell's body, and it was activated to its absolute limit to shield her from the necklace. Holy art draws on divine power as its source of energy. Rewinding the time of this world, the loop repeated and repeated without end. Last time, Clarice's sudden appearance startled Adele, but now only a tiny amount of divine power remained. She staggered into the academy, barely breathing. Her body drenched in fresh blood, 1 or 2, maybe 3 more times, and it would all be over. When that holy art's power dissipated on its own, the loop would end as well. Odell dragged herself into the grand hall. It was finally over. Just then, she crashed straight into someone. Adele looked up and asked, "What?" The other asked, "Do you like orange juice?" She wondered silently, is Ed asking me this, or would plain water be enough? Odell felt confused. Why was he here? Bertio had once asked fiercely, "Can't you stop the holy dragon? Do you think I still believe you now?" His plan was that today the congregation would perform a miracle. Humanity would bow once again before Lord Tyros. The arrogance of the congregation and the revival of the holy dragon. Adele knew the only way to seal it was to sacrifice the life of the holy maiden in the ritual. She thought of Clarice, the life of the holy maiden, Her image appeared in Odell's mind. The holy maiden, thinking of her gentle figure, the life of Clarice, must be exchanged. Odell thought, I have no regrets. From the beginning, this was what I had to do. However, the protection of the holy law shielded her, awakening the full holy power within Adele, and reversed the world's time until the day the loop returned. Clarice returned to the academy, to the point where the instrument in her hands fell. Adele was helpless. Her body had just recovered enough to not die. I wake up in the hallway leading to the combat practice area. Anyway, when her divine power runs out, the protection of the holy law would also lose effect and the holy dragon would be sealed. She struggled to move. Over and over she crossed this hallway. The arrogance repeated and the holy dragon revived again. In the cathedral where everyone left to find Clarice, placing her body into the ritual. Repeated endlessly looping, it kept repeating like a cycle. Adele felt this was punishment, the punishment. For having pushed aside what she should have done for others, she was offering her whole body. Thinking like that instead, her heart felt lighter. The loop returned to the day she went back to the academy. Nothing is permanent, even divine power has limits. Odell had given up trying to persuade Bertio. If he could not be stopped, she dragged her body, gradually losing strength. Odell decided this time as soon as she stepped into the cathedral. She would not hesitate to throw herself into the ritual, stopping the revival of the holy dragon. From the start, make everything as if it never happened. Just as she thought she was about to arrive, she bumped into Ed. Adele couldn't believe it, but why all of a sudden? She looked up and asked, what, yes? Ed asked the same question again. Do you like orange juice or just water? He thoughtfully helped her sit on a chair by the side. Adele looked at the glass in front of her and said, what I need to do now is, Ed sternly reminded, you're about to die. Seeing him, Adele froze because she remembered. I remember now, Ezra Taylor, remembering when they first met when he passed by her. The first time someone had appeared before her only once. Ed had reminded, you're about to die, even though the world kept repeating as usual. This person, except for the first time, had never appeared before her again. Adele still remembered her answer clearly back then. She curved her eyes and smiled, replying the same as then. I know. The conversation now sounded like a vague old story. Now it felt like she had returned to the starting point. Nothing had changed. Finish this conversation, then go to the cathedral. Then it would be time to end everything. When Adele finished speaking, Ed was surprised. That's it. I still don't fully understand what happened. You're about to die and that's all you want to say. Odell mumbled, yes, I already said it. Why are you like this? I'm in a hurry. Ed helplessly asked, really, that's really it. Adele gathered all her courage. No, I still have something to say. She spoke. In the repeating timeline, I have constantly confirmed one truth, I will die. In fact, I knew that long ago. At that moment, I had nothing I wanted to say. Ed responded, so that's really it. She wasn't sure. Well, I think I meant to say something, but in the end, I sang. Clarice smiled. Isn't that enough? Ed's question repeated like a machine. So that's really it, she shouted. Please stop now, leave me alone, leave me alone. Was that really the end? Adele felt like she had returned to her childhood the day her father abandoned her. She stared at his departing figure. Odell understood. Father has worked hard enough, but the figure was replaced by Ed, asking, so that's really it? His appearance shook Adele's inner world. Still the image of her father turning his back to her. Odell had tears brimming. Was that really the end? Behind the father, hesitating for a long time. The last words she wanted to say were not thanks for his hard work, but a scream begging him not to leave her there. She trembled as she recounted. At the bottom of countless lies, I was scared. I didn't want to die. My heart truly felt like it exploded, all the choked emotions pouring out. Ed finally heard the complete story. He raised the bottle, tilted it, and took a sip. Then Ed put the bottle down and said, all right. He had waited so long for something simple that was so hard to say. Tell me everything you know. Before this, Clarice had suggested, then let's end this. She pleaded, please listen to my whole story. After hearing Clarice's story, Ed decided to act, separating from her. Senior Ed went to find Adele. She also has something she needs to do. As for me, heading to the chapel to confront Tanderic. The perplexed guard asked, Holy Maiden, aren't you supposed to be waiting in the hall? Why are you here? Clarice swept past the remains of Derek, regained her composure, and stepped aside. To Tanderic, I'm certain this time we will uncover the whole truth. The chamber door was open. Clarice shouted, cease all current actions, together with the Holy Emperor Eldon. The apostles of Telos and Archbishop Bertio were surprised to see her. Holy Maiden Clarice. She addressed Archbishop Bertio. I once thought your grace always saw the Holy Emperor as a loyal, conscientious follower. Indeed, I live only to serve the holy disciple. He still smiled and said openly, the noble deity always resides on high, but the ignorant masses won't believe unless they see with their own eye. Clarice angrily said, so you killed the holy long merchant to use it to preach your favors everywhere, Bertio replied. It won't take long, Clarice warned. You are underestimating the holy long merchant without considering the possibility of failure. Her eyes showed shock. Could it be? From the beginning, using my life as a backup plan, Bertio said coldly. It was only a precaution in case things went off plan. On Ed's side, upon hearing the news, Odell quickly pulled him away. Indeed, it was unpleasant truth. In short, for a long time, the congregation had been deteriorating financially. Therefore, Archbishop Bertio revived the Holy Long Merchant and staged the scene of the congregation destroying, to strengthen the faith of the people and expand the church's power. She also revealed that Bertio, even as a normal cleric, had always been like that, expanding the congregation and filling the Holy Emperor's treasury. That was how he proved his faith. Do we intend to try to persuade through video? She assumed I was the one who fled the Holy Emperor's path, so no one trusted me. But even if it wasn't me, they wouldn't listen to anyone. Surely they would use force to subdue, as they brought enough power to guarantee victory over anyone. The apostles of Telos, a force able to contend with armies, were the church's strongest military organization. Bertio then said to Clarice, I sincerely apologize, holy maiden, it won't take long, please rest a moment. Odell had anticipated this. Against their strength, we could do nothing. Suddenly, she was lifted off the ground. Odell carried her away swiftly. Force isn't a big deal anyway. Surprised, what did you say? From above, a high-level lightning spell of the thunder punishment system descended, destroying the interior of the holy cathedral. Powerful lightning struck where Bertio was standing. He shouted, Who are you? Who dares to do this? Aren't you afraid of the deity Telos? But seeing the situation, Bertio froze. Tandaric was struck and flung inside. Another was hit by lightning, nearly paralyzed. Lucy appeared amidst the chaos. She coldly said, Atheist. Lucy added, I don't believe in these so-called gods. But I think if you commit a crime, you must face punishment. What crime? What are you talking about? Lucy used magic to hurl one of them toward the wall. You were the ones who carved that into the holy cathedral. In her hand, a magic orb condensed, embodying arrogance. Bertio panicked and ordered, What are you standing there for? Show the authority of Lord Telos. The apostles immediately acted, but to Lucy, it was child's play. One raised a sword glowing with yellow holy light to strike from behind. By Telos' will, Lucy snapped her fingers, releasing a bolt of lightning. The man's body stiffened, pain surging. A voice of authority rang out. O desecrators of the holy cathedral! He hovered above the dais. Raising his sword, he said, I am Tandaric, the fastest apostle of Telos, currently ranked 3rd. Lucy stood below, emanating magic. Tandaric pointed his sword. I will take your lives. The blade shot toward Lucy, but she vanished, leaving only a trail of purple light. Lucy was behind Tandaric, sending chills down his spine. This was not mere high-speed movement. She snapped her fingers, attacking with lightning magic. Strong electricity struck Tandaric. He writhed in pain, unable to counter. Below, Bertio thought, high-level spatial teleportation magic allows self-movement across different spaces. Each of them is core personnel of the nation. These are the apostles of Telos, 6 of whom are present here. He couldn't understand, how did they do it? More importantly, how did they know this place? They revived the Holy Long Merchant and destroyed it to assert the church's authority. The issue is that it took place on Island A, requiring a gathering of many disciples. If even one of these details were exposed, nothing good would come. Anyway, the plan had failed. Bertio then ordered, Clear the way, prioritize protecting the Pope while Leden. How could Lucy let him act freely? Her palm, imbued with magic, pointed forward. Want to run? Lucy activated the time magic of the middle prison. As she was about to be attacked, Bertio called Tandaric. He obeyed the command and soared upward. Tandaric said, In the name of this noble mission, all of this is for the supreme Telos. He ordered the remaining apostle. Lee was determined to take the saintess away. He slung her over his shoulder. Sorry, saintess, Clara struggled. What is this? Let me go. Bertio was certain he had secured the necklace as evidence, and he even had the saintess as a witness. Now he only needed to use the Pope's authority to pressure the academy, and no matter what that academy brat said, it wouldn't be ignored. Lucy was condensing an advanced magic core. Divine punishment shot straight toward the fleeing men. The apostle hurriedly raised a shield to block it. He sacrificed himself so the people behind him could escape. Stepping back, the Pope was escorted out. Leave this place first. In Clarice too, the apostle believed that no matter what happened, the church would surely win. Meanwhile, Bertio still hadn't shaken Lucy. She snapped, This is such a pain. As they reached the door, Tandaric warned, Archbishop Bertio, if you keep running like this, you'll be caught again in no time. Just stall for time, destroy the evidence, and seize the saintess. As for the academy, if they go public with this, there are ways to deal with it. He laughed as the order burn was spoken. The entire building was engulfed in magical flames. Basic fire magic, sea of fire. Tandaric's wings were scorched too. How can basic fire magic be this strong? He froze when he saw a spike flying straight at his face. Tandaric swung his spear and knocked the weapon aside. It was an explosive familiar spirit. In the distance, the students were stunned when they saw the explosion. What the hell was that? That's the academy's church. Meanwhile, Bertio kept trying to escape, leaving behind the apostle who had sacrificed himself. Ed gripped his dagger and kept chasing. Follow me, move now, it replied, yes, master. Bertio thought to himself that they had anticipated his escape route and set an ambush there. So that's it, that little witch must be their accomplice. He fired holy magic backward with his staff, but Mott blocked it. Sorry, master. Bertio used the opening to keep running. He plunged into the forest beside them. Bertio thought he'd gotten away. Now all he had to do was flee with the necklace as evidence and it would all be over. No one would be able to find me in this forest. But he celebrated too soon. Ed was accelerating after him. A chill ran down Bertio's spine. Ed ordered, hand over that necklace. Now, Ed grabbed him by the tail of his hair and yanked him back. Bertio's whole body was hauled up. Bertio counterattacked, forcing Ed back toward the cliff behind them. The two wrestled over the box in Bertio's hand. Bertio seized the advantage and slammed Ed down. The staff was aimed at Ed. You're after this necklace, so you already know everything, don't you? You're the one who sent that little mage to sabotage us, aren't you? Still, it ends here. Ed snapped his knee into him and Bertio's body flipped downward. Pinned beneath Ed, Bertio fired holy magic that slashed past Ed's shoulder. At the same time, Ed drove the dagger into Bertio's chest. Even then, Bertio clutched the box tight against his chest. Ed coldly ordered, hand it over. Odell had said before that Archbishop Bertio was pretty strong. Even alone, he wasn't easy to deal with. Back then, Ed had left Adele resting in a temporary hiding place. There wasn't much time left to stop the Holy Spear dragon from reviving, and the enemy was a schemer who'd been preparing this plan for a long time. Even with Lucy's help, the odds were still high that they would fail. It would be great if they could rewind time once more to gather more information, but Adele's current condition wasn't stable. She soothed him, it's okay, failing is fine too. I can still rewind time. Ed didn't want the pain to continue. He thought to himself that her holy power was nearly exhausted. He didn't know when she would die. There was no time to hesitate. Ed forced his sword down into Bertio's chest. Fresh blood sprayed out in a rush. The moment he relaxed and pulled the box free, Ed thought it was finally over. But when he opened the box, his brows knit together. Ed didn't expect what was inside to still be glowing. There's still magic in it, Bertio said smugly. The Holy Spear dragon will revive soon. The apostles have been defeated. Now only the saintess can stop it. Then everyone will witness the greatness of the Supreme One, tell us. That scale was floating in midair. It transformed into a pillar of power that shot straight upward. The Holy Spear dragon was about to revive. And then Ed understood everything. To keep the Holy Spear dragon from breaking free of the seal, they had to restrain the Archbishop and take this necklace away from here. The problem was there was no one here to remember any of this. It had to be passed on to someone. Adele would have to sacrifice herself again. But even if they managed to rewind time successfully without passing on this memory, everything would still fail like before. Ed collapsed to the ground in despair. He thought of Odell's terrified expression. Even after facing that truth, I don't want to die. But in the end, he blurted out, is it too late this time? Lucy was already there. What's wrong with being a little late? She walked over, glancing at the person sitting below. He pleaded, Lucy, I need you to pass this message on. Adele or Clarice, either one, just hurry and tell them what I said. But she pulled him into hiding behind a tree and refused flatly. I don't want to, Ad stared, startled. What? She understood. There was no need to do that. Magic gathered at her fingertips. She only had to pass it on to the saintess and the one named Odell Wright. On the sheet of paper she used to relay messages, a line appeared. Seize Velbrook's Dragonfang necklace as fast as possible, then leave the cathedral. Bertio would use the order's authority to smooth everything over. After Fong finished speaking, Lucy revealed, not just the amount of mana, even the feel of using magic is extraordinary. If you practice it over and over, you'll be able to do it too. Ad lowered his head and replied, yeah, thanks. Ad couldn't hold it back and burst into sobs. The Holy Spear dragon had revived. In the end, it had revived once again. Everything was clear now. Bertio had revived the Holy Spear dragon for the order. The location, method, and escape route had all been conveyed in full detail. But could an exhausted Adele really turn back time? Even if she succeeded in reversing time, the problem was still time itself. Could someone like him, with his memories gone, return to the loop and recreate the plan? Move faster than he had this time, outpace all the apostles, steal the necklace and get it off Akin Island. While he was lost in thought, Lucy beside him spoke up. Ad turned to her, waiting for her to continue. Lucy confessed. I once promised him that one day I would save this school from a great calamity. You still remember, don't you? Yeah, I know, you told me before. Lucy went on, right. So if time keeps looping like this, then I'm sure I won't miss a single time. I'll rush out and fight that dragon every time. I don't know why, but I have that feeling. I came to this school to keep my final promise to him. Maybe I've been waiting for this very moment all along. Now that endless waiting is finally over. But if time turns back, then even stopping it is meaningless. He blinked in surprise. Is that so? Lucy leaned into Ad's chest. I want to die in your arms. Either way, the memory will be erased, a memory that will never return. Won't it? He answered. Maybe. Lucy grew bolder. Then while we're at it, I'll say it, the words that are usually so hard to say out loud. The thick, heavy wall melted away. A little awkward, the unromantic truth was delivered exactly as it was. Maybe it was something Lucy would never be able to confess to Ad, not in a lifetime. Lucy cried, "Without you it feels so empty, so don't disappear, okay?" Ad gently patted her head. He replied, "That's not such an impossible thing to ask." The spear dragon's roar rang out, shaking the entire area. A surge of power erupted all around. Neither of them resisted. No scream of pain, no groan escaped. They simply felt each other's warmth. After a while, the rain stopped and the two of them were still entwined like that. Their bodies were pierced by shards of dragon scales. A blinding light flared. The scene shifted elsewhere. The harp in Adele's hands fell. She felt every last bit of her strength run dry. Now she couldn't turn back time and she couldn't see the future either. She had become a body that could die. In the end, she still couldn't stop the Holy Spear Dragon's revival. Meeting Clarice beforehand, though it hurt, had still been a joy. It was a shame she couldn't see her smile. Even if it was a lie, if only she could have sung for her, how wonderful that would have been. On the other hand, the encounter with Ezra Taylor was horrifying. Just thinking about wanting to live made all her resolve collapse. Still, this violent pain was so intense that it wouldn't be strange if her breath snapped off at any moment. And yet it made her remember, as if naturally, what she had to do. Act. Stop the Holy Spear Dragon's revival, erase everything. She had to die just as fate had decreed, even after confirming the whole truth. As for Ezra Taylor's incident and plan, she still had to die as fate had ordained, even though all of Ezra Taylor's schemes and plots were now laid bare. But it was an impossible plan. First, it would take time for Clarice to persuade him, someone who had lost his memories, and if they started rebuilding the plan from scratch, the entire morning would be gone. And convincing the necessary forces to face Telas's apostles and bringing them there would also take a great deal of time. No matter how fast they moved, they could only reach the cathedral at dusk. But High Pontiff Berdio's plan had already begun. Mana had been infused into the necklace, and with time, the Holy Spear Dragon would revive. She dragged herself down the long corridor as the sun sank and darkness stretched out. Once she reached the end of this hallway, she would be at the sanctuary. The moment Adele glanced through the door, all that remained was to step inside and offer herself to the sacrificial formation. Shock rose in her eyes as a bird flew across the sky. Time had reversed again and outside was brilliantly clear. Seeing he was well, Janika shouted anxiously, "Ed, what's wrong?" She asked in panic as she saw him clutch his head and collapse to the ground. The book in his hand fell. Glocate's work, the concept of sainthood study. Sainthood magic does not work perfectly on those who have a certain resistance to that kind of spell. Odell's time reversal magic is a combination of sainthood magic and holy order sorcery. The Holy Law's blessing resisted the sainthood spell, and as a result, Clarice retained all her memories across the time loops. She realized she couldn't tell whether it was because Odell had completely exhausted his strength, or maybe because I'm studying the sacred magical status right after reversing time. The magical status in my body resisted Adele's sacred magic, and the price for that was a feeling as if I were about to lose consciousness. Ad felt pain, crushed in the rubble of the building, and died. Pierced by a spear and died, pierced by dragon scales and died. Dying slowly in agony from blood loss, burning to death in flames. Memories and sensations of time never vanish. Still intact, the two girls anxiously called out. Senior S. Your hand grasped Clarice's wrist. I said, now it's a battle against time. On the BDU side, an announcement was made. The Holy Dragon Spear will soon be resurrected by the grace of Archangel Telos. As fast as possible, quickly restore the great congregation once more. From above, a bird flew down, releasing power. I landed, he hurriedly fled, heading to the Holy Institute. Ad seized the Dragon Fang fragment in the box. My goal was to steal the Dragon Fang necklace. Berdio angrily asked, what exactly are you? He ordered, capture him. The Lenos brothers raised their bows at me. Ad recalled in that endlessly repeating timeline, the beginning was always the same. St. Clarice always lifted me onto the carriage like that. She told me about the repeated time and about her identity. Then we moved together on the carriage. I used that time to organize my thoughts and gradually accept the situation. Berdio coldly said, I don't know who you are, but do you really think you can defeat Telos, holy apostle? Yet, Janika always accompanied Ad. She was always by my side. She helped me unleash sweeping power downwards. I felt faster than the carriage, and much stronger than myself, always having someone beside me, ready to help without surprise. For any explanation of these absurd events, Janika rode the beast, reaching down to calm me. Let's go, Ad. I mounted the spirit beast, truly racing against time. It took less than an hour to arrive. But the magic of the necklace began to spread. This necklace is the key to awakening the Holy Dragon Spear. When the necklace resonates with the Holy Dragon Spear sealed under Akan Island, the Holy Dragon Spear will finally awaken. Then there's only one way. Before the Holy Dragon Spear resurrects, take the necklace and flee to a place so far that the magic cannot reach. Understood, Berdio angrily asked, what are you doing? He glanced at the sword planted beside him, which was vibrating, and was shocked. What is this? The sword emitted scorching heat. The entire cathedral began to explode. Meanwhile, the two of them rode the spirit beast to escape. The spirit beast flapped its wings at top speed, lifting them high. They were soaring through the clouds. I called out to Janica. Once we reach there, I'll escape on my own. I told you to run immediately, she replied. I can't leave Ad behind. Ad was persuading, though that was over a year ago, but if trouble arises again, she would be expelled. If things go wrong, she would become a fugitive pursued by the congregation. She interrupted. My homeland, Fulan, is so remote that if we hide there, no one could find us. Or maybe a desolate desert or lawless area would be safer. Janica held my hand around her waist, continuing. Moreover, you've been enduring alone, right? Ad was surprised. What? How did she know? Janica continued. I can tell just by looking at your face. If we get expelled, so be it. Maybe if both of us are, it won't feel as unfair. Even if we become fugitives, I'll go with you. I will never let Ad suffer alone. That sentiment deeply moved Ad. Suddenly, someone was chasing from behind. I turned sharply. Seeing them approaching, Ad realized they were Telos apostles. All six had caught up. I urged, go as fast as possible, there's no time left. Below, the cathedral had already crumbled. Thick black smoke rose, while Bertio coughed his way out of the smoke somewhat. Shouted, move aside. Seeing the bruised girl approaching, he was astonished. Saint Claris. Bertio impatiently called, Saint, previously. The moment Claris returned, I had grabbed her wrist. Only certain people could do this. She was surprised, me. I replied, the saint is the only one who remembers the entire past and knows the whole situation. While I tried everything to prevent the resurrection of the holy dragon spear, Bertio was also about to grab Claris, but the situation is somewhat complicated. Before, Ad only had one wish. Please stop Archbishop Bertio. She rummaged in front of her, both Claris remembering what Ad had said. The Archbishop is cunning and a fanatic who would do anything. He would use the entire congregation to cover it up. That's why the saint herself. The professor demanded, Clara Squat, are you going to keep staying out of this? She stepped up to Eldian. Please persuade the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor must immediately expel the Grand Archbishop, Bertio. Blebius was questioning his friend, while Tylee was fighting the stone wall. Elveradep, some country bumpkin, was really strong. Talai was probably going to lose. Up in the sky, the fleeing group was streaking away from the spirit beasts at breakneck speed. Janica remembered that just 10 minutes ago, she had still been sitting blankly at the corner gate of the tower. Behind her, basic wind magic surged, and wind blades burst forth. They shot toward her. He glanced back too late to dodge. Both of them were struck and slammed to the ground. Ad steadied himself, then dove after her, Janica. He was closing in on her, reaching out with his S-hand, trying to grab Janica. Just as they fell through the billowing cloud layer, his hand caught hers. In his palm, he was gripping the collar ring. S held Janica tightly against his chest. Got you. The disciples were also closing in. Catch them, the collar is the top priority. Suddenly, she called his name. Ad, you'll handle everything after this, right? Ad felt a bad premonition. What? Janica shoved him away. She let herself drop, free-falling downward. Janica touched the ring on her finger, trusting Ad. Then she released a stream of golden energy from within. All the trainees below looked up at the sky, where something blazed with dazzling light. The airflow changed, spiraling into a single point. A vortex appeared in the blue sky. Above the academy, the heavens slowly filled with spirits bearing different kinds of wings. But among them, only one spirit radiated an overwhelmingly superior presence. Even on a clear day, anyone passing beneath it. Down below, Elvira stared in shock. What is it now? What the hell is this? It was forbidden to block the sunlight in that entity. Was depending on the summoner, called the origin spirit. The first spirit form in the art of cloudwater spirits, granted and revived. The one and only supreme water spirit that exists in nature. The supreme water spirit, Fritz, the apostles resisted. Most of them were just weak lesser spirit. But there were too many, hundreds of them. Countless arrows shot toward Fritz, while the two of them were protected by the water spirits. Ad glanced at the collar in his hand. Its light was fading. He could feel his mana running dry if this kept going. Could they really stop the revival of the holy spear dragon? He looked at the girl beside him. Her face was flushed crimson, a pink haze rising off her. Hey, how much mana did you stuff into that wind? She replied, no idea, I'll probably be flat on my back for a while. After saying that, she slumped, leaving Ad anxious. Hey, Janica, are you okay? Ad touched her forehead. Why are you burning up like this? Janica panicked and stopped him. Don't, doing that will make the heat rise. The apostles wanted to break through the encirclement, and there was only one way, target the true body. Tanderk will clear a path for you. Everyone condensed their power at once. They charged in, frantically attacking the water spirits. Several in the front line were quickly taken down. The Telos apostle, Tanderk, the one ranked third, blitzed toward them, closing in on Fritz. Tanderk said, so you're the one controlling that massive swarm of spirits, how dangerous. He fixed his aim on Janica. I don't like killing. But Tanderk decided to strike. Sorry, From behind, he summoned a dragon-transformed spirit beast and ordered, "Grab him, I've got this." Tanderk hurriedly swung his staff backward. The staff was clamped tight in Taken's jaws. In that moment, Ed lunged in to attack. He locked his arm around Tanderk's neck. Tanderk started to suffocate, veins bulging across his face. The two fell into a deadlock. Janika poured everything into supporting Ad. Taken S, she ordered Fritz to protect S. On their side, power erupted. The dust smoke blew apart, revealing the devastated ground below. A shadowy figure, Direct, appeared amid the pitch-black smoke. He glanced at what Ad had summoned, sustaining a supreme spirit while simultaneously commanding high-level spirits. Truly extraordinary talent. Holy light condensed around Tanderk's weapon, but the Telos Apostle, the executor of the god's will, was far stronger than that. Hand over the collar or both the spirit user and that girl will die. S struggled to stand up from the pit. No, you're wrong. There was no turning back now. He knew it clearly. The cooldown was over. Even remembering the feeling of being killed dozens of times, there was no longer any chance to trade his life. Behind Ad's back, Tarkin flared up. He made up his mind he would survive. Once they left Akin Island, the mana reaction would lessen. But if they didn't get farther away, the Holy Spear Dragon would revive soon. Their opponent was the third-seat Telos Apostle, Tanderk. Tanderk, the ultimate speedster, an ability turned into spellcraft. High-grade Earth activated the holy body. Power surged up from the ground. Ad recalled it, using magic to convert all mana into bodily energy. He knew this from memories of a previous life. Tanderk's instantaneous speed exceeded the speed of sound. Tanderk dashed straight at S. Ad had anticipated it. Dodging with the naked eye was impossible. Tanderk appeared right behind him. Ad closed his eyes. If he couldn't see it, it was all the same. Tanderk's sword came down in a slash. Just as the sword's tip was only a few centimeters from his neck, Maryuder appeared to block it. The blessing of the Tempest would blow the enemy away with wind when struck unexpectedly. The counterattack can only be used once. He unleashed a volley. I'll aim for this brief opening. Information displayed. Intermediate magic electric burst. Concentrated fire rains down on the opponent. Tanderk is pushed back, gritting his teeth and cursing. Is the last one still trying to resist? Ed breathed in. The persistent problem, absolute firepower, is too weak. Taken takes the rear. If firepower is lacking, leave it to me. Taken, immune to magic and wielding overwhelming firepower. A torrent of fire shoots toward Tanderk, but he leaps high to dodge. He's aiming the sword down at where Ed stands. The blade shoots downward like a falling arrow. Ed thought the opponent is a close combat speed warrior, the fastest in Tanderk's ranks. Sorry, Janika. She can control the ultimate spirits simultaneously, so the mana supplied to Taken must be maxed out. Seeing his fierce aura, Ed knew things had reached the worst point. He drew his bow, preparing the next move. A few arrows were fired. Toward Tanderk, this move caught him off guard. Water arrows hit the ground and began to evaporate upon contact with hot air. Tanderk was surprised. Fire, water, and flame magic create steam. His tone stiffened, but it was just an obvious ruse. Ed was immediately hit, blood gushing from his chest. Indeed, Tanderk was very strong. Ultimately, the only way to win was. His breakthrough was Merylda. Even in the previous cycle where he risked his life, the outcome relied on Merylda. But now, the Golden Phoenix Ring was being used by Janika, and he had never fully summoned Merylda by his own power. He gritted his teeth, thinking there was no other way. Tanderk blocked with a shield. His sword stabbed into the ground, then he launched off the shield. Desperate, was there really no other way? Ed was knocked far away, lying helpless on the ground, blood soaking his body. Tanderk was erupting holy light. It's over. The sword was pointed at him. A familiar sensation washed over him, creeping through every corner of his mind. Death was inches away. Ed recalled being crushed in rubble, stabbed by wind, pierced by dragon scales, dying from blood loss, burning in flames. Memories of death dying over and over, repeating. Notifications appeared. Spirit magic, empathic spirit level 18 reduced to level 3. About death dying again and again, over and over. Multiple alerts displayed. Finally, Ed understood, so that's it. Tanderk's sword stopped just before his forehead. Ed thought, whether it's high-level magic or spirit sensing, learning magic follows the same principle. Dozens of failures, memories forged through gritted teeth, struggles never giving up, histories of seemingly futile effort. The supreme wind spirit Merylda fully manifested. She charged at Tanderk, who sensed imminent danger. Ed rammed his head into Tanderk. Pain shot through him, blood spraying. When Tanderk punched him in the face, he realized no one starts out skilled. Whether one succeeds or not is unknown. But so what? Everyone struggles for survival, each for their own reasons to keep their body alive. In a battle of equals, Tanderk finally fell. Ed raised an arrow from behind, ready to strike. Humans strive to survive by any means. The arrow pierced deep into his back. Tanderk trembled in pain. No matter the hardships or dangers, all share a single pursuit. Ed did not stop, raising his fist again. Blood sprayed, his fist was stained. Another gush of blood erupted. Only when Tanderk could no longer move did Ed stop. Enduring by gritting his teeth, biting into the pain. Ed breathed in deeply. Only then could he claim, even in a battered state. He had won his life. Ed stood up, staggering forward. Both advanced toward the raging fire. Time was running out, and he still had tasks to do. The dragon fang around his neck faintly glowed. Outside the academy, it appeared calm. Claris asked angrily, "How long will you remain a bystander, Holy Emperor?" Bertio, the Grand Inquisitor, must be purged from the church. "Holy Emperor, would you trust the word of a clueless saintess? We are here for the future of the church," Clara said coldly. Clueless, using Velbrock's necklace to resurrect the Holy Commerce Dragon, then letting the apostles destroy it themselves. Wasn't that your plan? Bertio was surprised. How could the saintess know? She revealed, despite countless confrontations with the Holy Commerce Dragon. But the church had never truly defeated it. Your plan will fail. Bertio, it is because you failed countless times in the same loop that I can stand here now and speak to you. Claris in the final battle. The only remaining option was to offer the saintess's life to the sacrificial magic circle before them. He was astonished, saintess, that she is willing. If this truly is Lord Telas's will, then I will offer myself. However, countless people living in peace will have to die. If the order causes innumerable deaths, then who could place their faith in the order ever again? Bertio objected. The truth is, no one can be certain of anything. She cut off the Holy Emperor, but I already know the entire plan, and I'm standing here to tell everyone. If I die, it's because you led me to this place. The people we tried to save here, the song of truth they raised, together with their tireless efforts, will echo across the continent. Now it won't be just me. The whole world will lose faith in the order. Bertio replied, "Those heretics are on this island of Akan either way. If the saintess is someone who no longer believes in the order, then use the Holy Emperor's authority at once and detain her." The old man spoke up. "Use the Holy Emperor's authority." A coward unable to choose between reality and doctrine has sat on the Holy Emperor's throne for decades. All it takes is someone stepping forward with conviction and resolve, and this useless old man can only hurry after them and do as they say. Just like all these years have passed, I want to entrust the order's future to someone with greater faith than the one with the most determined gaze in this order. Eldon has chosen. I will follow the saintess's will. Claris glanced at him. She asserted, "Your plan has never succeeded. This time that plan will fail as well. In the name of Holy Emperor Eldon, the most faithful servant of Lord Telas, and I, Saintess Claris, hereby declare Archbishop Bertio expelled from the order." Hearing this, he burst out laughing. Bertio's smile turned grotesque. "You think that will change anything?" He clenched Claris's wrist. She was dragged away. "What are you doing, Bertio?" He always believed that as long as the saintess didn't step into that sacrificial formation, no one could stop the resurrection of the Holy Spear Dragon. Even though that youth stole the Holy Spear Dragon's necklace and fled, the apostles have already chased after him. Even if he gets lucky and slips out of their hands. In that condition, how far could he possibly run? Meanwhile, Ad kept dragging himself forward. This isn't over yet. He lowered his head to look at the pendant in his hand. If this continues, the Holy Spear Dragon will be revived soon. On Claris's side, she calmly denied it. "No." She yanked her hand back. "I won't let things go the way you want, because you took my hand and ran away with me back then." Claris hurled her staff at him. "He's far stronger than you." A notification appeared. Holy magic releases divine power, nullifying most of the opponent's magical effects and dealing physical damage. She collapsed to her knees in exhaustion. Bertio lay opposite her and asked, "Didn't the Lord also decree that the saintess's life is to live only in pursuit of that pure, spotless white light?" Claris continued, "Then why has your soul become so colorful?" "Because I am the saintess, but I am also a student. I learned this. In a beam of light that seems to be nothing but white, red is hidden within it." Along with that came the golden glow from Claris's staff, the emerald light from Janika's water spirit, and Ad's deep blue, the violet light of Lucy, who once fought with everything she had. At this moment, Ed placed Dragon Fang into Lucy's palm. She dashed forward like she was flying. Lucy's movement speed was terrifyingly fast. Claris continued, "The light when everyone gathers together. The combined strength of all of them won that Dragon Fang." Claris believed it would become the purest white. Now, as a senior, the protagonist Taylor would have to face the first years. But the resistance of those juniors was not something Taylor could easily fend off. Everyone wanted to defeat the senior to score high, so the opponents were no pushovers. All because at the start of the script, for some reason, none of the first years were placed into Class A, yet the script still continued. Taylor defeated the final opponent, Claude, the first-year alchemy department leader. But Claude couldn't accept defeat and drank a forbidden drug called the Evil God's Blood Elixir. The school's mid-arc sub-boss, the mid-boss of evil, Claude, the Calamity Alchemist. He received the evil god Mebulu's mana and used all kinds of dark magic. Magic kept assaulting his opponent, one relentless trial after another. As this was the end of the chapter, the protagonist Taylor faced countless enemies. So even getting back up wasn't easy. Still, when Ad returned to the academy, the script continued. Taylor raised his sword and the brutal battle raged on. His opponent was driven back. Taylor uses an elemental slash. Taylor's elemental slash cuts through the darkness and is now ready to strike. Outside, Ad walks into the academy, drenched in fresh blood, drawing the attention of the surrounding students. In the original script, the second live combat coordination ended like this. Taylor, once ridiculed by scholars as a low-class swordsman, is now officially recognized as a master in the academy, congratulated by students, instructors, and teammates alike. A lasting image of admiration is engraved in everyone's minds. Yet that joy is short-lived just as Taylor steps out of the exam hall. He hears that a teammate has passed away, a poet as well as a prophet. That person is none other than Adele. News of Adele's series' death. At this time, Odell's death is not described clearly. Originally, Odell was a character meant to exit the stage in this way, just as she collapses from exhaustion. However, the original content was altered. She meets Ad. Adele, eyes brimming with tears, looks at him. Ad gives her a look only those involved can truly understand. Taylor's group and teammates have not heard of any deaths, only rumors of disturbances within the order. While Bertio is going mad trying to rush outside, he is punched straight in the face by an apostle. The commotion was an internal matter of the order and was handled properly. As a result, the Maiden of Doubt no longer exists, and the sacred sword of compassion does not revive earlier than expected. The dragon fang was thrown into the deep sea. With the disappearance of the Maiden of Doubt, the Order's army did not invade Agent Island. Thus, the final battle at the end of Act 3 and Lucy's awakening do not occur. Compared to the original script, more events have taken place. Lucy quietly gazes at the calm sea. She suddenly craves beef jerky. Fortunately, the academy remains peaceful. 2 days have passed since that event. Ad knocks on Janika's wooden house. "Do you feel better?" she shouts from inside. "Ad, don't come in, I'm taking a bath. But I still can't see clearly. The cost of using future magic is very high." Janika currently cannot use magic and can barely see ahead. The Supreme Spirit Fritz has blocked 5 apostles. Eventually, they fell into the forest outside Arkin Island. Janika had passed out, and when she woke up, she found herself in a wooden hut. It's unclear what happened, but thankfully they are unharmed. Belle comes to visit and scolds. "If something like this happens, you must inform me first." Belle is seen arranging things. He politely says, "Yes, thank you for coming." He thinks to himself, now that she is head maid, she no longer handles household chores. Judging by her expression, she probably still wants to do chores like before. Belle steps forward. "Young Master Ad, are you okay?" He replies, "Yes, I worry about Janika's eyesight, but I'm fine." She interrupts, "No, I mean, do you have anything troubling you personally?" Ad firmly denies, "No." Belle continues, "I understand. Now caring for Lady Janika is the most important task." She enters. "I'm saying this to avoid misunderstanding. You must help her change and wipe her sweat." Ad agrees. "That's already done, I think." Belle teases. Of course, young Master Ad would never make such a basic mistake. Her figure fades behind the door. Yet Belle peeks out, "But aren't you at that impulsive age? If not now, when will you risk making mistakes? Sometimes I think you should listen to your inner voice." "I don't really mean that." The door closes in front of Ad, who turns away. "Stop talking nonsense and go inside to help Janika." Belle peeks out again. "What a pity. By the way, young Master Ad, you just said nothing earlier." He stands observing her through the window. Ad turns and leaves, sitting outside to wait, listening to Belle's voice from inside. "Lady Janika, leaving a patient in a dusty environment like this is almost a crime. Better to take her straight to the Academy's infirmary. I'll open all windows for ventilation. Now get to work, lady. Don't leave midway while changing clothes to do something else." He sits lost in thought. Belle is quick-witted, seemingly realizing she is also bluffing. Opening both the windows and main door to bathe Janika is crazy. The afternoon passes quickly like this, leaving no room for idle thoughts. Even though the camping break lasted only 2 days, it felt like being away for a whole month. He looks at the fire in front of him, seemingly low on wood. Someone comes to visit. "Hello." He sees a hooded figure carrying a lute. At first, Ed mistakes her. "Odell." When Clarice removes her hood, he realizes, no, she is the maiden Clarice. She comes to report Archbishop Bertio has been officially expelled from the church. Ad responds, "Is that so?" Clarice continues, "He is being escorted to the Holy Capital under the Pope's and Apostles' orders. Subsequent handling is entirely the Pope's authority. Do you still trust the church?" Pope Eldon admitted he had been too lax in management. "I think a bishop with twisted ideology took advantage of the church's weakness to manipulate power. Perhaps this time will become an opportunity for the church to move in a new direction. I want to try to believe." Once, Clarice mentioned about her. "As for Odell, he has disappeared. I tried using the title of saint to track him down, but I couldn't find any trace." Ad asked, "Do you have anything you want to convey?" Clarice opened up. "At first, I just wanted to leave St. Royal City to recount what I had experienced. But now it's just the blush on my cheeks. I just want to say thank you." Clarice gently touched the lute. "I'll leave this here." For Adele, who has traveled everywhere, perhaps the next destination will be this camp. Will you stay at this camp for the entire summer? You stand up and go with Clarice. I have nowhere else to go, so probably. She suggested I had a small request anyway. Regarding that, I just hope you treat me like a friend. Ed handed Clarice the cast from his hand. It's always been this way. Anyway, you and I always talk a lot naturally. She explained, I understand, but I mean treat me like a close friend. If you ever need help, please feel free to tell me. I can't guarantee I can meet all your expectations, but I'll try my best within my capabilities. Ed stopped, seeing her off here. You stood there quietly watching her figure disappear behind the trees. Behind, Adele's voice rang out, I think it's time to leave. If we stay here, I fear we might run into others again. Ad turned back and asked, will you be okay? Her body was carefully bandaged. Though her strength, magical power, and divine energy hadn't fully recovered, my body was enough to move. Ad denied, no, I mean, leaving without meeting Clarice, will you be all right? She replied, yes, because I no longer have any songs I can sing, or rather, I no longer have the courage to lie. On reflection, it was all lies from the start, praising the god Tyros, claiming I traveled the world, singing songs of freedom. All the songs I played on this lute were lies. Ad casually said, really? Her hand touched the lute Clarice brought. Ad was surprised by Adele's action. She threw the lute into the fire. Adele did this because I want to personally revisit all the places where I once sang insincere words. Since this will be a long journey, I want to shed all the burdens I carry. Until now, my journey was only running from fate. Like this time, I am no longer running but traveling everywhere. Ad was curious, is there a difference? She replied, it means I now have a place to return to, so I must return within 3 years. Otherwise, Clarice will graduate. Once relocation ends, I want to return here and sing a new song I wrote for everyone. Ad promised, all right, if you return, I'll pick a good piece of wood for your new house. You laughed and asked, so I have to return within 2 years. You still feel something missing. Is that all? You've lost both magical and divine power, now you cannot see the future anymore. The future you once knew ends here. Now you must start again from an unknown place and begin a new journey without knowing anything about the future. Now you've escaped the predetermined script, there's nothing left to rely on. Who knows, a terrifying future beyond imagination may await you ahead. This uncertain present doesn't make you afraid. Adele fell silent before such a man. She admitted honestly, I am afraid, yet with another feeling. But smiling brightly, I also feel excited. You thought to yourself, so much has changed. Just now, I spoke to a girl who should have died. According to the original script, not talking about the story, the moment forced me to make a choice within a limited time. Should I leave Akan Island to stop the resurrection of the Holy Dragon, or return to save Adele? At that moment, I chose to stop the resurrection of the Holy Dragon. In other words, Ad chose to sacrifice Adele. If Adele's divine power weakened, and if Lucy couldn't retain her memories like you believed you definitely abandoned Odell to save your own life. I'm that kind of person, using survival as an excuse to disregard hidden feelings or responsibility. Ad recalled the death of a comrade. Team loyalty, friendship, and similar values. You easily ignored those. Ad sat deep in thought, the fire extinguished, his face darkened. Janika stepped out of the wooden house. Summer had arrived unnoticed, and everything had changed. S. Rose Taylor, who shouldn't exist in the academy, now became a student of Janika Element. End of Act 1. Now beside Ed, Lucy, end of Act 3. Removed from the script, yet there remains something that certainly doesn't change. Even if history is distorted or someone's sacrifice ignored, at all costs, you vowed to survive. Night gradually enveloped the entire camp. The singer Adele had now left this place. Thus, the events Ad once knew had changed beyond recognition. The largest and most important twist about to happen is the punishment of Lucy. The mastery of techniques, accumulated experience, and the unique abilities gained from them will be decisive for deploying Stage 4 later. The stagnation in Taylai's progress is the main source of instability. Even though one cannot cling forever to a plan that has gone off track, Taylai's growth remains a minimal insurance card that must be held. Moreover, the battle against Lucy is a crucial milestone for her to release her obsession with Glow KT. Ad wondered whether to ask her directly to understand her thoughts. Strangely, Lucy, who always clings to this place like a shadow for her nap, has been missing from the camp for days. Ad tosses and turns, unable to sleep. Is it really okay if this continues? Ad feels that at this rate, all he can do is grit his teeth and endure. The night stretches unbearably long for him. Ad's eyes bloodshot. He sits up panting. How long has it been? Though the memory is somewhat vague, it certainly wasn't a pleasant dream. After this final exam, the summer break will officially begin. Perhaps because of this rare moment of leisure, suddenly, a black aura radiates from him, heading toward Ad, who is reading. The flickering fire illuminates the twilight evening. Ad suddenly remembers. Before coming here, that dream haunted him every day. There are also people at the academy talking about him. Lately, Ad seems weighed down, doesn't he? Dix feels that even though he constantly says he's fine, there's still something unnatural about him. On the surface, he seems normal, busy with life's routine as usual. Juggling work at the farm, acting as a teaching assistant, and studying, though just a personal intuition. I feel he's carrying heavy thoughts. Tania feels the same, terribly worried. he continues. I also feel uneasy. Honestly, I'm worried about something else. As you see, his relationships around the senior are quite complicated. Tania anticipated this. I know, Dix reflects. But for Senior Ad to show weakness is very rare. What I fear is that the fierce competition will only intensify. On Janika's side, she shares with Ad. I think I can control the low-level spirits now. You comment, really? But your observation isn't entirely clear yet. She smiles. I also worry the magical flow might be disrupted. But with Ad here, I want to try again. After all, it's class time. Ad watches Janika very well. She starts practicing immediately. I'm starting now, you observe Janika. Magic radiates around the staff. It's basic magic. Janika doesn't need to chant when summoning these low-level spirits. Perhaps since it's been a while, she's being more careful. Suddenly, Ad notices the spell. A beam of light flashes in the air. Lamas appears, finally responding to my call. Miss Janika, seeing her about to collapse, Ad rushes over, and it anxiously calls Miss. Just as she is about to fall, Ad catches her. He bends down and asks Han, are you okay? Can you hear me? Ad orders it to go inside and rest for now. Lamas responds, yes. Janika explains. The magical pressure was stronger than I expected, so I lost my composure a bit. You're curious, really? Recovery seems a bit slow. Ad's hand touches Janika's forehead. Her body is also hot. She sweats profusely and says, no, it's not the magic, it's S's doing. Though expected, seeing this firsthand still feels strange. Here, they meet Lo Edel. She greets them. It's been a while since I came by to see Senior Ad. Even prepared, this scene still surprises me. You really set up the camp for family fun. What's going on? I don't even want to hear your excuses. Janika is surprised. What this voice is Lo Edel. She greets, long time no see, Senior Janika. Even now, Janika hardly believes it. Oh, it's Lodel. Her lips curl slightly in a smile. Janika boasts Ed and she have decided to live together. They are currently together. Lo Edel reminds, rather than saying live together, isn't it more accurate to say living in the house next door? Actually, my purpose today is to check on Senior Ad and deliver some important news. You wonder, important news. What is it? Lodel reveals, Senior Ad. I don't know your current financial situation, but I advise you to buy all your books and magical tools for the next term right now. You're surprised so soon? Buying now might be cheaper. But the break hasn't started yet. She smiles softly. It's not about cost, but by the end of the break, you won't be able to find them. It's fortunate to get this valuable info at the same time as Senior Janika. Janika responds. But since I live with S, I'm always near him. What's so lucky about that? Anyway, thanks. Adeli thinks silently. Janika is really odd whenever confronted. When it came to Lodel, she had a habit of refusing to lose, not even by a single sentence. He glanced at the furious Lodel across from him. Of course, because the opponent was Lodel. So there was no way she would lose control or fly into a rage. And yet Lodel blurted out, this is so irritating. I'll head back first today. But this place really is beautiful, wonderful. The air is fresh and the water babbles softly. I get why Lucy likes it. Come here and take a quick nap. Janika froze. What? Even though Janika's eyesight hadn't fully recovered, she could still see it clearly. Lodel's meaningful, knowing smile. Back at the academy, Belle received word from Hun. She said Lady Lodel had left a letter. Hun replied, well, she said she'd find someone to replace me and asked if I wanted to transfer. And she even offered a salary and bonus package. Belle took the letter, even if it was from Lady Lodel herself. When she opened it, it was all far too sudden. Reading what was inside, Belle gasped, 3 pollen gold coins. That's definitely not a small amount. But I've devoted so many years to this Opheles dormitory. No matter how high the weekly pay is, Hun said with a bright smile. I didn't mean to peak, manager. I can hardly believe my own eyes. It's 3 pollen gold coins for just 1 day of work. Belle fell into thought, not a monthly wage, not even a weekly wage. She couldn't believe it was a daily rate. Hun hesitated beside her. About that. Are you really going to quit? Over on Ed's side, he was busy nailing wooden planks onto the roof. He paused for a moment and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Someone called out from below. Are you Ed? I'm a messenger, here under the instructions of the guild master, representing Lodel. My official title is Dunn, a sales representative from the Elt Trade Guild, Sylvania branch, and this is Rihanna. We're here to take preliminary measurements. He guessed preliminary measurements? Don't be ridiculous. Dunn replied, it'll be finished quickly. I hear the guild master is planning to build a villa right on this site. He thought in shock, a cabin. Is she serious? Dunn immediately got to work. It's an honor to finally meet you. Ed reminded him, you're being so polite it feels a little strange. You look about my age, why not relax a bit? Dunn pulled out a measuring tape and handed it to Rihanna. You're someone my mistress considers special, so a little flattery can't hurt. Besides, I don't think I'll be seeing you often. Lady Lodel doesn't like sending subordinates all the way out here. Ed followed up. Is there a reason? Dunn answered, because I'm sure she knows exactly how foolishly different she is when she's here with you. She acts like any other girl. But in front of her subordinates, Lady Lodel is cold-blooded. steel running through her veins. Ed stepped closer. That sounds like you're being disrespectful to your mistress. Dunn denied it. It's actually a compliment, either way. If there's anything you need help with from our side, but it feels awkward to discuss it directly with Lady Lodel, call me, Dunn, anytime. He handed Ed a bottle of liquor. Even on the Oddic black market, it cost around 1 gold coin. It's pretty strong, so don't give it to someone who can't drink. If you do, they'll pass out on the spot. Rihanna only took a sip, and that evening, Rihanna shouted from behind, "Don't go telling other people's embarrassing stories like that, Dunn." Ed took the bottle. "You're overestimating me." Dunn looked surprised. "Overestimating? On the contrary, I think you underestimate yourself." The teasing made Ed's face darken. He had arrived at Craven's shop on the street. He remembered Lodel's advice. He should buy what he needed before the semester started. He could craft most things by hand already, so he mainly just needed consumables. Ed glanced behind him and saw a girl hiding her face behind a book. Ed asked, "Why are you here?" Anise caught. She slowly lowered the book. Anise let out a long breath to steady herself. "I came to buy a few things, but I didn't expect to run into you here. You haven't been to the lab lately. You must be really busy. I heard about Janica. Apparently she was badly hurt. Honestly, I was a little surprised when she said she'd live at the camp from now on, but it looks like she's gradually settling down. You've probably been through quite a lot yourself." "Yeah, I know your situation well, so I explained it to the professor. Take care of yourself. Phoebius and Onyx are doing great work, so you can relax a bit too. You need a scholarship to make life easier, right?" Ed was speechless at this. He replied, "Yeah. Thanks." Anise was about to slip away. "Then I'll be going." She carelessly backed into a table behind her. The bag of fruit in Anise's hands fell. Ed quickly caught it and returned it to her. "Careful, you'll fall." Seeing what was inside, Ed thought to himself, sprouted potatoes. "Only 1 apple, and this spinach looks like you dug it up yourself. Why is the bread moldy?" Ed handed it back. "Just throw it out." Anise allowed it. "Go ahead and look. There was nothing special in it anyway. It's fine. I have no reason to try to impress you." "So what, is being poor something to be ashamed of? What if you see me like this? Do I need to impress you? What are we anyway, dating?" She slumped down and cried. Anise Holland is known as a commoner with a nobler demeanor than most nobles, but his family went bankrupt just as he entered the academy. He was forced to work as well. I had misunderstood. I thought he would have a very hard life, but it turns out it was even tougher than mine. Ad took the cookie she offered. Anise had bought it at the bakery with Clara as a member. He politely thanked her. As they sat together on the bench outside, Ad thought he could live just fine without knowing about this. Anise blushed and said a new professor would be coming to replace Professor Glass, so he came to buy the supplies we were lacking. "Seems like you've been shopping quite a bit lately." "It's nothing. I just heard that school supply prices are about to rise. I check prices daily and everything seems about 10% more expensive than last month." Ad was surprised. "You do this every day?" Anise snapped. "If you think I overdo it, just say so." He replied, "No, it might sound strange, but I think we're pretty similar. Anise, if you fall ill, you won't be able to work, then you'll lose your dorm and can't continue at the academy." Accustomed to this pressured life, I'm sure he has had to work many times while sick. Survival doesn't mean the same thing for everyone as it does for me. Someone living in a hut deep in the forest, preparing for the next scenario. For Anise Holland, the academy is the forest, the wild. Being understood by him, Anise felt relieved. She sincerely said, "Thank you. Actually, when we first met, I thought the same about you. Anyway, I should shop for the next term before prices rise further. Besides, if whoever is behind this can manipulate prices this much, it must be the Elter Guild, right? But at this rate, they'll definitely clash with the student council. I don't know why they chose this moment to squeeze profits. Anyway, they must have a plan. The head of Elter is probably smarter than me." After saying that, Anise waved goodbye. "I'm going now, thanks for letting me know," he wondered. "I'm curious too, why is Elter doing all this to raise school supply prices?" When curious about something, the best way to understand it is to ask directly. When he returned to his wooden house, he heard Lodel say, "Cranchu wine isn't a very good gift. Come on. Done, if you're going to embezzle money, you should buy wine instead. Expensive doesn't mean better." He added, "That's mine, you know." She replied, "It all comes from you anyway." Dunn occasionally embezzles money here and there, then brings back things like this. He doesn't even realize that I know exactly what he's doing. Ad was curious why she let it slide. Lodel explained, "So I can use it as leverage if one day he goes too far. It's a bad habit of mine. Whoever it is, I need insurance. To fully trust them. Saying you're special might sound odd, but I still haven't found anything that can bind you." She took his arm. "So if we both know each other's weaknesses, then what? I'm sure you have many things you want to ask me." At the professor's dorm, Lodel led him there. Ad thought to himself, walking is a bit far, but according to her, we've reached near the professor's dorm. There aren't many people here, so it's a good place to talk. He started, "This classic tactic isn't like you." Lodel recalled what Dunn said. "It's not about how expensive things will become. Once the break ends, he won't be able to buy anything." "Are you planning to hoard all the school supplies?" Lodel replied. "Well, I'm the only one who can freely set prices on this island. I never thought you'd be curious about Elter's internal operations." Are you worried about me? In situations like this, you should say yes even if you don't mean it. He answered, perhaps I should. I am a little concerned. They silently looked at each other. Lodal spoke, then shall we exchange secrets? Ad was cautious. Right now, what are you planning? She clarified, I said I want us to share our weaknesses. If you tell me yours, I'll tell you why I raised prices. Ad slowly asked, weakness. Lodal remembered, you've asked me this before. Have you ever killed anyone? Ad was stunned for a moment and replied. He denied, no, never, about whether I have killed before. Lodal laughed, I have, it's been a year already. Why bring that up now? Ad revealed a truth. I lied to you, I have killed before. Moreover, I have killed countless people. He recounted, believe it or not, I've fought in several distant lands. When you're caught in a battlefield like that, you have to witness more people around you fall than you can accept, and among them, there are always a few you can't stop yourself from thinking you must save, especially those close to you, those you talk to like teammates. At first, you grit your teeth and save them. Even knowing you'll collapse from exhaustion, you still carry a severely injured man on your back and die. Crossing the battlefield, the two clung to a teammate on the verge of death, sobbing as they witnessed their last breath. Yet, eventually she stopped doing that, too busy figuring out how to survive. Although it pained her at first, one day she realized she had gone mad. Even the deaths of those closest to her, all happened simply because she was still struggling to stay alive. In the instinct of survival, she remained vigilant and sharp. Survival was the only thing on her mind. But once she left the battlefield, she fell into situations like now where no one wished her harm, and if she accidentally saved someone. A question always returned to her mind, if only I hadn't looked away, maybe I could have saved them. Their death is on me. Long ago, I concluded that they were key figures in the script and people I could influence. I made up all kinds of reasons, even deceived myself, but ultimately decided I would never be anyone's teammate again. Recently, I forgot that resolution, which meant I became less sharp. Ad leaned back into the chair. This is my weakness. In the sky, the fog covering the crescent moon gradually dissipates. Lo Edel took the lead in speaking. You should give me an answer. After all you promised, I asked why you bought all the materials and books. Practice right? I received a report that a rat sneaked into the trading organization. This is how to expose that person. Over the past few days, the inventory counts of study supplies and books didn't match. So that means someone was skimming goods, right? Surprised, isn't it? Done. He even said he used embezzled money to buy alcohol. Done isn't that daring? He only indulges in small luxuries, never crossing the line. Lo Edel denied it, thinking there was someone more sinister than Dunn. When prices rose, he would sell first and flee, then we would catch him. And perhaps you'd have to kill someone. We discussed this before, right? You've never killed anyone with your own hands. But if you count those you couldn't save, like him, you must have killed many people, because you are someone who only turns a blind eye to the world, and judges everything by numbers in the ledger. You are the only daughter. Lo, he then stopped speaking. She recalled her past. Lodal asked, isn't everyone like that? A merchant noticed a child's talent and bought the child's biological parents to adopt her, eating stale bread in a corner of the slums. In the end, they didn't even realize they would be killed to keep the secret. While selling their child, those poor people, all of them must have been accomplices. Do you know how much her parents got for selling her? A mere 3 gold coins. Feels like just yesterday, she was still the girl sold for 3 gold coins. Yet now she is someone who could spend 3 gold coins every day just to earn a smile from the one she likes. Right. But 3 coins a day is a bit much. I think she would refuse, but it's okay. Deal with the rat that sneaked into the trade guild and handle Dunn. The one always plotting against us. Nothing troubles you, because you expect nothing from anyone and trust no one. You know the reason, right? Ad understands because she doesn't want to be disappointed. Lo, he smiled in acknowledgement. Yes, that's also why I've always been alone. She hides nothing. That is your weakness. You realize, so the reason she postponed her busy schedule to invite me for a night walk was this. Lo, he interrupted. Because I have a hand, you know. She warmly linked arms with S. In truth, her senses are sharper than normal. You feel she has heard the rumors that recently she seemed sluggish or drained of energy. Lodal revealed that among children of noble families, there is a ritual at marriage. They exchange weaknesses with each other, for knowing each other's weaknesses makes them closer. They spoke thus. The night academy, usually crowded, became quiet and empty, making her feel alone in this world. You confirm that's right. Lo Etio opened up to you. That feeling has always existed even during the day. But sometimes you need that feeling. You know it too, right? Sometimes this solitude feels truly comfortable. She smiled and asked, right, I told you we are alike. The next morning, Belle came to see her. I'm sorry, Miss Lo Edel. She bowed, saying, in fact, it's good for me because of the high salary. But I take pride in working at the Opheles Hall. Of course, not always treated with care. Sometimes I feel dissatisfied, sometimes things are difficult. Sometimes I feel exhausted, yet still I want to continue taking responsibility for the Opheles Hall. Lodal said that a salary of 3 gold coins a day was a pretty bold offer he'd made on his end. So this truly made him feel heartbroken. You can't turn the noble faith you have in your work into money, can you? Then how about a part-time arrangement? Belle was stunned. A part-time arrangement. Lodal continued, I heard you've still been making time lately to look after Janica. Just drop by once in a while and manage everything for me, just like you've been doing. Come whenever you have time, handle what needs doing, then leave. Twice a week, would that work? Lodal lowered his head and met Bao's eyes. All right, she agreed, that works. Lodal smiled with his eyes, thank you. Bao added, if there are any terms, let me take a look. Belle and Lodal immediately pulled out a contract. She froze. What? She instructed Belle, sign here and sign here too. When it was done, Lodal beamed. All right, starting now, take care of my estate and the training grounds next door. Bao stood there blankly. See you at the camp. Before she could finish, the door had already shut. Only then did she realize, for a side job worth 1 gold coin, he'd even prepared a contract. I fell right into Lodal's trap. Meanwhile, Ad was lost in memories. I've only been at this camp for a few days, thinking about old moments. But seeing everyone else busy pulled him back to reality. Life at the academy hadn't stopped. So he decided he wouldn't let himself sink into sadness or heaviness anymore. More accurately, he didn't have time for it. It was the final season now. He needed to hurry and complete his captain's authority too. Vacation would be here soon. Before then, he'd prepare as thoroughly as possible to face what was coming. Tania had received a letter. After a long time, she was moved. I just got a letter from father. Inside it said, I've heard that during vacation, many students return home to their families, rest, and only then come back. Tania, you should come home and rest for a while, then return to the academy. If possible, bring Ad with you as well. The script had been changed. Tania went rigid as she read those lines. Hun behind her asked. She looked pretty tired. She denied it. No, I'm fine. Inside, she thought, I'm already busy as it is. Elter has started going too far, and now father too. In the quiet night, a heavy sigh sounded. The next morning, a new day began. Tania groaned, it hurts, my head hurts so much. Right then she ran into someone she knew. Lucy was back. They both jumped. Tania smiled politely. Hello, Lucy. Did you want to tell me something? Lucy, embarrassed, tugged the brim of her hat down to hide her face. She came to apologize. I'm sorry about last time, I was wrong. Tania relaxed. No, you already apologized last time, you don't need to apologize again. The weather's lovely today, isn't it? Perfect for a nap. Are you planning to go to my brother's camp today too? Lucy admitted. I haven't been going there very often lately. She asked curiously, really? Why? Lucy explained. After taking a nap somewhere else, it feels so strange. My dress gets dirty, dust all over me, my hair a mess, I don't look pretty at all. That made everyone listening recoil in shock. Lucy Mabriel, worried about how she might be seen. So fragile, yet Lucy continued. I was planning to go to his camp tomorrow, after not going over there for a long time. That made me want to go too. Hun stepped forward. And don't worry, Lucy, you're already very beautiful, but tomorrow. Hun declared, on the title of my head maid, I swear it. I'll prepare the most perfect look for you that I can. As the head maid of Opheles Hall, her main duty was to support students, and her side duty was to give romantic advice. She knew exactly who liked whom. Lucy was left speechless by that professional attitude. At that moment, on the rooftop by Ad's wooden house, a little bird was chirping. A surge of presence crashed in and left it dizzy. That killing intent came from Janica. She was almost unsteady, swaying. She was truly drunk when suddenly Janica's face was lit by a beam of light shining onto it. She hovered in midair as a small circle appeared. Merylda had manifested. She turned to ask, how is it? Ed replied, now, helping you in human form isn't too exhausting anymore, it seems. The info panel displayed, extremely rare, 1,000-year lightning-struck wooden staff. A staff crafted from a millennia-old tree that was struck by lightning. Enhanced with multiple magical treatments to boost spirit sensitivity. Amplifies sensitivity to all forms of spirits, and boosts the mana efficiency of spirit magic. Allows the use of any spirit formula regardless of spirit sensitivity if a pact has been signed. Mana efficiency when using spirits. Of high-level wind spirit Mariuta is improved. The area of effect for the wind blessing is expanded. The impact and power of the applied spirit formulas are greatly increased. Ed exclaimed, indeed, crafting this was the right choice. Seeing it, Janica couldn't help but be amazed. I've never seen a staff crafted with magical engineering before. Ed suggested, do you want to try it? She was surprised. Me, Janica took it. I haven't fully recovered yet, so I'm not sure I can test it properly. She closed her eyes tightly. Then she focused her power. Opening her eyes, a stream of energy radiated from the staff. Janica noticed a clear change. It's not just effective, I feel mana naturally flowing through my entire body. Ed revealed, your spirit sensitivity is very high, Janica. That's probably why you feel it that way. This will definitely enhance my spirit's power, she replied. Amazing, no wonder everyone loves magical engineering so much. Janica handed it back to Ed. Then that's fine, Ed, keep it. He refused. No, it's yours. Janica paused. Mine. He said, I made it for you. I owe you a lot. Sorry I haven't been able to thank you properly until now. Janica was flustered. But wouldn't this suit you better? Ed sat on a log to rest. Anyway, I'll make another one, so don't worry. Janica thought of something. She exclaimed happily, another one? Then it'll be a pair, I get it. Janika's hands grasped the magical staff. Moved, she promised, "I'll use it well." Truly touched, she said, "Thank you, Ed." Janika's beautiful demeanor made Ed look away shyly. He realized he had indeed made the right choice. At the Academy Square, students were standing by the info board. A notice about the final exams was posted there. He left. The final exam season had begun. Who would top the list? It depends on the subject, but I have to prepare for both written and field exams. But this only applies to intermediate and advanced students. Written exams are capped at 100 points, while field exams have no maximum. So the top students in each class maintain their ranks thanks to field exam scores. This also applies to Wayne, the top first-year student. Lucy, the top second-year student, doesn't even need to be mentioned. Therefore, to achieve the highest score, the most important factor is the field exam. And the top student of my year is Janica Fellofer, the top third-year student. I wonder if I can surpass their field exam score. I heard there's a trial exam directly supervised by the professors. Normally, most students, except outliers like Lucy or Janica, aren't strong enough to face a professor directly, but the top student of the entire year gets full tuition waived. Indeed, I've managed thanks to my student scholarship and dealings with Lodal. But it's still tough. Previously, I had no chance to aim for the top spot. Now, everything has changed. Ed decided to try to become the top of his class. He went to the student council room. A student outside guided him. "This way, the president is waiting," Ed politely said. "Thank you for guiding me," she remarked. "He's really famous." He was rereading the letter his father Tania sent. "The first break is coming and I hope to see you again. Tania, you should return home to rest for a while, then come back. Also, I know Ed is still alive. If possible, take Ed with you. If public opinion has improved and his magical abilities have progressed, I will no longer pursue consequences for the offense against the princess. I wish to accept Ed back as a member of the Rod Taylor family. As family and as his father, I want to give him one last chance. Convey this message to Ed after losing Awen. I don't want to repeat that mistake. If you wish, the doors of Rodaler will always be open." From Griffin Roth Taylor, Tania revealed, "It's been a long time since I received a letter from my father. Father has forgiven you, Ed, so he wants you to return and talk things through." He sank into thought. "That's great," she exposed. "Looking at your expression, I know you don't really feel that way." She was curious. "A chance for a fallen noble to regain power has arrived. This is a good thing, but father once tried to assassinate my brother. Now he wants to call him back. Clearly, this is a trap." Tania decided she would go home alone and talk to her father. Ed had already made up his mind. "No, this holiday, we should go home together. It's fine, I have a few plans of my own anyway." A story like this is now just a part of the Empire's history. Lowell waged a fierce war against the En clan. The enemy forces had reached right before the Empire's capital. In a completely hopeless scenario, the hero led the battle. Standing before Emperor Kloll's army until the very last moment was Obel Fox, and beside him were 3 young mages assisting him: Adventurer Glass, Swordsman Zeland, and finally, the indispensable outlaw Calais. Now the outlaw is gradually fading into the oblivion of history. Yet he has returned to Sylvania Academy. Why has he come back to take a position among the faculty? Leo opened the office door, smoke hit her in the face, making her cough. She softly called out, "Professor Calais, the final exams will begin in 3 days. It's time to prepare and send the grading criteria for the practical tests." He ordered, "Just do something rough and send it." Leo mustered her courage. "But this is the final evaluation, the last assessment all students under your supervision will take. You know that." Calais interrupted, "Prepare something proper in your lab and send it to everyone. It's better than having an instructor like me meddle in everything, right?" She hung her head and turned away. Yes, he thought silently. Why did I agree to fill in the gap Glass left at this academy as if hypnotized? Calais didn't want to care. Well, now it doesn't really matter. Cut to the castle where Tan Nha greets. "Young Master Ed, what wind brought you here?" "Estap, may I enter the Opheles Hall briefly?" "In principle, it's not allowed. But young Master Ed, you are trustworthy. If you tell me the reason, I can vouch for you and let you in." After saying that, he fell silent. Without hiding, Ed explained his purpose. The reason he came to Opheles Hall today was to prepare for an imminent threat. A threat when returning to the Ruth Taylor mansion. Even within the academy, Ed had been targeted for assassination once. So, deep down, he wanted to mobilize everything he had to guard against this return. Ed truly wanted to eliminate these threats. But if he acted first against someone backed by the royal family, Belle opened the door to lead him inside. There was no other way to avoid prying eyes. "Please come in." He recalled that he would become a rebel against the kingdom. Initially, it should have been Princess Phoenix who cornered them. With her royal status and judgment, the princess would have exposed their true faces to everyone, revealing that they used humans as sacrifices and conducted forbidden research through a pact with the Dark God, creating the necessary pretext to punish them properly. But now she shows no intention of acting. She hasn't even become the student council president. So a conflict with the Ruth Taylor clan in the near future is unlikely. If that's the case, he must create the pretext himself, and to do that, the safest way is to infiltrate their mansion and investigate directly. But entering unprepared means not knowing when, where, or how he might meet a tragic end. It's a territory with perfect security. Everything revolves around Griffin Roth Taylor. We've been walking a long time, haven't we? Why isn't it here yet? Belle went ahead. Pardon me, young Master Ed. When the exam begins, will you pause your camp duties to study and review? He replied, I will still handle the basic tasks there. She understood, I see. He felt something was unusual. Strange, Belle usually doesn't initiate conversation. This hallway is clearly for servants. Even Ed realized his presence here felt unnatural. He speculated, could it be that? Even though she has to take a detour and maintain a forced social conversation with me, she's leading me through discreet paths in this hall, so that I, who was expelled earlier, won't attract attention from others. Belle led him to the stairs. This way, please step carefully. Take it slow, he silently admired. No wonder she's a meticulous head maid. Following her up the stairs, Ed noticed. But he couldn't help asking, isn't this too slow? Belle turned back and said, I suddenly remembered an important question, a question really important to you. It's extremely hard to put into words. Can you give me a moment to think? Belle hesitated, that is, she was stalling. Belle cleared her throat to signal. Unpeaked from a room, signaling that it's done. Belle immediately looked back at him. She said, no, forget it. I'll explain the details later, we've arrived. He looked around. This was Tan Enha's room. I decided to send my reply to him through you. I wrote in the letter, I am deeply grateful that you have given a new opportunity to someone exiled from their home. Tears well up in my eyes when I think of such boundless mercy. Since being exiled from my family, I have reflected on my sins and continuously strived to become a better person. I have built many connections both at the academy and in the royal court, worthy of the status of a family member. Roth Taylor, I want to demonstrate my abilities to you and introduce you to the companions I have made close bonds with. And as for the person I trust most, I don't even need to say who it is. Ed stops at the door of room 302. Lucy, he is quite surprised to see her. Her hair is soft like silk. She wears a different outfit and sits obediently on the chair. In the silent room, Lucy blushes and speaks. Hello, Belle. She opens her mouth as usual, dressed neatly inside the room. Ed recalls that lately she has appeared less in the camp. Is she busy? He notes no, she is completely different from when she was in the camp. So this is how she spends her time when resting. Quite a surprise, Lucy. She looks up and asks, what? Ed evaluates, everything here suits you well. He says he has something to discuss with her. What is it? Belle hesitates, Miss S. Lucy. He opens his mouth. When this exam ends and the break begins, would you return to the family with me? And then we will greet my father together. She is shocked and Lucy is stunned. He feels like he might have caused a misunderstanding. Ed explains, just now I expressed it a bit wrong. To clarify the context, it's like this. Anyway, from my perspective, this is a journey I must risk my life on. Of course, we must go to the Rottler Duke's territory. And this will take considerable time and effort, so I won't ask you to help empty-handed from now on. Lucy, this is something I can only say sincerely because I truly trust you. I intend to overthrow the power of Griffin Roth Taylor. Right within that family. I know it is unethical and a betrayal, but I no longer intend to let my father sit quietly as the head of the family. Lucy frowns and asks, is it for revenge? Ed remains silent for a moment, then denies. No, the reason is simply to survive. After overthrowing the father who wanted to kill me, the next family head might be Tanya. I can understand her. Regardless, after that, I will become the eldest son of the largest ducal family on the continent. I will be in a position where no one can easily harm or threaten my life. And from that position, I will do everything in my power for you. So please help me, Lucy. Faced with this request, she needs time to think. Lucy speaks, I will have no agenda or opinion on this. You know, I'm not very interested in power. Ed lowers his head. I know, Lucy suddenly asks. Then what are you interested in? You know, will I truly fulfill my promise to my master? She walks to the window, placing her hand on it. When the window opens, light floods into the room. Lucy continues, has the crisis he mentioned really passed? Have I really kept that promise well? What must I think about to continue living peacefully without dwelling on the past? As I said, I am not interested in power. If I help you, it's simply because I want to help. There will be no other reason. Even so, it can't be for free. He asks, then what do you want? Lucy shares, what I fear most is that after fulfilling every promise to my master, there will be emptiness in my soul. It will hit once I have cast off every burden I was carrying. Help me not be swallowed by that emptiness. Ed still doesn't understand. Specifically, what should I do? She requests. Let us find a reason together so I can continue living without fearing time frozen in this moment. He understands well that the weight of her words is heavy and serious. Her face remains emotionless as always, neither crying nor smiling. If he reaches out his finger, what expression will follow next? S silently thinks for a long time. Lucy eagerly awaits the answer. And they clasp hands, a promise is made in this moment. Her tense face relaxes, completely at ease. Lucy emotionally hugs Ed. He understands this means a lot to Lucy. Ed's hand gently touches her shoulder. He thinks silently. There is no way I could know the burdens she has carried. In this moment, she has been silent for a long while. In the writing exam room, Ed sits studying with Janika. He begins, "For now, you and I are enemies." She is surprised. Why are we enemies? Ed calmly says, "I don't mean to make this a big deal. It's just that this time, I'm also aiming for the top position in this class. Remember, since the moment I opened my eyes in this world, my goal has always been singular, to graduate from the academy safely. To achieve that, I need a huge amount of tuition. With the scholarship from the Glocks Fund and the money earned from the deal with Loretto, I managed to keep going with my studies. But I wasn't sure if I could make it all the way to graduation. If I could secure the top position in the course, I would get a full tuition waiver. Before, I wasn't capable enough to even dream of first place. But now I realize, so that's how it is, I understand. If I slack off before you, I might really lose first place to you." In the third year, everyone is at roughly the same level, just behind Janika. Classmates were murmuring, "I haven't finished the questions yet, which answer should I choose? Oh my god." I compared our elemental magic skills silently. Janika is completely outstanding, but in memorization-heavy subjects like history and magical theory, I have a slight edge. Janika swore. "I won't give up first place to you easily either. The people back home would be so happy and proud if I led the class." Ad glanced at her, bracing himself because the final assessment was starting. The written test for elemental studies ended, and he was notified. Professor Calais would replace Glass, but ultimately, teaching assistant Creo had to prepare all the exam materials and grading criteria alone for 3 days straight. And now she's in such a state. He curiously glanced at the dazed friend leaning against the wall beside him. "And what about that guy?" he muttered. Why did I get everything wrong, even the basic stuff from the swordsmanship textbook? I'm really useless." Just by looking, Anis knew Clebius became like this after the written test. "You even know the basics of swordsmanship." A shout rang out. "Gravius, are you going to be this pathetic all day long? You just need to do well on the other tests." This person is 52, top of the alchemy department, Elvira. Anis was stunned. "What are you doing here, Elvira?" She replied, "I wanted to review the theory for the elemental anti-magic potion I'm developing. I thought asking the professors of the magic department would give more accurate results." Anis regretted to inform, "I think you've arrived at the worst possible time. Creo is asleep from exhaustion over the past few days." Meanwhile, Clebius kept mumbling, "How is it? I'm going to lose first place, Ezra Taylor. You see how pathetic I am, right?" Elvira interrupted, "Hey, stop whining. And how are you speaking to your senior like that?" Being scolded by her, he got angry. "What does that have to do with you? Don't you see how pathetic I am and you're yelling at me?" Seeing him relatively calm, Anis guessed, "Looks like you did well on the written test. Your face looks refreshed." Add humbly, "I did okay, nothing special. Since entering the academy, I've never neglected studying for written theory exams. Now I have a place to stay and a more stable life. Getting good results is only natural. Based on the scores so far, Janika has a slight advantage. If anyone still wants to compete for first place in the remaining subjects, the decisive factor will be the practical elemental studies exam. According to the curriculum, this term's practical test is a one-on-one duel with a professor. In this case, the opponent should have been Creo. But the question is, will this practical test even proceed smoothly? The exam is tomorrow, but she looks like she's about to collapse. How could she do a combat test? Anis observed Creo, exhausted behind a stack of books. "It'll be tough, she's very tired. Probably another professor will have to take her place, I think." Just then, Calais staggered into the room. "Headache? Did I drink too much?" Meanwhile, Creo still had her face on the desk. He called, "Hey, teaching assistant Creo." She jumped up, "Professor Calais." "What are you doing here, sir?" Calais stepped forward. "Actually, I just got scolded badly by Headmaster McDowell. He said this was absurd." From the focus of the written exam to the critical supervision tasks in the practical test, all reported under the name of the youngest professor, teaching assistant Creo. He asked me, "What the hell am I doing? Aren't professors supposed to do anything? Just because he's the headmaster, he thinks he's the best." She stammered, "I'm sorry, professor." He denied, "No, actually. Since I get paid, I have to work. Tomorrow is the practical exam, right?" Creo confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Calais ordered, "Then go to sleep. Leave the practical test to me." He glanced at the 2 students in the room. "Let's see. Then he noticed you. You're Ezra Taylor, right?" Calais smirked, calculating something. He asked, "Shall we have a match?" Ezra was surprised. "What?" The next day, in the Orbio Hall combat training ground, chatter spread among the people present. Someone pointed to the training ground. "I heard the new Professor Calais will duel Ezra Taylor. Wow, this match should be exciting. Look, even the student council president is personally here to watch." "Really?" Secretary Jeff L. Sten and Senior Action Captain Dye are also present. Hania worried silently. "I don't think S can beat the professor except for Lucy Merrill. No matter how talented a student is, no one can defeat the professors." especially since Professor Calidra's nickname is the war hero. The audience murmured in anticipation, sensing that this duel would be a spectacle to remember. The reason I came all the way here, even with my schedule packed, is that the holiday is almost here. Master S will be returning to his family estate soon, and I don't want him to get hurt. Called stepped onto the training ground, grumbling, "My bones." As he faced you, he complained, "Passing out dead drunk on the floor makes every bone in my body scream. Looks like I need to drink less." Called was certain you're going to lose this one. Another nickname for the war hero, Professor Calais, was the Mad Hound. Surging power shot toward S like gusting wind. He raised his hand, magic gathering into a sphere. The Mad Hound's attack was blocked by Ed. Called praised him, "Your firepower is stronger than I expected." He began a second strike. Lightning was steadily condensing, the current spreading outward. Ad noted to himself that was a pretty fast incantation. So this isn't basic magic anymore. Sure enough, Calais was activating an intermediate lightning spell. Flash. Lightning erupted and the entire training ground turned blindingly bright. Someone shouted, "I can't see anything." Ad used the edge of his coat to block some of the glare. He remarked, "Not bad." Called rushed in, "You've got good reflexes." Calais cast an intermediate lightning spell, Mana Wave. You used a magic shield. Basic defense blocked it. At the same time, Ad condensed firepower, a basic fire spell, Fireball, hurling it back toward Calais. He evaluated how Ad applied it. "You've mastered the basics." Brilliant firelight reflected across Calais' face as the flames blanketed the area. "He's blocking my line of sight with a fireball." Ad activated an intermediate fire spell, Single Point Blast. Calmly, Ad executed a rapid series of spells. Calais clicked his tongue in approval. "You're a quick study, you pick up what you see fast. You're the type to replicate it the moment you've watched it once. Just learned it, huh? Then let's move on to practical application." He activated a basic water spell, Water Bullet. On S's side, a basic fire spell, Fireball, was already charged. The opposing streams of water and fire collided. Thick smoke covered the grounds. Ad thought steam is what you get when water and fire combine. A battlefield that obscures the enemy's vision, pretty familiar. And sure enough, he caught sight of Called's silhouette emerging through the vapor. Ad launched wind blades to disperse the steam. Meanwhile, Calais used a basic spell, Ice Shard, to block it. Ad was suddenly struck by a raging gale and hurriedly retreated to dodge. Called warned, "You react fast but you think too much in a fight. Best not to let your guard down in battle." As soon as he finished speaking, he split into multiple afterimages that surrounded S. Ad thought, "Even if I use wind blades to clear the steam, it just gathers again. His mana output completely overwhelms mine. Then all I have to do is find the real Professor Calais in this veil of steam and strike him, right?" Ad closed his eyes, trying to sense where the real Calais was. And then he realized every single clone here was fake. The professor had to be moving silently behind them, waiting to hit the moment Ad left an opening. Ad snapped his eyes open. If that's the case then, Called hadn't expected the ice coating around him to shatter and the other images to be destroyed. A floating magical core in midair blew them all away. Ad had cast a basic holy spell, Forced Convergence. Even he was surprised by the result. The basic holy spell, Forced Convergence, released, becoming a cluster of light hovering over his hand. Calais continued by forming a basic wind spell, Wind Blade. Ad was struck squarely in the back and fell face first to the ground. Called asked coldly, "What do you think you're doing? Don't tell me." "You're deliberately using only elemental magic," S replied. "Isn't that obvious? I mean, this is an elementology exam, Professor." Tania covered her mouth in shock from the sideline. He ordered, "Interesting kid. I've never evaluated only elemental skill in an actual fight. That's why use whatever spells you like." Ad hesitated. "Is that really okay, Professor?" Calais found it ridiculous. "You're worried I'll get hurt fighting you? This is just an elementology exam. Elementology is the foundation of all combat magic. It's not just using elemental spells in isolation. It's combining them with other branches of magic and applying them in harmony. That's another major pillar of elementology." It clicked for him. "I understand." Called reminded him, "That's what Glass would tell you, but I'm different. Use any means necessary to stop me. If 10 minutes from now you're still standing on your own 2 feet, I'll give you a perfect score." The war ended, yet the reign of Emperor Chloe continued. Guardian Obel and 3 war heroes headed for the Holy Sylvania Academy. Everyone carried chalk so they wouldn't miss the chance to cultivate the next generation. But Called wondered what there was to teach at all. He let the students study on their own, for flowers raised in a greenhouse, born to good families and sheltered surroundings. Making them develop wilderness survival skills would be no different from abusing them. He couldn't exactly force them to stay up all night training mana perception either. And he couldn't teach both killing techniques and survival skills. For all sorts of reasons, Calais clashed with the school, then clashed with the students. And just like that, he left the academy. Afterward, Calais spent his days drinking himself into a stupor. He drifted through the lawless region of Corentin, living for a long time as a hired adventurer taking commissions, until Cald was asked to accept the position of professor in Sylvania, and when he heard that his lifelong only friend had died. Later, Cald returned, but nothing had changed significantly. Glass died, leaving nothing behind, and he couldn't do anything either. Cald intended to live off his salary and approached that group of students for help. So the ones present in Glass's final moments were the students. That really fits his style. Cleo confirmed. Yes, among those students there was one that Professor Glass paid special attention to during his lifetime. Cald remembered clearly until the moment the seemingly immature assistant professor spoke a name. He asked, "What is his name? By any means necessary." Back in the present, Cald gave him a challenge. "If you can still stand on your feet in 10 minutes, you'll get a perfect S grade." Magical energy was radiating around him. At that moment, a wind blade appeared in front of Cald. He immediately used magic to cut it. Cald had to exclaim, "This guy." He had surprised him from the start of the conversation. Had he already finished summoning magical power? Moreover, elemental studies weren't his specialty. He performed a spirit ritual, manifesting a water source. Water appeared in midair, then a water leopard appeared. Cald was shocked. Is he a spirit mage? He fought it. Suddenly, Cald realized no, calling him a mage from the start wasn't quite right. For a mage, close combat is standard, but if you were a mage yourself, someone would advise not to rush into melee. But he immediately recognized that fighting with magic was disadvantageous, so he quickly changed his combat style. With such skill yet only using elemental magic, it's almost like fighting with your hands tied. Of course, on the battlefield. This is common. While pondering, Cald was attacked again. He stood as if dodging Ed's close-range strike. At this distance, he was accumulating basic sacred magic, forced convergence. A dagger shot toward Cald. Ed's speed was extremely fast. The dagger hit Cald's shield. He realized. The reaction was quick. Right, there's also sacred magic. Next, he immediately summoned, adding a layer of energy over the blade. A notification appeared, spirit ritual explosion. An explosion erupted. Cald stepped back from the shockwave. He gritted his teeth and said, "Look at this guy." The water spirit center manifested on his shoulder. Cald was amazed, meaning he had surpassed student-level skill. He had to look at Ed differently. The plan was ruined. At this point, he would see it through to the end. He wasn't sure about the aftermath either, so he'd have to write a report this time. But even though they said he was a mad dog, why with a student? Cald used advanced lightning magic, using high-level magic. From the sky, dark clouds gathered and divine punishment struck down. Only thick black smoke remained on the ground. Cald regretted, "Damn, I went too far. The opponent is just a student." He just assumed he couldn't survive it. While he was letting his guard down, the wind blade shot toward him. It swept past a tree, leaving a streak of red. Seeing Ed faintly appear from the black smoke, he was shocked. He survived. Advanced magic, it already hit that level. So he really wants to fight? Yes, now he understood why Glass was so interested in this guy. Looking at Ed's face and attitude, that thing is. He stood firm after the divine punishment earlier. Cald compared Ed to someone who had crossed the line between life and death countless times. That is the will visible in the eyes of someone like that. The water spirit and him were cooperating. Merylda roared, shooting countless wind blades. Along with that, Ed charged forward. Cald used ice to block around his body. A large block of ice was erected, stopping all wind blades. Cuts appeared on the ice. Cald thought, "I've met countless people with eyes like that." The ice was shattered by his strikes. Now he had to use a shield to block the attacks. Cald felt he was fighting with his life on the line. Ed, full of killing intent, threw a punch. He dodged the deadly strike. Cald grabbed Ed's arm and Ed kneeled into him. From Cald's other palm, light flashed. Central magic, point explosion detonated. Flames shot upward. Ed's hand reached through the wall of fire. Cald's collar was grabbed. He raised his staff, temporarily immune to the fire blessing. The spirit ritual explosion had been activated. Seeing this, Cald snorted coldly. From his chest, he released the protection of the whirlwind unexpectedly. He would use the wind to blow away his opponent. Ed was shocked. Why is it the protection of the whirlwind? Did he intentionally trigger it? Cald appeared behind Ed. On the battlefield, a single moment of carelessness could cost a life. He knew this very well. Only one step was missing. Cald created high-level frost magic, permanent frost style, making the area freezing cold. His body gradually stiffened from the cold. He said calmly, "Even if it melts now, countless daggers are prepared and waiting." It was already too late. A series of daggers shot toward him. Ed closed his eyes, waiting for fate. That power shifted, shooting beside him. It was Dai who appeared to block everything. Ed was surprised to see he had saved him. Dai's fist tightened. He said, 10 minutes have passed. He is the top student of the Combat Department 5-4, a senior action officer of the Student Council, Dai Elpelin. It seems you have already exceeded your limits. This is the student that Cald had been observing carefully. demonstrating skill far beyond ordinary students. Ezra Taylor can't fight anymore. Professor Calais Tania is here to help him up. Senior, are you okay? Are you badly hurt? Calais admitted it. Yes, it had been a long time since his blood had run this hot. He'd done something foolish, too. Dai replied, thank you for understanding, sir. He cut him off. Enough. Understanding. Just thinking about writing the incident report already gets me excited. A perfect score on the Elemental Studies practical exam. Rotler Ad stared in surprise. Isn't there supposed to be no upper limit on the practical? He answered, then take the top score. If we ranked theory alone, you'd probably be valedictorian already. Called patted his shoulder. Now I get why Glass has been keeping an eye on you. I just don't get why a Duke's young master would live in a place like that. After that incident, I had some personal matters. Living in a tent in the forest, I'm used to it now. He denied it. No, the man continued. I'm not talking about things like that tent. You're living on a battlefield, no matter what it is. Leaving early is still better, even if the place seems peaceful. Screams will still pierce the walls and reach you. In the end, if you keep staying in places like that, you'll become a wreck, unable to endure it without getting drunk on something. He pulled out a flask and went on, just like me. Called left a message. See you again. As for me, there's nothing to discuss, but that guy really is a crazy, unpredictable one, Tania asked anxiously. Senior, are you still okay? Is there any serious injury? I'm definitely filing a complaint about this with the academy. I'll take responsibility for clearing this up, Dai sighed. It really almost turned into something huge. He noticed the ice beneath the boy's feet. The ice under your feet still hasn't melted. No, there's no sign it'll melt at all. The problem isn't that it can't be melted, it's that he's deliberately keeping it steady and intensely focused. That red stream of mana, that's it. It's not simple fire magic, but a highly sophisticated form of magic. He's definitely compressing all that refined mana together. If I hadn't intervened and the clash had continued, which side would the final outcome have favored? Dai finally understood. Ezra Taylor, he extended a hand toward him. Looks like I worried for nothing, S answered modestly. Not at all, Senior. As long as I get a good practical score, that's enough. Other than that, nothing else matters. I've heard of you for a long time, but this is my first time meeting you, Dai encouraged him. Keep this up and the overall valedictorian seat might have to change hands. He wasn't overly confident. That's hard to say, as you know. Valedictorian Janika isn't someone ordinary. The man looked pleased. Is that so? Watching the juniors rise one after another like this, I'm starting to feel my own position wobble. Ad let out a relieved breath. The exam is finally over. Now all that's left is waiting for results day. Anis came to him. Hello, Professor Calais, called, rummaged through his memory. Who are you again? Ah, right. He handed her something. Student teaching assistant Anis Halian. I hear people say you work even faster than the professor's assistant staff. Anis asked curiously, what document is this? Called replied, the score sheet. Go post it on the notice board. She understood. This is the list of the top 20 in each year for this semester, right? I'll organize it and post it immediately. Anis opened it nervously. My practical is a bit weak, but I'm very confident in theory. Last time I barely missed it, but this time for sure. Called reminded her, your name won't be on there. She thought to herself that the detailed score sheets were only for the student council and professors to see anyway. What was made public was only the highest scoring subject, the lowest scoring subject, the top 20 list, and the valedictorian. They said the valedictorian position at Sylvania valued real combat, so it was very hard to replace. This year would surely be the same, but she had to change her mind. When the other students read the results, everyone was stunned. You've got to be kidding me. Names were announced one after another. First year rankings: 1. Key valedictorian, 2. Joseph Whitebells salutatorian, 3. Denny's Veniums, 4. Claude Bells, 5. Rutnantania Ruteller. Second year rankings: 1. Lucy Merrill valedictorian, 2. Hilo Edel salutatorian, 3. Barclavius Nortondale, 4. Zips, 5. Taylor Marlock. Someone blurted out, is that really true? Honestly, I think this result is well deserved. He worked unbelievably hard. They read on to the third year rankings: 1. S. Roteler valedictorian, 2. Janika Failover salutatorian, 3. Drake Lakers, 4. Adelante, 5. Syria Semelin. Fourth year rankings: 1. Michael Fallon valedictorian, 2. Tresh Iana Bloom River salutatorian, 3. Dorothy Whitebells, 4. Gluck, 5. Patricia Bloom River. Third year rankings: 1. S. Roteler valedictorian, 2. Janika Phi Lover salutatorian. Someone once asked Ed if he thought just giving his all would be enough to claim the top student spot. It took him a full 1 year and 7 months. Some would be amazed at achieving a major accomplishment in such a short time. Others would admire the persistence and endurance shown throughout that period. In reality, regardless of length or process, nothing compares to the final result. Ed has officially become the top student of the third year from now on. Instead of scrambling to earn money for next term's tuition, he can now focus more on dealing with the troublemakers who are about to appear. Overall, his chances of survival have clearly improved. At this point, Ed should feel relieved that he has preserved his life. Yet he was puzzled, what exactly is this surging feeling within him? From behind came a call. Hey Ed, Janika is here to celebrate. You've really become the top student, but in the end you dropped to second place. You finally beat me. Suddenly, he called out to Janika. Ed grabbed her wrist and led her away. He said, I need to discuss something. Let's find somewhere a bit private. Once they were alone, Janika curiously asked, what is it, Ed? He had discovered the theory exam results. S. Roteller, Elemental Studies 95 points. Janika Failofer, Spirit Studies 30 points. You deliberately got it wrong, didn't you? Were you letting me take the top spot? She panicked. Was it that obvious? Not at all. Because last time I was disciplined, even if I ranked first, I couldn't get a scholarship. Plus, I've already moved out of the dorm. Also, I felt the weight of everyone's expectations was too heavy. On second thought, I realized not being top student doesn't really matter. Besides, Ed's abilities truly deserve that position. I believe S taking the top spot 53 is completely reasonable. Ed shifted from anger to a sigh. Do you accept that? All right, thank you, all thanks to you, Janika. I'll remember this favor. Janika smiled brightly. No, don't say that. Ed, you're the one who always gives your best. Someone approached from behind. Are you both here? Janika was surprised. Anis, what are you doing here? She replied. Didn't we plan to go to Laplace's bakery today? Then to celebrate graduation with Clara. Janika always forgets like that. Today, really. He led her away. Hello, Ed, forgive me. I need to take Janika for a moment. She had a prior appointment and completely forgot. He was dejected, staring at the ground. Ugh. The sunset cast over the academy. Anis guided her to a seat and said, Janika, you've made a mistake. Janika, I know you meant no harm. You acted out of care for Ed and wanting to do right by him. But I checked S's score sheet. Even if you had a perfect theory score, Ed would still have earned the top spot. Janika was relieved. So that's how it is. Thank goodness, he truly earned it on his own. VF had always yearned for the top student position. Anis reminded her. Don't you understand? Because of your actions, Ed couldn't claim the top spot honorably. And you interpreted it as him giving it up. Exactly, Janika. You need to realize that being kind isn't always good when in a position of authority. Indeed, she glanced at her friend. Janika hung her head, trembling. Anis continued. If even you don't trust Ed, then who else can? Night fell by Ed's cabin. He was frustrated. I coveted the top spot because it's an essential tool for survival. From that perspective, the method of achieving it might not matter. Yet this gloomy feeling lingers. Perhaps my desire to be the best stems from reasons beyond survival. Just like the battle with Professor Call. A test that only required holding out for 10 minutes grants points. Clearly, I could stop at any time. The sole purpose was, from the moment I arrived here, to survive. Yet now I'm troubled by things entirely unrelated to life or death. He tossed another log onto the fire. Ed, put this aside. Well, whatever, the term is over. I have no time for these meaningless thoughts. Whether I want to or not, here I can only focus on surviving. Now it's time to return to the Rottl mansion in the Lowell Empire. The mansion withdrew its hand. Inside a voice said, It's been exactly 5 years, hasn't it? Selaha knelt in the hall. Your Majesty, I heard Clarice is also coming from Sylvania. It's a pity I must depart without seeing her. Emperor Chloe replied, I understand your wish to meet Clarice after so long. But for you, the Roteler Duchy will serve as a significant stepping stone. Selaha thought silently. Although His Majesty arranged this to separate me from Clarice, the Roteler family is the top formulaic dynasty on the continent. It is a tool that anyone who wishes to hold the throne must learn to control completely. Even though the Tea Party includes many powerful nobles, the highest priority has always been that family. Lord Crapit. Antania Roteler, the first-year student who claimed the student council president seat at Sylvania. I heard they still have a son who's about to have his authority restored. Seems he was thrown into prison a long time ago. No need to worry about it. Salaha rose and asked to take her leave so she could set off. He replied, safe travels. After delivering the message, she left the grand hall. Salaha headed for the Rotterteller estate. Tania led him there. Every time I come here, it feels like this. This place is truly a completely different world. 2nd District on Akin Island. The most lavish building and the one on the richest red land was the Opheles dormitory. But this palace, just counting maintenance costs alone, ranked second. Its size wasn't even half that of the Opheles dormitory. But if you asked what made it special, everything here existed to serve the interests of one single person. Inside was the Empire's 3rd princess. Tania and Ad bowed politely and requested an audience with Her Highness Phonia. We're deeply grateful you made time to receive us. Princess Phonia, the reason we came today is... Phonia cut him off. You need political backing from me, Ezra Taylor. I was the one who directly decided to expel you, so restoring your honor will be much easier. With my confirmation, he thought to himself that she really went straight to the point. That's right, put another way, to have my status restored. I need her support. Coming back to the Rotterteller estate was truly a risky move. Lucy agreed to come with me, but brute strength alone can't solve everything. Among nobles, most problems are ultimately decided by power. In that regard, if a high-ranking noble is acknowledged by a princess, no one will lightly oppose the restoration of his authority. The trouble is, the greater the weight of that power, the harder it is to earn recognition and to prove you've received it. Bonia spoke again. Coincidentally, it's been quite a while since I last sent my regards to the Joe Taylor household. Ezra Taylor, could you deliver my greetings to Lord Griffin for me? He glanced at the letter on the table. This is. Ad was surprised by Phonia's preparation. A letter already written in advance. Princess Phonia had always been hostile toward the Rotterteller family. I was going to propose a deal to investigate the family's internal secrets, but instead she asked me to pass along a message. A private letter from the royal family can't be handed to just anyone without authorization. And more importantly, the value of this letter carried far more weight than that. A letter with no wax seal, indirectly. It showed absolute trust that the contents wouldn't be altered or swapped. Ad had been prepared for negotiations and seized the chance Phonia offered. That meant the sender trusted the courier completely. Phonia had agreed fine. They would depart in 2 days. Ad finished all preparations to leave. He cleared out all the trash traps in the forest, cleaned them, stored them away, and locked the cabin door tight before leaving. He looked around. All that was left was food, right? Anything that could keep for a long time should be used up first. Janika softly called out as she was cooking. You're back. Look, Ms. Bell just gave me some rare herbs, so I added them to the curry. I tasted it while I was cooking, and it's amazing. Ad was curious. Why did you care so much about my reaction? Lately, he'd been paying way too much attention to me. Is it because I gave up the top rank? Is he worried he acted tactlessly toward me? Janika hurriedly denied it. No, I didn't give anything up. X felt he was easy to read. She said sadly, you know, I used to think I understood you well. But sometimes I feel like I don't understand you at all. Then all sorts of negative thoughts surfaced. Ad was startled. Negative thoughts. Janika lowered her head. Like you might eventually lose me. Sometimes kind, capable people accidentally come across as shallow because they worry so much about others. Janika the mage was no exception. She could end up being misunderstood like that. Ad reminded her, that kind of anxiety is a burden too. In any case, no one can completely understand another person. But I can say one thing for sure in this academy. No one understands me better than you. And even if you're a little tactless sometimes, how could I possibly hate you so easily? To me, you're someone very special. Janika asked shyly, could you try being tactless with me once? For example, make a mistake, say something wrong, or ask me to do something, even if it's hard and time-consuming. This break. I'm not planning to go home anyway. Ad did have a request. Then, do you want to help me with a mission? Janika replied happily. Of course, just tell me. 2 days later, Ed's group was close to arriving. The carriage rolled into the territory where Rottler lay. In the heart of the empire lay the territory with the most critical strategic position. To reach the imperial capital from the western coastal belt of the continent, where the bustling cities gathered, you had to pass through the Rottler domain. This position symbolized the family's role as protectors of the royal house, and that was why the people of the empire often called this place the capital's shield. While Ad was asleep, Tania softly called Big Brother. She glanced over, frightened at what was happening on the other side. Wait, seeing Janika giving off a terrifying aura, Tania thought. This atmosphere is way too scary. Can we really make it somewhere safe like this? She lowered her face, eyes darting downward. Because Lucy was sleeping on Ed's lap, Janika tried to pull Lucy away. Move aside, sleeping like that is dangerous. She used force, but Lucy clung tightly to his leg. Move now, it's dangerous, Tania thought in fear. Why on earth are these two people this strong, even here? Little Tania was so scared she burst into tears. I'm so scared I'm terrified to death. The carriage rolled over a stone and jolted. Ad woke up from the bump, his gaze flicking toward the two girls. Lucy had her face pressed to the side of the carriage, Tania was curled up in a corner shaking, and Janika was hugging his leg. Ad blinked, startled. What are you doing? We'll arrive tomorrow. That night, as they lit a campfire, Tania asked, Big Brother, you seem really close with those two, don't you? He replied, since the very start of the semester. Lucy called out her name. Janika Phi Lover. Both of them turned to look at Janika at once. Lucy warned, tone it down a bit. There's a whole swarm of spirits surrounding us. Right then, one came running over and made her flinch back. Lucy added, every day the spirits come in packs near my camp. The moment anything happens, they run over to you and start chattering their reports. That's way too obvious. Today he's still perfectly fine. She was getting meticulous reports on his every tiniest action. Right? Don't you think he'd feel like he's being watched day and night? Janika flushed and denied it. No, that's the spirits acting on their own. Lucy exposed her. You could tell them to stop any time, but you didn't. You act innocent, but really you're, Lucy sighed, pretty devious. Ad said casually, it's fine, I don't really mind. With my status, I need a few security measures anyway. Janika brightened. See, the person himself says he doesn't care. His next words made her freeze. But I didn't expect reports this detailed down to every little thing. From behind him, Lucy whispered into Janika's ear, so gloomy, so dark, such stalking. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed and I'd hide far away. Ad stopped her. That's enough. We're about to set foot at Joe Taylor's estate. Now we need to discuss an actual plan of action. That place is the enemy's den. Never forget that. We came here to find evidence, anything that can expose Graphic Rottle's true ambitions. The next day, they arrived at the Rottle estate and there were only about 5 or 6 buildings you could see at first glance. Its scale was far grander than the Opheles' dormitory. This place looked more like a town than a mere estate. And here, the family's authority even overshadowed royal power. On this land, members of House Rothler stood even higher than the emperor. When he handed the luggage to a servant, the man actually dropped Ed's bag. It hit the ground right in front of him. The servant broke out in a cold sweat. The lines of attendants behind him bowed and shouted, "Please forgive us, young master." Ad felt as though it had been far too long since the last time these gods had granted him an audience, and he couldn't hold back his excitement. Seeing you return crowned in victory, your presence is so dazzling that this lowly servant made a mistake. He dropped to his knee. "Please, I beg you, be merciful and forgive me." Ad replied, "It's fine, I'll carry it myself." Ad picked up the luggage and walked away. The servant gaped in shock. Ad headed inside. From this moment on to survive. Griffin had been waiting for Ad for a long time. "Come here, my son." The purpose of this trip was, I have to bring down a god. They were waiting to meet Griffin. Tania gazed at the portrait before her. It had been a long time since she'd had the chance to look again at the memorial portrait of Chia Wen. Back when he still lived at the estate, he had always shown a strange hatred toward this painting. On Rothler, the eldest daughter of the bloodline and Ed Rothler's sister. In any case, she had already gone far away. What puzzled Ad was why this portrait was still displayed in this place. Was it out of longing for a departed daughter, or to honor the exemplary life she had lived as the young lady of House Rowe Taylor? Griffin stepped up and asked, "So you've returned. It must have been a long, exhausting journey. I've been waiting for you, my beloved son." At that moment, every corner of the mansion was bustling. Starting tomorrow night, a grand diplomatic banquet would be held. All the servants were throwing themselves into preparations, so I hope you'll forgive them if they neglect you a little. "In receiving you," Ed said politely, "I'm truly sorry I returned right when the family is so busy." He denied it. "Not at all. This is exactly why I summoned you here. At the upcoming banquet, we will announce it to the entire kingdom. That Ezra Taylor, the son I have always been proud of, has officially returned." Griffin then turned his attention to the other two. "Are these the school friends who helped my son?" Janika stammered. "Yes, my name is Janika Phylak." "Well, Griffin Bickle, this name feels familiar. I've heard of you as a talented summoner. Someone capable of commanding high-level spirits naturally. And that girl must be the one Tania mentioned in her letter. The famous and legendary magical prodigy, Lucy Merrill." After he spoke, the room fell silent. Griffin stood up, adopting the posture of a host. He praised them. "You've brought some truly interesting friends. If circumstances allowed, I would love to have breakfast with you all. But Princess Salaha has just arrived at the Ruddell mansion. As a servant, I must quickly and properly receive her. I've kept your room exactly as it was before. Go in and rest." You rummaged through your chest. "Yes, but before that, I have something I want to hand to you personally." Then Griffin went to receive Salaha. She glanced over the letter. What does this imply? The envelope bore the royal seal of Phonia, yet it had no wax seal. A symbol of absolute trust. Could it be that Griffin Rodeller, the one holding the key power of the empire, has chosen to side with Phonia? He understood Salaha's thought. "It seems there's been a misunderstanding here. I am indeed the recipient of the letter, but an unsealed envelope does not show trust for the recipient. It shows trust for the messenger. From my perspective, Princess Salaha will surely be curious to know who delivered this letter." Ed then returned to his room. This is Ed Rod Taylor's bedroom. The inner door slowly opened and he glanced down at the person below. Seeing Lucy enter, Ed wondered, "Didn't you say you'd stay in the next room?" She climbed onto the bed. "If anything's urgent, just wake me." He thought to himself, Lucy seems whimsical normally, but she never neglects serious matters. Could it be that she's trying to fulfill her promise to protect me during my stay at this mansion? Ed Rodell's private room. Though abandoned, the fact that this place remains intact is surprising. Or maybe not, as Arwen Rodeller's room is reportedly preserved the same way. Since the mansion has so many empty spaces, they probably just left it as is. He tried opening a cabinet. Lucky. The drawer was locked tight. I'm already labeled a troublemaker, so causing a little chaos won't hurt. But I can't just smash it without knowing what's inside. Is there a way to break only the lock? When he looked at the lock, he was surprised. He tried manipulating the locking mechanisms. Ed's expression was calm. Inside were stacks of letters. He was curious, what exactly are these? In a play of the failed Sylvania Knight, a foolish young noble was expelled for plotting against Tally McClure. In the story, no one knew how the secondary villain's fate ended after his role concluded, not even Ezra Taylor. But one thing is certain, his fate was extremely tragic. All this time, I've strived to escape that predetermined ending. Yet the events before the play began are a completely unfamiliar territory. The letter's content reads, if everything continues like this, I will soon face death, a human life already arranged to end. Does that hold any meaning? What value is there in existence meant only to await a scheduled death? The life immersed in the Rottler family's glory is too brief. Now I will end everything as a member of the Rottler lineage. My journey stops here. Ed guessed these were handwritten letters he sent to Arwen when she was still alive. Judging by the quantity, they must have corresponded continuously for years. It will take a long time to read them all. But at least I got lucky. He spread the letters on the table. Whenever I have free time, I'll try to understand their content. In the near future, I must fully play the role of Ed. The Bloom River clan, the Empire's most powerful magical family, is renowned for using combat magic specifically to gain an edge in duel. Instead of delving into academic research, their magic focuses solely on victory. Thus, it carries a certain ruthless elegance among the elite. They have a very evocative name. The head of the Bloom River clan, Senior Bloom River, the Den of Witches. However, a surprising event occurred when faced with an overwhelmingly powerful magical source. And since there isn't a single scratch on her, the type of magic used no longer mattered. Lucy woke up from a nap and asked, is everything finished? The scene shifted to the central garden of the Rottler house, the arena. The person opposite bowed and said, thank you for organizing such an interesting duel. As soon as I arrived here, the graphene formula, because this girl at the academy caused a huge stir with her ability. I wanted to personally witness just how capable she really is. Griffin replied, it's nothing extraordinary. I personally thought it was a very impressive display. He glanced at Lucy, sleeping in his chest. You truly have some unusual companions. Ed said, yes, they really are very special people. Griffin noticed she seemed a bit exhausted. Ed explained, she usually sleeps a lot, but she couldn't sleep at all last night. He reminded, once you've rested, I'd like us to talk more at tonight's banquet. That was a spectacular match, very fitting to open this important social event. So I'll see everyone at dinner. Ed knew the time had come. The distinguished guests were arriving in full. Perfect, this is the moment. I'll let Lucy rest a bit in her room. Then I can take advantage of the chaos to begin our action. Just then, Janika ran up calling, Ed, I've sent the spirits to scout around the building as you instructed, since hardly anyone here can sense them. Everything went much more smoothly than I expected. So, regarding Duke Griffin's private study, Ed quickly covered her mouth. Ed signaled Janika to stay quiet. Both hid behind a column. He called, come into my room. Janika blushed, into your room, just the two of us. In there right now? Ed confirmed, exactly. First, we need a space without prying eyes. No one will dare enter without permission. Janika replied, yes, that's right. Ed pushed her into the room. We can discuss private matters. Inside the room, Salaha spoke up. I truly did not expect this. It seems this place isn't ideal for a secret meeting, as someone is already here. Ed and Janika knelt. I did not expect you to be in my room. Please forgive this breach of etiquette. Waiting for them was Princess Salaha. She raised a letter. We don't need to waste time with long pleasantries. After all, you already understand everything. You still intend to stick to this sinking ship, Ezra Taylor. Salaha warned, don't speak baseless words like that. For nobles of high rank, surrounding oneself with 3 commoner girls is a form of entertainment. Similarly, I have no intention of interfering with your personal pleasures. However, it would be unwise to give your heart to that poor girl. If you happen to have a child with her, the social order will be completely disrupted. I've witnessed many nobles fall because of such lowly people. It's ridiculous to watch those dramas. Ed wondered, thank you for your guidance, Princess Salaha. May I ask if your visit here concerns something important? Salaha got straight to the point. Of course, I'll speak directly. As you've seen up close, Phonia is a dreamy child. She has no demeanor to sit on a throne. That's why you should side with me. Ed did not rush his decision. How could I dare take the hand of the Grand Princess? With these lowly hands, even though I carry the blood of the Rottler dukes, I am not worthy to touch someone of your rank. Salaha replied, you are a skilled speaker, even if only with polite words. Her gaze grew cold as she understood clearly. But it's obvious you are rejecting me. Your father, Lord Griffin, will support me anyway, as his ward. You should make a sober decision. Ed thought, that's why the icy Princess Salaha has aided Griffin's plan to seize the Dark God's power. But in the end, she could not control it, and was completely devoured by Mebula. Among the characters in Chapter 4, her fate is the most tragic. I absolutely cannot align with her. If a reasonable excuse is needed to refuse, Ed deflected. Under the reign of Emperor Chloe, we enjoy peace and prosperity. Right? In such a time, what we need is a virtuous sovereign. I believe Princess Phonia will be the worthy successor. To that position, Salaha reminded, Phonia has no ambition for power, don't you know? he remained firm in his choice. Even if the princess now asserts she no longer wishes to ascend, I will hold firm in my belief and quietly wait for Princess Phonia. I will continue to believe in her, no matter what. To refuse Salaha's invitation, there was no better shield than invoking Princess Phonia's name. She fell silent at those words. Salaha stepped up in front of him. She lifted Ed's chin. Now this is starting to get interesting. What did you just say? To be honest, I've always loved taking what belongs to other people. Usually, the most dazzling loyalty is the moment it gets shattered. I can't wait to see how long your faith in Phonia will hold out. Only he knew the truth. He wasn't exactly supporting Princess Phonia. There had clearly been a misunderstanding. Salaha remained calm. It's fine, we have plenty of time. This gathering will last 5 more days. During that time, you'll soon realize just how vast the difference is between Phonia and me. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime, Ed replied. I appreciate your kindness, Salaha. Goodbye. All right then, see you later. Janika spoke up. I'm not the kind of person who's that easy to persuade. Even if I'm a commoner in name, I'm not someone people can look down on whenever they feel like it. I should have answered with confidence, like Lortel would have right. The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. Ed tried to console her. She'd always had that unpleasant personality. But Janika couldn't let it go. She was a princess. And she possessed beauty that could topple kingdoms. Yet she kept deliberately approaching Ed. He changed the subject, saying he had already scouted the entire manor. Did you find anything? She reported back. Yes, this manor is truly enormous. I'm a bit tired, but I did manage to gather a few important clues. Beneath Duke Griffin's private study, it sensed an unusually powerful surge of mana. But according to the manor's floor plan, the area under the library should be the kitchen. There's no reason for a massive magical source like that to exist where the servants work. It's highly suspicious. I think we need to check it ourselves, but that library is a place Duke Griffin visits often, especially when it's empty. It's always tightly sealed off, so it's very hard to infiltrate and investigate. Ed reminded her, either way, we still have 5 days. Stay calm. Watch and wait for the right moment. I'll always be ready. If anything happens, come to my room and let me know anytime. Janika blushed. Here, in your room and anytime. Meanwhile, Ed was deep in thought. There was still far too much to deal with. He hadn't even read half of the correspondence between On and Ed yet. But if he kept shutting himself in his room, Griffin would definitely grow suspicious. He needed to read the letters whenever there was an opening and probe the library when he had a chance. But to avoid drawing attention, from now on he had to participate more actively. In the gathering's official activity, on the first day, it was best to warm up the atmosphere slowly before stepping into the long 5-day sequence of events. So everyone tried to relax and enjoy the break until Salaha appeared. Tania went to receive her. Greetings, Princess Salaha. It is a great honor to meet you. I am Tania Rutel, the family's official secretary. Roth Taylor at present, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Salaha praised her. As expected, you look well suited to the position. The Roth Taylor family's reputation will surely echo for decades to come. Tania spoke tactfully. Please forgive the somewhat simple reception in the Great Hall on this first day, Salaha said casually. I arrived earlier than planned, so there's no need to fuss. Thanks to that, I got to witness something rather amusing. That young man, he's the heir whose status is about to be restored to the family, isn't he? The one entering was Ezra Taylor. Today he wore a new outfit that highlighted his regal bearing. People around them whispered, indeed, he possessed a rather sharp, prickly aura. But compared to before, he seemed steadier now and far more keen, as if he were an entirely different person. Salaha said to Tania, you have a truly outstanding older brother. She answered, yes, I have always been proud of him. Her gaze flicked toward him. Salaha believed, Ezra Taylor, over these remaining 5 days, you'll have your eyes open. Bunkers, deputy commander of the Magnus forces. The one who holds military power will arrive on the 3rd day. He's already on my side. And it doesn't stop there. Archbishop Samuel of the Telos Church will be here on the 2nd day. He's my piece too, isn't he? I hope you'll come to your senses about many things. This place will be a fine beginning. As the gathering moved into its 2nd day as the most authoritative religious symbol on the continent, the Telos Church's carriage officially appeared. Countless powerful figures turned their attention toward the Saintess's chamber. Her backing carried enormous political weight, depending on whom Saintess Claris chose to approach and what was said in those conversations. The balance of power could be completely overturned. And so, someone as ambitious as Salaha had long since made contact with Samuel, the newly appointed archbishop and the one closest to the Saintess. A servant behind him carried a basket of flowers. Salaha praised them. The meaning of this daffodil is purity, innocence, and an eternal friendship. No flower suits the Saintess better than this one. Moreover, it also implies a wish for a sustainable development in their relationship. You always have such a refined sense of taste. He replied, you're too kind. Salaha continued, I've already discussed it with the archbishop, so I will be the first to meet the saint, right? There's no need to achieve an obvious result from the start, just creating a good impression is enough. Samuel seemed embarrassed. That matter, he blocked at the door. The truth is, the saint is not in the room right now. Salaha was shocked. What? The servant outside bowed low upon hearing Clarice's words. Meeting a senior member again right in your family mansion makes everything feel truly special. This feeling is like the romance of an unexpected encounter in a distant place. Estap, it's my honor, she took his hand. No, don't say that, the one who should feel honored is me. Ad reported, Saint, I was able to slip out under the pretext of showing you around the mansion, Taylor, but every step and movement of the saint is being watched by everyone. Doesn't the saint think she should act more cautiously? Why is she so excited? Clarice continued while still in the crowd at the holy city. Everything feels completely different. Honestly, I feel a bit uneasy. I was very happy to hear that Senior Ad would return to the family, but I worried that Senior might not receive a very warm welcome. He continued, from the start, I wasn't exactly a welcomed guest. So, if anyone intended to harm Senior Ad or speak insults, you were planning to give them a lesson they'd never forget. Fortunately, those worries never came true. Whatever happens, it's something I must bear myself. Clarice held his hand. Don't try to face everything alone. We can face it together. Ad asked, what do you mean? Clarice suggested, I mean you should use my influence. If Senior stands by me during tonight's banquet, no one would dare look down on or doubt Senior. S agreed. If the saint bluntly says to use her, it would be odd for me not to accept. She lowered her face and said, it's not in a negative sense. It's just that this benefits both of us. In that case, wouldn't it be better to act in a way that benefits Senior S? And perhaps something good will happen for me as well. I tried to explain, which only complicated things. All right, I won't come up with a dozen more silly reasons. Senior Ad will dance with me during a song at the banquet, right? Because publicly showing our closeness will reinforce Senior S's position. Or maybe not, but in any case, it brings more positives than negatives. Ad was surprised. Didn't the saint just insist she wouldn't make any more strange excuses? Clarice interrupted, you don't need to scrutinize every word I say, Senior. In short, during tonight's banquet, I will refuse all dance invitations, every invitation from a single person. Seeing S silent, Clarice sadly left. I'll go ahead. I still have to greet other distinguished guests. Just running to find Senior Ad first like this is enough to make some people uncomfortable, Ad wondered. Even so, why did you prioritize finding me before everyone else? Clarice smiled. Who knows? The door slammed shut right before his eye. From inside the closet, a noise was heard. Tania opened it and called, Brother. He was surprised. Why are you here? Tania reminded, Brother, I had to run all over the mansion looking for you because of this matching shrimp shirt. Yet just when I saw you, the saint was right beside you. No, that's not the main point. What the heck are you doing? There's Senior Janica, Senior Lucy, and now even Saint Clarice. How am I supposed to deal with all three of them? He felt awkward not knowing how to explain. Tania, really, everything just happened naturally. Meanwhile, Clarice had reached the grounds. She thought to herself, this isn't Sylvania Academy. This is a political gathering. It doesn't matter who is better at magic. It doesn't matter who is richer or who is a senior student. Those things are useless here, understand? Anyway, at least here in the Roteler mansion, the one who holds life and death authority is me. Tonight at the banquet, no one will have the strength to confront me. The famed Emperor Kloll has a son. However, since the prince announced his abdication, public support has obviously been divided among the three princesses. This led to a power struggle among the Salaha princesses. The wise Princess Persica and they have now faced the three princesses after a long time. The benevolent Princess Phonia knelt before the main hall. Father, are you still well? Lowell replied, my health is steadily declining. That's nothing new to anyone, however. The palace wasn't much better. Phonia had no words. She couldn't believe she was worthy of inheriting this throne. At night, she went to the royal library. Someone inside asked, I heard you abandoned your claim to the throne the moment you arrived here. Phonia replied, you always find me buried in books at times like this. You're not interested in the throne either, right? Persica has her own interest. Discovering new books to study here always brings her joy. Let's set that aside for now. It's been over a year since you suddenly enrolled at Sylvania, hasn't it? I'm almost used to you visiting every break. But you look more weary than before enrollment. Is it because of that Ruth Taylor fellow again? The party hosted by Griffin Roteler was suspiciously small. Many influential nobles, the royal family, and even the saintess attended. I thought you'd be concerned about that. Is it a problem? Griffin Roteler is a loyal servant and a model of nobility. You and many others might think that, yet you've always looked at Griffin Roteler with suspicion, seemingly for no particular reason. In our circumstances, everyone can see through things. For you, it's books. For Salaha, it's power. For you, it's human nature. Bona responded, is that so? My sorrow does originate from someone named Ruth Taylor, but it's not Griffin Ruth Taylor. It's S. Roteler. Bonnier thought to herself that she had once wanted to escape this invisible power struggle and prove her value beyond her current position. A year and 6 months have passed since I arrived on Akin Island. Meanwhile, the balance of power has tipped completely toward Grand Princess Salaha, and the throne drifts further out of reach. But I never intended to reclaim what was lost. That man proved that my secret weapon, my intuition, is useless. Vasika revealed, I didn't believe you when you said you had no desire for the crown, but I trusted your eyes, so I investigated quietly. These books are all materials Griffin Rotler reviewed during his voluntary inspection. They are all forbidden books, containing ancient magic from mythology and long-forgotten dark gods. I heard about how you disowned Griffin's son, and recently he's returned. Most nobles used to a life of luxury would starve if they were in his situation. Obviously, he wants to regain power. But isn't that strange? Surely he could have just disowned his son to appease you. But why has he suddenly restored his status now? Ezra Taylor, the one who visited your room before leaving. He told me this when receiving the letter. He once said, I didn't expect you to help me so easily. I'm ready to negotiate with you now. Bonia thought to herself if her initial suspicions were correct. She questioned, you deliberately allowed yourself to be disowned because you knew a truth about your family that others were unaware of, isn't that right? And he intentionally distanced himself from Griffin, who was studying the dark god. Was the restoration of his status actually just being taken home in chains? Could it be that the negotiation he mentioned was perhaps one he wanted to discuss with me? About methods to resist the dark forces engulfing the Rottler family. But I, using trust as an excuse, once again pushed him into danger. Pasika revealed, tonight is the second day of the party, so it will continue for 2 more days. I also want to go. But it takes a day and a half just to travel, so I have to give up. Although you could get there in a day if you ride without resting. Bonia decided, Persica, I'm leaving, you seem fine. It's late, I need to go to sleep. A servant came to report, Princess Phonia, we have prepared the fastest and most enduring horse for you. As requested, I will urge the horse at full speed. Phonia's party departed that night. We will head straight to the Rottler mansion. Led by her, they accelerated. Persica exclaimed with excitement, a man who can make 3 princesses ride through the night. The Rottler mansion is about to face a shock. I also wonder what he looks like, but now is not the time. In this matter, the only remaining princess in the castle is just me. On the second day of the party, Ed invited Clarice. May I invite you to dance? The musicians were focused on their music. He wrapped his arms around Clarice's waist. Their steps gradually moved to the rhythm. They danced together at the party. In the grand hall, everyone was immersed in the music. Clarice whispered, Senior Ed, it's an honor for me. Some people were whispering, look, the one who was disowned has just had his status restored. I saw him yesterday too. He looks like a completely different person. But how can a madman change so quickly? Meanwhile, Clarice worried Ed might be upset. He understood what she feared. No need to be upset, Clarice replied. I was just thinking that maybe I caused these things. I blamed myself giving you a useless weapon. He reassured her. It's okay, holy maiden, you have already helped me a lot. She blamed herself. We had the chance to dance together, but I wasted it worrying. But this party isn't over yet, so dance with me again. Senior Ed, he smiled. It's my honor, holy maiden Clarice. On the second day of the party, a more thorough search would begin. Lucy was on the rooftop, prepared for any unforeseen events. Janika would infiltrate Griffin's office to find evidence to undermine him. Dancing with Clarice drew unwanted attention, but in the long run, this would surely be advantageous. I'm confident that no noble here would bring trouble upon themselves to interfere with my plans. Except her, the person he thought of spoke. You seem busy. Ezra Taylor greeted Princess Salaha. She subtly reminded, you're putting on a face as if you've just invited more trouble. He thought to himself, exactly. Salaha guessed his intention. Leaving this grand party behind, it's easy to guess your purpose. You intend to mingle with that common girl, right? He thought that's true, though not as she imagined. Ed bowed his head. Thank you for your advice. I will consider my actions more carefully in the future. Salaha continued. Then I can verify whether your words are sincere, right? The glass in her hand fell and shattered. All guests in the hall turned to look. Salaha's hand pointed toward Ed. She invited, will you dance with me? You look quite good at dancing. He understood well. Normally a man would be the one to invite, especially when of lower status, as he did with Clarice. But the Grand Princess actively requested to dance with him first. With everyone's eyes on him, he had no way to refuse. Yet Ed still declined. I refuse. How could I dare to lead a dance with the princess? I'm feeling unwell and would only cause more trouble. Having said that, he turned and left without hesitation. Salaha angrily thought, his arrogance knows no bounds. This party is where I will consolidate royal authority. In my future, I met Lord Griffin on the first day, and I intended to meet the Holy Maiden on the second day. He not only took away the honor of being the first to meet the Holy Maiden, but also refused my dance invitation. Did he willingly submit as Phonia's subordinate? He is only shortening his own lifespan. I will completely isolate you from all power. Investor Ronan will visit on the third day. He is an investor of a trading guild controlling all goods in the capital. He will deeply regret realizing that Ronan is on my side. He is the right-hand man of the guild master who has recently taken over all operations. Safu reports from outside. Sir Ronald Bella Chad. Your superior has cancelled your business trip. You are requested to return to headquarters and continue your duties. Ronan is surprised. Impossible. Why is the guild master going in person? Absurd. This time it should have been me. I need to meet and establish relations with Princess Selaha. Safu inquires, do you want to speak with the guild master yourself? He declines, not necessary. Secretly, this cannot be considered isolation. On the contrary, this is the center of everything. In the carriage sits the guild master of the trading union, the saintess of the Telos sect. The princess rides through the night. A genius elemental mage and a legendary magical prodigy. They are all gathered around one man, none other than Ed. The Rodler mansion spans 7 grand floors. As night falls, even though the party continues in full swing, the servants rush busily along the corridors, yet the higher floors grow strangely quiet. This is because most functional areas are on the lower level, while the upper floors are reserved as private space for the family. The household staff is strictly forbidden from allowing any strangers above the 3rd floor. Seeing him pass, a servant asks, I hear you're feeling unwell. Ed replies, I can manage myself. Of course, Rodler family members may come and go freely. His office is at the end of the 4th floor. Every window on this floor is carefully locked. That confirms he is not present. While the party reaches its peak, Griffin Rodler, as host, is surely busy entertaining distinguished guests downstairs. He has no time to be in his office now. Ed quietly unlocks the door. Everything is prepared, which means this is the perfect moment. To expose Griffin Roth Taylor's dark secrets, he meets with Janika. Ed is curious. How could you leave the party unnoticed? She replies, unlike you, Ed, no one cares whether I am there or not. The door opens slightly. Janika carefully peeks out. Suddenly his voice echoes, you are here. Griffin has been waiting for them. We haven't had a private conversation without interruptions. Yes, let's talk. I have countless questions for you, especially after you survived that terrifying trial. Where should we start? Right. Griffin asks coldly, who are you? My son never calls me father. He despises me to the core, no matter what you've experienced. My son's heart wouldn't change so quickly. I don't even sense the slightest restraint or killing intent from you. You look at me as if we are complete strangers. From this, I can be certain you are not Ed Roth Taylor. Griffin's grip tightens. Magic radiates throughout the room. He watches Janika with interest. She summons spirits. 3 mid-level spirits are dispelled instantly. She has the ability to control even high-level spirits, but I guess she doesn't want the building to collapse. Is she worried about the guests below? Spirit Mage Janika is strong but too timid. He launches sharp attacks. However, those mid-level spirits are no match for me. His eyes are gradually bound. Miss Janika, I'm sorry. Even she is caught by the chains, pulled forward. Magic from behind Griffin acts as leverage to pull them. Basic wind magic. Ed's wind blade severs the chains. After rescuing her, he charges forward. He moves extremely fast, soon appearing before him. Griffin praises, not bad, you definitely aren't my son. Ed is completely restrained still. Then the environment throws him backward. Griffin asks coldly, who are you really? He is surprised Ed can break the formation. A fire-wrapped dagger hovers near the throat. It slashes across Griffin's cap. He retracts the dagger. I may not be your son, but I am Edward Taylor. Griffin thinks, you are talking nonsense. Ed calls, but it's true, Janika. She understands, raising her staff to summon magic. A cloud of dust envelops the entire office. Final battle of Chapter 4. Griffin Rodler, gravity, inertia, friction. All physical laws bend under his manipulation. This is the power of the evil god Mebbler, who grants humans the strength to reshape the world. A reinforcement orb forms. Griffin intercepts. A magical tool, but he hasn't exceeded his mana threshold. Griffin still hasn't fully grasped the god's power. According to the story, Griffin truly awakens only when he attacks the academy at the end of Chapter 4. That means now, Ed has the chance to strike. It is the perfect moment to take him down. He grips the reinforcement orb. Mid-level magic, detonation point, causing the entire room to explode. Guests below feel the tremor. Delaha set her glass down on the tray. She laughed out loud, saying, today was excellent. Seems like I've had a bit too much to drink. The servants in the banquet hall panic. What the hell is happening? But if we take down Graphene, a royal minister will be accused of treason. Ad asked, are you okay? Janika replied, I'm fine. Your plan is to fully control him. We need to gather evidence of the crimes he committed. You discovered it, right? For some reason, a massive surge of mana is emanating from beneath Duke Graphene's private study. But the area beneath his office should be the kitchen. There's no reason for a large mana concentration there. Suspicious. Ed had anticipated a secret passage. Initially, you planned to secretly handle Seth, but in this urgent situation, Ad decided to blow it open immediately. The two stood before a dungeon door. A wave of power shot toward them. Each stepped back as Griffin advanced. Your reactions are fast. It's like you've faced me before, but you're not skilled enough to be my match. You reminded this mansion is clearly your home turf, so fighting here will be tricky. But do you know where you went wrong? You left a gap for my people to infiltrate. Isn't it reckless to turn your back on me? A surge of magic erupted. Lightning shot across the room. Lucy attacked Griffin. She said, I'm very sorry, but you won't be moving forward. Meanwhile, Ad was furious. Listen, Janica, you need to remember everything you've seen here. Your testimony will carry much more weight than just making accusations alone. She wondered what is hiding behind all this. Ad couldn't explain clearly. I don't know, but we're about to discover the truth. Ad slowly opened the door. Janica was horrified by what she saw inside. Ad said, "Here, I've collected evidence of immortality experiments that have claimed countless lives. This is enough to convict him." You held Janica's hand and led her. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, let's keep going." Ed felt it was more than enough. This place is exactly what Griffin wanted to hide forever. In this dark dungeon, only one corner was lit. Even under the faint moonlight where everything seemed colorless, a familiar hue caught Ad's eye. It was the hair in the giant portrait that anyone entering the mansion would notice. Also golden, exactly the same. Janica was curious. "Echo, there's someone inside impaled by a sword. Their face is very familiar." Arwen Roth Taylor. With brutality, he planned to sacrifice his own daughter and any other children if necessary. Arwen spoke. "Much has changed since the last time she saw you. She is still alive. Both you and she." Arwen greeted. "Long time no see." Lucy and Griffin's confrontation continued. She flicked her fingers, drawing surging lightning, high-level light magic. The sword of radiance shot at him. Lucy declared, "From this moment this area is forbidden, if you don't comply. Then try coming in." Griffin held his breath, sitting down, preparing carefully. "If you want to dismantle it, it will certainly be a tough challenge." Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Arwen asked, "You look very different from before. Since the last time we reunited, both you and I, long time no see." Ed stepped in front of her. "Sister Arwen." She replied, despite the current dire situation. She thought if she were you, it would feel even more painful. But still, even once is enough. Being reunited with Ad once is enough. On Rodder, Ed's sister, the owner of this figure. A character who never appeared even once in the main storyline. On asked, "How's life at Sylvania Academy? Are you doing well?" "It's probably not easy. You've never experienced hardship. You must be very tired, right?" Ad reminded, "Now is not the time to question that." On reflected on her situation. "That's right, after arguing with you. I abandoned you." "No, I withdrew from the family," you reminded. "You should have chosen to leave that way too," she understood in her heart. "Right? Considering Griffin Rodeller's cruel nature, why are you still kneeling in service to him?" On replied, "Father's actions cannot be called cruel. He loved and cared for us deeply, leaving a glorious legacy of the family to us. So go back, Ad, return to live with father. Because we are one family, a family will always stay together." You interrupted. "Enough, you are not On Rodeler." The fake On didn't expect to be exposed so quickly. "I was transforming. How did you know I was the imposter?" On had voluntarily joined the evil god control experiment, and loyal to me until the very last moment when he lost himself. After that, my son left the family and went to Sylvania following a fierce argument with Arwen. Only a few people in the mansion knew about this. A faker like you, how could you possibly know all this? Just as Griffin said, Ad had a very heated argument with Arwen. Ad learned this after poring over countless letters he found in Ed's room. These letters were all written within a short time, right before Ad argued with Arwen and enrolled at Sylvania, and most of them repeated the same content. He read them all in his spare time. Ad once asked, "Sister, why didn't you stop father?" Arwen reminded him, "This is the first time you've dared to raise your voice at me," as he showed her. "Look here, this is the ancient manuscript about Mebula, the evil god of hatred and rage in the divine era. It's a book strictly forbidden by the royal family to summon the evil god. It requires sacrificing many human lives, especially from royal or high-ranking noble lines. You understand that, don't you? That father would stop at nothing to achieve his ambition. Therefore, soon enough, you yourself will become his target." Arwen interrupted, "I know, but father has his own noble ideals, and that's the rule of our lineage." Ad couldn't believe his ears. "What are you saying, Sister Arwen?" It seems she was willing to dedicate herself to Griffin alone until the very end. She said, "I won't force you to think like me. So if it doesn't suit you, you can leave the family now. Ad, you have no physical talent. Maybe you should try pursuing magic instead. It's just the right time for Sylvania Academy's enrollment." The one who pushed Ed to Sylvania was Arwen, a woman who ruthlessly pushed her own brother away. "So go back. Return to live with our father. She has no reason to call us back into this family again." Arwen said, "All right then, you probably have no answer, right?" Arwen's head drooped. She held S's hand tightly. Suddenly, the place began to shake. Rocks fell from above. Janica worried, "What now? The building is about to collapse." Ad speculated, "What is causing this tremor? Could it be?" Above, Griffin revealed, "I've checked how powerful a wizard you are, surely not enough to face me alone." One eye appeared beside him. As expected, Griffin raised the giant eye. "Facing it alone is truly impossible." Lucy was astonished, unable to believe it. A surge of magic rushed toward her. The sudden situation caught Lucy off guard. Too late, from the opposite side, Griffin prayed, "O mighty evil god Mebula, grant me your power." A tentacle shot forward. The object of exchange was them. piercing through everyone in the Great Hall. All lives in the Rothler territory below the dungeon. The space shook violently. Ad hadn't expected to be flipped. He lifted Janika. Run. She worried. Ad, I'm heavy. He suddenly stopped. Ad instructed, listen carefully, Janika. That magic circle was created to sacrifice to the evil god. He definitely used Mebula's power as a catalyst to activate it. The evil god Mebula will never grant human wishes without demanding repayment. We are the sacrifices, and if we remain within its range when the circle radiates, we'll most likely die here. Only I and you have seen what happened down there. So if you tell me to escape first, I will truly be furious. Janika firmly said, listen, if it's for you, I can accept sacrificing my life. Both of us must survive and return. Because if Ad dies, I surely will. She didn't know what to say. I mean, it's just because of Vaughn. Ad felt, I'm grateful you care so much. But saying these words while the evil god hovers above, suddenly, danger came right in front of them. He carried Janika and flew backward. Too dangerous, they fell to the ground amid thick smoke obscuring vision. Lucy assessed from above, truly a difficult opponent. Ad was surprised. Lucy, are you okay? She analyzed. His mana usage is so strange that defensive magic is completely useless. It seems like gravity magic, but it just produces normal physical force. Surely not ordinary magic. He uses magic that traditional mana control cannot counter, right? Ed worried, Lucy, if you can't counter that magic, she confidently replied, I will definitely win. The one suffering is not me. It's that dark eye. Lucy unleashed high-level destructive light magic, countless magical formations attacking the tentacle. 58 spells surrounded the eye, magic erupting at the ultimate level. The final strike hit with overwhelming force, shaking the entire area. The dawn of the end, before Lucy's eyes, everything seemed to explode. The glare reached its peak and her body was gradually swallowed by the light. When Lucy was blasted backward, he hurried to catch her. She gave an order. Step back, if you stay close to me, you'll get caught in it. Are you going to handle that guy yourself? Faced with the question, stayed silent. Lucy let out a sigh and didn't press him further. She yielded the field to Ad. Make sure you finish this properly. I came here to back Ad up too. That eye shifted as well, drifting to the space in front of them. Ad exhaled, steadying himself. Lucy darted out while Ad was holding Melbula in place. I'm counting on you, Janika. Please go help the others. You've got a lot of spirits under your command. You should be able to cover a wide area all at once. Janika asked, then what about Ed? He broke out of the ring of tentacles. I'll go deal with Griffin Rottler myself. Thunder crashed down onto the manor. When Phonia's party arrived, they happened to witness that scene. The attendant following behind sensed something was terribly wrong. As a security knight, I can't stand by and watch your highness remain in danger for even a second longer. Perhaps if we turn back and withdraw now, we can still make it in time, Princess Phonia. She saw a vivid crimson eye floating in midair, tentacles crawling up the manor. Screams rang out from inside. Hurry, call the guard here. Where are they all? Help, what the hell are those private troops waiting for? When the private troops finally moved in, a terrified man collapsed to the floor. Have they all gone insane? A cold voice cut through the noise. Make way. The one who arrived was Saintess Claris. She ordered them to immediately report this to the Cathedral Knights stationed nearby. The private soldier refused. Not permitted. Claris demanded an answer. You dare openly defy an order? He replied, I'm merely carrying out another will. The command comes from my true master, the Brown Bear Knight. Lox and Zinnia were fleeing with all their might. The place erupted into chaos as that night transformed. Run, those bastards are all on the same side. Unbelievable, this place barely has any fighting strength. Just great nobles and a young saintess, and yet disaster still came crashing down. She noticed these private troops looked truly abnormal. Please step back, Saintess. Even if things are chaotic right now, still. She used holy magic, divine power spreading out to wipe them out. Claris could still hold on. I'm fine, my protective power can withstand most attacks. So she turned back. That crazed knight was preparing to strike. After destroying him, Claris gave an order. Focus and protect the other nobles. Our top priority is getting out of this manor. Someone noticed something. Think about it. The only member of House Rose Taylor who isn't at the banquet is the one who stands out. It's obvious they're all in on it. From that little heiress to the son who was reinstated not long ago. Their total absence is the clearest proof of all. That's it. We have to report this to the royal family so they can issue an order to exterminate their entire clan line. Are you satisfied now? Claris cut them off. All of you shut your mouths. One strike from her blew the wall apart. A huge opening appeared and that night fell. Claris told them to stay calm. First, we have to keep ourselves alive. The others fled in a panic. I thought we were finished for sure. Run, move, but they had to stop when tentacles began crawling up the walls. High above, an eye was commanding everything. What is that thing? Someone panicked as they looked up. Above them were countless eyes. Have we been spotted? It felt as if the eyes were tracking their every move. They sprouted wings and swooped down all at once. The people below screamed in terror. What the hell is that? Gremlins. Did that madman even summon monsters too? One person was quickly bitten in the neck by a gremlin. The situation grew even more chaotic. Run, get out of here. Everyone please stay calm. Zinnia was struggling. Saintess, the enemy numbers are overwhelming. With just the two of us, we could never protect everyone from the start. This is completely out of control. If the regular army doesn't intervene then, suddenly, a surge of energy slammed down before their eyes. She remembered something. I once heard two fourth-year young ladies at Sylvania Academy say that she only took first place in Magic 54 because she got lucky with the timing. Because in the second-year division, there exists a once-in-a-millennium magic prodigy. The gremlins were being wiped out, and in the third-year division, there was someone known as the One-Person Legion. So an existence like that really was real, Janica called out. Everyone evacuate under the spirit's guidance. I'll clear a path and lead you to the exit. Princess Salaha, under the protection of the head of House Desat, was moving through the central corridor. The leader of the wizarding house, Elder Bloom River, along with an army of spirits, was helping the honored guests evacuate. Saintess Clarice and Janica hurried toward S's room. Clarice asked curiously, Senior Janica, where exactly are we going? Janica replied, we're just stopping by Ad's room to grab a few things. We have to move fast. A night of terror engulfed the Rosteller territory. The only one who could see the whole situation clearly right now was that man. The rise of the evil god was the finale of Chapter 4. It happened during Tally's second-year winter break, but contrary to the original course of events, even after stopping the sage's letter from falling into Griffin's hand, the old man still summoned the demon god half a year earlier than expected. To seize the demon god's power, countless lives had to be offered up. In particular, the higher a noble's authority and reputation, the more tremendous the power they could yield for the demon god. In the original timeline, when Princess Phonia served as student council president, she kept applying pressure and restraining Graphene, leaving him struggling with both research and gathering sacrifices. Cornered, Griffin decided to attack Sylvania Academy, where the children of the most illustrious lineages were concentrated. But now everything had changed. Phonia had let go of her ambition for the presidency and royal power. The clampdown on Graphene dissolved along with it, so he no longer needed to go to the trouble of attacking the academy. All he had to do was take advantage of the exchange banquet happening at this very moment. To curry favor with Princess Salaha, he only needed to make use of those who were desperate to climb the ladder. The sacrifices would be ready-made. At this point, he finally understood why the old man had reinstated his status. He was supposed to be a thorn in the old man's side after surviving that vow. The old man restored him so he would become a noble, build up a bit of fame for him, and then turn Ad into the perfect sacrifice. So the root of this tragedy had come from himself. Step by step, Ad cut down the monsters in his way, his whole body soaked in blood. In the Rose Taylor Hall on the third floor of the annex, Ed asked the person before him. Stranger, a dangerously gleeful laugh rang out. The man's head had already transformed into a monster. Kadich spoke up, the Eagle Knight. Long time no see, Kadich. My young master, even if there were never any good memories between us, he said, we're still old acquaintances. Ed was ready to face Kadich head-on. Those taken as sacrifices would become the demon god's slaves, twisted into grotesque forms. A gloomy voice echoed, magnificent, my young master. Malt sprang in to take the field in his place. It bit down on the arm holding Cadet's knife. Though deep inside there was still a lingering obsession from life, he lunged up and severed Cadet's arm. However, Vi still retained his combat skills and gained even more strength. He charged stubbornly, with absolute loyalty to House Rose Taylor. This battle would go on endlessly unless their heads were cut off. Against a knight of Kadich's caliber, the fight only grew more grueling. Razor-sharp tentacles were summoned from his back. Cadet's head was sent flying. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The one he was facing right now was a figure who didn't even appear in Sylvania's Sword Saint story. In his last clear moment, Kadich warned, leave this place now. As a tentacle wrapped around a sword and stabbed into his wound. Whether it was a main boss or a side boss, Ad had never seen it anywhere before. Only now did he truly understand Ed Rose Taylor's identity, and that he was part of this godforsaken world, like he was staring straight at his own fate. Arwen had appeared. He couldn't let her take another step forward. Outside, monsters were being attacked while others surrounded the tower. The tower garrison area at Rose Taylor. A group of people fled down to the fourth-floor treasury. They tried to hold the door and keep their position. Tentacles began piercing through the door. The one holding it was stabbed to death. The door burst open, and a blazing red eye peered inside. Tania hid behind a chair, both hands clamped over her mouth, too scared to breathe loudly. Why was this happening? She felt the ground tilting more and more. The tower itself was being tipped by the monsters. Tania knew she couldn't stay. At this rate, the tower would collapse. When she looked up, she saw what was happening on S's side. He and Arwen were locked in a showdown. It was on the third floor of the annex in the Roteller Hall. Arwen Rudeler had a younger sister 5 years her junior, Tania Rudeler, and a younger brother 3 years her junior. Ezra Taylor, but she was the true successor of House Rose Taylor. She swiftly slashed at Ad and he struggled as he retreated. She's too fast, a legendary sword capable of accommodating every kind of elemental magic. But almost no one could wield it because of its terrifying weight. The Dawn Sword, far too extravagant a gift for a child who had just been reinstated. Ad was condensing a fireball spell, focusing to trigger an explosive release. Even so, no one doubted that she had become the master of the Dawn Sword. From childhood, she wasn't only outstanding in sociology, political science, and administration, but also in every kind of magic and alchemy. Above all, she was a brilliant swordsmanship prodigy. The nobles who had witnessed Arwen's childhood all praised her in unison, saying an exquisite flower had blossomed within the family. But Arwen's attack still couldn't reach S. He activated a blended blessing, temporarily boosting his resistance to fire. That was a very long time ago. Now it was all just the past. A younger brother who had once admired her deeply, and a man whose face looked very much like his. In a single encounter, he could already see straight through Arwen's weakness. He realized that weight reduction and transmutation were just a cover to disguise weight reduction magic. All her attacks relied on centrifugal force since there were no thrusts, so no matter how fast she moved, as long as he focused on the arc of her slashes, he could evade On's greatsword, which depended on inertia once the weight reduction magic was cancelled. And its original weight returned. A light sword that kept changing weight would be easily affected by outside forces. He reasoned that in that case, the tentacles around the blade had been removed. Ad gripped the hilt tightly, forcing himself to analyze. He could also infer the purpose of the weapon she was holding in her other hand. It was simply a backup in case the main sword was neutralized. But when the distance between the two of them widened, she would use the sword again. Once he had seen through all of this, it wasn't hard for him to react quickly to her attacks. On kept coming out worse against S and seeing fresh blood spray everywhere. He felt it was a real nuisance. This wasn't like before. Owen Rodeler was a figure outside the predetermined script. He had a feeling he was missing something. He had to keep watching. The tentacles continued gripping the sword hilt. He understood now. Limbs created from Mebeller's power could regenerate on their own. It was an incredibly troublesome ability, but in exchange, it came at the cost of losing one's reason. Under those conditions, a person dominated by the evil god Mebeller, though still alive, would suffer pain worse than death. As the pact stated, the instinct to destroy would take over the entire body, and only the strongest desire from when they were alive would remain as a lingering remnant. Take Kadok, the Eagle Knight who had been loyal to the Rod Taylor family. He kept a trace of obsession with serving the family right up to the very end. Of course, his ability to think had become extremely shallow. Speed, attack power, and even reach were all increased. He was at a huge disadvantage. He couldn't let this fight drag on any longer. He drew his bow. Atop this annex building, Griffin was waiting to complete the ritual to summon the evil god Mebeller. Right now, Lucy was still holding him back, but if the summoning succeeded, everyone around here would become sacrifices and die. To survive, he had to defeat On and stop Griffin. His water arrow was blocked by her blade. Of course, if the conditions for survival had already been put on the scale, her blade was nearly sweeping across his chest, just as the chill radiating from it brushed up S's neck. He summoned a water spirit, summoning a spirit, a water spirit. There was no reason he should choose methods that put him at a disadvantage. But at that moment, Ad attacked as well. When the Dawn Sword was neutralized, she would shift to the next attack pattern. Her speed hadn't dropped at all compared to the start of the fight, but he still nimbly evade her strikes. But now he was used to it. The small dagger could block the Dawn Sword. Ad counterattacked at once. More than anyone, he understood that a single misstep here would cost him his life. Beat by beat, he moved with precise timing. A sphere rolled down to S's feet. It was a combat-focused tool, instantaneous, temporarily drawing nearby objects toward itself. Ad managed to seize the blade tip as she was pulling it back. Even if it was only a brief moment, it was more than enough to turn the tide. Even if she reclaimed her sword, the next slash would be delayed by half a beat. But Arwen activated acceleration. He jolted at the sight of fresh blood spraying, and the blade in her hand was already aimed at him. He had no choice but to face it head-on, and she even thrust forward. But the next sight left Ad stunned. From that crumbling tower, a magic sphere came flying over. Latania was landing right where they were. She cut straight through the monsters and slipped between them in the middle of their clash. At the instant their blades met, On poured everything into that strike, and her face filled with livid purple bloodstreaks. The veins in On's eyes bulged. The sword slipped from her hand. Ad took the opening and struck from behind. He was hit by Mebeller's attack. The eastern tower collapsed onto the annex, huge heavy stones crashing down. A thick cloud of dust billowed up. Within that haze, two shadowy figures appeared. Ad anxiously called out to his younger sister, Tania. A voice rang out. Thank goodness, he recalled that, judging by the conversations preserved in Ed's letters, it seemed she had given up everything. On had once said, but our father's ambition was far too great, and that was the family's direction as well, so she decided to follow Griffin. From that point on, everything was only speculation. Griffin performed experiments on Arwen herself to summon the evil god, a being that always craved people with noble blood. She was the most perfect sacrifice through that long, agonizing time. Watching her hold Tanya, Ad wondered, what was it that On desired most? Even after becoming a servant of the dark god, what kept the last shred of her sanity as she slowly collapsed? Awen stammered, "Go, Tanya, as you two can't stay here." His hands were trembling. Owen pleaded, "Please, she has only one wish, leave this manor." He climbed the stairs to where Griffin was. The blade in his hand was already soaked in blood. At last, Ed saw him standing inside a magic circle. Griffin turned and said, "You're here." Surprise flashed in his eyes as a swift, precise wind blade shot toward him. Everything happened too fast. Thick black smoke surged up. Ed stepped out of the ashes. He held two swords, striking at the monster. The sword in Ed's hand dropped. Griffin snorted, unsure what he was plotting, and glanced at him in silence. Behind Ed, Merylda revealed herself. Ed declared, "Let's end this." Es clenched his hand and firepower burst from his fingers. The Commenteer spell, Ignition Point, drowned the area ahead of him in a sea of flame. The remaining sword in Ad's hand radiated heat. It was a basic spell, turning this place into a blazing inferno. Meanwhile, Griffin was wrapped in a white barrier. He spoke, "Your magic is quite advanced, but it won't do any good." But Griffin had to take those words back when he saw this. The boy charged straight at him, a fierce arc of fire grazing Graffine's shoulder. He immediately retreated, smoke and flames rising from his chest. Maryuta noticed. The one who had been lost was back beside Tanya. "Oh, really? Charging into fire without the blessing of flame, what are you trying to do?" He replied, "Doesn't matter, stop it." Maryuta formed a sphere. Griffin dodged the raging gale. The two sides faced off, and X hesitated not at all as he charged again. Their blades collided, sparks flying. He remarked, "Interesting, so you've given up on being my son. But that's the strange part, why are you so angry?" Ad admitted, "You're right, I'm not Ezra Taylor, I'm just a stranger. By the time I realized it, I was already in this body. The Ruth Taylor family tragedy has nothing to do with me. The hatred bound to this bloodline doesn't belong to me either." Rationally, that's true. She survived and endured every experiment. Her mind eroded, her body warped, her dignity trampled for a long, long time. That woman only ever wished her younger siblings would be safe, and that has nothing to do with me. He ground his teeth. Of course it doesn't. This isn't even the first time I've seen something like this. Right before that, your teammate had only one wish before dying: live, survive, run now. He remembered it all, from the superior who took the bullet for him, to the girl who refused to run and burned her life away to rewind time. People who could sacrifice their own lives for someone else. He could never understand them before coming here and even after he arrived. He'd always had only one goal. When Ad meant to stab On to death, that goal was survival. But he hesitated when he heard her say, "Live, you have to live." Those words stopped his hand. That was why he always held respect for people like that. The frog by her side trembled slightly. Eyes peeked out from cracks in the wall, watching. He left a note for Tanya, while On gradually faded away. Ed was attacking Griffin now, and the man nimbly evaded at once. "Griffin, you're nothing like when I first met you, nothing like what I saw in the library either. Killing On with your own hands, is that what's eating you up? Feeling guilty over something as trivial as that?" And yet Ed still charged in regardless. He drove the tip of his sword straight into the man's chest. Ad coldly demanded, "Shut up." The blade was piercing Graffine's ribcage. He poured his strength into stabbing deeper, like a madman. Graffin unleashed a cyclone. Everything around them was flung into the air, a crushing force pinning bodies down. Both Ed and Merylda were blasted upward. It shouted angrily, "Calm down, Ed. You're not acting like yourself at all." He didn't pause for a second, condensing firepower in his palm. The Commenteer spell, Ignition Point, made the ground below erupt, flames blanketing the entire area. Maryuta landed beside him and called, "Ed." It looked worried. "Graffine's mana is still there, only now you're running dry." Even after repeatedly using a destructive spell like Ignition Point, he stepped out from behind the ashes. Impressive, but understand one thing. Anger only narrows your vision. Under his feet, streams of magic surged up, forcing him to stumble and collapse, shock flashing through him. The ground shook. Ad hurriedly cast a defensive spell. Rock and earth rained down from above, thick dust and smoke blotting out his view. He coughed hard from the choking fumes. A cold voice rang out. "Before long, the evil god Mebular will descend completely. When the magic circle is complete, every living thing within this area will die, and I will attain immortality. No matter how you struggle or rage, nothing will change. I will live forever and you will die. Just like my son who looks exactly like you." he continued. Ezra Taylor escaped to the academy thanks to Arwen. Why are you so sure he's dead? Griffin already had the answer. So that's it, you truly don't know. A year and a half ago, my son received an expulsion letter and sent me a reply before he was kicked out of the Opheles dormitory. He blinked in surprise. A reply? Ad replied to that letter. That thing, this is the first time I've heard about it. Griffin asked. Want to know what it said? That boy wrote a lot before he sent it to me. He recorded his feelings as he brought his own life to an end. A suicide note. Yes, right before he was expelled from the Opheles dormitory. My son Ezra Taylor was already dead.